with this.
Hi, I'm Diane Macedo. Today on ABC News Live. First, we are taking a look at the inauguration. President-elect Trump is preparing to become our 47th president in just a few hours. We are learning more about the words he's planning to say and the new plans due to the bitter cold now that those events are being moved inside. Also, the security preparations underway amid a heightened threat environment, how law enforcement are preparing to keep those ceremonies safe.
We achieved the most epic political victory our country has ever seen.
Those security preparations are now underway. Plus, we're learning who's on the guest list, including the CEO of TikTok. Plus, what we know about Trump's first day in office. The president-elect says he's preparing to kick off his administration with more than 200 executive actions. How he says he will shift federal priorities. Our special coverage of the second inauguration of Donald Trump starts right now. And President-elect Trump is set to take the oath of office in just a few hours. His inauguration caps off the greatest political comeback in American history. Trump left the White House in 2020 defeated and facing his second impeachment trial. Now he's returning with more popular support than ever. Chief Washington correspondent Jonathan Karl has more on Trump's journey back to the White House.
Over the weekend, President-elect Donald Trump returned to Washington feeling vindicated and triumphant.
We won!
4 years after he left the White House, defeated and considered a pariah by many for his refusal to acknowledge that defeat, Trump has vanquished his political enemies. Celebrating his inauguration weekend with a fireworks celebration, a visit to Arlington National Cemetery, and a big rally with his supporters.
It's fun to stay at the YMCA.
He even appeared alongside the band The Village People for a performance of their hit YMCA, a staple at Trump campaign rallies.
We not only won a mandate, but we built a new American majority that will lead our country to unparalleled success for generations to come.
Trump's road back to the White House was littered with criminal investigations, federal indictments for allegedly mishandling classified documents, and trying to overturn the last election. And even a 34-count felony conviction in New York, a first for an American president. Trump still denies all wrongdoing, calling the probes and prosecutions a witch hunt. Despite it all, Trump breezed through a crowded Republican primary and knocked out not one, but two Democratic opponents. First, Joe Biden, after a devastating debate, and then Kamala Harris. Along the way, Trump narrowly escaped an attempt on his life at a rally over the summer in Butler, Pennsylvania. Rising to his feet, bloodied, and shouting, "Fight, fight, fight," an image that came to define his campaign. Another would-be assassin just 9 weeks later, spotted and stopped by the Secret Service just hundreds of feet from Trump. One big question as Donald Trump moves back into the White House is how much time he will devote to settling old scores. During the campaign, he often promised retribution. At times, he spoke about going after his enemies, but he also said that success will be his retribution. This much is clear. Donald Trump comes back into the White House with more experience and more popular support than he has ever had. As far as the possibility of retribution in the form of political prosecutions, one of his final acts as president, President Biden has issued preemptive pardons for some of those who had been threatened by Trump during the campaign, including Dr. Anthony Fauci, General Mark Milley, who served as chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff under Trump, and also members of the January 6th committee. So those preemptive pardons, it would seem, would make it impossible for President Trump to initiate any kind of criminal prosecution, at least of those individuals. Diane?
All right, Chief Washington correspondent Jonathan Karl, thank you. And we are learning new details about what President-elect Trump is preparing to say as he delivers his second inaugural address in just a few hours. Trump tells ABC News the themes of the address will be unity, strength, and fairness. And due to the bitter cold, he'll now be giving that speech from inside the U.S. Capitol. ABC News senior national correspondent and ABC News Live anchor Terry Moran joins me now for more on that. Terry, what can we expect from this ceremony and from Trump's first actions as president?
Well, from the ceremony, Diane, what we always get, there'll be deep tradition. This is a sacred right, if you will, of our republic, the transfer of powers disrupted 4 years ago. It was eventually accomplished without the outgoing president, but this time both presidents, Joe Biden and Donald Trump, Biden handing off that enormous power to Donald Trump. So expect tradition, but also expect disruption. One of the things that Donald Trump wants to do is start aggressively with a bang. Fasten your seatbelts. This is a president who has made clear that he wants to, as his tech bros say, move fast and break things. Expect major executive orders. We're expecting up to as many as 200 executive orders signed by the president, by Donald Trump, as soon as he becomes president, and sweeping impact on the country from the get-go. That's the kind of presidency he wants to have people in awe of the amount of change that he can accomplish fast, because he knows, Diane, that he has been elected to accomplish that change. That is the reason he's there, and he wants to show people that it's going to happen.
Terry, multiple sources tell ABC News that Trump is scheduled to meet with Senate Majority Leader John Thune and House Speaker Mike Johnson tomorrow. What can we expect from those meetings?
Well, there is a discussion on how to accomplish some of those very ambitious goals that can only be accomplished through legislation. So they're going to have to pass a law. And the question is, do they throw all of Trump's major efforts on the border, on taxes and the economy, on things like the culture of diversity, equity, and inclusion in the federal government? Some of those things he can do by executive order and will try, although a lot of those are going to end up in the courts. But some of them can only be done by law. For example, extending the Trump tax cuts. And he's going to be talking about the margin that he has in the Senate, which is, for these days, pretty comfortable, 53 Republicans. But that very narrow margin in the House means it's going to be very tricky getting those bills through. And that's what he's going to really be talking about. Also, I think he wants to show the country that he is taking control of Washington itself. There's no question that the Republican Party is at his feet. And the Supreme Court has backed him to the hilt. They have empowered the presidency, supercharged it in recent opinions. This is a president who enters office with partisan and legal powers unlike any other that one can remember.
And Terry, this morning, President Biden, in his final hours in office, pardoned Dr. Anthony Fauci, retired General Mark Milley, and members of the House committee that investigated the January 6th attack on the Capitol. What do you make of that, and what's the latest on that?
It's an amazing moment, really, that these are preemptive pardons. These men have been investigated by Republicans in Congress. There is no evidence that there were crimes committed by any of these men, and women, of course, on the select committee. I'm thinking of Fauci and Milley and the others. And yet Donald Trump, as recently as a few days ago, said they belong in jail. And so in an effort of clemency, of protective clemency, President Biden's one of his last acts protected these people, these political enemies of the incoming president, from being prosecuted by the incoming president. And one of the more striking tableaus is that those pardons for the members of the January 6th Select Committee, Liz Cheney and the others, and the police officers, the Capitol police officers who testified before that committee, they have been pardoned by President Biden. And later today, President Trump, it seems very clear, is going to pardon some of the people who attacked them, who attacked the Capitol. So January 6th hovers over this January 20th, and this is a moment really to reflect on the meaning of it. One of the things at issue in this country still, even after Trump's decisive win, is the meaning of that awful day in 2021.
And Terry, sources tell ABC News Trump is bringing in a record-breaking $250 million in inaugural fundraising. What does that tell you, and what's the impact of that money?
Well, some things never change, is what it tells me. Money and Washington have gone together since the beginning of the Republic. This is a way people purchase influence. Now, obviously, it's also a way for supporters to show their support and that they're happy and they want to help the president have a great party and a great inauguration. But don't kid yourselves, for goodness sake. The checks that Mark Zuckerberg and others and Bill Gates are writing to this inaugural committee, Yeah, they're writing him not because they supported Trump or because they're excited about the MAGA agenda. They wrote it for access. They wrote it for influence. Some things never change, but that's a whopping big number, $250 million. That's record-breaking. You know, Washington is open for business once again in the Trump style. We saw it the first time around. Here it comes again.
And Terry, as John Carl just pointed out, Trump's return to the White House is historic in terms of the political comeback. He's also the first president convicted of a felony. So how significant is this moment in history to see him back in the White House when you look at everything that's transpired over the past few years?
Right. It is, as John said, it is a great American comeback. And Americans love a comeback, right? It's part of the vibe right now is that they couldn't keep this guy down. Now, a lot of people are unhappy about that. Polls show Trump is more popular now. Most incoming presidents are. Country comes around the president after an election. But I think part of it is that comeback. Now, on the felony conviction, you know, that the jury found that there are legitimate grounds for appeal in that case. So that may not hold. Even if it does, you know, winning answers a lot of questions for historians. And although that will certainly go down if it does hold up on appeal as a black mark on President Trump's record in office and out of office, that's where that case dated from, it will also be seen as a political prosecution that the people defeated at the polls.
And the Bidens will be there to welcome Trump back to the White House today. It's part of a long-standing tradition that Trump did not participate in 4 years ago. So what can we expect in terms of the transfer of power?
Well, that is all Joe Biden, isn't it? I mean, Trump scurried out of town after January 6th. He couldn't bear to do the decent thing every other president had done, which is engage in the peaceful transfer of power. This time, Joe Biden looks like the oldest man in America in many ways. In one way, he holds to those traditions. He thinks they're important. He will treat Trump with decency and respect as the representative of the will of the American people. He will ride to the Capitol. I'd like, you know, wouldn't you like to be a fly on the wall or the inside of that limo to hear what they're talking about? There have been frosty transfers of power before. Truman and Eisenhower didn't much like each other. Eisenhower didn't much like Kennedy, et cetera, et cetera. There have been famous rides that there was absolutely no chat at all between the presidents. That might happen, but the symbolism is what matters. One president handing off this enormous power to the next president, both of them sent there by the American people under their Constitution. That's what it means.
All right, Terry Moran, thank you. Coming up, the second inauguration of Donald Trump just hours away. We have the latest on the preparations underway in the nation's capital right after the break.
Your inner circle's been compromised. Either you can't see that or you don't want to.
Who do you think they talk about?
Watch yourself. You're not Steve Rogers. You're right. I'm not.
Who do you think they talk about? Talk about us.
Stand by for proof of death. You want me? Come and get me!
Captain America, Brave New World. Get tickets now.
2025? Bring it. Bring it. Bring it. January mornings on GMA. It is time to start strong in 2025.
Let's do it, people!
How you feel, how you look, being happy, really happy. The secrets and tips you want, you need to living your best. Mornings this January on GMA.
Come on, start strong. Come on, start strong.
You're gonna own 2025.
And we can't wait to help. Let's do it, people. Start strong with GMA. Start strong.
Come on, start strong. Got finished with this? Let's get this done.
Being a cop is stressful. Every year on the job is different. You never really stop being a rookie.
Work smarter, not harder.
You blow me away.
It's a new year of new deals.
I want to be your partner.
And new dreams.
This is for my son.
What you've been able to put together is insanely amazing.
Let's go!
Yes.
New Shark Tank Friday on ABC and stream on Hulu.
Nightline. The stories that shape your world, that shape your life. Dramatic, stunning, empowering, jaw-dropping. The most powerful stories of our time. Nightline, on right after Kimmel and streaming on Hulu. David Muir, ABC's World News Tonight, the most watched newscast in America, and honored with the Emmy Award, winner for Outstanding Live News Program. More Americans watch World News Tonight with David Muir than any other newscast.
Welcome back to ABC News Live. First, we are taking a look at the nation's capital, where President-elect Trump is getting ready to be sworn in as our 47th president in just a few hours. And right now, more than half the country is under cold weather alerts. Wind chills could drop to 50 below zero in parts of the upper Midwest as the Northeast digs out from snow. And now parts of the South are bracing for the most snow in decades. While in Washington, D.C., those frigid temperatures are forcing President Trump's swearing-in ceremony inside. Chief Meteorologist Ginger Z has the latest on the forecast.
Let's start with the chill and the historic storm coming to the Gulf Coast. So, of course, we got snow in the Northeast, which was helping to, dent the snow drought, because we've had quite a snow drought in New England. This is Waterbury, Connecticut. They had about a half foot. Baltimore, Maryland had 1 inch, which puts them at nearly 3 inches above average. We've had this whole flip-flop of season where southern states and southern locations have had more snow than the north. But this morning, plenty cold for almost every state to be making snow. And that's why we've got cold alerts from Arizona and New Mexico right across to Florida, back up to Washington State to Maine. So almost everybody has something alerting them, hey, this is below average by a lot. 30 below the feels like earlier this morning in Minneapolis, as 18 was the feels like in Austin. New Orleans only felt like 20. So when you take that cold air and you make a coastal storm, tonight into tomorrow, we're going to develop this thing in Houston starting at 6 a.m. They've already shut down schools, and rightfully so, because getting snow there, they haven't had 3 inches of snow in 65 years. So there's a potential we do that. And so it's going to be historic from there right through New Orleans and Baton Rouge, over to Mobile, and even in the Florida Panhandle. There will be some sleet mixing in that could cut down on totals. There's a bit that's going to go through coastal South Carolina, but something to keep an eye on for sure, because I-10, that's not going to be pretty. Then we have to talk about the winds, because unfortunately we have this area of extreme fire danger again. Like fires, anything that starts is going to be almost impossible to contain in the area that you see. San Fernando Valley, Santa Clarita, Thousand Oaks, Malibu again. And unfortunately, unlike last week's, which were more easterly, you're going to get a northerly component to these winds. So not just like 2 weeks ago when it was horrible, but pretty bad. Like the humidity is down to 5%. So you've got that particularly dangerous situation, red flag warning again, right from the western San Gabriels through the western Santa Monica Mountains, and in those valleys even. Look at some of the gusts. Ravenna there at nearly 70 miles per hour. This is this afternoon. Santa Clarita, nearly 50 mile per hour gusts. So this is not LA proper. This is just to the north and northwest. But any fire that starts to blow, and then you can't, those embers start to go really fast. So 80 to 100 is the top end of the warning, and we'll be watching this all the way through tomorrow morning, but the offshore flow stays through the midweek.
All right, Chief Meteorologist Ginger Z. Ginger, thank you. Coming up, we will be right back with a lot more on the inauguration, plus some of the day's other top stories. Stay with us.
The news never stops.
From Tampa, we are here tonight as Hurricane Milton has just made landfall.
The surge just keeps coming up.
Right on the border between Ukraine and Russia.
We're in artillery position about 2 miles away from Gaza.
And ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
We're not far from where this rally took place, so just stick with us here.
Traveling with the president to the U.S.-Mexico border.
Here in London today.
Off the coast of Gaza.
Downtown Tel Aviv, rockets or missiles coming in.
From the most devastating disaster in Hawaii. Some areas are still smoldering.
Wherever the story.
From the front lines,
the ruins of Rafah.
From the FBI.
Reporting from Capitol Hill.
In western Portugal, outside of Mexico City.
In Iceland. Let's go.
Here in France.
The eclipse across America.
Just stunning.
Unbelievable.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere, because the news never stops.
America's #1 most watched daytime talk show is ABC's The View.
You all heard it here first.
This is going to be must-see TV, and so much could happen. That's why it's called The what? The View.
America's #1 news, ABC News, now streaming 24/7 on Disney+.
I only have one rule. Stay out of the basement.
What do you got in the basement?
I can't talk about it quite yet.
There's something down there.
that will destroy the world.
We're talking about a monster, a real monster. You are in danger. Kids are disappearing.
Reporting from Madison, Wisconsin on Election Day, I'm Deborah Roberts. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Welcome back to ABC News Live First. President-elect Trump is set to attend a service at St. John's Church in Lafayette Square as he prepares for his inauguration today. The president's services will be moving inside to the Capitol Rotunda due to that bitter cold. And again, those ceremonies just about a few hours away. Our Jay O'Brien has been on Capitol Hill covering this story for us. Jay, what can we expect today from the inauguration?
Yeah, Diane, so we're standing here outside of Capital One Arena, right off the National Mall, as you see Trump supporters getting ready to file in here. It's because of that cold weather change to the inauguration plans that created this event where these people are lined up to get into. They had to cancel the inauguration parade. They had to cancel the large number of tickets that had been issued by members of Congress to their constituents or to Trump donors, etc., for those to attend in and around the west front of the Capitol. So instead, what the Trump team has done here is open up this event at Capital One Arena. There will be screens, according to the incoming Trump administration, where supporters will be able to watch Trump be sworn in and watch his address. Trump, in a Truth Social post, has promised to come here and have a kind of inauguration parade here because the cold weather has also canceled that typical inauguration parade that Americans are so used to seeing, with the then president coming in, proceeding down Pennsylvania Avenue, sometimes walking outside of the limousine and waving. Think back to 4 years ago when President Biden did that, or in 2017 when Donald and Melania Trump did that as well. So all of that is canceled. Instead, they're going to have some kind of version of that inside the Capital One Arena in this direction from me here as folks try to file in. We've seen, and you can see it further down here more, Diane, tents and chairs and people who seem to have slept here overnight, or at least from the early morning hours, to try to get a spot inside. But the reality is not nearly everyone who's lined up here, certainly not at any number of the folks who got tickets to this inauguration, are going to be able to get inside to the Capital One Arena. It's got a 20,000 seat capacity, Diane.
Jay, part of the reason why they moved the events were because Trump said that it would be too dangerous for people to be outside all day, hours and hours in the cold, and so on. And so how are people there reacting to the cold and the fact that they may be lining up for an event they can't even make it inside to?
Look, we've talked to folks here, and there is a disappointment that they couldn't be where they planned to be on the west front of the Capitol, et cetera, et cetera. Certainly, those who gave money to the campaign that I've talked to over the last few days or have been trying to get some kind of FaceTime at these inauguration events with Donald Trump certainly are feeling the bite of this cold weather rescheduling more and more and more. That, in addition to the supporters that I've talked to who came in from different parts of the country. I just talked to someone earlier today who came in all the way from Santa Monica, California to be here today. So obviously, this is an upheaval for them. It's a complete change of plans, but they're still here. They're still trying to get into the Capitol One Arena. They're still trying to see what they can of this inauguration to witness this culmination of Donald Trump's comeback, Diane.
And I want to bring in Washington Post associate editor and ABC News political contributor Mary Jordan. Mary, this is a day that is normally marked by tradition, but you say this inauguration is going to be very different. Why?
Well, not only did it move indoors for the first time in decades, boy, the scramble going on in this town. I mean, people have been up for 24 hours because 200,000 people had tickets to watch this, and now moving it inside means only 20,000 people can see it. But really, what we saw this morning with Joe Biden issuing in the last seconds of his presidency these extraordinary pardons. I mean, this is going to go down in history. These are pardons for people that maybe a lot of Americans don't know. This is General Milley. He was the chair of the Joint Chief of Staff. We had Anthony Fauci, our top health official. So Inauguration Day 2024 is really starting out as most extraordinary. And we know that after the oath of office, the Trump people are telling us that he is going to issue one executive order after the other today. You just don't see this. He is going to basically reverse key things that the Biden administration did. So if there was a lot of land in the Arctic Circle in Alaska preserved, now it's going to be, okay, Donald Trump said you can drill there because he says that we need a new energy policy for the country. I mean, it's almost whiplash about what's going on, about who's being pardoned, which executive order is reversing what the other person did. And then in the middle of all this, they're supposed to meet for tea and go to the Capitol for the peaceful transition of power. I mean, it's not the usual Inauguration Day.
And Jay and Mary, rather, what tea do you have on that tea between the president and president-elect here? Because, again, a very different picture from what we saw last time.
Oh, boy, that is the question. Can you imagine, I mean, the animosity, the fierceness between these two men who have known each other a long time, have been competitors. Biden won the last time. Trump didn't accept it. Now Trump has clearly won, as Biden clearly won the last time. And what are they going to talk about? The only good thing is there's so much snow and ice that they can always revert to the weather because there's not much else that they can agree on.
And Jay, one of President Biden's last acts as president, it turns out, will be the pardoning of Dr. Anthony Fauci, who led the nation's efforts against COVID, General Mark Milley, and several others who led the investigation into the attack on the Capitol on January 6th. What do you make of that, and how does that throw sort of an extra complication, maybe you could say, between this tea the two are having today?
Yeah, and that's a preemptive move, Diane, to try to thwart, obviously, any kind of Trump administration investigation into those figures, because Donald Trump has mused in the past on the campaign trail of using the Department of Justice to potentially investigate those that were on the January 6th committee. He's even mused about the fact that Liz Cheney, in his view, and other members of the committee, in his words, should, quote unquote, be in jail. And so this is President Biden attempting to, at the 11th hour, just before Donald Trump is sworn in, thwart that. But when you talk about pardons, there's another thing as it relates to January 6th to keep a close eye on, which is in this flurry of executive actions that we now know from reporting from our Rachel Scott and Catherine Falders that Trump is planning to issue. Does that flurry of executive actions, those day one moves that Donald Trump has promised to do today on what will be his first half day or so in office, does that include his promised pardons for January 6 defendants, including those who hurt police officers? 140 Capitol police officers were injured in the Capitol attack. Donald Trump has promised pardons for those January 6 defendants. So who is he going to pardon if he truly follows through with that promise? Does he pardon those who were convicted of violent crimes that day? That's something that I can tell you. I've talked to January 6 defendants themselves who are in federal prison. I've talked to them on the phone. I've talked to their families waiting for them outside. They are jubilant today. Some of them were even planning to go to the inauguration at the Capitol, some of those January 6 families, and even some ex-defendants who had gotten out of prison because they were so thrilled about these promised pardons of Donald Trump. So they're waiting for him to follow through with that long campaign promise, Diane.
And just about 8:30 in the morning now on the East Coast, and we are covering these preparations underway for President Trump's inauguration set to take place in just a few hours. You can see the people lining up there behind Jay O'Brien trying to get in to the Capital One Arena, where some of the festivities will be moving indoors because of the cold weather. And I want to bring in Don Mihalik, ABC News contributor and former senior Secret Service agent, because, Don, this is also taking place amid a heightened threat level in general, plus after two assassination attempts against this very then presidential candidate and now soon to be president again. So how do you keep an event like this secure, and how much easier does that become now that the swearing in ceremony will be taking place inside the U.S. Capitol and not outside as originally planned?
So, Diane, the Secret Service starts planning for the inauguration almost a year ahead of time because it's a designated national special security event. Under that planning process, they work with all their stakeholder partners, the FBI, Metropolitan Police, Capitol Police, to plan this event. Of course, we've had inaugurations before, so this isn't the first time that an inauguration has been planned and secured by the Secret Service. As they're looking at their plans for the inauguration, they look at threat intelligence. So far, what we've heard is that there's no direct threats towards the inauguration or President Trump for the inauguration, but there are general threats about copycat lone wolf attackers, foreign actors, cyber actors. All of that gets processed by the Secret Service with its partners as they put their security plans into place. As far as moving the event from outside to inside, there's always a plan in place to move outside events inside. You always had that in your back pocket as a Secret Service agent because there are weather calls that are made. And in this case, I'm sure that was part of their planning process. The issue here with a move like this for an event this size, of course, is communication to all the partners about what's going on, when the move is going to occur, and the logistics of moving people around with the numbers of people involved in security, 8,000 National Guard, 25,000 police officers. Communication and logistics can be difficult, but all of that is baked into this planning process to make sure that all threats are covered and that the event is as secure as possible.
And Mary, President-elect Trump showed a lot of fundraising muscle during the campaign season, but that also continued post-election. Sources now say he's bringing in a record-breaking $250 million in inaugural fundraising. What do you make of that?
Well, a lot of people are looking at that, and he has said that he's not going to spend all that money and that some of it might go to his future presidential library and museum. But the fact is that because so many very, very wealthy people and powerful people, the heads and the owners of some of the biggest companies in America have given money. People are kind of looking at that and saying, well, what do they want for that $1 million that they just gave Donald Trump? There's been a lot all weekend. The CEOs of corporations have been meeting one-on-one or two-on-one with Donald Trump. Of course, Elon Musk has given a massive amount of money to the campaign, and he's here in Washington now. You're going to see more wealthy, well-known, powerful people at an inauguration than certainly I've ever seen in decades here. There's a lot of money rolling around, and I think people just want to know why are they giving all this money, and are they going to expect something in return?
And Jay, as Mary points out, many of those CEOs are expected to be in attendance today. What are you hearing about the guest list?
Hold on, Diane. So we're just getting a sense of where folks are from. And actually, forgive me for interrupting you, but you said you were from Michigan.
Michigan.
Right? Your family name?
Anderson.
This is the Anderson family from Michigan. Who's from California? There was a California person. California. And who said Chicago? There was a Chicago person. Chicago. So...
Go, Donald Trump!
Disappointed that you can't get in even despite the cold.
Oh, we're getting it.
Or disappointed that you can't be on the west front of the Capitol, rather, and see him outside.
Yes.
But still, you'll get into Capitol One. We don't want to take you away from line. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much. Nice meeting you. So as you can tell, as we said, people coming in from across the country, the cold weather did not turn them away. I bungled the phraseology of that question, but there was a little bit of disappointment that they couldn't be on the west front of the Capitol or in the National Mall, as some had planned to watch Donald Trump in person in that swearing in that venue, as is typical. You haven't had this kind of a cold weather cancellation of certain ceremonies, if you will, save from 1985 when Ronald Reagan was sworn in for his second term. Point being, Diane, while there is this cold weather, while there is all of this, it hasn't been enough to turn off people from waiting here in line to file into the Capital One Arena to try to A, watch this ceremony on monitors there, and then B, try to catch a glimpse of Donald Trump if he really does come into this arena and have his kind of inauguration parade in this venue, which he has said he's going to do. So it won't be your traditional inauguration, but it does put on keen display the Donald Trump's base of support and his strength of support and the fact that his supporters will stand in the cold. Again, as I said, there were tents at the end of this line. People slept here overnight. It's that base of support that has carried Donald Trump through really his entire political career and brought him to this comeback. It's carried him through political exile after he left the White House after the 2020 election. It carried him through 4 criminal indictments, an assassination attempt, the ups and downs of this tumultuous campaign, and it's on display here with people willing to stand in the cold, sleep overnight, etc., to catch a glimpse of him as he finalizes that comeback.
And Jay, that's what's happening outside. What more are you hearing about what's happening inside? Not only in the Capital One Arena later, but in the U.S. Rotunda as Trump is sworn in as 47th president.
Well, that ceremony, again, it will take place, as you say, in the Rotunda. It won't look exactly like Ronald Reagan's ceremony in 1985. They have a raised platform, and the visuals look a little bit different. But if you look back to some of those images from the 80s, you can kind of get a sense of what the room might look like. It looks very close together. Obviously, space is going to be at a premium there. You don't have the entire west front of the Capitol to place the VIPs, the various tech billionaires. Donald Trump has invited the various cabinet designates, his picks, to join his various cabinet positions, the Supreme Court, et cetera, et cetera. You don't have any of that. Instead, you've got just the Capitol Rotunda, a much limited section of space. So these people are going to be piled on top of each other. And it'll be interesting to see how the interpersonal dynamics play out, because you've got tech billionaires, for instance, who publicly don't always get along. You've got various members of Congress who will be on top of each other. You've got ex-presidents as well. President Obama coming, President Biden sitting there as well. So watching the interpersonal dynamics, particularly in that very, very close setting like the Rotunda, is going to give us a unique insight into how all of this is going to play out with these various figures.
All right, Jay O'Brien, Don Mihalik, and Mary Jordan, thank you. Coming up, the second inauguration of President-elect Trump just hours away. We have the latest on those preparations underway in the nation's capital. Coming up right after the break. Stay with us.
Riley was a mother, wife, speaker at her church.
Everybody loved her.
She got diagnosed with cancer.
I heard the words, "You have stage 3 blood cancer."
When Amanda told me she had cancer, I was so devastated.
A beloved young Christian woman fighting a battle undeserved. We gave our hearts, our prayers.
We thought she was God's gift, but she was a liar.
Why would somebody fake cancer?
Thousands of people threw money at her. The community raised $100,000.
What surprised me is the lengths that she went to fake the cancer. There's all these pictures of her in the hospital with IVs, tubing.
She was accused of faking cancer. She hurt tons of people.
It was only a matter of time until Amanda's whole world came tumbling down.
Oh my God!
I was like, ha, you're lying and you're getting caught. This is over. But it wasn't, not even close.
Amanda premieres January 30th on ABC and stream on Hulu.
She's the New York Times #1 best-selling author, and Friday on GMA, the wait is over. Rebecca Yarros is live. Her first TV interview anywhere about her new book millions of fans have been waiting for. What will she reveal? Don't miss Rebecca Yarros Friday on Good Morning America.
Tonight, the inauguration of the 47th President of the United States. Full coverage from the nation's capital, plus the LA winds and millions facing dangerous cold. World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Attention teachers, no child is to be sent to the principal's office today. Kids, if you want to do a crime, now's the time. Happy first day in school.
Weren't there like 4 more of these?
Yeah, we were robbed.
Hey, buy 3, get 1 free.
I'ma call your mother on you. Bring the rest back here, boy.
Welcome back to ABC News Live. First, you are looking live at the White House on this Inauguration Monday, where President Biden and the First Lady are preparing to host President-elect Trump and Melania Trump for tea and coffee before Trump takes the oath of office in just a few hours. A ceasefire deal is holding this morning with the first Israeli hostages and Palestinian prisoners freed. They're just some of the releases planned as part of the first phase of a ceasefire agreement. Now more talks are needed to see the next phase of the agreement. Foreign correspondent Tom Soufi-Burridge joins me live from Jerusalem. Tom, you were at the Palestinian prisoner exchange where 90 people were released. What was that like?
Yeah, I mean, there was a sense of euphoria on the streets, to be honest, Diane, of the West Bank last night. A huge crowd, a very chaotic scene as those two buses carrying around 90 Palestinian prisoners, women and young men, were driven away from an Israeli prison where they were being held. And I think it was striking, and it's unavoidable to not talk about this. You got to recognize that the main color in that procession last night was green, the green of Hamas. Now, you know, it's hard to say exactly how popular Hamas is in the West Bank, but clearly they're still a force to be reckoned with.
We're going to go to our special report on the inauguration.
Welcome, viewers from across the network, now here this morning as President-elect Donald Trump is set to begin his Inauguration Day celebrations and ceremonies. We know he's been staying at Blair House overnight, the presidential guest house on Pennsylvania Avenue. Now he's preparing to go to St. John's Church for the traditional church service. I want to go to our senior White House correspondent, Selena Wang. Good morning, Selena.
Hey, good morning, George. Yeah, Donald Trump and his family, they are leaving Blair House. They're on their way to St. John's for that traditional church service. They'll then be returning to Blair House, and Biden will be hosting Trump for that traditional tea ceremony. That is, of course, something that Biden himself was not afforded 4 years ago. But President Biden wants to make very clear that this is going to be a peaceful transfer of power. Now, we also saw several of Donald Trump's family members leave Blair House and motorcade over to that church service. Blair House, it is a tradition for the incoming president to stay at what's considered the president's guest house the night before inauguration. This is a tradition that Donald Trump also followed 8 years ago. So staying with him at Blair House, we saw several of his children, including Eric Trump, Don Jr., Ivanka, and Jared, as well as Tiffany Trump. Ivanka and Jared, they had played very key roles in the first administration as advisors to Donald Trump. But for this administration, they're not expected to play official roles. They've said that they want to focus on their families and want to step away from politics, George.
Selena Wang, thanks very much. The president now is pulled up. President-elect is pulled up to St. John's Church. Elizabeth Schulze is there. He's going to be greeting Reverend Robert Fisher. Elizabeth.
He will, George, and this is a tradition to attend services here before inauguration. The Reverend Robert Fisher says the service is expected to be short, but a moment to pause and reflect, a time of quiet before the rest of the day goes on, before the ceremonies of the rest of the inauguration. We are told that the message today, George, will be explicitly, you can see now right behind me, George, the president exiting the motorcade with the First Lady just behind me here at St. George's Church.
He's going to be walking up and greeting the pastor. Some protest there in the background, Elizabeth?
No protests. Some reporter is trying to yell at the president. He's not responding to that. Walking forward, blocked a bit by our view here, but
he's just greeted. He's walking inside.
Walk in with his family inside.
Echoes of 2016, when the president also had his first ceremony there. We're going to be covering this all morning long, all day long here on ABC, these inaugural festivities, the ceremonies, and the executive actions expected from President-elect Trump. Stay with us.
This has been a special report from ABC News.
The news never stops. We are here in Israel, a nation at war.
We heard what appeared to be gunfire. The former president rushed off the stage.
Hurricane Helene ravaging the coastline of Florida.
It's moving really fast, screaming across the state.
And that's why ABC News Live never stops.
Taking you to the center of the story.
As news breaks live.
We hear the small arms fire around us. We're right on the border between Ukraine and Russia.
ABC News Live is there for you at the start of your day, all morning live.
ABC News Live, right there, as events unfold across the day. ABC News Live, breaking down the day's top stories.
Lyle and Eric Menendez, there is new evidence in this case.
ABC News Live Prime going there, wherever the story is.
Are you going to build it back up?
And ABC News Live, lighting up the weekends.
With breaking news and all the latest pop headlines.
Happy Oscars Sunday.
A lot to watch for tonight.
ABC News Live.
Because the news never stops.
Will
Trent is the best show on TV.
I'm gonna be sticking around for a while.
New Tuesday.
I got a call about a body.
First case back. So far, we got nothing.
Someone is hiding something.
We're gonna get to the bottom of this.
Well, you don't seem like you belong here.
That guy's a handyman. He murdered a 17-year-old.
Are you looking for something?
We have an emergency.
New Will Trent, Tuesday on ABC and stream on Hulu.
Hey, good morning, America.
Good morning, America. Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Every day of your life.
Tonight, the inauguration of the 47th President of the United States. Full coverage from the nation's capital, plus the LA winds and millions facing dangerous cold. World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
America's #1 news, ABC News, now streaming 24/7 on Disney+.
Help! Mr. Campbell, I remembered I left something in the bathroom. Deuces. Parker out.
There we go, there we go, there we go again. Swinging through the city so fast you can barely.
Gotcha! Check out our next victim in his dumb costume. Is my suit really that bad? Ouch.
Taking off the mask, I know what you say.
Ah, nice of you to join us, Mr. Parker. See me after class.
Streaming January 29th.
Get this, people. Now we're streaming every weekend right to you.
With an all-new show, an all-new view, special for the weekends. Now you can catch The View 7 days a week.
I wonder if you can handle it. It's The Weekend View.
The Weekend View.
It's The Weekend View. Streaming on ABC News Live, wherever you stream. Take a little time to enjoy The Weekend View.
See you on the weekend!
Now streaming Saturday and Sunday mornings on ABC News Live, wherever you stream.
Welcome back to ABC News Live. First, a ceasefire deal is holding this morning with the first Israeli hostages and Palestinian prisoners freed. They are just some of the releases planned as part of the first phase of the ceasefire agreement. Now more talks are needed to set the next phase. Chief Foreign Correspondent Ian Pannell is in Israel with the latest.
Overwhelming relief and emotional reunions in Israel as the first 3 hostages are released as part of the US-backed ceasefire deal. And emotional celebrations among Palestinians in the West Bank overnight as the first group of prisoners is released. Our Tom Sufi Burridge is there.
Well, you can feel the sense of euphoria here as these first Palestinian detainees, women and young men, are welcomed back like heroes into the West Bank.
And Israeli tanks pull back and the guns fall silent, this is what they leave behind. Shocking images this morning of a wasteland of dust and debris. Entire communities, lives gone. Over 46,000 died here, according to the Hamas Health Ministry. The reconstruction will take years. The 15-month war began after Hamas massacred 1,200 in Israel and kidnapped 250. It was from this devastation that the hostages emerged. After more than a year in captivity, Emily Damari, Romy Gunen and Doron Steinbrecher handed from Hamas militants to the Red Cross. Then this, the women safely back in Israeli hands. And within a few hours, 471 days since they were kidnapped, back in the arms of their loved ones. This, the start of a 3-part ceasefire and hostage release deal. The first phase expected to see the return of nearly 2,000 Palestinian prisoners and the gradual release of 33 hostages over the next 6 weeks. Not all of them are alive. A reminder that this is just the very beginning of a difficult and fragile peace process. There are many things that could still go wrong. One of the many striking things about the images we've seen is the mass men of Hamas back on the streets, still in charge of Gaza. And that's a huge problem for Israel and a huge problem for the incoming Trump administration.
Chief Foreign Correspondent Ian Pannell, thank you. And President-elect Trump is promising to delay the federal ban on TikTok with an executive order. The app shut itself down in the U.S. this weekend, but hours later it flipped back on with a message crediting the president-elect. Now Trump says he will keep TikTok available, but his options to do that are limited. ABC's Elizabeth Schulze has those details.
Y'all, are we back? Are we back? She's back!
After giving its 170 million U.S. users a taste of life without TikTok, the app is back up and running for now.
Now that TikTok is back, I'll be the first to admit we looked a little crazy crashing out like that, guys.
The 14-hour shutdown ended midday Sunday.
I am so thankful TikTok is saved.
Users celebrating with the hashtag TikTok is back.
We're back.
TikTok turned itself back on after President-elect Trump promised he would sign an executive order delaying a nationwide ban. That ban is part of a federal law passed with bipartisan support by Congress and upheld by the Supreme Court. It forces TikTok to cut ties with its Chinese owner ByteDance because of national security concerns.
And as of today, TikTok is back.
The law is still in effect, but Trump says his administration won't immediately enforce it. Trump also suggesting the U.S. should own a 50% stake in TikTok, without offering details about how that would work. TikTok welcomed back users with the message, as a result of President Trump's efforts, TikTok is back in the U.S.
Now, as of this morning, TikTok still isn't available on Apple or Google's app stores, which means you can't download it or do software updates. And other apps owned by ByteDance, like the popular video editing app CapCut, also are not available. Diane.
All right, Elizabeth Schulze, thank you. Coming up, the second inauguration of Donald Trump is just hours away. We have the latest on the preparation underway in the nation's capital right after the break.
Get this, people. Now we're streaming every weekend right to you.
With an all-new show, an all-new view, special for the weekends. Now you can catch The View 7 days a week.
I wonder if you can handle it.
It's The Weekend View.
The Weekend View.
It's The Weekend View. Streaming on ABC News Live, wherever you stream. Take a little time to enjoy The Weekend View.
See you on the weekend!
Now streaming Saturday and Sunday mornings on ABC News Live, wherever you stream.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families.
On the ground in Ukraine.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
Who is this guy?
He was kind of creepy. Pure evil.
We were shocked.
This is every woman's nightmare.
This is not just any killer.
There was 11 skulls.
Drawn using a finger in blood.
All of these victims' souls belong to him.
They're mine. I'm more sane than most Americans.
This guy is an evil genius. He's the best serial killer that ever existed.
He compared himself to Ted Bundy.
Wild Crime, 11 Skulls, only on Hulu.
All we want is to find our way home.
I'll get you home.
Got a crew of murderous bounty hunters. He's coming after us. We have to move fast.
We have no idea who he is.
You can trust me.
You're a Jedi, right?
Of course.
What just happened?
Watch this.
Skeleton Crew, new episodes Tuesdays, only on Disney+.
Reporting in the aftermath of Hurricane Milton in Fort Pierce, Florida, I'm Eva Pilgrim. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Welcome back to ABC News Live. First, President-elect Trump and Melania Trump have arrived for a church service at St. John's in Washington, a tradition for presidential inaugurations. Trump is set to take the oath of office in just a few hours, and his inauguration caps off the greatest political comeback in American history. Trump left the White House in 2020 defeated and facing his second impeachment trial. Now he's returning with more popular support than ever. Chief Washington correspondent Jonathan Karl has more on Trump's journey back to the White House.
Over the weekend, President-elect Donald Trump returned to Washington feeling vindicated and triumphant.
We won! We won!
4 years after he left the White House, defeated and considered a pariah by many for his refusal to acknowledge that defeat, Trump has vanquished his political enemies. Celebrating his inauguration weekend with a fireworks celebration, a visit to Arlington National Cemetery, and a big rally with his supporters.
It's fun to stay at the YMCA.
He even appeared alongside the band The Village People for a performance of their hit YMCA, a staple at Trump campaign rallies.
We not only won a mandate, but we built a new American majority that will lead our country to unparalleled success for generations to come.
Trump's road back to the White House was littered with criminal investigations, federal indictments for allegedly mishandling classified documents, and trying to overturn the last election. And even a 34-count felony conviction in New York, a first for an American president. Trump still denies all wrongdoing, calling the probes and prosecutions a witch hunt. Despite it all, Trump breezed through a crowded Republican primary and knocked out not one, but two Democratic opponents. First, Joe Biden, after a devastating debate, and then Kamala Harris. Along the way, Trump narrowly escaped an attempt on his life at a rally over the summer in Butler, Pennsylvania. Rising to his feet, bloodied, and shouting, "Fight, fight, fight," an image that came to define his campaign. Another would-be assassin just 9 weeks later, spotted and stopped by the Secret Service just hundreds of feet from Trump. One big question as Donald Trump moves back into the White House is how much time he will devote to settling old scores. During the campaign, he often promised retribution. At times, he spoke about going after his enemies, but he also said that success will be his retribution. This much is clear. Donald Trump comes back into the White House with more experience and more popular support than he has ever had. As far as the possibility of retribution in the form of political prosecutions, one of his final acts as president, President Biden has issued preemptive pardons for some of those who had been threatened by Trump during the campaign, including Dr. Anthony Fauci, General Mark Milley, who served as chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff under Trump, and also members of the January 6th committee. So those preemptive pardons, it would seem, would make it impossible for President Trump to initiate any kind of criminal prosecution, at least of those individuals. Diane?
All right, Chief Washington correspondent Jonathan Karl. John, thank you. And thank you for watching. I'm Diane Macedo. The news never stops, and neither do we. You can find ABC News Live anywhere you stream live news, on the ABC News app or on abcnews.com. Special coverage of Donald Trump's second inauguration continues right after the break with David Muir. Stay with us.
Your inner circle's been compromised. Either you can't see that or you don't want to.
Who you think they tell about?
Watch yourself. You're not Steve Rogers.
You're right. I'm not.
Who you think they tell about? Tell about us.
Stand by for proof of death.
You want me? Come and get me.
Captain America, Brave New World. Get tickets now.
It's incredible how many lives idols change.
It proves that dreams really do come true.
This is the place where it all started for me.
You never forget that moment that changed everything. If you're dreaming out there, please keep dreaming.
Is our next American Idol among us today?
Ladies and gentlemen, the Commodores.
The winner is Carrie Underwood. American Idol's next chapter begins March 9th on ABC.
Will Trent is the best show on TV.
I'm gonna be sticking around for a while.
New Tuesday.
I got a call about a body?
First case back. So far, we got nothing.
Someone is hiding something.
We're gonna get to the bottom of this.
Well, you don't seem like you belong here.
That guy's a handyman.
He murdered a 17-year-old. Are you looking for something?
We have an emergency.
New Will Trent, Tuesday on ABC and stream on Hulu.
Hey, good morning, America.
Good morning, America. Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Every day of your life.
Tonight, the inauguration of the 47th President of the United States. Full coverage from the nation's capital, plus the LA winds and millions facing dangerous cold. World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
America's #1 news, ABC News, now streaming 24/7 on Disney+.
Well,
Inauguration of President-elect Donald Trump. America and the world about to witness the peaceful transfer of power as Donald Trump, the 45th and soon the 47th President of the United States, returns to the White House. ABC News live coverage of the Inauguration Day here in America starts right now.
Today, history will be made.
Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future.
This is an ABC News special event. Donald Trump inside the Capitol Rotunda, taking the oath of office for the second time, becoming the 47th President of the United States.
It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us.
From the historic swearing in to his inaugural address, the celebration, and then to the Oval Office in the White House.
This will truly be the golden age of America.
The second inauguration of Donald J. Trump. Now reporting from Washington, David Muir.
Good morning, everyone, from Washington, and thank you for joining us on this historic day here in America, the inauguration of President-elect Donald Trump, the 47th President of the United States. ABC News, of course, will have live coverage all day here. History in the making, the peaceful transfer of power, of course, a cornerstone of our democracy. Donald Trump will take the oath of office inside the Capitol Rotunda just before noon today. The ceremony moved indoors because of the cold weather. Wind chills expected in the single digits here in Washington, D.C. President-elect Trump, incoming First Lady Melania Trump, attending the traditional service at St. John's Episcopal Church, a tradition that started back with FDR. You can see them there this morning. And following the service, the Trumps will go to the White House for tea with President Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden. Obviously, this is something that we did not see 4 years ago when President Biden won. The Bidens will welcome the Trumps on the steps of the North Portico, and they will all move inside the White House. We'll be watching the cameras very closely today for the body language. And of course, we just wish we could listen to that conversation inside. From the White House, the Trumps will then move to the Capitol, where Donald Trump and J.D. Vance will take their oaths of office. The swearing-in ceremony moved indoors for the first time since Ronald Reagan back in 1985. Work crews, of course, racing the clock to get everything in place. This will now be a much smaller gathering today, with many ticket holders no longer able to attend. The weather throwing a huge wrench into what is obviously a very carefully orchestrated event. Several major changes had to be made. Instead of a parade down Pennsylvania Avenue, for one, President Trump will now appear before thousands of supporters watching the inauguration at Capital One Arena. There will be so many moments to watch for today, whether you supported Donald Trump or whether you might have been hoping for another outcome. There's still plenty to witness as history unfolds. Even the guest list, major tech CEOs, including Trump advisor Elon Musk, Amazon's Jeff Bezos, Meta's Mark Zuckerberg, Apple's Tim Cook, along with the CEOs of TikTok and Google, they'll all be there today. Of course, there's massive security presence surrounding the U.S. Capitol today. Thousands of law enforcement officers and officials have come in from across the country, along with 7,800 National Guard members. Almost immediately after taking the oath of office, President Trump is expected to begin signing the first wave of nearly 100 executive actions. Now, that's what he has said publicly, including action on immigration and the border. We do have reporting this morning that that number could be much higher when it comes to executive actions. We'll have to wait and see. We'll hear from our reporters working this all day long. Among his top campaign promises, Trump vowing to begin mass deportations. He's also expected to issue a wide range of pardons for prisoners convicted for their roles in the January 6th attack on the Capitol. We do have some breaking news we're also following this morning from the outgoing president, President Biden, in his final hours in office. Biden issuing preemptive pardons for Dr. Anthony Fauci, retired General Mark Milley, former Congresswoman Liz Cheney, and members of the House committee who investigated January 6th. President Biden concerned about possible retaliation by members of the new administration. So we'll get to that here in a moment as well. A busy day and night ahead across for our nation's capital and for the nation as a whole. We're all here to witness the history of this day. So let's get right to our powerhouse political team. Before we get to the breaking news from the outgoing president, first Linsey Davis, the incoming president, Donald Trump. It's a return to Washington. Trump 2.0,
yes.
A bit of a do-over for Donald Trump.
It is really the second act removed by a number of years. But what is really interesting is the rarity of how uncommon it is for this day to coincide with Martin Luther King Day, right? This is something that we've only seen. This is the third time we've seen it. We won't see it again until 2053. Many will remember that it was 2013 during Obama's second inauguration when it actually occurred the last last time. And on that day, he actually used the Bible that was provided to him by the King family to actually put his hand on while he was sworn in. And what's interesting, David, is I had a chance to talk with Harry Dunn. You were talking about some of those who received the presumptive pardons today. And he said, it's not lost on me that this is taking place on MLK Day. The rotunda built by the enslaved, and this time 4 years ago in the rotunda where Trump supporters attempted to overthrow the government. Many people have to be mindful of that. It's interesting, though, because there are a number of Democrats who were saying that they were going to boycott today, that they weren't going to watch. But it was Bernice King, MLK's youngest daughter, Reverend King, who said that it's so important that we listen to what Donald Trump says on this day.
No question about that. People who supported Donald Trump joyous at his return, becoming the 47th president officially just a short time from now. And of course, those who did not vote for Donald Trump are hoping for a different outcome. Also, plenty to watch here today and plenty of questions to ask about what some of these initial first steps will be. You're looking live right there at St. John's Church. Of course, that is Lafayette Square. This is tradition, this morning service that began back with FDR. They're inside the church right now. The incoming president and First Lady Melania Trump returning to Washington as well. And as we await the images of them coming back out of the church, John Carl, I want to bring you in on the breaking news. Just a short time ago, the outgoing president, President Biden, there were a lot of questions about whether or not he would do this. And still, when the headlines broke, it is quite something to see. Outgoing pardons right before he leaves for Liz Cheney, for Anthony Fauci, for General Mark Milley. Obviously, the outgoing president concerned about what could have happened to them had he not done this.
Look, in the campaign, Donald Trump talked about retribution. It was really a cornerstone of his campaign. And there were several times during the campaign, David, where he specifically suggested prosecutions for the members of the January 6th committee, Liz Cheney, and the others, for Mark Milley, who, of course, was his own chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and Anthony Fauci. In the case of Milley, Trump at one point actually suggested he could face the death penalty. So faced with that, Joe Biden has made this perhaps his last official act as president to issue these blanket pardons. He says this was done not because he believes any of these people committed crimes or did anything wrong, but that they will face politically motivated prosecutions. Now, I spoke to Dr. Anthony Fauci, who is right there at the top of the list of pardons this morning, just a short while ago. He said that he didn't seek this, he didn't ask for it, that the White House first reached out in late December about this, but he welcomes it because he knows that if he had faced prosecutions or even investigations, it would have consumed his family. It could have been very costly and very detrimental. So a really big move here by Biden on the way out the door.
Very costly and for many years to come. And Dr. Fauci, I saw in your note that you sent out on our in-house DL, we call this, the email system, when you talked to Fauci just a short time ago. He made it very clear, though. He said, John, I didn't do anything wrong here.
He made it absolutely clear. And it's important that Biden underlined this in the statement he issued putting out these pardons. This is not saying that any of these people did anything wrong or would have warranted prosecution, but Donald Trump made it clear. And by the way, David, something I've just learned, I think this may have an impact on what Trump does today right after he gets sworn in. As we've discussed, Donald Trump has talked about pardons for the January 6th prisoners, for those that were convicted of attacking the Capitol. The plan as of late last night, I am told by somebody familiar, that Donald Trump was going to issue pardons for hundreds of them, but not all of them. That those that were involved in attacking police officers, for instance, would wait for a further review by his Justice Department. I am told that it is quite possible that he goes further now and truly issues blanket pardons for virtually everybody who attacked the Capitol on January 6th, in part because out of a reaction to what Joe Biden did.
Well, this is why this day is going to be historic in a multitude of ways. But again, you're looking live right now at St. John's, Lafayette Square, not far from the White House, as we all know, where the president, the incoming president, Donald Trump, and the incoming First Lady, Melania Trump, in their return to Washington 4 years later. They are there for the morning service. They had stayed at Blair House overnight. And again, we're going to cover all of the pomp and circumstance of this day, every moment. And of course, one of the first questions that comes to mind for me is what will this conversation, this exchange, this moment be like at the White House with President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden, particularly now given the news that broke just moments ago of these pardons on the way out. Mary Bruce, our chief White House correspondent, you had reported on the possibility of this coming. What do you think it was in those final hours?
It is really a remarkable use of presidential power in the 11th hour, and President Biden is really sending this strong signal that he fears that Donald Trump will abuse his power, in office. The fact that he is doing this right at the last second certainly will make for some very interesting, perhaps more tense conversation. We do know, though, that they've discussed this before. You'll recall the last time that President Biden and Donald Trump spoke extensively was during that nearly 2-hour-long meeting shortly after the election, and this came up. Joe Biden raising the possibility that Donald Trump would follow through on those promises of retribution and what it might mean for these officials. But whether or not Donald Trump may have given him some assurances, and we have seen, Donald Trump being a bit wishy-washy on this, suggesting that maybe he would just leave it up to the Justice Department as to whether or not he would prosecute these people. Joe Biden simply wasn't going to leave any of this up to chance. He wanted to make sure that he was able to proactively protect them while stressing that they have done nothing wrong yet, but simply because the possibility of these kinds of prosecutions would wreak havoc, as he said, on their lives.
We have reported along the way here that 2-hour conversation in the Oval Office, the outgoing president, President Biden, inviting Donald Trump to the White House, something we didn't see 4 years ago. Donald Trump did not invite Joe Biden to the White House after Joe Biden won by about 7 million votes. It wasn't really a close election at all, even though there were questions that the courts tossed out, and many of them Republican-appointed judges. We've gone over this over and over again, so we won't belabor it here this morning. But the fact that they're going to be back together this morning at the White House for the tea, the customary tea. This was something that President Biden felt very strongly about, that the traditions of the peaceful transfer of power, even if he wasn't afforded the invitation 4 years ago, he was determined to get back on track in this respect.
And adamant to show the American people the importance of those democratic, fundamentals that this country values, which is the peaceful transfer of power, that even though it was something, as you noted, that he was not afforded 4 years ago, that he's going to go through with this day. He has just talked with Donald Trump, inviting him to the White House. They're going to have this traditional, long-standing tea that we usually see, and then they're going to travel together up to the Capitol. They're going to be spending a lot of time together today, and Joe Biden was adamant that the country see this. Of course, we've heard from the president in recent days his outgoing message to the nation that, as he argues, American democracy is something that isn't just important, but has to be protected. And part of protecting it is for Americans to see that whether you win or lose, you are going to participate in this transfer of power.
Obviously, the bulletproof motorcade, they'll be in that car together. Does Donald Trump say to Joe Biden, what's with the pardons today?
Can you imagine, to be a fly on the wall in these conversations? It certainly must make things a little bit more tense, you would imagine. And it is remarkable, we certainly have seen before pardons, made from an outgoing administration, none quite like this before. But then to see pardons likely being made by an incoming president so shortly after taking office, that certainly is unprecedented as well.
Really interesting what John Carl said, too, which is to wait and see how Donald Trump will react to the news, and if, in fact, he reacts just to the temperature of the day, given the developments, if he goes even further than perhaps he was planning on day one. But again, we want to get ahead of ourselves. There'll be plenty to talk about because we are expecting at least about 100 executive actions. Before we even get there, Martha, I wanted to come to you, too, because you've covered the Pentagon and global affairs for so many years, and General Mark Milley also on this list of pardons for President Biden.
It is extraordinary. He was chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the highest-ranking military officer in this nation. And I'm looking at those images of St. John's Church. That day in June 2020, when the National Guard was going after Black Lives Matters protesters, Mark Milley, in uniform, crossed Lafayette Square, and at that moment, peeled off before they got to St. John's Church because he felt it was too political. Within days, he apologized for even being in Lafayette Square with the president and others going to St. John's Church. That was kind of the beginning of the end for Mark Milley. Donald Trump was not happy about that, but what he was most unhappy about, he said, according to Donald Trump, was a call that Mark Milley made to a counterpart in China, because Milley, first of all, was told to make that call by the defense secretary to calm down the Chinese, especially after January 6th, when Milley feared they would worry that the U.S. was going to attack them. And there were signs that the Chinese were worried. So Milley did make that call, but he has said again and again, he did nothing wrong. I have spoken to Milley over the last few months about the possibility of a pardon, given, as John pointed out, what Donald Trump has said about Mark Milley. He's called him a moron. He's called him every name in the book. And I asked Milley then, would you accept a pardon? And he paused, and he said, I would really have to think about it. I have done absolutely nothing wrong. He feared he might be arrested today. But he said, I have done absolutely nothing wrong, but my concern is for my family. I've spent 43 years in uniform serving this country. I don't want to spend the rest of my years or have my family spend the rest of their years trying to fight something I absolutely didn't do. And Donald Trump could indeed have pulled him back to active duty to face court-martial on who knows what kind of charges, but they can actually legally do that in the Pentagon, pull someone back to face trial. I also know, David, there are military officers, retired military officers, whose lawyers have told them to go on vacation for a few days to see what happens with the Trump administration.
I see Dan Abrams up live with us. And Dan, I did want to ask you, you heard Martha there say that General Milley, when she talked to him, that he said to her, I'm not sure I would accept one. But help us along here. There's not much really when it comes to accepting here. Once the pardon is given by the president, it simply exists now, does it not?
There was a 1915 Supreme Court case about someone who didn't want a pardon. They were trying to force him basically to testify by giving him a pardon. He rejected it. And the U.S. Supreme Court determined that you can reject a pardon. Now, why would any of these people potentially reject a pardon? Well, the reason would be that there is this implication that you're accepting responsibility, that you're guilty. And there is a suggestion of that in this same Supreme Court case from 1915. But when it comes to people who are innocent, there is a lot of ambiguity about whether accepting a pardon means you're also accepting guilt. I think there's been this false understanding out there in the public that the minute you accept a pardon, no matter what it's for, you're accepting responsibility and admitting that you're guilty. That is not necessarily the case when it comes to people who are claiming they were innocent or who are determined to have actually been innocent. It's an open question in the courts.
Dan Abrams with us all day long here. We just saw an extraordinary scene there at the White House. This is that moment every 4 years, with the exception of 4 years ago, when the current president and first lady and current vice president, and in this case, second gentleman, gather at the White House to then prepare to welcome the incoming administration. You see Vice President Kamala Harris arriving here just moments ago, second gentleman Doug Emhoff, and of course, we heard President Biden say in his farewell address to the nation just a couple of days ago that Vice President Kamala Harris and her husband have become like family to us. She had that 107-day campaign amid significant pressure from within the Democratic Party for President Joe Biden to step aside in the race after that first performance in that debate. Many Democratic leaders inside the party simply believed that he would not be able to recover from that, given where the polling numbers were. Many in the party believe that the election perhaps could have been far worse than how close it was in the end. 48 to 49% in the popular vote. Ended up being quite a close election, at least when it comes to the popular vote. Certainly a significant electoral college win for Donald Trump. But that is an extraordinary moment to see them come together. They were also together at the Carter funeral, Jimmy Carter's funeral last week, and everyone watching the body language as not only the Bidens and Vice President Kamala Harris and Doug Emhoff arrive there in the church, but as all of the former former presidents and first ladies gather in the church. There you see stills from this morning inside the church there. That is St. John's, of course, not far from Blair House, where the Trump family stayed again this time. They stayed there 8 years ago. There's the incoming Vice President J.D. Vance and his wife. He'll be taking the oath of office here later this morning. We have seen a lot of J.D. Vance, but we've seen even more of Elon Musk, and we'll talk about that here this morning as well. A lot of folks have asked, who is actually the closest advisor? Is it J.D. Vance or is it Mr. Musk? In fact, we've seen often Musk with his son, though he has several children, but with his son with the Trumps in recent weeks at Mar-a-Lago, and of course here in Washington as well. Terry Moran, that is really extraordinary to see. The President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. And you have to imagine there might have been some tense weeks there when she was the top of the ticket. But remember that phone call he made within hours of her going public with this, in the middle of her first sort of talk to the voters. He was on speakerphone saying, "I've got your back. I'm with you all the way." And here in the end, to greet each other there on the steps and now await the incoming administration, the incoming president.
It's a remarkable tableau, isn't it? Two president, vice president, both of them had run for office, and there was tension in those days, those weeks, apparently. Kamala Harris really, in many ways, turned her back on Joe Biden. She didn't run on the Biden record as much. It was hard to say in sometimes what she ran on, but in that picture there, the president and the vice president together again, doing the right thing, engaging in the peaceful transfer of power there, ready to greet President Trump, President-elect Trump, in a way that obviously, as you said, hadn't been done 4 years ago. You know, they tried to keep it together and fell just short, the Democratic ticket there. I don't think we've ever seen a tableau like that on an inauguration day. And looks like bygones are bygones now.
Our live cameras trained on St. John's. You're not going to miss a moment here. The moment that the Trumps emerge from the church, we'll bring that to you. In fact, here it is right here. The incoming president, he will be the 47th president, as you know, after having been the 45th. There is the First Lady, Melania Trump, soon to be First Lady again, emerging from that church. They stayed at Blair House, I mentioned a moment ago, and that's where they stayed 8 years ago, though there were questions right up until the 11th hour about whether or not they would stay there. Donald Trump's body man went and saw it ahead of time and said, "You know, Mr. Trump, it's small. It's small." He knows what Donald Trump looks for wherever he stays, and Donald Trump most comfortable staying in his own bedrooms, if you will, at his own properties. And I believe in the end it was Ivanka Trump who brought sheets from the Trump International Hotel here in Washington over to Blair House. Mary Jordan with us from the Washington Post executive editor, also an ABC News contributor. Mary, you remember when he wasn't quite sure if Blair House was going to do it for him, but he ended up doing it anyway.
The Secret Service had to convince him to stay at Blair House. You know, where you know, I mean, Churchill, the Queen of England, it was good enough for so many leaders. And he's like, well, I have the Trump Hotel. I like my own bed. And so, you know, Ivanka got some things from the other hotel, including the sheets, brought them over. But he didn't sleep that night, I was told. He was up all night. He was walking around. He was like, there's so many grandkids here. And, you know, I have so many houses, you know, but under one roof, right? I mean, he has Mar-a-Lago, Bedminster, the Trump Tower, and now the White House. So normally the Trump family doesn't bed in overnight. They were all last night in Blair House, as they were in 2017, and Donald said there was too much commotion, too much going on. So we'll see if he looks a bit more rested this time.
If he got any sleep at Blair House this time, if he let the grandchildren, as many of the grandchildren maybe come to Blair House. But again, he did decide to return as is tradition. Blair House, of course, is kept up by the Department of State that for, as Mary mentioned, visitors to this country, other heads of state, members of other governments. We did just see moments ago the incoming president and the incoming First Lady, Donald Trump, Melania Trump, leaving St. John's there after the morning service. We also know over at the White House moments ago, President Biden and the First Lady greeting Kamala Harris and Doug Emhoff. Here's the moment again, a short time ago, the Trump family emerging from the church. And what this must be like for them, John Carl, to be back 8 years later, returning to that church, having spent the night at Blair House, and having left amid so many questions and amid those poll numbers that were so low after January 6th, and the country truly divided. It still is, but divided, and the world had watched that play out. And now to return 8 years later, and he's calling the shots. He's doing the inviting. It's quite a remarkable course of events over the last 4 years.
You know, Donald Trump has never been in a stronger position than he is right now. His approval rating among the American people is higher than it ever was during his presidency, higher than when he took the oath of office 8 years ago. And we've talked about it as this greatest comeback in the history of American politics. I mean, you have to consider not just because he lost 4 years ago, but because he didn't accept that loss. He faced an impeachment for how he tried to stop that loss from being certified by the Congress. He then faced federal prosecutions, local prosecutions in Georgia and New York. And through it all, he comes and he wins a victory bigger than his victory 8 years ago. He wins a victory where he won every single battleground state.
And the popular vote, John.
And he won the popular vote, which is something no Republican presidential candidate has done in a generation. It's not since George W. Bush's reelection in 2004. And there he is at Blair House. And one other point about Blair House, David, he stayed there last time, as you mentioned, the day before the inauguration. There was an incident. It was never reported on at the time because it's highly shrouded in secrecy. But while he was at Blair House, before he was sworn in, he was taken out the back door. There's a courtyard back there. And he was taken to meet what they call the mill aid. And there are actually a half dozen of them. But these are the military aides that carry the nuclear football wherever a president goes. And he got a briefing on how the nuclear football works. This is the nuclear codes. This is literally how a president of the United States could initiate the process of a nuclear attack. And he was quite interested in this briefing. Now he comes back. I'm not sure he's going to need that briefing this time. He knows exactly what the nuclear football is. And he also knows exactly what it is like to come in as a new president. This is a president with experience. This is a president who knows how it is done. And he is also a president that is not going to be relying on the advice and counsel anywhere near as much as he did last time around of his aides.
It's so interesting, John. You remember the interview that I did with the president right after the inauguration. It was the first interview inside the Oval Office. He took us through the West Wing, but that was one of the questions as we walked down the portico there about the nuclear biscuit, what that was like. Yes. And for an incoming president who's never served in the military or in political office before. Remember, that's how he arrived in Washington, as you know, in 2017. Very different now, 8 years later, having been president before. But I asked him about that moment he was given the codes and it was explained how this would work. Was that a sobering moment? And he said, when they explain what it represents, the kind of destruction that you're talking about, it is a very sobering moment, very scary in a sense. And I asked him if it kept him up at night, that first night, and he said, no, but I have confidence I'll do the right thing. But it is a very scary thing, is what Donald Trump said to me. The motorcade now on the move, but as John rightly points out, a very different situation 8 years later. He has been president once, so he'll be briefed again on how this works, the military aides who will handle that nuclear code, and obviously the weight of that responsibility is very much the same, and perhaps even elevated a bit given all of the conflict around the world that we have witnessed, even over the last just couple of years. But he'll know this time how it works. And even that question from me 8 years ago might be moot this time around, because so much of what he'll see today is something that he has expected. One of the things he did not expect, perhaps, was that announcement from President Biden a short time ago, these pardons for Liz Cheney, for General Mark Milley, for Dr. Anthony Fauci, among others. The outgoing president, President Biden, making it clear in his announcement today that he believes that none of them did anything wrong, but he is preemptively protecting them from any sort of retribution that might have come their way, given the fact that Donald Trump will soon be the 47th president of the United States. Now, what's unclear here, and maybe the control room can tell me, we weren't sure if they were going back to Blair House or if they were heading to the White House. We still don't know yet. We can show you that image from moments ago, and it was an extraordinary one at the White House. The Biden family, President Biden, the First Lady, greeting Vice President Kamala Harris, and Doug Emhoff. And again, for as much as what will be made today about the interaction between Donald Trump and Joe Biden, that's one relationship. This is a relationship in and of itself that has been studied too. Joe Biden selected Kamala Harris. They competed against each other in a primary, and she was tough. She was tough up against Joe Biden. He ended up winning. She dropped out of the primary very early on. But once he chose her, he was all in. He talked about what she would bring to the ticket, and she made history. Obviously, as the first woman of color to serve as vice president here in the United States. The motorcade on the right side of your screen, live pictures right there on the right of the motorcade on the move. We'll see where they're headed at this point. On the left, of course, the Bidens, along with the vice president, who did make history. And she has talked publicly about that call from Joe Biden over the summer, Mary Bruce, when he said to her, I am going to be stepping down from the top of the ticket. And it was not long after, I think it was 20 minutes or so, online, and he chose to do it on social media, I believe on X, formerly Twitter, where President Biden said, I stand behind my vice president 100% as top of this ticket.
And then it kicked off that 107-day sprint. And what a bittersweet day this has got to be for Kamala Harris and for Joe Biden. But certainly, it is not the day that Kamala Harris had envisioned. I mean, not since Al Gore have we seen a vice president have to be there for this inauguration to pass the baton to the man who just defeated her. And yes, Joe Biden was, once he made that decision that he was going to bow out of his bid for re-election, he was 100% behind Kamala Harris. And yet, even in recent days, David, Joe Biden has said he still thinks he could have defeated Donald Trump. You can imagine how that must have not sat pretty well with Kamala Harris. But Joe Biden still insists that he could have done this. He could have beaten Donald Trump. It is remarkable given the way in which he was pressured by his own party to drop out. Of course, a move that he thought at the time would really help cement his legacy, that he was going to be remembered for putting country ahead of party, ahead of his own personal interests. Instead, today, I think you are seeing a lot in the Democratic Party and perhaps many of the president's supporters questioning the role that Joe Biden played in the return of Donald Trump, in this remarkable resurrection of Donald Trump, and the mark that will have on Joe Biden's legacy.
The main question is, if he was going to drop out, why wait that long?
Exactly.
And to hand her a monumental task, 107 days, to try to pull this off. If you talk to members of her team, including David Plouffe from the Obama years, he'll say, we pulled the Democrats out of a deep hole. We just couldn't get the Democrats across the finish line. Live pictures here, the Trump family returning to Blair House. This is their day. 8 years after first coming to Washington, they are back, and you will not miss a moment here. The moment they go to the White House and interact with the Bidens, we'll have it live. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with ABC News live coverage, the second inauguration of Donald Trump, the 47th president of the United States. We'll be right back.
ABC News live coverage of the second inauguration of Donald J. Trump returns in a moment.
You know something serious about to happen. I have an idea.
You guys have eyes on your targets.
Shouldn't we strategize?
Come on, we're gonna improvise. Freestyle.
No. The world is on the brink of war.
I need Captain America.
Who you think they talk about?
On my mark.
You want me? Come and get me!
Get tickets now.
The winner, Carrie Underwood.
You're amazing. You slayed it.
I love everything about you.
Oh my gosh.
This family is suffocating. We are all here to help them. We're gonna make this happen. We have 96 hours to build a house.
Come on, guys, it's moving day. Let's go. It can't be real.
This was more than just extreme home makeover. This was extreme life makeover.
Extreme Makeover Home Edition, Thursday on ABC and stream on Hulu.
Yes.
Good luck.
Oh, Sean is here. They set everything up for remote learning.
Perfect. I plan on spending the rest of the day remote cleaning.
We got it, people.
Tonight, the inauguration of the 47th President of the United States. Full coverage from the nation's capital, plus the LA winds and millions facing dangerous cold. World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
We told you we would keep you abreast of every development right up to the minute. Look at this. Moments ago, First Lady Jill Biden saying one last photo, a selfie right outside the White House there with the outgoing president, President Joe Biden and Jill Biden. The tweet just moments ago. We were trying to figure out, it must be the president's arm, right? Because he's in the foreground there. Who pulled off this selfie? One last selfie from the White House. They're moments away from greeting the Trumps. J.D. Vance set to arrive at the White House with his wife, the incoming second lady, second wife, and we'll have that for you right after the break here, so don't go away. Live coverage in a moment.
You know how difficult my dad is.
You know, I hear everything from in here.
I'm broke and I need a place to stay until I find a job. Can we try to talk to each other like rational adults?
Have you watched the news lately? That's not a thing anymore. You could go back to law school. That's always been your dream.
Actually, that was your dream for me.
You like to argue.
You do love to argue.
As long as we get paid for it.
Amanda Riley was a mother, wife.
Everybody loved her.
I heard the words, "You have stage 3 blood cancer."
We gave our hearts, our prayers.
We thought she was God's gift, but she was a liar.
Why would somebody fake cancer?
There's all these pictures of her in the hospital with IVs, tubing. It was only a matter of time until Amanda's whole world came tumbling down.
Oh my God!
Amanda premieres January 30th on ABC and stream on Hulu.
I only have one rule. Stay out of the basement.
What do you got in the basement?
I can't talk about it quite yet.
There's something down there that will destroy the world.
We're talking about a monster, a real monster. You are in danger. Kids are disappearing.
For the record, your name is Xavier Collins.
Yes.
You have 2 children.
Yes.
When was the last time you saw Cal Bradford alive?
Agent Collins, have a seat.
I walked the president to his room at 2204.
When did you discover the body?
At 8:01, that's when I found him lying next to his bed.
Did you kill him?
No.
Is a part of you happy that Cal is dead?
Welcome back. You're watching ABC News Live coverage, the inauguration of Donald Trump. You can see Vice President Kamala Harris, Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff, greeting the incoming Vice President J.D. Vance and his wife, Usha Vance. J.D. Vance, the third youngest to serve as Vice President. Richard Nixon was 40 years old when he was Vice President for Eisenhower. Very warm exchange there between the one-time competitors just a few weeks ago. Always very interesting. And which side to stand on? What's the protocol here? And Usha Vance was fairly quiet on the campaign trail, Linsey Davis. It'll be interesting to see as second lady how what she'll make of that role. And there they are at the White House together.
Of course, Usha Vance and J.D. Vance met at Yale Law School together. Usha, on her own right, quite a successful attorney. She has actually stepped back from the firm once J.D. made the announcement that he was going to be the running mate here. But quite often, she is said to be an advisor of her husband. It was her who has suggested that he actually go forward with writing Hillbilly Elegy, his memoir, which became a bestseller and ultimately a movie that was out on Netflix. But it's said that she quite often is a private person, primarily because they have 3 children, the oldest who's just 7 years old, and she really is trying to keep them out of the public eye at this point.
Unclear what this ambulance is that's in the foreground here, but we've been given no indication that there's anything to worry about here. As you can see, this is from, I believe, the Capitol that we're looking at right now, the Capitol Rotunda. And we're watching the performance that was expected to take place here this morning inside the Rotunda as dignitaries begin to gather there. The University of Nebraska-Lincoln Combined Choir performing 120 members This is as folks begin to file into the rotunda. Again, the big change today. First time since Ronald Reagan in 1985 that we're going to watch an inauguration play out indoors because of the weather. It's kind of interesting. Ronald Reagan had the warmest inauguration and the coldest inauguration, Martha.
Yeah, in fact, I was there in 1985, and it was just the night before when they announced that it would move inside. As you can imagine, kind of complete chaos for that time. And yet there was a dignity to that inside that Capitol Rotunda. It's kind of like what we're seeing now, too. There were several people out on the streets yesterday who I talked to who had been invited. They were going to be on the reviewing stand, on the stand behind Donald Trump. I said, are you going to be there? You're not going to be there now. Are you going to get inside? They're like, we don't have a chance of getting inside because it's so small. But they came anyway. They just wanted to be part of the celebration in the city, a celebration you can really feel, David, just walking around yesterday and talking to people with their Trump hats on. It was very much a throwback, and yet it felt very, very different. Obviously, 4 years ago, he lost. This time he won, and the people felt that and are supporting it, and you can see that all across the country.
And Mark Updegrove, our presidential historian, ABC News consultant, as Martha mentions, a lot of Trump supporters here in Washington overjoyed that he's returning now 8 years later after his loss 4 years ago. And of course, the question is, will he be different? And the country is different. There are a lot of expectations for him. He has a Republican Senate, Republican House, though by very slim margins. But the first sort of order of business, even before these executive actions later today, will be the inaugural speech. And, you know, there's a lot at stake with how he delivers this. We remember the carnage speech of 8 years ago. What do you think he could potentially pull off here today in this effort to try to bring this country together?
Well, he talked about that when he won the election. He talked about the fact that we need to unify as a country. We are a deeply divided nation right now, partly because of Donald Trump, partly because of what we saw play out 4 years ago, the insurrection on the Capitol on January 6th, the very divided nature with which he governed in his first term in office. But he has talked about unity. What I'll be listening for, David, is will this speech be about unity or division? Will it be about grace or grievance? Will it be about civility or discord? When we've seen messages, you know, both. We've seen, you know, when he accepted the nomination of his party in last summer, it was both about, as Linsey Davis said so eloquently that night, he went from grace to grievance pretty quickly. So I'll be very interested in hearing what the overture of this next administration sounds like. These are the opening notes and the speech that Donald Trump will provide them.
You're seeing right there, thank you, Mark, and Mark will be with us all day here. Marine One sitting there, though it won't be called Marine One at that point. That will carry President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden away from the Capitol. Really a short time from now, this all begins to move fairly quickly. President Biden enjoying his final hours in the Oval Office, that sort of last desk time, if you will. And that Marine One, Ronald Reagan used that to leave when he passed the reins, if you will, to his vice president, George Herbert Walker Bush. And Nancy Reagan famously shared with the American people years later that when they took off, first of that moment when Ronald Reagan turned around and saluted, and she said, you know, you could feel it in your throat when you watched that. People were quite emotional, Nancy Reagan said. But then she said they flew up, and he said, Nancy, look, there's our little bungalow, as they were flying around the White House and did a loop around. And so began the tradition of sort of flying one last time around the White House. It's regardless of how you feel about an outgoing president, whether you supported them or not, it's always a deeply moving moment to watch them actually leaving the Capitol. You're seeing the motorcade with dignitaries beginning to arrive here at the Capitol. And you give up a lot by going inside, but it also becomes a very intimate passing of the torch, if you will, John.
Yeah, and can you imagine being the person that had to cull down the invite list? There's about 800 people that can fit inside that rotunda. about half of what could have fit on the west front of the Capitol. But it's going to be an astounding collection of people. Obviously, you have the past presidents, Clinton and Obama and Bush. Obviously, Joe Biden and the First Lady will be there. But also, you got several foreign leaders, including the Vice President of China on hand. And I think most remarkably are the big tech leaders in this country. Elon Musk, of course, there, but also Tim Cook of Apple. Also, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg. The three richest Americans are there honoring Donald Trump.
This is the east front of the Capitol. You're seeing Ivanka Trump, Jared Kushner. They were advisors 8 years ago. They went to the White House with Ivanka's father. They will not do that this time, but perhaps they will advise, but from afar and outside the White House. Ivanka Trump has said she loves her father, she loved the time in the White House, but that she hates politics, was the quote, I believe, or something very close to that. Watching them enter there, the rotunda, we saw Eric Trump and his family moments ago. Wick Johnson, you're right outside there. What do you see?
Yeah, David, those images you're seeing just about 20 feet to my right here. We've seen the Trump family walk by. We saw Eric Trump, Laura Trump, their children walk by. You mentioned Ivanka. Jared Kushner walked by as well. And we also, of course, saw Barron Trump, who was just a little boy the last time he was in the White House. Now he's easy to pick out, stands above the crowd. More walking up here as the motorcade comes in. We also saw, pretty interesting, a short time ago, former Vice President Mike Pence arrived here at the Capitol. As we should point out, 4 years ago, it was not Trump who was here for Joe Biden's inauguration. Instead, it was Mike Pence who attended with his wife, Karen, and took part in those ceremonies. This will be the location of a number of remarkable and historic moments today on the east front. Right over my left shoulder, that's the Senate carriage entrance. So we saw this motorcade come through, a bunch of arrivals here, but that presidential motorcade will arrive right here as well. That will have the incoming president and outgoing president in the same limousine. You'll also have the vice presidents and first ladies. They will go inside for the ceremonies. And then, David, you were talking about that moment, that exit, that departure at the end. Joe Biden and Donald Trump will come out here on the east front of the Capitol. We've been looking at Marine One, which landed just a short time ago. That is where Trump will say goodbye to Joe Biden, and that will be quite a sight when the Bidens leave in that helicopter after more than half a century of public service here in Washington.
The
David.
final chapter politically for Joe Biden and for Jill Biden leaving Washington. Wick Johnson, just shout if you see something interesting. We'll come right back to you. Thank you for that. You know, we had a bit of a test run, if you will, last week with Jimmy Carter's funeral and that beautiful service at the National Cathedral where we saw Mike Pence interact with Donald Trump really for the first time publicly. They shook hands. It was a brief moment, but appeared to be somewhat warm, somewhat cordial. But what a difference from 4 years ago when it was only Mike Pence who showed up for the inauguration of Joe Biden after what the nation and the world saw transpire on January 6th. I want to bring in Governor Chris Christie, who's with us here this morning as well. Governor Christie, famously a part of that transition planning 8 years ago. Not this time, but Governor Christie, you know, we were talking about how different it is this time around. And one of the things that you said that really struck a chord, for me anyway, was that Donald Trump certainly does not seem afraid to be president this time around. He knows the role, he knows the job.
No doubt about that. You know, 8 years ago, David, Donald Trump was nervous about being president of the United States. And it was a very tumultuous transition, kind of a back-of-the-envelope attempt in the last month and a half or so by folks like Steve Bannon and Jared Kushner to throw something together and throw away the work that the transition team had done over the 7 or 8 months before he was entering office. And I think it showed in the first couple of weeks of the administration in 2017 and how things were kind of disjointed and did not go as Donald Trump would have wanted them to go. Today, this is much, much different. This is, first of all, a man who's been president, prepared to be president, and knows what he wants to do. He's also surrounded by a group of people that he knows much better than the group of people he knew 8 years ago. And these are people who only had to pass one test to get the job. and that was loyalty to Donald Trump as he defines loyalty, which is to do what he asks you to do, when he asks you to do it, and how he asks you to do it. He is now surrounded by that group of people. That probably makes him more comfortable today as well. And how that will then lead to execution, I think you're going to see very potentially a successful out of the gate move by Donald Trump. The executive actions that they're taking, I think, will be consistent with what he talked about during the campaign. Some will be controversial, but that's part of his style. But in the end, I think you could see some real success in the early weeks of this administration because the planning was taken seriously this time by Donald Trump. You know, he famously used to give me a hard time, David, when I was planning the transition for him during the campaign. He hated it. He hated that there was planning going on for the transition. He was superstitious. And one time he said to me, you know, Chris, you and I are so smart that if we left the victory party 2 hours early, we could do the entire transition. It was a misunderstanding by him back then about what he was coming into. He has no such misunderstanding now, David. And I think that augurs well for the country in these first few weeks of the administration, that he is both personally better prepared and that his team is better prepared than it was 8 years ago, because he's permitted them to be better prepared.
Yeah, really fascinating insight there. Governor Christie hasn't always seen eye to eye with Donald Trump. Donald Trump hasn't seen eye to eye with Governor Christie as well. They've been public about that. But the governor saying this time around could be, in fact, very different because Donald Trump knows the job. He has a team around him that he trusts. It is about loyalty. And Governor Christie predicting that this could be a successful start in many ways to the second Trump administration. And Governor Christie has said that it's not on policy that he disagrees with Trump. He's with him 75% of the time, I believe Christie has said. Governor Christie will be with us throughout the day here as well. Thank you, Chris. As we go back to the images of the arrivals here, I want to bring in John Santucci, who has covered the Trump family for ABC for quite some time. John, we saw Eric Trump and his family arrive, Ivanka and Jared arrive. Again, the family arrives, their return to Washington, but very different roles this time around.
Yeah, no member of the Trump family moving into the White House outside of Melania and maybe Barron when he's visiting from NYU this time, David. It really is interesting because think about it. For Donald Trump, most of his life, he has had a member of the family near him. You know, in Trump Tower, the offices go all the way up to the 26th floor. The 25th floor was often referred to as the kids' floor. They were right below Donald Trump, and he would quickly summon one of them up for any advice, guidance, hop on a call with him. And that's how things were, David, 8 years ago in the White House. He would, knock on the door next to the presidential dining room off the Oval, and Jared Kushner was right there because that was his office. And right above the Oval Office 8 years ago was Ivanka Trump's office, a senior advisor. So this is a very different time, given that they have made it very clear, Javanka, as they were referred to when they came to Washington, are not coming back this time around. But I do think a presence, David, that we're going to see more around the White House, around the administration, but certainly not taking a formal role, will be Donald Trump Jr. We saw him earlier today. We know that he has quickly become one of the most trusted advisors for his father. J.D. Vance, the vice president-elect, wouldn't have that job for not Donald Trump Jr. He was the one telling his dad, listen, this is the guy, this is the person you want. And obviously that victory cementing it. I do think, David, what's going to be interesting to watch of the family is what other roles they all take. For Eric Trump, he almost gets his own presidency. He's the only one that'll be running the Trump Organization, obviously the company that his father founded. Ivanka, we'll see how often she is around D.C., but has certainly said she supports her father. But I also am keeping my eye on Barron. We know that Donald Trump has said that it was Barron that opened his eyes to a new media this time around, being podcasters. We know the president-elect did many interviews speaking to different podcasters around the nation leading up to the November election and credited Barron. And listen, Donald Trump, we all know, is his own best communications advisor, says he knows media better than anybody. I think it was remarkable to think his youngest child exposed Donald Trump to a new form of media, David.
Yeah, it really is fascinating to watch the role of Barron Trump as we move forward. Melania Trump, as you have suggested before, has been very protective of her son. though he too has been given credit as sort of a quiet advisor off to the side during this most recent campaign and trying to reach young men in this country and telling his dad which podcast perhaps he might want to go on to try to reach that audience. You bring up Don Jr., also a very significant power player within Republican politics now, almost his endorsement nearly as important as Donald Trump, not as important as his father, but very important behind the scenes to get the support of Don Jr. They're now arriving at the White House, and this is the moment every 4 years. And again, I mentioned it didn't happen 4 years ago. Donald Trump did not invite the Bidens to the White House. He left at about 8 a.m., actually, left Washington. But here they arrived. Donald Trump had said after that meeting in the Oval Office, 2 hours with President Biden a couple weeks back, that he thought this was important too, that the returning president thought that this exchange, this moment with the outgoing president is an important one. Let's watch. Extraordinary moment to watch the 46th president, Joe Biden, greet the 45th and now the 47th president. We haven't seen this since Grover Cleveland, a president returning to the White House, separated by one term. The first ladies behind them. Our producers in the control room believe they heard President Biden say, "Welcome home," to the 47th president who's now returning. And this is really the cornerstone of democracy in this country. This moment right here that you just witnessed, this peaceful transfer of power, was something so many people were so upset about, and rightly so, 4 years ago, watching what played out at the Capitol. And then many of the American people felt sort of robbed of the moment, if you will, of this moment, this sort of mutual respect that this is the way our system works. It's still relatively young, and it's an experiment being watched all over the world, this young democracy of ours. But that was an important moment, Mary.
Democracy in action, David. That is really what American democracy is all about. The ability to say you lost and you're going to welcome the incoming winner. It is also astounding just to think that Joe Biden is there welcoming home, as he may have said, the man that he once defeated. That's only something I think we have now seen twice in our nation's history. And it did look like President Biden and soon to be again President Trump had a bit of a conversation there just in the door. You can only imagine what they were discussing, of course, given this morning's events. But for Joe Biden, it was critically important, despite how he has argued that and been very blunt that he feels that Joe Biden is a threat to American democracy. He felt it was incredibly important that the nation, that Americans see this transfer of power.
That Joe Biden thinks that Donald Trump is a threat and has said that, but still believes this is more important than the politics of what he campaigned on, and certainly what his vice president campaigned on too, that this eventuality would not be good for the country. But they lost. They lost the election. Donald Trump had a resounding electoral college win, and he has arrived at the White House and welcomed. I did, for folks at home who want to listen in, just like our producers do, and quite frankly, we want to listen one more time too. So let's listen to the interaction between President Biden and incoming President Donald Trump just moments ago, and we'll talk here on the backside. was, in fact, a welcome home from Joe Biden. A gentleman welcoming the next president of the United States to the White House. All of them standing there together. And Mary Jordan, 8 years ago, so much was made of Melania Trump. Sort of left in the car, Donald Trump walked right up to the Obamas, and she was sort of trailing behind. This go-around, he waited there, obviously, for the First Lady to join him. They walked up the stairs together, and this was quite a warm reception from the Bidens.
Social media blew up the last time because he just left her in the dust and kind of ran up and spoke to Barack Obama. She was holding a Tiffany box with a silver-plated picture frame to give to Michelle Obama, and it was super awkward because everything is choreographed and who was going to hold it for the picture, and there was only one gift. So the awkwardness this time is not there, right? This is the second time around. What's really striking to me, having worked overseas as a foreign correspondent, is in other countries, rivals from different parties, this just doesn't happen, right? I mean,
ladies and gentlemen, welcome.
Sometimes they get thrown in jail by the new guys. Sometimes they're just erased. The idea that they're sharing those steps in the White House is being watched literally all around the world. It is very uniquely American what's happening here.
I know everyone wants in on this particular moment that, again, we didn't see 4 years ago, that has now returned to American politics and to this democracy here in the U.S. So we'll revisit that image right after the break, and also any reporting from what's playing out inside the White House, of course, to be the fly on the wall there with the Bidens and the Trumps today. We'll be right back after this short break with what we learn about the conversation playing out inside the White House. Of course, Kamala Harris there as well with incoming Vice President J.D. Vance. We're back in a moment.
More inauguration coverage live from Washington after this on ABC.
You know how difficult my dad is.
You know, I hear everything from in here.
I'm broke and I need a place to stay until I find a job. Can we try to talk to each other like rational adults?
You watch the news lately? That's not a thing anymore. You could go back to law school. That's always been your dream.
Actually, that was your dream for me.
You like to argue.
You do love to argue.
You might as well get paid for it.
I'm 110% ready to fall in love.
Tall, handsome, smart. He's perfect. Time just stood still.
It's kind of already sinking in that these other girls are dating my boyfriend.
Everybody just really wants Grant, and we're all fighting for his love.
You act like you don't care.
He knows how I feel.
I know I'm in trouble.
Everyone's so mean. I did not know how hard this was going to be.
This family is suffocated. We are all here to help them. We're gonna make this happen. We have 96 hours to build a house.
Come on, guys, it's moving day. Let's go. It can't be real.
This was more than just extreme home makeover. This was extreme life makeover.
Extreme Makeover Home Edition, Thursday on ABC and stream on Hulu.
The world is on the brink of war.
I need Captain America.
What do you think they talk about?
On my mark.
You want me? Come and get me!
Get tickets now.
What murderer leaves someone stuck in a slide?
Do you know of anyone who would have wanted to hurt her?
There was that creepy guy.
We have a stalker on our hands.
You stay here.
Well, I could tell by your confident footsteps that the coast was clear.
Jason's escape puts my wife's life in danger. I need Bailey Zacks back in prison.
I'm worried about him. He's spinning out over Jason.
Who's out there?
I can't find Nolan anywhere.
For the record, your name is Xavier Collins.
Yes.
You have 2 children.
Yes.
When was the last time you saw Cal Bradford alive?
Agent Collins, have a seat.
I walked the president to his room at 2204.
When did you discover the body?
At 8:01, that's when I found him lying next to his bed.
Did you kill him?
No.
Is a part of you happy that Cal is dead?
I remembered I left something in the bathroom. Deuces. Parker out.
There we go, there we go, there we go again. Swinging through the city so fast you can barely.
Gotcha.
Check out our next victim in his dumb costume.
Is my suit really that bad?
Ouch. Taking off the mask. I know what you see.
Ah, nice of you to join us, Mr. Parker. See me after class.
Streaming January 29th.
Live from Washington, D.C., the second inauguration of Donald J. Trump. Here again, David Muir.
Well, it is always a fascinating day in America. This comes every 4 years. Of course, 4 years ago looked very different from what we are accustomed to in these modern times, though this go around, it's back to the customary White House tea. It has begun. Live pictures here from inside the rotunda, which we know is where the inauguration is going to take place. Very different because it'll be indoors because of the weather, a much smaller crowd. We're going to get into some of the numbers here of the people who are going to be allowed to attend. Again, a much more intimate setting, if you will, because of the weather outside. We haven't seen this since '85 and Ronald Reagan, the fact that they're actually moving it inside. Live pictures of the White House as well. We know that customary tea taking place inside the White House between the Bidens and the Trumps. You can see the former speakers there gathering. John Boehner, Kevin McCarthy gathered inside the rotunda. It's so interesting because there are so many relationships lost and still connected in that room. Newt Gingrich there in the background too with his wife Callista. John Carl, back to the White House here, because as we await seeing any movement, if you will, from the Trumps and the Bidens, this was quite significant. If we had those pictures of the Trumps and the Bidens interacting, because that invite just even a few weeks ago that President Biden felt very strongly about, inviting President Trump to the Oval Office, even though he wasn't afforded that same, customary invite, if you will. President Trump showed up, but not the incoming First Lady Melania Trump is still not ready to go back to the White House for that.
Yeah, there are two traditions here. This is one. The other is after the election for the meeting to happen. So Donald Trump came to the White House, as you recall, 8 days after the election in November. And he had that 2-hour meeting, extraordinary 2-hour meeting. It wasn't planned to be that long. It was 2 hours in the Oval Office. At that point, Melania Trump did not come. And she came in 2016 and had tea with Michelle Obama. She did not come. Part of the issue, I was told, is still bitterness for the search of Mar-a-Lago, execution of that search warrant. As you remember, it was Melania's space that was searched as well. They searched for classified documents actually in her closet at Mar-a-Lago, and she chose not to come. So what you saw there was the first time that Melania Trump has ever met Jill Biden. The other thing is, I'm told during that 2-hour meeting that Donald Trump made it very clear to Joe Biden that he wanted this moment to happen, that he wanted to come to the White House and to spend the morning of the inauguration with him and visiting with him at the White House, that Trump wanted it. Again, a courtesy he didn't afford Joe Biden 4 years earlier, but he thought it was important that tradition be restarted.
Wanted it for himself, and it has played out in that way. Both presidents are showing what a peaceful transfer of power is supposed to look like here. We also have the pictures that preceded this moment, and that involved the Vice President Kamala Harris and the incoming Vice President J.D. Vance. And if our control room has that, because Mary, you have reporting on some of the tension that still exists. And of course, she was the top of the ticket for a time, for 107 days. And they hadn't really interacted, had they?
No, and behind the scenes, despite the smiles and pleasantries that we just saw there on the stairs, there is some real underlying tension, not entirely surprising. We do believe that this is the first time that Kamala Harris has actually spoken with J.D. Vance since the election. They may have, passed each other in the halls of Congress, but they haven't actually talked. We're told they never talked by phone after Trump's victory. And actually, we are also told that there was outreach from the Trump transition team for weeks to try and schedule a visit for J.D. Vance Vance and his wife to come to the vice president's residence, in part probably just to discuss this transition, but that no formal invitation was given. Now, we do also know that last week, Doug Emhoff did reach out by phone to Usha Vance to talk perhaps about some of the logistics just of moving in, but Kamala Harris, it seems, was not quite ready to have that conversation with J.D. Vance until this moment today, which is also interesting, of course, given the importance that President Biden has put on the participation in this day.
Well, that's the first, right? A conversation between a second gentleman and an incoming second lady. That's never happened before,
That certainly
right?
has not. And having to, of course, you forget that part of today is also just moving day. There's a lot of logistics that go into this day, too. It is absolute controlled chaos. I think everyone can attest that moving is absolutely one of the worst things, no matter whether you are a president or vice president or just an average American. So they have to just navigate how to get in and out. But it is actually something that even we know Melania Trump feels a little bit better around this go-around. She has said she already knows where the furniture is going to go. She's got everything picked out. Everything's smoother the second time around.
It's so interesting when you talk about moving day. When you read back of all these transitions, it's also fascinating. You had Laura Bush, I think, in some of her memoirs, she wrote about arriving after the 8 years of Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton as First Lady, that when they arrived there, the Clintons wanted to enjoy that final night in the White House with Chelsea and some of the traditions, the theater inside the White House, and that Bill Clinton literally ran out of time. He just started dumping his clothes, inside the suitcases. And Laura Bush talked about how during the inauguration, they glanced over during one of these exchanges, and Bill Clinton had nodded off because he stayed up with Chelsea and the family to try to enjoy those final hours. All of these families they become close to the teams inside the White House. George W. Bush assembled the White House staff before they left, and he and Laura thanked them and said, I think in so many words, George Bush said to them, I won't miss much about Washington, but I will miss all of you. And I think that speaks volumes. We've all been invited to the White House before for these interviews, sometimes for the White House lunch, and you're always moved. The Joint Chiefs are now arriving, always moved by the dedication of the staff that serves incoming presidents and first ladies and their families, whether they're Republican or Democrat, inside the White House. As we look at the arrivals inside the rotunda, a lot has been made about the guest list. It's going to be pared down a bit, but still on that guest list, Linsey Davis, are these sort of tech titans, and you learned that they were actually part of the service this morning. They went and attended the service?
They were inside St. John's Church, part of the select group that made it in. $885 billion of combined wealth when you're talking about, now John said they were the richest 3 Americans. According to Forbes, they're actually the richest 3 people in the world. And when you talk about that combined $885 billion worth of wealth, that's more wealth than all but 19 countries' GDP. And what's really stunning about it is the about face that if you talk about in particular Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, there are 3 people who initially, in 2016, all rebuffed Donald Trump. You'll remember Jeff Bezos said that he felt that Donald Trump would erode American democracy. This time around, he actually donated $1 million to Trump's inauguration fund. Mark Zuckerberg, Facebook founder, of course, many people are going to remember in the days after January 6th, he actually removed Donald Trump's Facebook account from Facebook. He's said to be co-hosting a black tie reception tonight. And in the last week, when Biden gave that farewell speech, of course, he gave that really stark warning when he said, quote, an oligarchy is taking shape in America of extreme wealth, power, and influence that literally threatens our entire democracy. And just to take a quick comparison, Joe Biden's cabinet net worth, $118 million. Trump's cabinet, it's expected to be the wealthiest in history, worth at least $7 billion. He has assembled the wealthiest presidential administration in modern history. 13 billionaires set to take on a government post.
Yeah, really interesting, Terry Moran, because the inaugural speech 8 years ago and the campaign really that won Donald Trump the White House against Hillary Clinton. She won the popular vote. He won the Electoral College. But he won on that message of the forgotten man and the forgotten woman. And you have all these billionaires now coming. And a lot of folks will say there's nothing wrong with that. America should be aspirational. But the question is whether or not Donald Trump is going to be able to bring down those grocery prices so that Americans who do, who weren't convinced that Kamala Harris, when she was the top of the ticket, was going to be able to solve some of the inflationary pain that they have felt for years here. The question is when you put tech tech billionaires in the front row, and it's aspirational what the policies will do. And that'll be the big question for all of us reporters watching in these next couple of years here, is whether or not the American families who really do deserve from whoever they elect answers to the sort of inflationary pain that they have felt, whether or not they will reap the rewards, if you will, of any of these policies now coming.
That is the question. Will the American people, the forgotten men and women, will they be the beneficiary of this administration? Will this administration walk the walk? And look who gets the seats inside in the warm rotunda. I think one of the things that we miss with it not being outside is that this election in particular strikes me as not just the triumph of a man, although Donald Trump is the dominant political figure of our time, but of a political movement that actually predates him.
Accompanied by the Honorable Elaine Chao.
Yeah.
Former Republican leader Mitch McConnell entering. Obviously, John Thune now heads the Republicans in the Senate. And Terry, we'll get back to that thought in a moment, but John Carl, no love lost between Mitch McConnell and the 47th president, Donald Trump, and his return.
Look, Donald Trump relied on Mitch McConnell to get through much of his agenda for the first Trump presidency, including those 3 Supreme Court justices confirmed in large part because of the work that Mitch McConnell did. But yes, no love lost. Donald Trump, frankly, despised Mitch McConnell, and Mitch McConnell worked very hard against Donald Trump. He suggested he should face criminal prosecution after January 6th.
He talked about responsibility being Donald Trump's after January 6th, then defended him against impeachment. And Martha Raddatz, we're also seeing military leaders gather there, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs.
The chairman of the Joint Chiefs now, C.Q. Brown. And C.Q. Brown has to be a little nervous sitting there because Pete Hegseth, who is the nominee for the defense secretary, has said some rather disparaging things about him, that they want to review all of the generals, all of the general officers, to see whether they are the best for the job. And of course, again, a pardon today for Mark Milley, the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs.
C.Q. Brown was sitting there alone when we took the shot of him moments ago, but I'm sure the rest of sort of the group of military leaders who will be assembled in that room will be gathered there with him. Again, you mentioned Pete Hegseth, the confirmation hearing. Many tough questions asked by Democrats. Joni Ernst, a Republican senator from Iowa, obviously all eyes on her, but she signaled afterward, Martha, that she will support him. It looks like Pete Hegseth has a very good chance at becoming the head of the Pentagon.
It certainly does, and that would be a huge change. He is very young. He does not have a great deal of management experience. He is, of course, a combat veteran, but they brought up his past. They brought up charges and accusations that he drank too much, which he basically said was anonymous smearing. He has also supported people who have been accused and convicted of war crimes. He was questioned about that, but it looks at this point that Pete Hegseth will be confirmed as defense secretary. Another thing I'm thinking about, David, as we watch all of these things in this welcome to the White House, is that if you ask Donald Trump today, whether he won the 2020 race, he would still say he did. He still believes that there was a problem with the election and that he is indeed the winner. And still, you have Joe Biden, Jill Biden welcoming back to the White House.
Jeff Bezos and his wife arriving there at the Rotunda, Martha. We were talking with Linsey a moment ago about Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos. Apple's Tim Cook will be there as well. You can see Mark Zuckerberg up there as well entering. And the combined wealth that many of these tech titans had strong words against Donald Trump 8 years ago and now have not only embraced him, but have donated money to the inauguration and are now front and center at the inauguration. And Rebecca Jarvis, our chief economics and business correspondent, again, you know, Americans are smart. You know, we've got a lot of cynical viewers too watching today, a lot of supporters who say it's time to really embrace technology, obviously, and America needs to be the leader in technology. But on the other hand, also asking, do they really believe in all the policies of Trump, or do they recognize he's the guy in power now? And if we want to steamroll ahead with fewer guardrails, perhaps, than what we were we're facing under a Democratic administration. Is that driving sort of why they've been so supportive too? Real quick, Rebecca, let me just mention here that former President Bill Clinton, former First Lady Hillary Clinton, former Secretary of State, obviously she made history as the first woman nominee of a major party for president. She lost to Donald Trump, and you talk about these difficult moments, Kamala Harris facing Donald Trump after losing to him, but it was Hillary Clinton who the nation watched in 2017, having won the popular vote by nearly 3 million votes, but having lost the Electoral College by 76,000 votes or so across 3 states. She talked about the pain of that day, but felt she was duty-bound to show up as a former First Lady, and she is back there today with Bill Clinton. But Rebecca, back to that question about Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos. What's driving this? Why have they been so supportive? And now they have a front row seat.
Well, David, you raised the point. It is an interesting fact to see a number of these individuals who in the past had said things about Donald Trump that were not flattering, that were not pro-Donald Trump, and now they're making large donations. They're present at the inauguration. Some of them were present even at the very intimate church service. Not only are these individuals who have said things in the past about Donald Trump, but they've said things about each other in the past. You've had Bezos and Musk, not necessarily sworn enemies, but going head-to-head in the space race. You've had Musk and Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg, head-to-head in social media. And now this group of individuals in the last handful of weeks leading up to this inauguration has been doing things like patting each other on the back, whether it's on social media or in major addresses for their companies. You're seeing a lot of that. It is potentially going to be a challenge going forward to both hold those interests as well as hold interests for the American people that the voters who put Donald Trump into office are particularly conscientious of. Their wallet, their paycheck, seeing less of that going towards goods and services, seeing prices coming down. Donald Trump has a giant agenda, the 200 executive actions that we're expecting to hear from him today. Many of those things are economic actions, things like tariffs, immigration, the energy policy in this country, and it will raise some interesting questions for the early days of this presidency, because as we've heard in the past from people like Elon Musk, who is now running Doge, which is meant to reduce spending, that there could be near-term pain as a result of that. You can't necessarily shut down $2 trillion of spending in this economy and expect it to continue to grow as it currently is growing with 4.1% unemployment. At the same time, people are looking at those prices, that inflation, David, which is still up almost 3% from a year ago. Even though prices, or rather inflation, has come down dramatically, people want to see those prices go lower, and that has to be a focus of this president if the people who put him in office are going to get what they want.
Well said, Rebecca. Really a smart point there, and it's not something that you're alone in saying. Donald Trump has said it himself. In interviews after the election, he has acknowledged one of the main reasons he believes he won against Kamala Harris are grocery prices. He recognizes that. I'm sure his campaign saw that in the polling leading up to the election. Certainly, Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign saw that in the polling, which is why you saw her talk repeatedly about grocery prices, some of her plans. She didn't win the election based on those policies, but obviously focus groups were telling both campaigns that people have felt this inflation and they want a leader who's going to do something. And now the pressure really will be on, as you say, Rebecca, on Donald Trump and his administration, particularly when you see, and we just saw Vivek Ramaswamy, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos arriving, these tech titans and these billionaires who've been very successful, and certainly no one is punishing them for that. This is one of the great things about America. The question is whether or not any of that opportunity and that sort of economic growth will be felt by the working class families who really have been feeling the pain these last couple of years and are expecting that with this change will come change for them as well. We're watching some of the arrivals. Jim Clyburn arriving moments ago, and Mary Bruce, you'll remember he played such a pivotal role really in Joe Biden becoming president in the first place.
he helped to resuscitate Joe Biden's, which at the time his campaign was really struggling. But it was that endorsement from Jim Clyburn that sent a powerful message to the party and resuscitated his campaign and put Joe Biden on the path to winning the presidency. It is just remarkable to see everyone in the same room there, really considering the divisions, deep divisions still in the Capitol. But it does strike me what a difference from 4 years ago. It does appear.
Rudy Giuliani.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, you could think back to when Donald Trump first came to office, and Washington really wasn't quite sure what they were in for, what was coming next. Republicans weren't quite sure how they were going to work with the incoming Trump administration. There was a lot of pushback. I covered the Hill at the time, and there was a lot of concern, and it appears we see some action at the White House here.
They are now emerging from the White House, and as we look at these pictures here, there's the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, and Usha Vance, who will be the second lady. They're getting into the motorcade now. They'll travel together. It appears they're going to travel together. There were questions about whether or not they would. The first 4 cars will carry the most important people, if you will, those who are going to have the most power, certainly, in the country moving forward. The incoming vice president, the incoming president, obviously Donald Trump, will be in the car with Joe Biden. Principal 8, they call them, and this right here is the symbol of a peaceful transfer of power. This trip up to the Capitol now from the White House after the tea. So again, we watched Doug Emhoff and Usha Vance emerge, but none of the other principals as of yet, and we will go right back to that the moment we do, because these images are really sort of fascinating. And as we stay on these images here inside the Capitol Rotunda, let's stay in this live moment here, but I want to bring Rachel Scott into the conversation, our senior political correspondent, Rachel. And when you look in this room, you've seen Republican leaders gathering in this room as well. And certainly this Republican Party knows it is also very different from 2017. It is now 2024. Many Republicans have been elected in this Donald Trump era, and he arrives now with a lot more power than what he arrived with in 2017. They recognize this. They recognize he was the leader of their party in 2017 as well, but they tested him in a way that they won't be able to this time, because the voters sent him with both the popular vote and the Electoral College, and he helped a lot of these people get elected in the House and the Senate.
And David, this is a Republican Party that is strengthened and now emboldened by President-elect Donald Trump being at the White House. President-elect Trump is going to take the oath of office, and he's going to go to the White House with majority in both chambers of Congress. And Republicans really do feel a sense of responsibility. Even the president-elect told me over the weekend to deliver on the promises that he made during the campaign trail. There have already been intense discussions underway on that big piece of legislation, or possibly 2 big pieces of legislation that could range from everything from the border to energy, that the president-elect wants his party to get done by April. Speaker Mike Johnson says that he hopes that the House can pass that bill by April. And in many ways, again, also you have Senate Republicans right now who are inside of the Capitol, and they are also considering Trump's cabinet picks. The president-elect told me that he wants them to get across the finish line as quickly as possible, and even some of the most controversial picks. We talked about Pete Hegseth a little bit earlier as well. It appears Republicans are falling in line, and it seems like there is broad consensus around Donald Trump, the president-elect's cabinet picks this time around.
Rachel Scott with us. Rachel's at Capital One Arena, which will become a significant part of this day a short time from now. It will replace the parade route that has become so customary every 4 years because of the weather, but there will be sort of an extraordinary array of events that play out there, and she'll be our eyes and ears right there inside the arena. We're watching the dignitaries now arrive. Donald Trump was asked earlier how he was feeling. In fact, this was the beginning of the day. St. John's Church, he said, "I'm feeling very good about this day," on his return to Washington now as the 47th President of the United States. My 2020 co-anchor Deborah Roberts also here in Washington covering this day. And Deborah, Not often that this day, Inauguration Day, falls on the same day as Martin Luther King Day here in America. It did for Bill Clinton in his second term, and for Barack Obama, only because he was sworn in on a Sunday, which was the actual date, but then America witnessed it on the Monday, which was the day that they marked Martin Luther King Day. But here we have it again. And Donald Trump surely knows the importance, the magnitude of this day, and it comes after a campaign when he tried to reach out in greater ways to black voters across this country, once again making the case that my policies will benefit you in ways that the case he made was that the Democrats did not.
David, you're right, and it's interesting because to some degree, you sort of see a little bit of what happened in that campaign reflected here outside the Capitol Arena, where so many people have gathered outside the Capital One Arena hoping to get in. But I have seen such a swath of diversity out here, a big look at this country. And you can probably hear right now there are vigorous forces out here, kind of a town square look, if you would. People kind of coming at this from different angles. And to your point, yes, this is falling on Martin Luther King Day. And I happened to speak to his daughter, Dr. Bernice King, a couple of days ago about this. And she said that she was quite excited in a way that this is falling on her Father's Day, this inauguration, because it will encourage people to lean into looking at Martin Luther King, thinking about him, thinking about his teachings. And of course, when you hear the difference of opinions out here, that's exactly what she is talking about. But she cautions us, particularly those who may not be as excited about this day, and there are plenty out here who are, but for those who may be feeling despair and disappointment, she says that this is a reminder that her father was all about change and working toward change. And that, interestingly, is what happened when her mother was so bitterly disappointed when Jimmy Carter lost his election to Ronald Reagan. But then she continued to work and continued to push, and then it was Ronald Reagan who actually signed this holiday into law. So when you hear the competing factions out here like you do today, people coming at this from all angles, you are reminded that that's kind of what Martin Luther King was actually talking about people sort of airing their differences but coming together. And Bernice King says that this is a time to do this on this day, Martin Luther King Day. David.
Deborah Roberts and our conversation with Bernice King. Thank you, Deb. We're watching First Lady Jill Biden now leave to get into the motorcade. The incoming First Lady, Melania Trump, will join Jill Biden on that ride to the Capitol. 8 years ago, Melania Trump joining Michelle Obama in a motorcade to the Capitol. They talked about their children, among other things, on the route to the Capitol. Michelle Obama will not be there this year, Linsey.
You know, it's interesting. Obviously, she's not the first. It was really, at least in modern day history, Melania Trump and Donald Trump who decided to serve as the first in modern era to not attend, for a sitting president to not attend their successor's inauguration. But Michelle Obama talked about this on a podcast not too long ago when she talked about attending Donald Trump's inauguration the first time around in 2016. She said to sit on that stage and watch the opposite of what we represented on display. There was no diversity. There was no color on that stage. There was no reflection of the broader sense of America. It will be interesting to see if Karen Pence is in attendance. Of course, we saw how there was kind of some chilly air. She did not acknowledge Donald Trump when he and Melania entered the church for Jimmy Carter's funeral. So a few no-shows of import potentially today.
And we took note that Michelle Obama didn't attend Jimmy Carter's. There's Susie Wiles, the incoming chief of staff in the White House, the first woman to hold that role. Much has been made about her relationship with Donald Trump. They're considered sort of a brother-sister type relationship. They defend one another. They work in private. And, you know, for all that Donald Trump has said in the past about chiefs of staff and others who have held similarly important roles in the West Wing, he's been deeply critical of them. You don't hear him say a critical word about Susie Wiles. So, John Santucci, what is it? What is the secret sauce here? What is it about Susie Wiles that has made her so darn effective at working with Donald Trump and for the most part, keeping him, you know, focused on the issue at hand as we now watch? Let me just take a moment here. We're watching, we'll come back to you, John. We'll come watching Vice President Kamala Harris leave the White House.
Very well, thank you.
With the incoming Vice President, J.D. Vance. Let's listen.
Great, thank you.
He said, great, thank you. Kamala Harris said, very well, thank you. I gather they were asked, how did it go? How's the morning going? How are you? Elon Musk arriving there at the rotunda. A moment ago there in the image on the right, sort of a split screen moment. Certainly on the left, that's quite something, because it's not simply the outgoing vice president. Here was a woman who was very close to making history herself. You know, it was a mandate in the Electoral College, but when you look at the numbers, John Carl, you know, we're no strangers to very close elections. This ended up being a 48-49 election, very close race.
It was an incredibly close election. It broke Donald Trump's way. He won all of those 7 battleground states, but David, every one of them was very close. And it was very close nationally. Oh, there you hear a question about executive orders. But look, that car ride, which is a tradition that goes back to the goes back to the 19th century, is really something else. Of course, it didn't always used to be an automobile. It goes back to the days of horse and buggy, and it's been really tense at times. This one, that one you're seeing right there with the incoming and outgoing vice president, I'm sure is going to be a very tense ride. But between Biden and Trump, both of whom have exchanged accusations of being worthy of criminal prosecution. Trump actually prosecuted by the Justice Department under Joe Biden. If you look back in history, you see there's a famous photo of FDR riding in a convertible with Herbert Hoover in 1933, and they're sharing a blanket because it was very cold, like it is today. And that ride may have been the chilliest till we get to where we are today.
Where we are today. I wonder if the vice presidential ride will be chillier than once you get Joe Biden and Donald Trump in that car. They seem to have shown that they are convinced the optics of this are what are really necessary for the American people. At least this time around, as Linsey just pointed out a moment ago, it was the Trumps in these modern times who first sort of decided that they did not want to partake. They left at 8 a.m. 4 years ago. It still was Air Force One when he left because he was still president. And he said as he was leaving Andrews that we'll be back in some shape or form, and now he's back as the 47th president. But to watch Joe Biden say, welcome home at the White House, Mary, with a smile, and to welcome him to the Oval Office a few weeks back, for them to meet for 2 hours and have Donald Trump ask Joe Biden, what's most concerning to you as you look around at all the world's hot spots? He was genuinely interested in what Joe Biden thought as well. Behind the scenes, and even Donald Trump acknowledged on that day, politics, and in so many words, is really ugly. But today's a beautiful day, is what he said in the Oval Office with Joe Biden that day.
It is remarkable when you contrast what we are seeing today to the divisiveness that we saw in the campaign, especially when Joe Biden was still running. I mean, they both argued that the other one was essentially unfit to serve. And yet here they are coming together for the sake of democracy to show this peaceful transfer of power. And David, you mentioned 4 years ago, I keep thinking back, I was standing there on the west front of the Capitol. Donald Trump, of course, was not going to participate. He had refused to admit that he had lost. He was leaving Washington in disgrace. He had been shunned by his own party after the attack on the Capitol, which was just days before that. He was facing a second impeachment. And yet, as I stood there, I looked up and I saw Marine One, which was leaving, Donald Trump leaving Washington, and yet he was circling the Capitol, as if he couldn't help himself but to get one last look at what was going on. And now here he is. As you mentioned, when he left at the time, he had said he would be back in some form. He actually departed there from Andrews to the sound of Sinatra's song, I Did It My Way, playing. And he has done it his way. And doing it his way has now led to this really remarkable comeback, though he doesn't want to call it that.
Which takes us right to the moment here. Both leaders emerging from the White House. Senator Klobuchar, who's running the inaugural committee. But all eyes on these two presidents. So, guys, I think we figured it out. It'll be Amy Klobuchar who can give us the inside scoop from inside that car, the readout. But there you have it, Donald Trump, Joe Biden in the motorcade as they make that trip up Pennsylvania Avenue to the Capitol. Something we did not see 4 years ago, but again, both, Martha, were convinced that this is something the country needed to see today.
And it is something the country needs to see because the country is so divided. Seeing these two presidents, former president, future president, present president, is important to the nation. Look, there are people out there who voted for Donald Trump who don't particularly like Donald Trump, but they like his policies. They like what he promised. They like the changes he wanted to make. So he had their support. So going into this day, despite the history, despite what Donald Trump still believes, that he lost that election in 2020, they were able to come together and make this historic ride back in the beast, as that limousine is called, the historic beast. Donald Trump looked very happy getting inside that. Joe Biden, of course, I noticed he touched the hand of the agent before. It was probably, as we said before, saying goodbye to staff. It's the same staff over and over. They serve presidents, but they make a very, very strong bond.
Mary Jordan, to be in that car.
You know, not always do they have a third person. It's very interesting that Amy Klobuchar is there. The last time in 2017, Roy Blunt, senator from Missouri, was in the car, but that was because of the strain between then it was Obama and Trump. Now it is clearly a strained relationship. So it's very interesting that Amy is there. But Donald Trump has a high threshold for awkwardness, right? I mean, Marco Rubio, you know, called him a con artist, and he called Rubio a lowlife, and now he's his nominee to be the Secretary of State. So we have seen over and over again that Donald Trump doesn't seem to mind the most awkward situations. Melania Trump is his third wife. His second wife is here in Washington. She's been posting pictures. Marla Maples, the mother of Tiffany. You know, I mean, people don't even like to go to Thanksgiving dinner with kind of awkward family members. This guy can do it in front of a couple billion people that are watching around the world today.
Mary, I think that's such a great point. I mean, that is why we are seeing today so many families in this country, and perhaps you have it in yours, where a Thanksgiving dinner or a family reunion or a gathering where you have a politically divided belief system, you know, even within your own family or your own friends, that if Donald Trump and Joe Biden can get in the car and ride to the Capitol. I will say about Donald Trump, he does seem to be very well equipped at understanding political theater, understanding the game that's involved in politics and how cutthroat it can be. He alluded to that, Mary, in that Oval Office meeting when he said, boy, this can be really rough stuff. Yeah. But today, it's a beautiful thing. And this moment right here is also something that, quite frankly, the people who show up, who vote, who take part in democracy, even if they think differently from their neighbors, but and put out their signs, and yet they still go, they vote. They believe in the system, and they deserve to see this today.
And to your point, if they can sit together in the car, albeit with Amy Klobuchar as a bit of a buffer, perhaps there's hope for everyone's divided families at the Thanksgiving table. It is remarkable. And yes, Donald Trump, no one does political stagecraft better. And even though, of course, you aren't seeing perhaps as large of crowds outside as he would have hoped, given the bitter cold out there, you certainly are still hearing many out there cheering. And he is going to find ways throughout the day to continue to have those indelible images, even though we won't see that traditional parade down Pennsylvania Avenue. I do have to mention, you know, we did discuss earlier those pardons, those preemptive pardons that Joe Biden left a bit of a parting gift there as he was making his way out of office this morning, pardoning so many who he's concerned that will be targeted by Donald Trump. Anthony Fauci, General Milley, Liz Cheney. And you did see a bit of a grimace, I thought, on Donald Trump's face as he walked out of the White House just then. And we have seen reports that Donald Trump has now responded to another outlet about those pardons, calling them disgraceful, saying that many are guilty of major crimes. So it's clear that Donald Trump perhaps didn't particularly particularly appreciate that last-minute move by President Biden, but Biden felt it was important to do, even though, of course, none of those officials have been convicted of any crimes, but the president wanting to proactively and preemptively protect them, given that Donald Trump has promised retribution.
Really interesting as we continue to watch this motorcade head up to the Capitol. If we could do a split screen, if that's possible, folks, in the control room, perhaps of just the emergence from the White House of Donald Trump and Joe Biden, just to see that facial expression from Donald Trump one more time. Because, John Carl, you noticed it too. Yeah. They did spend about 45 minutes there behind the scenes. I don't think Donald Trump drinks coffee or tea. On my interactions, it's always a Diet Coke or a Coke. But here they are emerging.
Well, I can report to you that when they spent 2 hours together in November, yeah, look at that. That does not look like a particularly warm walk out into the car. When they did spend their, by the way, I think as you see as Donald Trump gets into the car, you look through the window, it looks like he breaks out his cell phone, maybe to check his text messages, which is also something that's quite unusual. I see him looking, it seemed to me like he reached and he is, you know, looking at his phone. When they got together in November, they didn't drink coffee or tea, because as you said, Donald Trump doesn't drink coffee or tea. They didn't drink Diet Coke. There was no food served. I was told there was nothing but water for 2 hours. Yeah. But it was a warm meeting, according to my reporting on that. This, I don't think, will be as warm a ride. And I do believe that it's notable that Biden's pardons that are issued at this moment came just as we've learned that Trump is issuing an executive order essentially calling for an investigation into the investigators, including some of those who were pardoned.
That's right. So soon after this inauguration, we'll begin to see some of that executive action. Those orders take place. We'll dive into it all. You're not going to miss a thing here as they arrive here at the Capitol. We'll fit in a quick break, and we'll be right back with our live coverage of Donald Trump's inauguration in the Capitol. Joe Biden and Donald Trump in the motorcade now, on the way together, and we'll be right back.
ABC News live coverage of the second inauguration of Donald J. Trump returns in a moment.
You know something serious about to happen. I have an idea.
You guys have eyes on your targets.
Shouldn't we strategize?
Come on, we're gonna improvise. Freestyle.
No.
What don't you know about the man
Rex Heuermann was living a very compartmentalized double life.
accused of being
The monster. It's like two different people. Jekyll and Hyde is a real monster.
He's pleaded not guilty to all the charges.
the Gilgo Beach murders? Now, one woman who believes she got away and lived to tell.
He scared the crap out of me, and nobody's ever made me scared or uncomfortable like that.
Gilgo Beach Murders, now streaming on Hulu.
Yes!
Good luck.
Oh, Sean is here. Let's set everything up for remote learning.
Perfect. I plan on spending the rest of the day remote cleaning.
We got it, people!
Tonight, the inauguration of the 47th President of the United States. Full coverage from the nation's capital, plus the LA winds and millions facing dangerous cold. World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
The winner, Carrie Underwood!
You're amazing. You slayed it.
I love everything about you.
Oh my gosh.
You know how difficult my dad is.
You know, I hear everything from in here.
I'm broke and I need a place to stay until I find a job. Can we try to talk to each other like rational adults?
You watch the news lately? That's not a thing anymore. You could go back to law school. That's always been your dream.
Actually, that was your dream for me.
You like to argue.
You do love to argue.
You might as well get paid for it.
What murderer leaves someone stuck in a slide?
Do you know of anyone who'd have wanted to hurt her?
There was that creepy guy. We have a stalker on our hands.
You stay here.
Well, I could tell by your confident footsteps that the coast was clear.
Jason's escape puts my wife's life in danger. I need Bailey Zacks back in prison.
I'm worried about him. He's spinning out over Jason.
Who's out there?
I can't find Nolan anywhere.
This family is suffocated. We are all here to help them. We're going to make this happen. We have 96 hours to build.
Welcome back to live coverage here on ABC News. The motorcade arriving at the Capitol. Again, we've been talking about the motorcade carrying both presidents, Donald Trump and Joe Biden. That was Joe Biden right there, I believe, just disappearing behind the wall for a split second. Hard to actually see from this angle. And we were talking about their age, Martha. It's interesting, you know, Donald Trump is actually older than Joe Biden was when Joe Biden was elected to office 4 years ago. I think Joe Biden was 78 years old, 61 days. Donald Trump is 78 years old, 7 months, nearly 79 years old. The oldest ever to be elected to the office. There you see Joe Biden right there. We're about to see Donald Trump as well. But that says something.
That's a lot of age in the back of that beast. About 160 years combined with Joe Biden, now 82 years old. And when you think about the next 4 years, of course, Donald Trump would be 82 when he leaves office. We see him there. Age, of course, was an issue during this campaign, but much more with Joe Biden.
And Senator Amy Klobuchar, who, as I mentioned, is the chair of the inaugural committee, sort of leading the way. She actually rode in the motorcade, the two of them. You know, Donald Trump always looks serious at these moments, though, so I'm not sure it's necessarily reflective of their conversation, but look at the two of them. This is extraordinary. And you think about that first debate where Joe Biden had that performance and then had to bow out amid so much pressure. The two men who felt so strongly about the other in making the case to America that you can't go in that direction. Both of them said that about each other. Now to be walking into the Capitol together, Martha.
Walking into the Capitol after a tea that we hope was civil, and probably was civil because they both showed up. Of course, you have Elon Musk there, who has been such a huge player in this transition. I've talked to people at the State Department. They said they're talking to people from Elon Musk's world as much as they are talking to those from Marco Rubio's world.
John Carl, do we have a real handle on the role Elon Musk is going to play? I mean, he really has been everywhere.
He's basically lived at Mar-a-Lago. In fact, he's had a space to stay overnight at Mar-a-Lago since right after the election. I am told there will be office space for this Department of Government Efficiency, which has no actual description in American law. It'll essentially be advising Donald Trump's Office of Management and Budget, but they will have office space, presumably including for Elon Musk, as he decides to use it, in the Eisenhower Executive Office Building.
We saw J.D. Vance entering there as well with his wife, Usha Vance. And John, many have said that J.D. Vance's performance, particularly in his debate, might have been underestimated how much he helped Donald Trump also in making the case in those final weeks.
Look, it was a lopsided debate. He really performed very strongly. Wald's, Kamala Harris's running mate, had by comparison, a very weak debate. Hard to say whether a VP debate ever moves the needle. Then we have Dana White, of course, a UFC head, somebody who is now on the board of Meta, very recently post-election, and a strong, longtime ally and friend of Donald Trump.
He actually said after Donald Trump won that night that nobody deserves this more than Donald Trump, is what he said on that stage. And what he was talking about was how much he believed that Donald Trump had been targeted. There you see Pete Hegseth entering, Pam Bondi. These are the picks for Donald Trump's cabinet. And so far, Donald Trump telling Rachel Scott, I'll bring you into the conversation here, Rachel. You talked with the incoming president over the weekend, and he said so far he likes what he's seeing with the confirmation process.
Exactly, David. I spoke to President-elect Donald Trump over the weekend. I asked him about his confirmation picks and his cabinet picks and how quickly he wants Republicans to move on them. He said that he was impressed by the confirmation hearings so far. He believed that all of them did a great job. All of those picks that you just saw walk in that room, we're seeing Kristi Noem there as well. They've been making the rounds here on Capitol Hill, meeting with Republicans, really, Kash Patel entering as well, really trying to get all Republicans on board ahead of their confirmation votes in the Senate. But President-elect Donald Trump says he wants them to move quickly and get this done and fill his cabinet.
Rachel, you see Tulsi Gabbard there at the end of the row. RFK Jr. obviously also we have awaited to see in sort of in that confirmation moment. But Tulsi Gabbard could face some tough questioning.
Tulsi Gabbard, absolutely, and she already has. I know from Republicans behind closed doors. You see Tulsi Gabbard standing right there. She's standing next to Chief of Staff Susie Wiles as well. Her confirmation hearing has yet to be scheduled, but we know that Democrats and some Republicans have had some tough questions to her about some of the past comments that she has made and whether or not she has promoted any Russia propaganda in the past as well. She could face a tough confirmation fight ahead. You see RFK Jr., as you mentioned, David, lining up there along with North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum. You see him there as well. Pam Bondi standing there as well. She just had her confirmation hearing on the Hill just last week. And then you see Kristi Noem. She was on Friday. Elise Stefanik. We're expecting her confirmation hearing to unfold in the next couple of days. You also saw Walz there as well. He just actually stepped down from his role as a member of Congress. And that's what's interesting, too, here, David, as all this is playing out. Donald Trump, the president-elect, he has plucked some members of the House straight out of the House and right into his cabinet, should they be confirmed, or just in his administration in general. And that does leave House Republicans with a slimmer and slimmer majority. Speaker Mike Johnson even joked, please, please, please do not take anybody else.
Fully aware of the math, Speaker Johnson knows the margin will be very, very close, particularly given Donald Trump's choices. I want to bring Rachel Bade into the conversation as well. Rachel covers Congress for us. And Rachel, when you look at that array of cabinet picks, among them RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, where do you see any potential bumps ahead in the confirmation process? And are the rest expected to get through?
It's a great question, David, and I mean, particularly because when Trump was naming a lot of these folks to these cabinet positions, I was hearing a lot of anger from Republicans privately. A lot of them did not come out publicly, of course, to say that they don't want to be seen as, you know, lawmakers who are trying to be obstructionists to Donald Trump when it comes to picking these jobs. But, you know, they have fallen in line quite a bit, David. I mean, after Matt Gaetz, his initial pick for Attorney General went down, there was this sort of message that was sent to lawmakers up on Capitol Hill, specifically regarding Pete Hegseth, his pick for the Defense Department. A lot of Republicans didn't like him privately. They didn't want him to get this job. They didn't think he was qualified to run a massive agency like the Pentagon, that he didn't have enough experience. And yet, Donald Trump's allies, they rallied together and they made an example of these people who were expressing concerns about him. And since then, folks have gotten in line.
Rachel, we're looking at this picture of former Vice President Mike Pence walk in alone. And John Carl, this says it all. By himself. His wife is not with him, but showing up, you know, just as he did 4 years ago. He said because of his duty, and I would gather that's his explanation as to why he's showing up today.
Mike Pence is a patriot, and Mike Pence, on that day, January 6th, for the one and only time of his entire vice presidency, defied Donald Trump. Donald Trump wanted him to single-handedly overturn that election, but imagine that moment. Mike Pence's life was in danger on that day. The chance of the attackers of the Capitol saying, "Hang Mike Pence," whisked off the Senate floor. And David, you and I have gone back and looked at the video of just how close the rioters came to Mike Pence before he was taken in to down into the tunnels and to where he held up for several hours beneath the Capitol building, guarded by the Secret Service.
But this is sort of the new world order as far as American democracy right here, as you look at Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk. And Elon Musk, Mary Bruce, has made it very clear that if you don't get in line with what Donald Trump would like to do, and certainly these first 100 days, but get in line, period, that he's willing to use, his money to go after you and to primary you if you are resistant in any way, certainly as a Republican, to Donald Trump's agenda.
His money and his megaphone, and both are very powerful, and he does plan to use them. He has made that incredibly clear. I think one big question, of course, is just what exactly is his role going to be in this administration? We've actually already seen some back and forth between those, Trump's loyal supporters and advisors like Steve Bannon, who certainly doesn't appreciate Elon Musk's role here. But Elon Musk has also shown, even in recent weeks, the power that he can wield in Washington. I'm thinking back to that spending fight when Elon Musk single-handedly torpedoed those bipartisan negotiations and created a real headache for Speaker Mike Johnson. So I think anyone who thinks that these tech leaders are going to sort of be on the sidelines and be, casual advisors may have another thing coming. It remains to be seen, and also, how they will be welcomed by the Hill and lawmakers if and when Elon Musk and others may try to insert themselves going forward.
And Rachel Scott, you detected some boos when Mike Pence entered the room?
Exactly, David. So here in Capital One Arena, you have thousands of Trump supporters that have shown up. They are playing what we are watching here live on our screens here on the Jumbotrons. And as soon as Vice President Mike Pence, Trump's former vice president, showed up inside of the Capitol, we heard a very loud set of boos, which is pretty remarkable to hear for someone who served 4 years with President-elect Donald Trump in office. Mike Pence did put out a statement ahead of walking into the Capitol, and he said this is a day when Americans does what we do to celebrate our democracy and the peaceful transfer of power. We just have to remember exactly what Mike Pence did on January 6th. It is those core beliefs that he upheld that day, and it's a reason that brought him back to the Capitol again today.
So some boos at the arena where supporters of Donald Trump are gathered for what will replace the inaugural parade just a short time from now, early this afternoon. Of course, Rachel Scott, our eyes and ears there. She heard some boos when Mike Pence was up on the big screen. A different reception there in the hall, though he walked in alone. But as you can see, right here is another example. President Clinton and former First Lady Hillary Clinton. Let's listen. We watched this entrance in 2017. The former First Lady, former Secretary of State, who had hoped to make history as the first woman president, came so close. She won nearly 3 million in the popular vote. That was the margin, but did not win in the Electoral College. Even that was very close across 3 states. And these are the moments, Linsey Davis, that are the test of democracy. Former President George W. Bush, former First Lady Laura Bush arriving too. And it was in 2017, Hillary Clinton sat next to George W. Bush, and the two of them made their own observations about what they saw play out that day, their initial reactions to the carnage speech, though they're back 8 years later because of their duty. And there you see Lara Trump, Eric's wife, arriving with their family. She's a rising star in the Republican Party, was considered for a short period of time to be a potential replacement for Marco Rubio in Florida, though that's no longer the case. And there you see former President Obama, and arriving alone, Linsey.
One thing that I'm mindful of is the American tradition. We have so many people who could run for president, but here you see, when we saw George Bush, of course, he was there for his father's inauguration, then his own with Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton. We had Bill Clinton run, then his wife run for president. Here you have Donald Trump at now his second return to the Capitol, now about to be sworn in as president. But one thing that I was struck by, and we talked about this earlier with regard to Chris Christie saying that the real criteria right now is loyalty. When we saw Mike Pence coming in, J.D. Vance has already said that if he had been in Mike Pence's shoes then in 2021, he would not have certified the results of the 2020 election. And I think that is so significant, right, in that when he was chosen, Donald Trump said loyalty really is paramount. And one thing that we're seeing also in a difference as we're looking at some of the cabinet members this time around, the last time many of his appointees were standard bearers. They were well known inside the Beltway. A lot lot of experience, and now we're seeing these outsiders, the Kash Patels, the Tulsi Gabbards, Pete Hegseth, RFK Jr., tapped for key roles in this administration. Quite a difference. Even when we're talking about these executive orders that we're hearing that he's going to sign, potentially 200 on day one. 4 years ago, he signed one executive order on day one.
Donald Trump did. 8 years ago, yeah.
8 years ago.
Yes. I know it's hard to, because he's back. It was just 8 years ago. There's Marco Rubio, center screen. One notable thing about Marco Rubio in his confirmation process is in this deeply divided climate, he was welcomed by both sides of the party for his hearing just a few days ago. There you see RFK Jr. there in the center, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, of course, Pete Hegseth right there behind him, who also looks like he could very well
at this time,
land the role as head of the Pentagon. Pam Bondi there, Linda McMahon, Lara Trump, as I mentioned, ran the RNC, was pivotal in helping to sort of guide the party during this presidential election. You saw there for a time Susie Wiles at sort of the center screen for a bit. She is in white, and she is going to be the first woman to run the West Wing as chief of staff. And she has indicated to the president-elect, that she very much intends to keep that job for 4 years. She's going to work very hard. We know that that did not happen his first go-around. They did not last that long. There's Mark Zuckerberg right at the left of your screen as the camera pans. And Pete Hegseth on the phone in the back row there, Martha.
On the phone, making last-minute calls for, I cannot imagine what that is about. You know, one of the big differences, and Lindsey's right, they are all outsiders, but what they also are absolute loyalists to Donald Trump. Pete Hegseth's confirmation hearing, I've never heard anything so political. Many questions were just, Donald Trump's going to be a great president, and he's the person who can do it, and Joe Biden didn't do a good job. So it was incredibly political. So when I think about the chaos of the first Trump presidency, and the Mattises, and the Spicers, and the Reints to a degree, that they were all let go or left, this time it could be, you could have far less chaos because you have those loyalists.
And as we train our eyes up, they just changed the shots there. This is what we call the live pool feed that all the networks are sort of sharing. But a moment ago, you could see Susie Wiles had taken a seat, grabbing a quick drink of water before this continues to play out. And John Santucci, I told you I would come back to you. I was hoping to do so as we could see Susie Wiles, but we'll see her again. But again, you heard me mention there a moment ago, she's made it very clear to the incoming president she intends to hold on to this job.
For 4 years, David, she said she would be by Donald Trump's side. And David, I'm going to play fashion police for 5 seconds. To see her wearing white, she's often referred to as the ice maiden around Donald Trump for her loyalty to the president-elect.
Cool-headed, he says, which is where he came up with that nickname. And here we see the Supreme Court entering Terry Moran, Chief Justice John Roberts, followed by the other justices, many of whom were appointed by Donald Trump, appointing more than the typical president gets the chance to do. The court now significantly conservative-leaning, given Donald Trump's moves during his first administration. And John Roberts, the Chief Justice, Donald Trump hasn't always seen eye to eye with. You heard more from Donald Trump about members of the court than you typically do from a president. He's even talked about Samuel Alito in recent days and talked with him as well.
That's right. There was a phone call recommendation for a clerk to Samuel Alito. A little bit out of the ordinary. But this is a court that is not just conservative, but it's pro-executive. And yes, Donald Trump has had his problems with Chief Justice John Roberts, but that immunity ruling that Roberts wrote changed the game for presidential power. This is a president who comes in, you know, at the head of a movement that has finally taken power after 8 years of struggling for it, in the Congress, with majorities in both houses, and with the Supreme Court that has supercharged the authority of the federal executive power. And that is a combination we haven't seen. And the reason is none of those justices were ever practicing politicians. We used to have practicing politicians, Senator Day O'Connor. None of those justices ever worked in state courts. These are federal government lawyers, most of them, and they have juiced the presidency, the majority, in a way that will certainly help Donald Trump accomplish his very ambitious objectives.
I know it's a point, Mark Updegrove, that's not lost on you either. You know, so much is made about Donald Trump and the mandate, even though from a popular vote standpoint, it was a relatively close election. He won the Electoral College, no question, mandate there, if you will. Does have the Congress, though very slim margins in the House and Senate. It'll still be quite a feat to get things passed, particularly when you're plucking members of the House to serve in your cabinet. Very slim margins there for the Speaker of the House. But as Terry points out, it's not just that the Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House, or are about to. It's the fact that the Supreme Court has given Donald Trump, whoever the next incoming president was, but now it's Donald Trump, significant power and protection now to do what they want.
There's so many things that make Trump 47 different from Trump 45, David, and that's one of them. The broader powers of immunity that he has based on the verdict in the Supreme Court. Plus, as you said earlier, he has the fealty of his party. The party had resisted Donald Trump in 2016. He had people in the House and the Senate who resisted him during the course of his term. The Liz Cheneys and Adam Kinzingers in the House, the Mitt Romneys and John McCain's in the Senate. They're gone now. And there are so many Republicans who owe their tenure in the House and Senate to Donald Trump, David.
Thank you, Mark. We're watching Don Jr., Eric Trump now arrive, Barron Trump in the back. He stands about a foot taller than his brothers. They're tall themselves, but he's taller. There you see Tiffany Trump as well. Barron Trump attending NYU in New York. Melania Trump has been asked, does she feel like an empty nester? And she said, not really. I raised him to be his own person. And she has said, I will go to the White House. I'll live there. I'll serve as First Lady. But I'll go to Mar-a-Lago when I'm needed, and I will go to New York when needed as well. And she will be and continue to be very connected to her son, Barron. They have been close really through his childhood. We've watched him grow up. He was away from the public eye for some time and then reemerged as someone who's quite literally taller than the rest of us and who has helped his father with this victory. Barron Trump quietly advised his dad on areas where he could reach young men voters, podcasts that Barron was interested in, and Donald Trump listened. Somebody else, though, in that grouping of children arriving is also deeply influential now. And Rachel Scott, that's Don Jr. It was Don Jr. Who suggested RFK Jr. I know there were others who suggested him as well. And it was Don Jr. who said J.D. Vance should be the pick. And his father not only listened to him and benefited from that advice, he now truly trusts Don Jr. as a political force.
Yeah, Donald Trump Jr. has had a massive influence on President-elect Donald Trump's campaign. You mentioned it there, David. He was the one that suggested Senator J.D. Vance at the time to be Donald Trump's running mate. The president-elect listening to his own son. And President-elect Donald Trump even admitted later in some interviews that he didn't quite know exactly how it was going to work out there, as some of Vance's own controversial statements came to light, which he was pressed on repeatedly. But then he said it ultimately did work out. Of course, he said that after the election, and even down to his cabinet picks, right, as well. You mentioned Robert F. Kennedy Jr. This is a president-elect that looks to those who are close around him for advice and counsel. But you saw it there. He really did follow the advice of Donald Trump Jr. and also Barron. We saw Barron walk in as well, and it was Barron that encouraged his own father to really go outside and use different types of media to try to reach younger voters, younger male voters. And this is why we have seen the president-elect even talk about TikTok, saying it has a special place in his heart, because he does believe ultimately it did help him in this election and get things across the finish line. The president-elect listening to both of his sons on that front.
I want to listen into them. We're going to keep our eyes trained. Thank you, Rachel Scott. Rachel, incredible reporting as always. We are expecting now at any moment to hear the First Lady Jill Biden and the Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff introduced for the first time to this room, for the final time too, as part of the administration. Jared Kushner arriving there moments ago. He was an advisor, as you remember, the first term, and so was his wife, Ivanka, certainly Donald Trump's daughter. Both of them they might help from afar, but not inside the White House this go-around. And Jared Kushner's business has been quite successful, John Carl, in the interim. In fact, it's been reported in recent weeks that a major deal in Albania, for example, for a new hotel.
He's got a $2+ billion fund, Middle East money driving it. Incredibly successful. One big factor behind his decision to sit this one out. Although, David, Donald Trump still will reach out to Jared Kushner, and I wouldn't be entirely surprised to see him eventually return to the West Wing.
Ivanka, not so much, right? Given the fact that she has explicitly said, I hate politics.
Yes. Which is interesting because, you know, Ivanka had an influence on her father the first time around. And a lot in the MAGA movement, the hard right movement, didn't really trust either one of them, thought they weren't true conservatives.
And gentlemen, former vice presidents, the Honorable Dan Quayle, accompanied by Mrs. Marilyn Quayle, and the Honorable Michael Pence.
Haven't talked about Dan Quayle lately. Here on the broadcast, Dan Quayle returning with his wife. And there's Mike Pence. So much discussion about Mike Pence arriving. Linsey, you had asked the question about whether or not Karen Pence would arrive. It seems she's going to sit this out.
I think that perhaps isn't a surprise, given the body language of what we saw at Jimmy Carter's funeral when she made no eye contact with Donald Trump and Melania as they entered the church. And when Mike Pence was asked about that subsequently, he said, my wife is her own person. You'd have to ask her why she made that decision. But once again,
ladies and gentlemen,
say what you want about Mike Pence.
The 42nd President of the United States, the Honorable William J. Clinton, accompanied by the Honorable Hillary Rodham Clinton.
The former president having campaigned for both Joe Biden and then for Kamala Harris when she was the top of the ticket. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, just honored by President Biden at the White House, Mary.
Yeah, and really a remarkable ceremony. Joe Biden gathering some really amazing names, a wide swath of people to honor, including Hillary Clinton. What an arc for Hillary Clinton, though, to be in the room today, given, of course, what it was like for her 8 years ago during this very moment.
She said it took years to get over how close that loss was. You saw her reach over and shake Susie Wiles' hand. Susie Wiles, right there in center frame. And of course, she will make history as chief of staff.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 43rd President of the United States, the Honorable George W. Bush, accompanied by Mrs. Laura Bush.
John Carl, many had asked if George W. Bush would make any kind of political statement given these politically polarized times. And for those of us who have covered him for years, we would often say that is very unlikely.
He sat it out. Look, no love lost between him and Donald Trump, but George W. Bush...
Not interested.
Not interested in getting involved.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 44th President of the United States, the Honorable Barack H. Obama.
Mary Jordan, Barack Obama, being applauded by that room as he walks by. And all these different relationships. Actually, we were talking about this earlier. Linsey was alluding to it as well. You know, the Bush political dynasty, the Clintons, Hillary Clinton trying it, Barack Obama obviously serving, and then his vice president, Joe Biden, running years later and becoming president. But Mary, Michelle Obama not attending, and people will notice that.
She's clearly making a statement because there are planes, so no matter where she is, she could be here. She said, she wrote in her memoir, I cannot forgive Donald Trump for putting my family in danger. He said...
Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief Justice of the United States, the Honorable John G. Roberts, Jr., and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court of the United States.
She said that because he had said that the birther, that basically Trump had said that Barack Obama wasn't American, wasn't born here, and is an illegitimate president. And he said that led to enormous death threats. And she has said that more recently, too. So that's why she's sitting out. I think people watching this, though, are comforted at this odd and anxious time we're in, that we see people who really don't agree politically shaking hands. There is some level of comfort in this ritual, even though I also know in talking to people that there's enormous discomfort that the Supreme Court that we're seeing there, that Congress, they're far more aligned, and there's less check and balances this time than there was the last time Trump came to power. And the consolidation of power in the presidency this time is something that people are worried about.
It's a very good point. You said an odd and anxious time, and I think that's well said, Mary. And on the consolidation of power, it does make accountability a major issue going forward for reporters covering, any of these institutions. When you have Republicans in the White House, the Senate, and a conservative-leaning court, the question is, the American voters who have voted in Donald Trump and who want relief at the gas pump and at the grocery stores and this income inequality in our country, and certainly action on the border. And I think there'll be a lot of questions moving forward. We'll see some of that this afternoon about why Joe Biden didn't act earlier. You've seen big changes at the border in the final months of his administration, and many have said, well, why didn't this happen years ago? Maybe there'd be a different outcome. But the issues of the economy and immigration front and center, and they will be as soon as he's inaugurated and sworn in with these executive orders. There you see Jill Biden, the First Lady, and Doug Emhoff. And Jill Biden, Mary, who is the fierce
Tiffany Trump
defender.
And Barron Trump.
They're the Trump children entering, Don Jr., Eric, Barron, Tiffany. Enormously proud of their father and partly responsible for this victory. Those children worked very, very hard, and I say children, but they are adult children, and they were there for their father in 2016, and they were certainly there 8 years later to try to win back the White House. And what they believe were injustices that their father faced along the way. We are about to see Jill Biden, the First Lady, and as I was mentioning, Mary, a fierce defender of her husband till the end.
No one is more protective of their spouse than Jill Biden. And it is interesting to see her walking with Doug Emhoff. The friendship between the Bidens and the Harrises, the Harris-Emhoffs, is a real genuine one. I think you felt that and saw that, in the process, as we've mentioned, when Joe Biden announced he was leaving the race and quickly coming out and backing and endorsing Kamala Harris. And she was fiercely loyal to Joe Biden till the very end, something that history books will certainly question. We all remember that moment when she struggled in that question here on ABC's The View to explain how she would distinguish herself from the president, and it may have cost her dearly in this race. But that relationship, politically strong, but also personally between these two families.
Personally strong, and it might have gotten in the way politically.
Exactly.
Because people have looked back at that moment and thought, on a personal level, she had a hard time publicly taking aim at her boss, even though she wanted to win that election. And that was, many believe, an obvious question that would have come her way. But she had a hard time speaking out against the man who had picked her to make history as vice president.
She simply was not going to put any daylight between her and the administration that she served. And it was a difficult, situation she was put in, certainly. 107 days is not a long time to launch a campaign.
Barron Trump there at the right of your screen, and there have been a couple of images of him. Quite striking to watch him grow up over these last 8 years, and I think just out of frame is his mother. We'll wait for the other camera angle to pick this up. But John Carl, what a day for the Trump family.
I mean, what a journey for the Trump family. Going through not just the criminal trials, but the Trump organization itself was on trial in New York, lost a major judgment. Each one of them, the adult children, I mean, particularly Eric Trump and Donald Trump Jr., found themselves in courtrooms, testifying under investigation. And now they're here about to see their father being sworn in as President of the United States for a second time. And mind-bending journey from leaving the White House the way he left, going through all he went,
Ladies and gentlemen,
to vindication.
Escorting Dr. Biden and Mr. Emhoff, the Republican staff director of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Ms. Emily Leviner. the Senate Secretary for the minority, the Honorable Gary Myrick, the House of Representatives Chief Administrative Officer, the Honorable Catherine Spindor, and Mr. Bruce Fisher. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Jill Biden and Mr. Douglas Emhoff.
Folks at home to study the faces without us talking over them too much there, because the interpersonal dynamics are really something to watch as they walk in. Doug Emhoff, Jill Biden, both leaving their positions as First Lady and Second Gentleman, and Martha Raddatz, Jill Biden, she stood by her husband until that very moment, obviously, to get out, and she even defended that decision too. But if there was one person who did believe in her husband right until the end, obviously it was Jill Biden, and you can see a little bit of that in her face today.
You can see it in her face. She's obviously smiling today and gracious in public, but this must be one of the most difficult days she has ever had. She defended Joe Biden under great criticism during those last few months when Democrats were really starting to doubt whether he could carry on, and especially after that debate. She told him after that debate, that very disastrous debate for Joe Biden, that he did okay. He was great. And she continued to tell him that for months and months, and to this very day. It's not only hard for her in that situation, it's hard for any First Family to leave the White House and start a new life. I mean, we talked about Jimmy Carter a few weeks ago and how extraordinary he was.
We saw Doug Emhoff. He just put his arm around Jill Biden. They put their heads to each other. You can see the emotion in his face as well.
Yeah, very, very difficult for both of them, obviously for different reasons as well. And Doug Emhoff has been an astonishingly proud husband of Kamala Harris and what he has said about her and his support. His speech at the DNC was a lively one, a supportive one, a funny one. They never thought it would end this way, but both putting on that face, putting on that smiling face. I also have to wonder, as I sit here, David, thinking about Barack Obama and Mike Pence, what that conversation between they and their spouses was like. What did Karen Pence and Mike Pence decide in the end? How did they come to that decision? What was Mike Pence saying? Was he trying to talk her into it or not? And same with Barack Obama. But those women are not going to be told what to do by those men.
And another notable absence today is Nancy Pelosi, who played such a critical role in what we saw play out with Joe Biden and the decision for him to back out of the race. Now, of course, there certainly has been plenty of friction in public battles between Nancy Pelosi and Donald Trump. I mean, who can forget her ripping up his State of the Union speech as she sat there over his shoulder? He has also, of course, Trump mocked the violent attack against Pelosi's husband. But Nancy Pelosi, in the end, played that critical role in pressuring Joe Biden to leave the race, really speaking up on behalf of the party, painting the political reality for him, and it has done lasting damage, it seems, to his relationship with Nancy Pelosi. He still, as far as we know, has not talked to Nancy Pelosi. They have not been able to repair that relationship, maybe sometime in the future, but it seems the Bidens not quite ready just yet to have that conversation, because Pelosi laid it all out for him and said, essentially, you can't win. You have to step aside.
The First Lady, Jill Biden, has talked in recent days publicly about how painful that was, the pressure they felt from Nancy Pelosi after being, she said, friends for so many years. You see Tim Cook from Apple there, Kristi Noem there as well. Nancy Pelosi's daughter was reported in recent days also saying, you know, I hope the Bidens remember that it was my mother, Nancy Pelosi, who helped him get through some of those extraordinarily difficult pieces of legislation, the CHIPS Act, the Infrastructure Act that benefits, you know, certainly red states and blue states across America, and the jobs that will be created from that we won't even see probably until this next administration. But there are always these incredible turns for families who are connected politically and personally, John.
You know, and more so here because of what Mary has described, not just the tensions, monumental as they are, between Donald Trump and the Bidens and the Obamas, but also just within the Democratic side. I mean, to hear Joe Biden say recently that he thought he would have won. I mean, the message that's heard is he's claiming that if he had not been forced out of the race, that he would have beaten Donald Trump. And imagine how that goes over with those who were close to Kamala Harris and with Kamala Harris herself. He did add, she would have won too. She could have, I mean, she didn't win. The bitterness and the anger and the fact that their legacies are all so intertwined. And now that Trump has won, Trump's victory is a big part of Joe Biden's legacy, Trump's return to the White House.
His legacy was that he was the one who stepped in and kept Donald Trump from serving a second term, Mark Updegrove, but he'll also be known as the one who essentially, politically, allowed it to happen again.
That's the reason that Joe Biden got back into the race, got back into politics after stepping down from the vice presidency in 2017. He got back into politics to contest Donald Trump and stave off what he saw as an existential threat to democracy. He called the preservation of democracy the central cause of his administration, David, and not being able to fend off a resurgent Donald Trump. That's a big failure of the Biden administration, despite the many triumphs of the Biden administration, including, as you mentioned, that the many laws that he stewarded through Congress, perhaps the most important legislative president since LBJ.
Joe Biden has said himself he wishes they had communicated better some of their legislative victories and triumphs. Perhaps history will tell a different story. But here you see the First Lady, the incoming First Lady, Melania Trump, arriving. Linsey, we know from the first administration that the First Lady chose her public appearances and what she would wear very carefully. I'm not just pointing that out because it's First Lady. She made it known. She sent messages with what her choices were.
Sure. I mean, many people will remember that time that she was boarding the flight and had the jacket. I think it said, you know, I don't care to you, something to that effect on the back. But she, of course, was a former model, so always paying attention to fashion and her apparel very particularly. Today, she's being styled by an American designer, Adam Lippis, for the inauguration today, keeping that hat on from the White House now to the Capitol. Of course, as Mary had pointed out earlier, Donald Trump famously plays that song, Frank Sinatra's My Way. She has talked about how she does give, Melania Trump, we're talking about, it does give her husband advice. She has said that sometimes he listens, sometimes he doesn't,
America.
And that's
Please
okay. It always
welcome
seems
the
to work
Armed
out for
Forces
Donald
Chorus
Trump in the end.
and America's tenor, Christopher D. Macchio.
calling me to pay true to thee, true to thee, I will be. Oh, America, no weeping, let there be no wounded heart. I will keep you in my keeping till there'll be
Hard to imagine this moment, what it must be like for President Biden, Vice President Harris, Christopher Macchio performing "O America" inside the rotunda as the outgoing president and vice president approach the doorway.
Calling me to pay true to thee, true to thee, oh, I will be.
Of course, the incoming Vice President, J.D. Vance, and soon we will see the 47th president arrive as well. The joint delegation, leaders of the House and Senate arriving together. You see Amy Klobuchar, who we saw earlier today. She's playing an outsized role here in the inaugural committee. The outgoing Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, right there. Steve Scalise, obviously Majority Leader of the House. Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, with Amy Klobuchar there.
The Honorable Jackie Barber, the Clerk of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Kevin F. McCumber, Mr. John Bessler, Mrs. Kelly Johnson, Mrs. Iris Weinschall Schumer, and Mrs. Jennifer Scalise.
There we see for the first time Donald Trump, soon to be the 47th President of the United States. I mentioned this earlier, the first since Grover Cleveland to return with 4 years in between to serve his second term. Big plans this afternoon, multitude of executive orders. He had said about 100 of them. There is some reporting from our own team that it could be far higher. The incoming First Lady, Melania Trump, arrives at the rotunda.
Javits designed that hat, and as we know, there were an enormous number of designers who wanted her to wear either a hat or a coat or a dress today. So it's a big deal for Adam Lippis, who made the coat, and Eric Devitz, who made that hat.
Standing next to her son, Barron, who now attends NYU, instrumental in his father's campaign. Many say he would like a larger political role. Not entirely sure if Mom wants that to happen. But she did say, I raised Barron to be his own man.
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President of the United States and the Vice President of the United States, ranking member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, and Senate Majority Secretary, the Honorable Robert Duncan. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Joseph R. Biden Jr., and Vice President of the United States, the Honorable Kamala Devi Harris. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the Vice President-elect, the Executive Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Mr. Michael Wagner, Senate Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, Jason Bell, and House Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms, Mr. Sean Keating. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President-elect, the Staff Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Elizabeth Farah, House Sergeant-at-Arms, the Honorable William P. McFarland, Senate Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, the Honorable Jennifer A. Hemingway, Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable John Thune, and the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Mike Johnson, Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles E. Schumer, Ranking Member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, and Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar. Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump.
Here you have it, the return of Donald Trump to Washington as president. He said 8 years ago he would be back in some form, trying to get in underneath that hat that you spoke of, Mary Jordan, to give the First Lady a peck on the cheek.
Memes about that, yes.
A word there with Joe Biden. Kind words, embracing his handshake for his Vice President, J.D. Vance.
It's Melania's father.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
We have said all along the way, an historic comeback. Unlike anything we've seen in modern times, a political comeback of this nature. The American people witnessed the assassination attempts, what we saw play out in Butler, Pennsylvania. And we saw a former president who campaigned on the promise that he would do something about the economic pressures being felt by American families, rising prices, and something about
Please welcome the
immigration
chairwoman
at the
of the
southern
Joint
border.
Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
And now we will hear from Senator Klobuchar herself. Maybe she'll give us a window to the motorcade to ride with Joe Biden and Donald Trump.
Welcome to the 60th presidential inauguration. Today, President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance will take their oaths of office, and we will witness the peaceful transfer of power at the heart of our democracy. For the past year, I've chaired the inaugural ceremony committee, which includes the leadership of Congress from both parties. We thank the committee and Capitol staff and law enforcement who worked so hard over the last year, and especially the last 3 days. You've done a beautiful job, and you have shown grace under pressure. Our theme this year is our enduring democracy. The presence of so many presidents and vice presidents here today is truly a testament to that endurance. We welcome President Biden and Dr. Biden. We welcome Vice President Harris and Doug Emhoff, President Obama, President Clinton and Secretary Clinton, President Bush and Laura Bush, Vice President Pence, Vice President Quayle and Marilyn Quayle. The justices of the United States Supreme Court are with us, all 9 of them, I counted, and of course, the Trump and Vance families. This ceremony marks what will soon be 250 years of our democracy. It is the moment when leaders elevated by the will of the people promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, the guardians of our country. Through war and peace, through adversity and prosperity, we hold this inauguration every 4 years, and today it falls on Martin Luther King Day, a further reminder that we must strive to uphold the values enshrined in our Constitution, the freedoms, the liberties, and, as is inscribed on the entrance of the United States Supreme Court, equal justice under law. But what makes this moment more than a passing ceremony is all who are watching it across the country, the people of this nation, the ordinary people doing extraordinary things. President Kennedy, who at one point worked as a senator in this building and would often walk through this very rotunda, once said, "In a democracy, every citizen, regardless of interest in politics, holds office. Every one of us is in a position of responsibility." With that responsibility of citizenship comes an obligation not to seek out malice, as President Lincoln once reminded us, but to view others with a generosity of spirit, despite our differences. With that responsibility of leadership comes an obligation to stand our ground when we must and find common ground when we can. With everything swirling around us, the hot mess of division, it is on all of us, to quote an incredible songwriter who just happened to be born in my state, to ensure that our nation's democracy is our shelter from the storm. There's a reason this ceremony takes place at the Capitol. In other countries, it might be in a presidential palace or a gilded executive office building. Here it is traditionally held at the Capitol, the People's House. It is a fitting reminder of the system of checks and balances that is the very foundation of our government, 3 equal branches of government. That is how, for nearly 250 years, our great American experiment, grounded in the rule of law, has endured. So, as we inaugurate a new president and vice president, let us remember that the power of those in this room comes from the people. The construction workers who build our country, the teachers and healthcare workers who nurture us, the troops defending our freedoms, and yes, the firefighters in Los Angeles putting themselves on the line for us. Our democracy's strength and grit must match theirs. May God bless our nation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Endurance through the years is the ultimate test. To persevere through time is the truest measure of an idea, an institution, and a nation. Our founders wrote the Constitution so that America could withstand all the twists and turns of time. They wrote it to guide us and to preserve forever our right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But as much as the truths and principles enshrined in our Constitution remain the same, our democracy promises the American people the power to change, to chart their own destiny. That's the beauty. That is the importance of democracy. It allows the endurance, the permanence of a nation through change. It allows nations like our United States both to avoid the obstacles and to seize the opportunities God has placed before us, all while staying true to our founding principles. Today is our country's 60th inauguration ceremony. Like all the others before it, it is a celebration of our right to set our uniquely American course. The past several years have been trying at times for many, many Americans, and also for the nations of the free world that we humbly strive to lead. In November, Americans chose again to steer this nation towards greatness, the secure, safe, and prosperous future that our founders envisioned for all of us. And today, we celebrate not only their decision to do so, but also the simple right and wisdom of a free people to make their own choice so that their nation might endure. And now, allow me to welcome Archbishop Timothy Dolan and Reverend Franklin Graham, who will deliver our invocation. Please rise.
Be still and know that I am God, supreme among the nations, supreme on the earth. Let us pray. Remembering General George Washington on his knees at Valley Forge, recalling Abraham Lincoln at his second inaugural, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. Remembering General George Patton's instructions to his soldiers as they began the Battle of the Bulge 8 decades ago. Pray. Pray when fighting. Pray alone. Pray with others. Pray by night. Pray by day. Observing the birthday of the Reverend Martin Luther King, who warned, without God, our efforts turn to ashes. We, blessed citizens of this one nation under God, humbled by our claim that in God we trust, gather indeed this Inauguration Day to pray for our President Donald J. Trump, his family, his advisors, his cabinet, his aspirations, his vice president, for the Lord's blessings upon Joseph Biden, for our men and women in uniform, for each other whose hopes are stoked this new year, this Inauguration Day. We cannot err in relying upon that prayer from the Bible, upon which our president will soon place his hand in oath, as we make our own the supplications of King Solomon for wisdom as he began his governance. God of our fathers, in your wisdom you set man to govern your creatures, to govern in holiness and justice, to render justice with integrity. Give our leader wisdom, for he is your servant, aware of his own weakness and brevity of life. If wisdom which comes not from you be not with him, he shall be held in no esteem. Send wisdom from heavens that she may be with him, that he may know your designs. Please, God, bless America. Please mend her every flaw. You are the God in whom we trust, who lives and reigns forever and ever. Amen.
Mr. President, the last 4 years, there are times I'm sure you thought it was pretty dark. But look what God has done. We praise him and give him glory. Let us pray. Our Father and our God, thou hast said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. As the prophet Daniel prayed, blessed be the name of God forever and ever. For wisdom and might are his. He changes the times and the seasons. He removes kings. He raises up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. Our Father, today, as President Donald J. Trump takes the oath of office once again, we come to say thank you, O Lord our God. Father, when Donald Trump's enemies thought he was down and out, you and you alone saved his life and raised him up with strength and power by your mighty hand. We pray for President Trump that you'll watch over, protect, guide, direct him. Give him your wisdom from your throne on high. We ask that you would bless him and that our nation would be blessed through him. We also ask that you would bless and protect Melania as First Lady. We thank you for the beauty, the warmth, and grace that she shows not only to this nation, but to the whole world. We thank you for Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and his wife Usha and their young family. May he be a strength to President Trump, to stand beside him, to hold up his arms like Aaron held up the arms of Moses in the midst of battle. The prophet Samuel reminded the people, it was you that brought them up from the land of Egypt. And he said, now stand still that I may reason with you before the Lord. So, Father, we take this moment to stand still, to remember the great things that you have done for this nation. Thank you for the protection, the bounty, the freedoms that we so enjoy. We remember to keep our eyes fixed on you, and may our hearts be inclined to your voice. We know that America can never be great again if we turn our backs on you. We ask for your help, and we pray all of this in the name of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, your Son, my Savior, and our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Justice Kavanaugh to administer the Vice Presidential Oath of Office.
The Vance family there with one of their 3 children as J.D. Vance prepares to be sworn in.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith
That I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same.
and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely
That I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion.
or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge
And that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties of the office
the duties of the office
on which I am about to enter.
on which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
The Vice President, his wife, and his children witnessing his moment of history. And of course, the President, the 47th President, will be next. A handshake from him right there.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chief Justice Roberts to administer the Presidential Oath of Office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the office of President of the United States
the office of President of the United States
and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
You see the two Bibles there. Trump's personal Bible was presented to him by his mother, who graduated from Sunday school at First Presbyterian Church in New York back in 1955. The second was used for the inauguration of President Abraham Lincoln. He used that Bible as well 8 years ago.
He is trampling out the victory.
it is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country. Sunlight is pouring over the entire world. And America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we're watching fires still tragically burn. From weeks ago, without even a token of defense, They're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over. Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural. And very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states. And the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor, we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true. Thank you. Thank you. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country. We will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border. Illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill. America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. We're going to use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents, something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies. Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families. Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs. President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. and we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars. Ambition is the lifeblood of a great nation. And right now, our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken. I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We are going to win like never before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill. We will be prosperous. We will be proud. We will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly. We will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
There you have it, the inauguration address from the 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump. 30 minutes long. His first inauguration some 8 years ago was about 16 minutes, 14 seconds to be exact. He talked about the golden age of America beginning right now, that this country will be respected again. The scales of justice rebalanced, he said. The weaponization of the Justice Department goes away.
America the Beautiful, please welcome the Armed
National
Forces
emergency
Chorus
at the southern border
Carrie
he'll declare this
Underwood.
afternoon. Let's listen to Carrie Underwood, and we'll get thoughts from everybody in here in the studio to the inauguration. Obviously, they began to play a little bit of the background music to her song there a moment ago. I think they're waiting to fix that as Carrie Underwood prepares to perform there in the rotunda. Obviously, this is inside because of the weather today, but it does take on a distinctly different flavor instead of being on the west front of the Capitol and the platform where everybody is sort of spread out. It was quite something to watch the president-elect, now the president as 47th president of the United States, deliver his inaugural address with the outgoing president and vice president sitting right there beside him in just about every shot on all of the major points. When he talked about...
words help me out here. Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed his grace on thee and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
Carrie Underwood. The benediction is next. Shaking President Biden's hand, the vice president, the outgoing vice president Kamala Harris singing the words along with her. Shaking 47th president Donald Trump's hands there, and the vice president J.D. Vance.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Fisher will now introduce the benediction clergy.
I now call on Rabbi Ari Berman, Pastor Lorenzo Sewell, and Reverend Frank Mund to provide prayers of benediction.
Let us pray. Almighty God, your prophet Jeremiah walked the streets of Jerusalem and blessed its inhabitants with the Hebrew words, Baruch HaGever Asher Yiftach BaHashem. Blessed is the one who trusts in God. Thousands of years later, this great nation, which adopted these words as its motto, "In God we trust," stands at a moment of historic opportunity. Americans are searching for meaning. Our merciful Father, help us rise to meet this moment. Bless President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance with the strength and courage to choose the right and the good. Unite us around our foundational biblical values of life and liberty, of service and sacrifice, and especially of faith and morality, which George Washington called the indispensable supports of American prosperity. Guide our schools and college campuses, which have been experiencing such unrest, to inspire the next generation to pair progress with purpose, knowledge with wisdom, and truth with virtue. Hear the cry of the hostages, both American and Israeli, whose pain our president so acutely feels. We are so thankful for the 3 young women who yesterday returned home, and pray that the next 4 years brings peace to Israel and throughout the Middle East. Almighty God, grant all Americans the opportunity to realize our shared dream of a life filled with peace and plenty, health and happiness, compassion and contribution. Stir within us the confidence to rise to this moment. For while we trust in God, God's trust is in us, the American people. America is called to greatness, to be a beacon of light and a mover of history. May our nation merit the fulfillment of Jeremiah's blessing, that like a tree planted by water, we shall not cease to bear fruit. May all of humanity experience your love and your blessing. May it be thy will, and let us say, Amen.
Let us pray for our 47th president. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that you gave our 45th and now our 47th president a millimeter miracle. We are grateful that you are the one that have called him for such a time as this, that America would begin to dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and because America is called to be a great nation, We believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring from the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire. Let freedom ring from the mighty mountains of New York. Let freedom ring from the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania. Let freedom ring from the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado. Let freedom ring from the curvaceous hilltops of California. But God, we're asking you not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual, free at last. Free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
Almighty and eternal God, we gather here today in reverence, joined in our shared hopes and dreams for our beloved nation. In this sacred moment of the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, we turn our hearts to you, seeking your divine assistance and abundant blessings upon this pivotal moment in history. We come before you with profound gratitude for the many gifts you have bestowed upon our land. Thank you for the freedoms we cherish, for the strength of our communities, and for the resilience of our spirit. As our President and Vice President embrace their newly appointed roles, we humbly implore that your everlasting love and wisdom will envelop them. Grant them the clarity of mind to navigate the challenges that lie ahead, and the compassion to serve all citizens with fairness and integrity. May their hearts be filled with a giving spirit and sincere understanding for those whom they represent. May they be beacons of hope in times of uncertainty and prophetic voices in defending the dignity of all created life. We pray for a spirit of collaboration to flourish in our government and across our nation, fostering an environment where dialogue and heartfelt listening will prevail over division or discord. May each decision made by our President and Vice President reflect the values of justice and peace. As we embark on this new chapter, we also seek your comfort, O God, for those who feel lost or disheartened. In this time of transition, may your light shine upon them, reaffirming their belief in a brighter tomorrow. May we all strive to lift one another, supporting our fellow citizens with kindness and empathy, recognizing that together we can overcome any adversity. Grant us the strength to endure, the courage to face our fears, and the clarity to see the light that remains, even when clouds of uncertainty may gather. Inspire our new leaders to be champions for the vulnerable and advocates for those whose voices are often silenced. May they pursue policies that promote the well-being of all, seeking to build bridges that will foster unity and belonging. As we stand witness to this inauguration, we hold fast to our faith in the goodness of each of us and the possibility of change. We trust that with your guidance, O God, our nation can move forward to a future filled with promise, prosperity, and understanding. And finally, we lift our hearts in gratitude for the beloved parents of President Trump. Without Mary and Fred Trump, this day would never be the miracle that has just begun. From their place in heaven, may they shield their son from all harm by their loving protection, and give him the strength to guide our nation along the path that will make America great again. Let us go forth now with these words of President Trump's emblazoned on our hearts. As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail. We stand tall, we stand proud, because we are Americans, and Americans kneel to God, and to God alone. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for our national anthem.
Can you say, by the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose blood stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight of the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets in glee, heavens bursting in earth, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave?
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Christopher Macchio, of course, performing the national anthem. He had
Ladies
performed
and
a little
gentlemen,
earlier.
please remain at your seats while the President and official party depart the platform.
This is always an extraordinary moment here. The President and First Lady now leaving. President Donald Trump, 47th President of the United States, First Lady Melania Trump. They have returned 8 years after first coming to Washington. Again, the inaugural address moved indoors, and it created some slightly different dynamics in just about every shot of the president during those key moments, particularly when he was critical of the outgoing administration. The outgoing administration would almost always be in the camera shot in some form or fashion, which made this slightly different from usual. There we see the president and first lady leaving. Linsey Davis, what did you make of the address?
You know, I think I've got to steal from Senator Klobuchar when she talked earlier today about a hot mess of division. I think that those words were still on display there in not only what we heard from Donald Trump, but even in the body language that we saw from Biden and Harris, who really had a front row seat to listen to their successor outline his plans to eviscerate what they have tried to accomplish for their entire agenda, really. But here I am, the American people have spoken, those words spoken by Donald Trump just a few moments ago in the same building where 1,475 days ago, of course, the January 6 attacks took place. 34 convictions, 2 assassination attempts later. Trump saying that his proudest legacy will be as peacemaker and that of a unifier. And it'll be up to history to determine ultimately 4 years from now and beyond if he's able to achieve that goal and also what he said in the very beginning and end of his speech, the golden age of America begins right now. We spoke earlier, David, about the amount of wealth that's inside the room. We talked about Michelle Obama saying that she wasn't there because 8 years ago on his inauguration day, she said there was no diversity, there was no color on that stage. And as we look there from the dome of the Capitol, I would be remiss if I said it did not really reflect that of the American population when it comes to diversity, at least by what we see represented in the room, perhaps additionally by wealth. But Donald Trump did say that we will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. And that's certainly what, as we were reminded, this is taking place on MLK Day, that he constantly asked for, right? That he wanted to be judged not by the color of our skin, but the content of our character. And so we'll see if his words ultimately come true and that we must learn to live together as brothers or perish together as fools.
He did say on this MLK Day that he will strive to make sure that Martin Luther King Jr.'s dream becomes a reality. And the American people now watch over the course of the next 4 years. He said, as you can see, I am here. The people have spoken, Mary.
He declared our golden age has just begun. And David, we were remarking at times, it felt more like a State of the Union address, actually, with, Republicans rising and cheering and applauding Democrats sitting as Donald Trump really ticked through everything that he plans to do. And of course, Joe Biden is sitting right there in a way that I don't think we've really ever seen, watching with a front row seat as Donald Trump repudiates his administration, blasting his administration as a failure. But more than that, he really repudiated Joe Biden's worldview, his values, promising to unravel much that he has done on diversity, equity, and inclusion, declaring there will only be 2 genders, male and female. And Biden's sitting there while Donald Trump is doing what he has promised, which is to just reverse, essentially, and unravel Joe Biden's agenda. And doing all of this, of course, after Joe Biden made a point of reaching out to Donald Trump, inviting him to the White House today, participating in this day together. There was no nod to Biden, no overture to him at all. And instead, he promised the American people that he will reclaim the American Republic, declaring this is a liberation day. And, it does strike me, especially as we are about to watch Joe Biden depart Washington for the last time, that when Joe Biden ran in 2020, he predicted that Trump's time in office would be an aberration. That's the word he often used in American history. Biden argued that the American people would move past this, that he could stop Donald Trump from fundamentally changing the country. Instead, Trump today is proving his lasting mark on American politics. And he did tout his own comeback, saying that many thought this kind of a political comeback was impossible. But Donald Trump saying, here I am.
Well, there's no question it is the greatest political comeback of modern political times. No question about that. And he did talk about the things he campaigned on. Immigration, he said he'll declare an emergency on the southern border. We'll see that with executive action this afternoon. On inflation, he said, I'll direct members of my cabinet to marshal their powers, the cabinet, to defeat record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices, said drill, baby, drill. On energy policy, he talked about taxes and tariffs, planning to impose those tariffs on other nations who want to bring goods into our country, and talked of his external revenue service instead of the internal revenue service. Talked about, of course, government efficiency as well, which he has said Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy will help to run. There you see Speaker Johnson, other dignitaries, other leaders now leaving, Senator Amy Klobuchar. That was quite something just moments ago as we watched Joe Biden and Jill Biden leave, followed by the new vice president, J.D. Vance and Usha Vance, his wife, and then behind them, Doug Emhoff and outgoing Vice President Kamala Harris, obviously former Vice President now, given that it's 1 o'clock Eastern time, and about an hour ago, Donald Trump was sworn in, returning not 8 years consecutively, but he will serve a second term now, and he begins this term with far more power, as we said earlier, not just through the popular vote and the fact that he has Senate and the House, and obviously the White House. There you just saw Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton interacting with Don Jr. And Ivanka Trump. Ivanka had been a friend for some time of Chelsea Clinton's. I'm not sure. I have no idea if they're still connected in any kind of way, but the Clintons reaching a hand out to the Trump family as they leave. Barron, Jared Kushner there shaking hands with the Clintons. Always interesting to see these sort of interpersonal dynamics. We're about to see Joe Biden leave Washington and his political career behind him of many, many decades, only returning to politics after the first Trump administration. And John Carl, what did you make that, at least at the beginning, because we've heard that it's tradition now that during these inaugural addresses, the incoming president generally references, the outgoing administration, at least thanks them for their service. None of them see eye to eye with these peaceful transfers of power, but I don't think we heard any of that today.
No, what you heard today is you heard Donald Trump describe Joe Biden's time in the White House as a, quote, horrible betrayal. Horrible betrayal. This wasn't the American carnage speech of 8 years ago, but it was a harsh condemnation of the outgoing president and a promise of a new age. And the implicit, even the optimistic parts of this speech, the coming of a golden age that begins now, is a not so implicit condemnation of the age that has just ended.
Mark Updegrove, you study this. You're a presidential historian, obviously a consultant here with ABC News as we watch the Trump family leave, Don Jr. And Don Jr., who helped his father navigate this campaign, orchestrated the campaign in many respects, helped make some key decisions, or at least push his father in that direction. Obviously, J.D. Vance is the biggest decision that Don Jr. had suggested. RFK Jr. was something he pushed as well. Ivanka and Jared leaving there. Eric and Lara, who is obviously a rising star of the Republican Party. She had been considered, as I mentioned earlier, for Marco Rubio's Senate seat for a time. We'll be watching her because her next step will be, if it's in the political world, and many believe it will be, given her clout now, having run the RNC and what was a very successful effort to get her father-in-law back to the White House. But Mark, I think about the setting, as we've been talking about, for this address, not on the western side of the Capitol, on that large stage, if you will, that allows actually for the speech to be the incoming president is the central figure. Everybody else is sort of off to the sides. They're sort of spread out, if you will. This was very intimate. Which forces actually this sort of visual where you're seeing the outgoing president and vice president intimately listen to what the incoming president has to say, which actually sort of elevated what he was trying to accomplish there today.
You're absolutely right. It was such a harsh repudiation of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's administration. It was almost hard to watch at a certain point. And it's ironic because he talked about, as Linsey mentioned, wanting his legacy to be at the end of this term that of a peacemaker and a unifier. He said nothing is, national unity rather, is coming back to America. But this is somebody whose first term was marked by division. And he didn't talk in this speech, David, in any way about how he would unite America. That surprised me a little bit.
There was only one moment that we could take note of, at least that I saw, where President Biden, Vice President Harris, the outgoing president and vice president, applauded with President Trump, and that was on the ceasefire between Israel and Gaza. Whit Johnson, you're outside witnessing this moment. It is always a powerful moment for the American people.
Absolutely, David, and we can see the now President Donald Trump walk out here with the former President Joe Biden, also there with the Vice President and former Vice President, their spouses as well. And you see the Congressional Committee lined up behind them. This is Joe Biden's 5th consecutive inaugural ceremony in an executive capacity. twice coming in as vice president, once leaving as vice president, then going in as president, and today leaving as president. And you can only imagine the tornado of thoughts and what ifs swirling through his mind right now. Just 6 months ago, he never could have imagined this moment, handing the keys to the White House back to the man he took them from 4 years ago. He was still in this race. Tomorrow will be 6 months to the day that he dropped out of the presidential race. And I talked to some White House staffers who tell me that it's complicated. This is a bizarre feeling. He didn't technically lose himself. He was pushed out by members of his own party. So here he is standing in front of what was formerly Marine One, now called Executive One because Biden's no longer the president, getting ready to say goodbye to a city he's worked out of for half a century. And for Joe Biden, forgive me as I'm just sort of taking in this moment, it is remarkable to see all of this, but he called himself a bridge president to a new generation, and now here he is. I don't think he imagined that next president being Donald Trump. David?
Wade Johnson, thank you. You're right, he did say he would be a bridge to the next generation, and what's happened instead is a bridge back to the previous administration. Donald Trump returning to the White House as 47th president. Watching the Vice President, Kamala Harris, leave as J.D. Vance and his wife watch. Of course, Martha Raddatz, Kamala Harris, tried to run that 107-day campaign, and we've never witnessed that in modern times either. It was a valiant effort, and it came up short.
It certainly did come up short. She, too, never imagined that she would be running, first of all, for those 107 days or standing here right now. I have to say the moment that really struck me, David, was when that ceremony ended and you heard them say, please remain in your seats while the president departs. Joe Biden, very clear, he was no longer president. And having to listen to that speech, that repudiation, that long list of grievances, really, it not only sounded like a State of the Union speech to me, it sounded like a Trump rally. He was talking to his voters, those support him. And there are millions and millions and millions of those voters. But they're walking together there, both spouses holding hands. And there was that moment of unity afterwards when you saw them speak together.
And there was an exchange of smiles here a moment ago. And you have to wonder if there is any ounce of relief for Joe Biden, too, that at least this chapter of being in the middle of it all is over.
I was just going to say there's certainly relief that the speech is over.
The speech itself.
Yeah, I mean to sit there, he did not look like a comfortable time to be sitting there through that speech and the kind of condemnation it was.
The First Lady's embracing there, and, arms around one another.
And did you notice that President Trump and Kamala Harris seemed to have quite a few words at the end there? I think that's the biggest exchange of words between the two of them since our debate.
Since the debate the day after at the 9/11 memorial down at Ground Zero, he extended his hand to the vice president, and I always thought that was a moment where they acknowledged that they both sort of gave it their all in that debate against each other, an unexpected moment, and a moment where he sort of signaled to her that was something last night.
It's something about Donald Trump. He can attack you viciously and then 60 seconds later treat you like you're his best friend in the world. And I'm sensing a little bit of that watching him go out with Joe Biden after giving that speech, and then, hey, we're here together.
And he's back to serve a second time. And, you know, even on the campaign trail, you heard Donald Trump often say, how dare they do this to Joe Biden? And that was quite effective with some voters out there to play into that notion of Joe Biden was pushed out by his own party. And they're waving now as Joe Biden leaves Washington with the First Lady, Jill Biden, on what was Marine One, now renamed because he is no longer the president after 50 years in politics and after 4 years as president, certainly 8 years as vice president to Barack Obama, longtime member of the Senate. And you have to wonder, Mary Jordan, if Marine One will fly over the White House one more time, as Ronald Reagan began with former First Lady Nancy Reagan all those years ago.
Amy Klobuchar had said that the theme was enduring democracy, and you just saw Jill Biden reach out over and put her arm around Melania, and it seems that there is a big effort here, especially on the Democratic side, to underscore this enduring democracy and to say how different it was than the last time. We didn't have these pictures before because Donald Trump refused to come to the inauguration. He left early in the morning. He would not go over to the White House. And so here is where the Democrats, even though they couldn't give the speech, are through these little things that actually mean something to people about enduring democracy.
Terry Moran, what do you think this moment it's impossible to know, but must feel like for a man who served Washington his whole adult life? He was obviously a very young man when he arrived there as a senator. He had just, lost his wife and his baby girl. His two sons survived, and then Jill Biden, he would later find, and she would be a mother to those two boys, and then they would have a daughter of their own. Now leaving Washington for the final time, at least in a political role.
Yeah, it's the end of a political journey like few others in American history. Half a century in American politics. Finally, at the end, reaching what he had wanted for so long. First time I ever covered him was 1987-88 when he ran for president way back then. And now leaving not personally defeated, but he had to give up what he had tried to have for so long. And knowing Joe Biden, though, he finds a way to make himself right with his own decisions, for better or worse. He's pardoned his family members today. He is a person of very devout faith, and I think he clears his own conscience to his own satisfaction. I think he's at peace, is what I'm saying, with this moment and with the long career that he gave to this country.
Byron Pitts, I know you're watching along with us. Nightline anchor Byron Pitts.
David, to pick up on Terry's thought, I look at this image and I think of the book of Ecclesiastes. There's a time for all seasons. This image reminds us the political season for Joe Biden is over, and it is a new season for Donald Trump. We're also reminded today, David, that elections have consequences. President Trump's speech, for many, was filled with hope. For others, it was filled with hammers. For Americans who believe that we should be colorblind, this was a good day. For Americans who believe America should be color brave, a difficult day. And David, during his speech, President Trump acknowledged Martin Luther King, who would be 96 years old today. And I think Dr. King is speaking to us on this day. In his final book, Where Do We Go From Here?, Dr. King wrote,
Not bad, huh?
"We will err and falter as we climb the mountain's familiar slopes and steep peaks, but there is no alternative. There will be agonizing setbacks along the way with creative advances. Our consolation is no one can know true taste of victory if he has never swallowed defeat." I think what Dr. King was telling us then is that in America, there are days in which you win, there are days in which you lose. But the arc of America, which embraces all of us, is always moving forward, is always moving higher.
Byron Pitts with us as well as we watched what was Marine One, renamed now since Joe Biden is no longer the president, former President Joe Biden and Jill Biden leave the Capitol. That was the pool shot that they provide, and I gather they've now moved on from that pool shot, Mark? And now I would, as tradition has it now, Ronald Reagan had famously asked for one last loop around for the White House. Nancy Reagan famously wrote in her memoir that he leaned over and said, "There's our little bungalow." So you just have to wonder, Linsey, if they're going to take one last trip.
And now we have this shot again. And to your point, David, wondering, and we may never know, the potential relief that he feels on this day. This is a guy who, in recent years has had to be so careful of every step, literally and figuratively, as people wondered if he'd trip up the steps, you know, going aboard Air Force One. This is somebody who's been dogged now, at least for the last year, about his mental fitness and his capacity to be able to run this nation. And so you'd imagine there's a bittersweet sense, perhaps more bitter than sweet, though, for Joe Biden today.
Yeah, difficult to leave Washington knowing that he was not able to get the Democrats over the finish line for a second term, whether he could serve the entire 4 years of that term or not. He has said in recent days that he wished that he had communicated his achievements in a way that the American people would have received, and he took the blame for that, for not communicating that better. He does hand over to the incoming President Trump, an economy that is rebounding. You know, inflation has come down, though the American people still feel higher prices, and that is a very real thing. The stock market having a very good year, and it'll be on Donald Trump now to keep that going. He stepped in 6 months before the election on the border, and many, even within the Democratic Party, say, had we just done that sooner, you know, perhaps part of the equation would have been different heading into that campaign season. And of course, the very big question here is just age itself. Sometimes you can't outrun age, and that was on full display, Mary Bruce, in that first debate. You know, President Biden, the outgoing former President Biden, I guess we have to get used to saying, talked about how he wasn't feeling well that night. He had a cold. But we also know that, you know, age catches up to you in what is a very stressful job in the White House. We also know that Donald Trump now enters the White House slightly older than what Joe Biden was when he arrived at the White House.
Yeah, and that inevitable march of time is something that none of us can beat, despite Joe Biden and his campaign's best efforts. It does appear, I think, based on my knowledge of Washington geography, that he is making that flyover there of the White House. You know,
and the Capitol, where
yes.
he spent so much of his career.
And I was going to say, it is remarkable when you think about, you know, his more than 50 years in public service, more than 3 decades in his beloved Senate. You could argue that he always considered himself a senator first. He also spent over 3 decades trying to get to the White House. To only spend 1 term there has got to be something he grapples with. He has argued in recent days, as you noted, that, you know, so many of his accomplishments may not be felt by the American people just yet, but he said he's planted the seeds, you know, mentioning the Inflation Reduction Act, the infrastructure, the bipartisan infrastructure bill. And he really did leave with that parting message about the need for Americans to protect American democracy, arguing that it's now in Americans' hands, that his legacy and his work, that it is up to Americans to carry that forward, because he, of course, is not getting the opportunity to finish the job. That was his campaign slogan, and of course neither is Kamala Harris. But as he makes that flyover, you have to wonder if the Washington that he devoted his life to, if he feels like he no longer recognizes.
Let's go to Kira Phillips. Mary Bruce, thank you. Kira, you're in the overflow room. I know where the incoming President Trump, has now arrived. What do you see? What do you hear?
That is right. Well, people are starting to cheer right now. You can see there the Speaker of the House as the President of the United States is working his way down the steps right now, the First Lady by his side. You know, you think of this presidential inauguration, David, it's here come the cheers. It's a rite of passage. It's about a peaceful transfer of power. And what a stark difference compared to 4 years ago here in this building. It's very quiet right now as they're working their way down the steps, but I can tell you 4 years ago, he was denying the election results. There was an insurrection. And now you have a peaceful transfer of power where his fans and supporters are here shouting USA. It's gone quiet once again as he approaches the stage. You know, I had a chance to meet with him recently. We spent more than an hour together. Much of what we heard in that inauguration speech is what he told me, that he was going to move at lightning speed. And lightning speed is what we are seeing. You know, Biden set a record on his first day, David, 15 executive orders. The president saying he's talking about 200 executive orders, closing the border, mass deportations, reinstating travel bans, reversing Biden's climate policies. The Vice President now of the United States speaking. Let's listen in.
That was a good way to start it off. You know, I didn't know exactly what the president would put in that speech, and I hoped to myself that he wasn't going to hold back, and sir, you didn't hold back. That was a hell of a way to start the next 4 years, but I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, and I know I speak for the president and for all of us, thank you, thank you, thank you for making this possible. We love you. We wouldn't be here without you, and we're going to make America great again together for the next 4 years. And the last thing I'll say is, you know, having stood outside for about 5 minutes to wave goodbye to the Bidens, thank God we moved that thing indoors, because it was a beautiful ceremony and it was cold as hell outside. So, sir, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
No, he's right. I looked, I said, oh, look at this beautiful sunny day. We blew it, and then I went outside and we were freezing. You would have been very unhappy. The sun was very deceptive, I will tell you. It is cold out. And I'm sort of saying, you know, that was so beautiful today. Maybe they should do it there every 4 years. Does that make sense? I don't know. Because, you know, the outdoor thing is really good, but it gets a little cold around this time of the year, as some people have noticed. And a lot of times they suffer through it. There was no suffering in that room. It was 72 degrees. It was perfect with the best acoustics I think I've ever heard in a room. This is not so bad either. But I just want to say, you're a younger, far more beautiful audience that I just spoke to. And I want to keep it off the record. I want to keep that off the record. Because I don't want to have all those big shots up there. I don't want to think you're more powerful than them, you look better than them, and I love you. Now, we just had a great time. We just had a great day. This was amazing. You know, when you think we took a journey, I mentioned in the speech, a lot of people said that was not a journey that was possible, and it was indeed possible. I didn't really know too much about what they were saying when they said that, but a lot of people felt it, and we hooked up with J.D. very early. I watched J.D. over a period of time. I endorsed him in Ohio. He was a great senator, and very, very smart. The only one smarter than him was his wife. That was, I would have chosen her, but somehow the line of succession didn't work that way, right? But now she's great, and he's great. This is a great, beautiful couple, and unbelievable career. I just said to him, you are very upwardly mobile, because he hasn't been doing it that long, but he picked it up so quickly. Remember, the first week was a little bit like the fake news was hitting him really hard. And I said, ooh, this may be tough, but after that, it was smooth sailing for him. He took on everybody. He took on the meanest. I don't want to use the word corrupt because we're into a new system, so let's wait till the corruption begins, because it will. But he took on some pretty mean people, and he handled it well. I want to also congratulate Mike Johnson for the job that he's doing. Steve, we gave him a majority of almost nothing, and then I said, to make it tougher on him, let me take 2 or 3 of the people, right? I said, he'll only have to suffer with that for about 3 months. How are they doing, by the way? Are they? Is that moving along?
Totally unified.
I said, do you mind if I take this one, that one, and a couple of others? He didn't mind. He can handle it. No, he's a man that's liked by everybody. I've never met a man like this. You've got how many is it, 219 or 220 or something? 220. And of the 220, 219 really like him. I noticed he got 1 negative vote once about 2 weeks ago. But I think even 220 like him, if you want to know the truth. And that's very unusual. I know a lot of nice guys in Congress, and they have 35 people that hate him. So if you have 35 people that hate you and you only have 1 or 2 or 3 votes, you'll have 5, I think. But that's going to be like, you know, the good news is when we get to that 5 number, it's going to feel like a massive majority. You can be really nasty to a couple of them at least. Yeah? So it's going to feel like hitting your head on the wall and stopping. It feels so good to stop. But he's done a fantastic job. And Steve Scalise is, he's our hero because, you know, I was with him. You talk about being shot. I was with him. He got some bad ones, and his incredible wife, and she really loves him. You know, you never know about that. I've been with other people that were doing poorly, and the wife is like looking at her watch. She can't get out of the hospital fast enough. How's he doing? Oh, I don't know. He's all right. That woman was a mess. She was crying and crying. No, they're going to take him. They're going to take him. I told Steve when he finally woke up, it was a while, too. The doctor told me it was the most blood they've ever transfused in any patient. They've never done anything like it. And here he is, the picture of strength, right? And he's been a great friend of mine, right? With a family, because of a family. And what a job you did. It worked out pretty much better than we even thought, right? And I did have a couple of things, you know, to say that were extremely controversial. And between JD and Melania and anybody else that heard, please, sir, it's such a beautiful, unifying speech. Please, sir, don't say these things. I said, I'm telling you, it's going to play great. They say, you're right. For this group of people, it's going to play great. You're the only ones I hurt by not, but we had some beauties, didn't we, Melania? She said, sir, calls me sir when she's angry. No, I'm only kidding. I better say I'm only kidding, or the press is going to pick that one up loud and clear. No, but she said, no, I think it would be terrible. It's such a nice speech. I think it's, you know, it all depends on your delivery. How was the delivery? Was it good? But she said it's such a beautiful speech. You can't put things in there that you were going to put in. And I was going to talk about the J6 hostages, but you'll be happy because, you know, it's action, not words that count. And you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages. See a lot of action. And I was going to talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people that were very, very guilty of very bad crimes, like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs, where they literally, I mean, what they did is they destroyed and deleted all of the information, all of the hearings, practically not a thing left. They deleted all the information on Nancy Pelosi having turned down the offer of 10,000 soldiers. You wouldn't have needed 10,000. You could have had 500, and it would have stopped. Because we may have had 1 million people that day, the people that were there. You don't see any photographs, but we have a lot of great photos. But you don't see those photographs. They don't put them in. They show the people at the Capitol. But I was talking about that. I was going to talk about that. They said, please don't bring that up right now. You can bring it up tomorrow. I said, how about now in front of the I'll bring it up right now. You know, this little time delay is good because we're getting great reviews on the speech. Now watch. They'll take the speech and say, I didn't like it because he left there and he talked to people. But we're giving you a little more information than we gave upstairs. But no, they pardoned a lot of people. They pardoned, before we even get to today, they pardoned, 33 murderers, absolute murderers, the worst murderers. You know, when you get the death sentence in the United States, you have to be bad, because they don't give it much. And he pardoned almost everybody having a death sentence. And if you went through the crimes that were committed, you wouldn't even believe them. The level of violence, the people that were killed, the innocence of people that were killed, and children killed by these people. And he pardoned them for whatever reason. He spared them, and but they didn't spare the people that they killed. And you know, who knows what happens in the future. It's one of the worst, because a lot of times they let them out early after that. You know, they say you're going to be in for life, but then all of a sudden they get let out for good behavior, and then they go on a rampage. You know, it's one of those little things, right? But I was going to talk about that. But I was really going to talk about the level of, you know, what's going on. Why are we doing this? Why are we trying to help a guy like Milley? Why are we doing Milley? He was pardoned. What he said, terrible what he said. Why are we helping some of the people? Why are we helping Liz Cheney? I mean, Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super crying. I never saw the guy not crying. He's always crying. I looked at him. I remember years ago, he was actually on my side. And then one day, you know, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war with everybody. Let's kill everybody. Let's spend a lot of money on military equipment, you know, where her father works, right? And, but what she did was incredible. Think of it. They destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years against Trump. And the reason they did, because it was all false. Like the person that said, I tried to strangle a Secret Service agent. That's one of the toughest human beings I think I've ever seen. I actually had a friend saying, please don't change that, sir. You are the coolest sucker in history. Remember, she said, I put my hands around his neck because he wouldn't go to the Capitol. Made up fiction. And I was rebuffed. And the guy on the right is a massive weightlifter, probably stronger than me. Do you think he's stronger than me, honey? You know who I'm talking. Possibly stronger than me. Slightly younger than me, like, I won't say how many years because I don't want to talk about that, but a lot of years. But I had a friend that said, why are you disputing that story? That's the coolest story I've ever heard. That I would attack a karate champion, get slightly rebuffed, and then throw my arms around a guy with a neck about this big. Even though there are bars, you know, there are bars, you can't really do that anyway. So I wanted to talk about that. But all of that stuff got deleted. And the reason it got deleted is they were all caught in lies. You know, Secret Service testified, and they said it didn't happen. Actually, the two guys were very embarrassed. They're suffering because their friends are saying, did Trump really do that to you? But they gained a whole new respect for me. But it was just make-believe stuff, and there were a lot of make-believe stories made up. So rather than suffer the wrath, like the story with Nancy Pelosi, I offered her 10,000 soldiers. She knows it. She admitted it on tape that her daughter made. She's a videographer or whatever you call her, which I'm glad she is. Oh, she can't be in good stead with Nancy. But Nancy said it was my responsibility as she's leaving the Capitol. She said it was, and it was. She's in charge of security at the Capitol. But I offered them up to 10,000 soldiers, even more. One time I said more, as many as you need. But you needed 400 or 500. If 4 or 5, you 10,000, that would be more than the number of people there by lot. But we offered her 10,000. Think of it, 10,000 soldiers. In other words, J6 wouldn't be J6. There would have been no J6. But she rebuffed them. She didn't like it. No, she didn't like it. Maybe she wanted that to happen. But she's guilty as hell. And now we would have to go through the process because they destroyed all evidence. They deleted everything. There's virtually nothing left. The other fake story and so many other fake stories. And many people came out on our side. And those people now would got to find them. There's nothing left. So that's a criminal offense. If that were a civil case, it would be a criminal offense. If that happened civilly where you did that, it would be a criminal offense. So I decided I'm not going to make this speech complicated. I'm going to make it beautiful. I'm going to make it a unifying speech. And then when they said we have a group of people that are serious Trump fans, I said, this is the time to tell those stories. He knows. So anyway, but seriously, I'd like to, I think it was a tremendous success. I think we're very lucky we put it inside because it is really cold. We just went to the helicopter out of respect. It's something that's taken place for a long time. I guess it's as old as helicopters. You used to get into a stagecoach, now you get into a helicopter. Times change. But it's pretty old custom. And it's a beautiful custom, actually. It's a beautiful custom. I wish we could have had a better relationship. I wish we could have had a better relationship between Republicans and Democrats. I was with Senator Schumer. I said, Chuck, I think it's time we all start getting along a little bit because it doesn't make sense. I mean, we literally never get a Democrat vote. They never get a Republican vote, almost. And although there is a bill coming up very shortly that we have a lot of Democrat votes, right? It's going to be a very beautiful bill. We're going to have a signing, I would say, within a week or so, I think. And it's going to be a very good bill. You all know what I'm talking about. So I just want to thank you all for being here. You have been our fans from day one. All these people all over. You've been our fans. This has been there's never been anything like it. There's never been anything like it. This has been a movement like no movement ever in history for probably any country, let alone this country. You know, if somebody's running for president, and if they go out and they announce they're going to Arizona, they're going to Nevada, they're going to someplace, if you have 200 or 300 people, that would be standard. Ronald Reagan would go out. I mean, outside of the last couple of days where people get a little excited, but even then you have a couple of thousand people. But if you're going to go someplace, any place, any one of the swing states, any one of the other states, I mean, how about the non-swing states? We won Alabama by 48 points. We won Tennessee by massive numbers. Wyoming, we won by numbers that are, nobody's ever seen numbers like that. And, you know, places like California, we did great, but when they send out like 38 million ballots, nobody knows where the hell they're sending them, and then they come pouring back, the whole thing. You know, they passed a law in California that if you work in an election bureau and if you so much as ask for a voter ID, if you say, sir, ma'am, could I please look at your voter ID? They have the right to put you in jail. You're a criminal. Can you believe that? There's only one reason that happens. They want to cheat. So they had it where voter ID wasn't accepted. But now if you even ask for it, this is seriously a bill that was just signed, passed in their legislature, and it was signed. And I think when we get things cleaned up and we get back to a little bit of normalcy, I'm going to ask the Speaker to really get involved, because I think we would have won the state of California, because, you know, if you look at my numbers with Hispanic, we're at 56%. And we were winning. We won the Texas border that had never been won. As the governor said, he's doing a good job, the governor, by the way, of Texas. But as the governor said, it hasn't. Oh, did I get lucky? Did I get lucky? Supposing I said, you know, he's not here, but the governor of Texas has done a terrible job. Wow, look at you. You mean we couldn't get you up in the front row? I tell you. Supposing I said, JD, the governor of Texas, he's not doing his job. You heard what I said? See, I didn't know you were there. I said he's doing a great job. He's doing a phenomenal job. But now you're going to have a partner that's going to work with you, because you didn't have, not only didn't he have a partner, he had people selling the wall, right? We have a fence structure that we worked on, the governor worked on with me. And I didn't love it, to be honest with you. I wanted a nice precast concrete, you know, 40, 50 feet high, like a beautiful, could have been a T-shape, Y-shape. I love construction. I wanted that sucker to go up maybe 50, 60 feet. It would have looked beautiful, a nice Y shape. And they said, the problem is, sir, they climbed that like a rabbit. I said, what do you mean? No way. And they brought some of these guys out. They climbed it like... And the other thing is you hit it with acid and the thing will disintegrate. You know, they have things for concrete. So they needed very hardened steel, very special steel. And then they needed 7,000-pound concrete inside that steel, you know, inside that steel. And then they have a rebar that's the toughest steel made. Very hard to cut. So this is why very little is cut. I mean, it's right. And then they put a anti-climb panel on top. I hated it. I said, it's so unattractive. And I said, why would that work? I don't believe it works. And I went to watch the Border Patrol, gave a display. We had actually two sets of climbers. The guys that climb up walls with drugs on their back, I mean, they got like 60, 70 pounds of drug, and they go as fast as you can walk. They go bip, bip, bip. Or we have Mount Everest-type climbers. And honestly, the drug guys were much better. I couldn't believe it. The drug guys blew them away, right? But it's true, the anti-climb panel, they couldn't get around it. They just couldn't. You didn't have it. So sometimes you sacrifice beauty for efficiency, and we did. So we built this wall, and we built over 500 miles of wall. That's why we had such good numbers. The famous chart that came down very thankfully. The chart that came down on my right, Governor, had I not looked over there, I'm not speaking right now. You might be speaking here. You want to know the truth? You, JD, you've got a lot of great people in this party, but I got very lucky, but we had the best numbers we've ever had. But I bought, you know what happens is when you fill it up, it's like water. You fill it up. Now we have 571 miles of wall. And they would always say, you know, when we renovated a wall, so there'd be like a piece of plywood sitting there for 60 years, or a 2x4 sitting for 60 years on the ground and rotting. Because, you know, and they'll say, you didn't build a new wall. Here we're building 50 feet up in the air, and 30 feet sections, 50-foot sections, all steel, all concrete, all everything. And all, by the way, they don't even want me to say this, but what the hell, doesn't take that long time. They're all wired for all of the equipment. We put wires in everything so they can easily wire for all the different types of equipment. And if there's a doubt, we hit a wire. Whenever we just look, you just find the wires all over the place up top, so we can just hook it up. We don't have to have wires on the outside, which wouldn't do too well, right? So anyway, so we built an extra 200 miles of wall, and the governor wanted to buy it. He tried to buy it, and they wouldn't sell it to him. He wanted to put it up himself. Could have been done in 3 to 4 weeks, 200 more miles, because when you do it, now they just keep going further out, further out, further out, getting around. So we did an extra 200 miles, and it was all bought. And they announced that they're not going to put it up. And that's when I realized they wanted open borders, and that's when I realized that people are going to come pouring through the wall like nobody's ever seen before, but you've seen it. A lot of you are here because of that. I made it my #1 issue. They all said inflation was the #1 issue. I said I disagree. I think people coming into our country from prisons and from mental institutions is a bigger issue for the people that I know. And I made it my #1. I talked about inflation too, but you know, how many times can you say that an apple has doubled in cost? I'd say it, and I'd hit it hard, but then I go back to the fact that we don't want criminals coming into our country. We don't want the jails of every country in the world virtually being deposited into the United States, and that man had to suffer with it. And he did an unbelievable job. I'll tell you, he was a very popular governor, but now he's like an unbeatable governor because of your border policies. He was fantastic, and he really was. So. Governor Abbott he's a great man, a great leader, and but it did make him more. Did you do it? You didn't do that for politics. You did it because you wanted to do the right thing. But I'll tell you, it sure as hell worked for politics too. It's self-preservation. That's right. But no, because the people are demanding it. The people of Texas are demanding it. The people are demanding it all over. So anyway, so we built it, and they wouldn't let us use it. They wouldn't let the governor use it, and other governors, they wouldn't let him use it. But he was the leader of the pack and did a great job. And then we heard about a month ago that not only wouldn't they let us use it, they were selling it. They were going to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar. Now, 5 cents on the dollar then, but today it would cost more than twice as much to build because we bought it like 6 years ago. And it was just sitting on the ground, and that does not do well for the whole thing. But it was just sitting on the ground, and I heard about it, and I called the governor, and I called a lot of people, your attorney general. And here's the story. They were going to buy it, and these are great business people. They were going to buy it for 5 cents on the dollar or less, and they were calling us up, we'll sell it to you for 200 cents on the dollar. In other words, it will cost you twice as much, so it's 200 cents on the dollar. I said, can somebody explain that to a judge? I mean, how corrupt is that? You'd think they'd say, maybe we'll sell it to you for 20 cents, 30 cents, but not 200 cents. So they were going to buy something for 5 cents, and they were going to sell it to us for a fortune. They were going to make it would be, they'd have it down in Fortune magazine, they'd put it of the deal of the year, okay? You buy something like that. But it was so corrupt and so horrible. And when we told that to the administration, they didn't care. They just kept going forward. They couldn't care less. And they kept going forward. They knew that they were trying to sell it back to us. They would have sold it back to us. You would have ended up buying it. You would have paid probably 50, 60 cents, who knows. But they were going to use it for scrap metal, but then they made a much better deal. They could just buy it and sell it to us for 15, 20 times what they paid. 20 times, think of it, like 20 times what they paid. And we wouldn't let it happen. And the governor with his attorney general, Ken Paxton, they made a fantastic, they're a good lawyer. He's pushed around pretty good by people, right? I said, you got a great attorney general. They should leave him alone. He was with me. But Ken and the governor went to court, and a judge actually became incensed and actually called for an investigation. How could a thing like this happen? So he stopped it. So we're waiting to put that wall up. And now that you have a new president, that wall will go up so fast. The governor will complain, sir. This is Greg Abbott, sir. Please, the wall is going up too fast. Please don't do that. You know the story about winning. No, we're going to win too much. We're winning too much. Please, let's stop. People always love that one. We'll do this with the wall. Governor Abbott calls, sir, the wall is going up too fast. We can't take it. We just can't take it. No, I think you'll be very happy if the wall goes up too fast, right? But we'll get that done. We'll work with you on that. But it was a great decision by a great Texas judge, right? And it was beautiful to watch. He stopped them right in their track. I mean, they were literally loading this stuff onto trucks. It was terrible. Honestly, it was terrible. And he wouldn't take it. So I'm so glad I mentioned that they have a really good governor in Texas. And I swear, I didn't know he was here. I swear to you, it sounds like a setup. I didn't know you would end. Did I get lucky? I said the right thing. Because there have been moments when I wasn't so happy with him, you know? But not too many, I can tell you that. So anyway, it's good to see you too, Governor. Great. But I just want to thank everybody. You've been incredible. I recognize so many of you. It's so crazy. But this has been a long journey. This was a journey that started in 2015, probably started 20 years before that. People used to say, you're going to run for president? You're going to run? And I always said, no, I don't want. And then one day I said, let's give it a shot. And what I talked about then was the border, too. I think it probably was the #1 issue for me. Back in 2015, 2016, I talked about the border. And now I talked about the border, but this border is much worse. We fixed the border. It was totally fixed. There was nothing to talk about. 2020, by the way, that election was totally rigged, but that's okay. It was a rigged election. You know the only thing good about it? It showed how bad they are, showed how incompetent, and frankly, historically, this is a much bigger event. If that would have gone like it should have, the bad thing about it is some bad things happened, like a lot of people in our country that wouldn't be in our country right now. So you know that's the bad part. But I will say that it started in 2015, and right from the beginning, we went to the top. Day one, they announced Trump, and Trump went to #1 and stayed there for the whole primary. And then we took on Hillary. She didn't look too happy today. We took on Hillary. A very nice person, but we took on Hillary and we defeated Hillary, and then we did much better the second time in 2020. You know, we got millions more votes. We got millions, like 10, 12 million more votes than we did the first time. No president has ever gotten that many more votes. I got like 9 million more than anybody else had ever gotten, and they said we lost. And because of that, I said to Melania, what do you think? And she said, you want to do this again? And had we lost, and had I thought we lost, I wouldn't do it again, because that's like the ultimate poll, right? But I knew how well we did, and this time we made it too big to rig. It was so big. They tried like hell in the butt. They tried to do it, and around 9:02, they gave up. Last time they did bad things, but this time they just said, you know, I don't know if you saw, Mr. Speaker, in Washington, they had placards. They were all set to march. They thought it'd be closer. A gentleman asked me, a very respected gentleman asked me yesterday, how come the polls were so wrong? They showed you winning, but not in a landslide. I said, because people that are true Trumpers are so angry at the whole polling system and at the writers, the fake news, that they don't want to talk to anybody. So when you call somebody from Trump, who are you voting for? They say, it's none of your business. I'm not telling you. And that was probably 40% of the people they called. So they would discard that one, and they didn't show that. And then when the election happened, you know, the vote came, and it was much different, much higher than we're going to win, but they really thought, they couldn't believe, the one man said, I mean, it was so much higher. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions of votes, which is hard for a Republican. I'll tell you who came through. The unions came through. The auto workers were great. The Teamsters were great. The firemen were great. I think almost every union was great. The only one that weren't great, although Sean was great, and the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters, was fantastic. But generally speaking, the head of the union was against Trump, but the union would be with us for like 80, 85%. Look what we did with the auto workers in Michigan. Look what we did with the Teamsters. The Teamsters were unbelievable. They were a solid Democrat vote, and they voted for Trump. So we had a great experience. This has been, now we have to go to work and get it done, because we have to do something that's going to be great. We're going to turn our country around, and we're going to turn it around fast. And I think this was a better speech than the one I made upstairs, okay? I think this was better, JD. I think this was much better, and I got to see my friend. So, Governor, take care of yourself. You call me, we'll start working. You know what that means with him? He's going to be calling me tomorrow morning at about 6. And I said, how about next week? You call me, and we're going to get it started real fast. We'll really help you a lot. You've done a fantastic job protecting something which is, it's not supposed to be for the states. And amazing job you've done. Thank you very much. And I want to thank everybody. And I have a First Lady who's been incredible. She's been incredible. I shouldn't say this. I'm going to get hell when I say this, but her feet are absolutely aching. You know, those heels. And we thought we were leaving. We were going home. Sir, would you be able to go down and say hello to some of your other fans that are here? I said, oh, I didn't know that. Wow. Did you get to see pretty clearly the picture, I hope? Good. That's good. But because you wouldn't want to make the same speech again, right? But she said, darling, I love you so much, but my feet are killing me. I said, honey, let me just see how far it is. I asked the person. Oh, not that long, maybe 400 or 500 yards. That's 5 football fields. I said, can you make it? She said, we're going to make it no matter what. We're going to make it because we have to go. Right? Right? And then we went out to the helicopter, though, just prior to this, and said goodbye. And it's a custom, and the wind is blowing like crazy. And with the hat that she's wearing, she almost blew away. We almost lost off her. She was being elevated off the ground. She almost blew away. No. So we all appreciate it, because she's been a great First Lady. A beautiful and a great First Lady. And they love our First Lady. You know, JD, whenever I make a speech, I see hundreds of times, we love our First Lady, we love, and they do, and they should. She's great. So I just want to thank you very much. I just want to thank everybody. And I felt that, I said to JD, should we give him the A treatment, the B treatment, the C, the D, or the F? You know what the F is? Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. Bye-bye. I gave you the A+ treatment. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Governor. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
President Trump, now having delivered his inaugural address and his second speech here, unscripted, and he told the crowd listening there, his supporters, that he believes this was the far better speech of the two. And in fact, you're looking at a split screen right now. Formerly Air Force One, now just the plane taking former President Joe Biden from Washington. He's just departed from Air Base Andrews, where he gave a speech, and we'll bring that to you just moments from now. President Trump telling the crowd, you are a younger, far more beautiful audience than the one I just spoke to, referencing the people who were in the rotunda with him, the fellow leaders and former presidents and first ladies, to laughter in the room there. Talked about many of his familiar themes from the campaign trail, and in fact from the first presidency and even the campaign leading into the first presidency. Talked about his plans moving forward, and including the border, which he said still was the biggest issue of this election. He said inflation was big, but he believed that the border was the biggest issue. I do want to bring in Catherine Faulders from our investigative team and our political team because Catherine has some reporting that we want to get on the air with involving the border. And before we get to that, though, let's talk about January 6th, Catherine. And you heard him reference there the pardons, some of the pardons that came from the outgoing president, but then hinting at the action he'll be taking later today. And you've learned more about what that action will actually be.
Yeah, David, and I should caution that, of course, this isn't final until Trump signs the paperwork. But we're learning from multiple sources that these pardons, that these January 6 defendants' pardons will be much more sweeping in nature than some of his allies even predicted. We're told that he will extend pardons to these January 6 defendants. But in addition to that, we're told that Trump plans to commute the sentences of those who are in prison now for those violent offenses on those police officers. Now, what does that mean? That means hundreds of individuals who are currently serving time for attacks on police officers, their sentences will be commuted. Now, he hasn't signed this yet. He is intending to, and that's what's anticipated. But the other thing worth noting here is this will extend, David, to two of those most high-profile defendants that we've talked a lot about in January 6th, the Oath Keepers founder Stuart Rhodes, the Proud Boys leader Enrique Tarrio. They're both serving 18 years and 22 years, respectively, for, of course, leading members of their respective groups in a seditious conspiracy to thwart the lawful transfer of power. Those two individuals we could see out of jail as soon as today. I'm told that Trump will also direct his attorney general to drop those pending cases. There are 300 cases where defendants have been charged but not found guilty or convicted or pled guilty in any way. Roughly 180 of those 300 pending charges, David, were charged with assaulting or impeding police. So essentially, this will affect every single one of the January 6 defendants. There are 1,600 of them, so they should be getting that news soon. Of course, I should caution, nothing is final until Trump signs the pardon paperwork, but he's expected to do that today.
Again, the significant caveat to the reporting that Catherine Faulders is bringing to us at this hour is that nothing is final until President Trump signs this later today. There's still time between now and then, and all of this appears to be fluid. But Catherine, all told, about how many defendants total are we talking about?
It would affect, essentially, David, every single one of them. There are 1,600. That's the total number of January 6 defendants who will be impacted in some way. The pardons that you will see, most likely, are for those who were non-violent. But the significant part of this is those commutations for those defendants who violently assaulted police officers. That means that their sentences are over. Essentially, they will have time served in jail today. Trump is expected to sign this today, and they will be out of prison. So that, of course, is the big news there, and much further than Trump's allies thought he would go. You remember Vice President J.D. Vance said today that there wouldn't be pardons, he didn't believe, for violent offenders. Of course, these aren't pardons, they're commutations, but it means that they will be out of jail, of course, if this reporting stands and Trump doesn't change his mind between now and the time that he signs this. So there's that element of it. And then, of course, all of the cases that are still pending in the D.C. U.S. Attorney's Office just down the street, those won't exist anymore after today.
All right, Catherine Faulders, you'll stick with us, and as soon as you learn more about when he plans to sign this, when it becomes official, if it becomes official, and we'll bring you back on. In the meantime, I want to bring in our Chief Justice Correspondent, Pierre Thomas, because Pierre, again, the caveat here is, you know, things can still change before he signs it, but Catherine, according to her reporting, believes that his actions this afternoon could affect just about everyone, if not everyone, who was charged in connection with January 6th. And of course, as you heard Catherine say, that involves the most serious of charges, those who even were involved in conflict with officers, attacking officers up on the Capitol, and those who might have helped orchestrate what the country and the world saw play out on January 6th, that this could be sweeping in nature and affect just about everyone here.
David, here's where it's fascinating. Of the 1,500 or so people charged in connection with January 6th, a stunning 608 were charged with assaulting and resisting police. It's going to be fascinating to see exactly who would be included, because there are videos of some of these people viciously assaulting law enforcement. And I'm wondering how that's going to factor into this down the stretch of this decision, David. And we've been in conversation today, checked in with Harry Dunn, for example, David, who was very pleased about what Biden did, but was also expressing some frustration that he even had to have a pardon, preemptive pardon by Biden, because he talked about how he was fighting for democracy, trying to protect the Capitol, and there he was having to get a pardon, David.
All right, Pierre Thomas with us here as well. Pierre reacting to Catherine Falder's reporting, and as soon as that becomes official, we'll certainly report that out even further. Again, the president has gone to Emancipation Hall, and now he has left Emancipation Hall. We believe he's headed to the president's room, correct? And we will see that here shortly. We continue to await a luncheon as well, where he'll have lunch with not only Republicans but Democrats and leaders there on the Hill. Former President Joe Biden has left Washington, and he did speak, and it was a relatively short speech. Here's what he said just moments ago.
Folks, came to thank you. You know, I don't think we could have done anything. I know we couldn't have done anything we did without you. Kamala and Doug and members of the cabinet, all the staff that's here, from all across all the agencies, and friends, supporters. Jill and I are forever grateful to you. I mean that. We're genuinely grateful. As you heard me say before, no president gets to choose the moment they enter history, but they get to choose the team they enter history with. And we chose the best damn team in the world. You are. You know, it's because of you. I mean this sincere from the bottom of my heart. Because of you, we got so much done for all Americans. I look down there, my Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, exceeded only by his wife, who worked in reverse. But look, I only hope to look back on these years. I hope you look back on them with the same pride I have of all you've done. You know, I'm proud of is that you did it upholding the core values of honesty, decency, and integrity. I mean, no scandal. I mean, it's incredible what you did. And you represent the best of who we are as Americans. That's not a joke. That's real. Now, while we relied on your ideas and resolve and counsel, we also relied on your families. To all your families, thank you for the sacrifices you made. I mean it. For being part of this journey. Every day, I'm deeply moved by all we all did for this country. I really mean it. History's going to mark down just what you did. You know, but the point I want to make today is to make clear in my farewell address, as we all do have we have a lot more to do. We heard the inaugural address today. You know, we got a lot more to do. I know from many years of experience, they're up and downs, but we have to stay with it. My dad taught me the measure of a person, you heard me say this before, is how quickly they get back up when they get knocked down. That's what we have to do right now. And we've always done our best as Americans. We never give up. Never. We're leaving office, but we're not leaving the fight. You're smart, you're skilled, you're passionate. The country needs you again. So all of you can, stay engaged in all the ways you can. Whether it's in public service, the private sector, philanthropy, academia, running for office yourself, or anything else you choose to do. I give you my word, we believe in you. We, Jill and I, our family, believe in you. Just as I've said, how the laws we enacted, our seasons are going to grow and bloom for decades to come. I say that to you as well. I have no doubt you'll make this experience and take the friendships you made to continue to do amazing things in decades to come. That's why I see a future. All of it leading the way by you all. You know, so take some time to decompress reconnect with your friends, spend more time with your family. But most of all, take care of yourselves and each other. I mean it. Let me close where I began, with my sincere gratitude. And I really mean it from the bottom of my heart. I've been doing this for 50 years. You're the best group of people. Hard to say. It's been the honor of my life to serve as your president. And I tell you what, the greater honor is being able to serve with all of you. You're incredible. You really are. You really are. Mark my words. History's going to judge what you've done as one of the most significant contributions that's been made by all of America. Look, folks, you know, let me close with that poem you heard me quote before. Seamus Heaney wrote, "Once in a lifetime, the longed-for tidal wave of justice will rise up in hope of mystery rhyme. You made it rhyme louder than it's rhymed in a long time." I really mean it. We're on the cusp of real change, so let's make hope and history rhyme. I love you all. I'm keeping you too long, but thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Bottom of our heart, thank you. Thank you. Can I go off this way?
President Biden, First Lady Jill Biden, the outgoing president and First Lady, moments ago, leaving Joint Base Andrews. You can see the plane there waiting for them. The president, former president, saying, "Stay engaged," saying, "I've been doing this for 50 years." Did say something like, "We're on the cusp of real change. Don't give up." But that's quite something to deliver to a crowd when somebody else has just been sworn in and delivered the inaugural address. And President Trump has his own plans for real change. So again, sort of a split screen moment here in Washington, and it does reflect the country. Again, sweeping mandate in the Electoral College, but still a fairly close election. Just a couple million separated Kamala Harris and Donald Trump in the popular vote. And what the former president, Joe Biden, was trying to do is keep people engaged, keep the supporters engaged. You can see them now talking to some members of his own cabinet, Secretary of State, former Secretary of State Antony Blinken right there in the crowd, having just embraced the outgoing former President Joe Biden there. And John Carl, he clearly did express a little bit of, his own reaction, if you will, to what he sat through with the inaugural address just about an hour ago from former, now incoming President Trump, the 47th president of the United States.
He said the fight's not over. We still have work to do. And he made a comment, especially after hearing that speech, we've got work to do. And then he crossed himself.
Yeah, sign of the cross, right? Yeah.
Sign of the cross, as if to say he needed a little moment of prayer after hearing the first of the two speeches that Donald Trump has given so far today. David, I can only imagine his reaction to the pardons that we just heard Catherine Faulders report, the pardons and commutations for virtually everybody who attacked the Capitol on January 6th. Let's face it, those prosecutions, some 1,600 cases, are a big part, or were a big part, of Joe Biden's legacy, holding people to account for attacking the United States Capitol on January 6, 2021. And that legacy is now up in smoke. And as we reported here, as we first came on the air with these inaugural activities, that decision to expand the pardons and commutations, and again, they haven't been issued yet, but Catherine Faulders is reporting that they are about to be issued. They're expected to be issued. That was a change that was made since last night, and a change that I am told was made as a result of the pardons that Joe Biden issued this morning. That Donald Trump had originally planned to issue pardons for all the nonviolent offenders on January 6th. And in terms of those that had committed attacks on police officers and violence, that he was going to refer that to his Justice Department to review, as J.D. Vance had suggested about a week ago, on more of a case-by-case basis. But now you have the broadest, if he goes through with what, again, Catherine Faulders has reported, the broadest possible action he could have taken regarding those who attacked the Capitol on January 6th, virtually all of them to be, if he goes through with this, free by the end of the day.
As we watch Joe Biden and Jill Biden leave Washington after Joe Biden's 50 years of public service, Terry Moran, if Catherine Falder's reporting holds, this would be extraordinarily sweeping in nature.
Sweeping and telling about this national moment. Think of it, those two men in the Capitol today, side by side, performing the constitutionally mandated and this time peaceful transfer of power, and is still fighting over the meaning of January 6th with their pardons. President Biden preemptively pardoning the members of the committee and some of the witnesses before the committee that investigated the attack on the Capitol. President Trump now pardoning, it looks like, pretty much everyone who attacked the Capitol. One of the things that was at issue in this election is, what does January 6th mean to the United States? Not just now, but in the future. That question has not been resolved. To many in the country, most Republicans on the day, it was horrifying and disgusting and a crime against our democracy. They've changed their tune. A lot of Americans still feel that way. Other Americans see it as a lot of hyped up partisan politics. How we resolve that dispute will tell us a lot about who we're going to be.
Yeah, that's true, Terry, and something we heard in traveling the country, and Martha, I know you talked about this too in covering this election, is that people would acknowledge it. They didn't like what they saw, but it wasn't their number one issue. It wasn't even near the top of the list. So whether wiping it right off the map is the answer to some of those voters or not, we'll just have to wait and see what the American people say and how they react to the news. This is the president's room, as is custom. The incoming president signing a series of binders. Let's listen.
It was a great event. We went to the helicopter. It was freezing. The sun is a little deceptive.
Yes, it is.
So what would you like us to do?
Sign your orders here.
Official documents.
Okay, I assume they're going to be happy with these documents?
Yeah, they're we might not be here.
It's the next step.
It's a tradition.
Sir, the first is 22 cabinet and cabinet level appointments for your signature.
Okay.
The next one will be, excuse me. The next one will be 47 sub-cabinet level appointments, sir.
But you don't have to sign 47 times.
Thank you, sir. You now have 31 acting designations and appointments to effectively take control of the government.
Let's do that.
Yeah, that's important.
Sounds important, doesn't it?
And we have 15 commission chairman and acting chairman appointments.
Send here.
Commission chairman and acting chairman.
He was number one at Harvard also. You know that?
Good counsel.
They have something in common.
Thank you, sir. Lastly, we have a proclamation ordering that on all future inauguration days, including this inauguration day, that flags shall be flown at full mast.
Very important.
That was a beautiful place to have an inauguration tonight. The sound was so good. The temperature was 72 degrees, but the sound was so good. So maybe something to think about. I don't know.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good acoustics. Yes.
All right. Now we,
That's
thank
it.
you. We go to lunch.
Great. Very
Nice
good.
to meet you. Thank you very much. There we go.
Take that. See you. Thank you, Mr.
Thanks, sir.
President, did you have a good meeting with former President Biden?
Very nice. Very nice. It's a beautiful custom.
Mr. President,
It goes back as long as helicopters. Before that, it was a stagecoach. But I thought it was beautiful. Thank you. Great job. Great job. Thank you. Check.
Mr. President, do you have any reaction to the pardons President Biden did at the last minute?
Well, I'm not going to discuss it now. I think it was unfortunate that he did that. We won't discuss it now. There's plenty of time to discuss it.
Thank you very much, guys.
Should we go to lunch?
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay.
Head to lunch.
Ready for lunch? Okay. Thank you.
That was 3 times the number of appointments you did in 2017, sir. On day one. Plenty of time. Just getting started.
The president in the president's room there signing a number of pieces of paperwork that you essentially have to once you become president, and putting into motion officially your selections for your cabinet. We heard the president ask there if he was okay with that. Mary Bruce, our chief White House correspondent, will now cover the Trump administration, listening in on that. He basically looked at those around him and said, are these papers okay, before he signed them.
And then he did go ahead and sign them, of course. As you noted, it's really the official paperwork to let him take effect of the government, and those cabinet appointments, making those official as well. He was, though, asked by the small pool of reporters there how his meeting was with the president this morning. He said it was the former president this morning. President Trump saying his time with Joe Biden was very nice, saying it was a beautiful custom for the two of them to travel together. Of course, that time together came before, of course, his remarks there in the Capitol Rotunda, where he made clear the failures that he felt were a result of his predecessor's administration. And then he was asked, to comment on the pardons that Biden made this morning. And he said he didn't want to go into detail, but he did call it unfortunate. Trump did say in that sort of second inaugural address that he gave at the Capitol to his supporters who were gathered that he clearly was not pleased with the pardons that Joe Biden issued this morning. He said that he was pardoning people who are very, very guilty of very bad crimes. Of course, that's simply not true yet. They haven't been charged with any crime. As Biden said this morning, there was no signs of wrongdoing by Fauci or Milley or Liz Cheney or the others on the committee or those witnesses who he preemptively pardoned. But as John Carl was reporting, it certainly seems that may have played a role in Donald Trump's decision. It certainly seems in his decision to go ahead and issue more sweeping pardons and commutations for the January 6th convicted criminals. And of course, we should mention also that wasn't the only pardons Biden issued today. He also issued some pardons for members of his family preemptively for his siblings and his in-laws. But again, as Terry was saying earlier, just a remarkable sort of tit for tat, even up to the very last minute, as we see this transfer of power over just what the meaning of January 6th is.
And former President Joe Biden also made it clear in pardoning his family members in the 11th hour, the 11th minute,
really,
I could almost say, not because of wrongdoing is what he said. He just feared that that there would be retribution in the months to come.
Correct. He said that these were to prevent, as he put it, baseless and politically motivated attacks. And again, saying that just because he was issuing these preemptive pardons, it was not an acknowledgement of any wrongdoing, but yet another sign that even as we are going through the motions today, even as Biden was participating in this transfer of power and inviting Trump to the White House, that Biden simply did not trust Donald Trump to use his power appropriately.
Mary, thank you. You're looking live at the luncheon on Capitol Hill. This is when leaders from both parties gather to welcome the incoming president. There will be gifts exchanged here at the luncheon, and President Trump will make comments here as well. It's customary that the president would arrive, you would see a couple of moments, and then they would shut down the cameras just for a brief period so that they can actually eat lunch. presumably without all of us peering in while they're eating their food. He's expected to arrive here at any moment. And then later this afternoon, Rachel Scott is at the Capital One Arena. And Rachel, it's my understanding that that will replace the inaugural parade that Americans are so sort of accustomed to seeing, that sort of march back down Pennsylvania Avenue.
Exactly, David. A very different inaugural parade will be happening this year for the first time in decades, because this will take the place of that traditional inaugural parade that we normally see down Pennsylvania Avenue. Instead, President Donald Trump will come here. This is an arena that is filled with thousands of his supporters. I had a chance to talk to him over the weekend. I asked him about the weather, really throwing a wrench in his inauguration plans. And he said he was actually looking forward to being here with his supporters. This has the feel of a campaign rally on the jumbotrons here. They have been playing every single thing that we have been watching unfold. People have been standing, chanting USA, USA. They also booed here when President Biden, former President Biden, departed on that helicopter with the former First Lady of the United States as well. This is a crowd that's very, very fired up. And notably here, David, also, we do notice that something very different is happening than the campaign rallies. You also have a desk that is here on the stage, presumably for the president to sign some of these executive orders, this executive action that he has been talking about. I can just give you a picture. You can see it right here. He laid out a long list of executive action that he wants to take. He told me that he obviously also wants to focus a lot on immigration too. And that seal that you see on there, the presidential seal, well, that was put on within just seconds of President Donald Trump taking the oath of office, David.
It doesn't take long to put the seal on. It does come with a significant amount of weight attached to it. And he will be signing those executive orders, among them perhaps an order involving the border, which we have learned he plans to do. He actually talked about that in his inaugural address, also talked about it in the visit to Emancipation Hall, where some of his supporters were gathered there afterward. Now on his way to the luncheon. I don't know if we still have the luncheon images being fed to us, but I do want to mention, maybe because I'm getting hungry sitting in here in the studio, but this is the menu. Ready for this? Okay, Chesapeake crab cake with tomato tartar, right? Chardonnay from a Virginia vineyard. Second course, Omaha Angus ribeye steak. Carrots, broccoli rabe, just so you know, potato gratin, Cabernet Sauvignon from Napa Valley, and then Minnesota apple icebox terrine with sour cream ice cream, salted caramel, and some Sonoma County Russian River wine for dessert. So anyway, I'm glad that they're celebrating the fruits of the labor across the country, and I'm glad that they're eating too. I think that we talked earlier about they had to go 2 hours with water, and I was like, oh, that sounds like the rest of us. I think they'll be just fine with that. But the luncheon comes our way next. I did want to bring, is Dan Abrams with us? Dan, I want to check in with you based on Catherine Falder's reporting, because obviously if what Catherine is reporting holds, and we have mentioned a number of times, the caveat here is everything does appear to be fluid, but Catherine is reporting there is a very good chance this will be far more sweeping in nature. But Dan, you're always so good at just helping us understand the difference between an actual pardon and a commutation, and they're two very different things here.
Very different. A pardon basically means you're erasing any conviction. In the case of a preemptive pardon, you're ensuring that the person doesn't get prosecuted at all. Commuting a sentence, the conviction stands, and all you're doing is granting clemency with regard to the sentence. So the person still remains a convicted felon, in the case of a felony, and you are just simply saying the sentence, the remaining sentence would go away. And that's interesting because it applies to both Trump and Biden here, right? Because when you heard President Trump speaking, he made reference to President Biden issuing, quote, pardons for all these convicted killers. Actually, what President Biden did was issue clemency, commuting the sentence, the death sentence only of these convicted killers, and instead making it life in prison. So even when you commute a sentence, it doesn't have to be the entirety of the sentence. You can also say, I'm going to cut it short, as President Biden eliminating the death penalty keeping life in prison on the table for all of those folks. It's an important distinction when we hear what's going to happen next.
Dan Abrams, our thanks to you. We're looking at live pictures here from the luncheon. You can see Pete Hegseth, the nominee for the Pentagon, who had a bruising confirmation hearing some tough questioning, but did very well as far as Republicans are concerned.
The Speaker of the House, the Honorable Mike Johnson, accompanied by Mrs. Johnson. Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles Schumer, accompanied by Mrs. Weinschall Schumer. House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, accompanied by Mrs. Scalise. And House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries.
Leaders of Congress now entering the room for the luncheon here. President Trump expected to arrive at any time. Our Washington Bureau Chief, Rick Klein, with us, political director as well. Applause for leaders on both sides of the aisle. And as President
Please
Trump
remain
enters this
standing
room,
for the honors and the invocation.
as President Trump enters this room, he enters a fairly new Washington than what he entered in 2017, Rick. Many of these Republicans have been elected.
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting
in
the Vice
Trump era.
President of the United States.
Entirely different Washington. The makeup of the House Republican Conference, the makeup of that room is a snapshot on things have changed. Tech titans like Jeff Bezos, Bobby Kennedy Jr., former Democrats like he and Tulsi Gabbard, Marco Rubio and Lindsey Graham, former rivals, all of them are part of this room, and they're part of a Trump-supporting establishment, a tech establishment and a Washington establishment. This is striking, David. 2/3 of House Republicans right now were elected either in 2016 or later. That means that they were elected with Donald Trump or with Trump in office. They owe so much of their political careers to the man who's now president.
Let's just listen into this moment. Thank you, Rick. Great point, and we're going to come back to that in a moment here. The Vice President, J.D. Vance from Ohio. 40 years old, he's 39 on the campaign trail. Quite a rise in the party for J.D. Vance, Martha.
An incredible rise. You know, David, I was thinking this morning as we're all sitting on this set that J.D. Vance sat right here on this set in 2016 to talk about his book, Hillbilly Elegy. And from there, of course, went into politics. The time he wrote Hillbilly Elegy, he had some things to say about Donald Trump that Donald Trump didn't like too much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump, and Mrs. Trump.
People are very hungry, so I'm going to get this started. Mr. President and Madam First Lady, Mr. Vice President and Madam Second Lady, my colleague Senator Fisher, distinguished guests including the Speaker, Leader Jeffries, and Senate Leaders Thune and Schumer, on behalf of the United States Congress, welcome to the 60th inaugural lunch. Big surprise, we are featuring Nebraska beef and Minnesota apples for dessert. We are here in Statuary Hall where these luncheons have taken place since President Reagan's first inauguration in 1981, and where the House of Representatives once met over 150 years ago. That would be before you were born, Mr. Speaker. In 1864, after the new House wing of the Capitol was built, and in the midst of the Civil War, Congress dedicated this chamber to host statues chosen by every state. Walking into the hall, we all passed under the arch, holding the marble car of history clock. The statue shows Cleo, the Greek muse of history, holding a book to record events as they happen. And as you can see, she's heard a lot of stuff. And as she rides her chariot forward into the future, she looks behind her to remember the past. She remains here as she has for hundreds of years, a reminder that history will remember the events of the present, and it is on us to write that history right now. Speaking of art, the painting right here before you, I chose this painting for this lunch this summer, and it's titled American Horizon. It's by Jane Wilson, who grew up on her family farm in Seymour, Iowa. Coming from the middle of our country, Senator Fisher and I both like the painting because the artist is from America's heartland, but the horizon could easily be Florida, Mr. President. I will also note that this is the first time in history we are featuring the work of a woman artist at this lunch, and we thank the Art Institute of Chicago for their assistance. Looking at the vast open landscape of this painting, we're drawn to the bottom of the frame where the land or the water, depending on where you're from, meets the sky, and the horizon endures. The enduring horizon is especially meaningful for us today as we mark our enduring democracy as we approach its 250th anniversary. It's a reminder that what's over the horizon is our next chapter. And it is my prayer that the people in this room can write that chapter together. I'd now like to ask U.S. Senate Chaplain Dr. Barry Black, and we thank God he is back with us and in good health, to deliver the invocation, after which lunch will be served. Thank you.
Let us pray. King of kings and Lord of lords, whose kingdom is above all earthly kingdoms, and who judges all lesser sovereignties, look with favor upon President Donald John Trump and Vice President James David Vance. Empower them with the wisdom and courage needed for our times. Protect them from the vicissitudes and challenges that obstruct the making of a world of justice, peace, and righteousness. Lord, give them a deep desire to do their best for our country and world, and a determination to act in ways pleasing to you. Preserve their families in health and strength by your grace and power. Bless now this luncheon as each of us finds your grace sufficient for every need. We pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
There you have it. They're going to take a break for lunch there. You heard Senator Amy Klobuchar talking about that painting. American Horizon is what it's called. She said this is the first time in inaugural history that they have celebrated an American artist. Her name is Jane Wilson, an American woman who was an artist born in Iowa, noted for her exploration of the horizon. And you heard Amy Klobuchar talk about how it could also not only make her think of being in the middle of the heartland, which is what she and her fellow senator thought when they saw the painting, but that also, if you look at it and you see sort of Florida in it as well, Mr. President, that was sort of a gift, a nod to him. We're going to take a quick break here. On the backside of this, we're going to look at some of these moments, the interactions between the Trumps and the Bidens. We know that Joe Biden and Jill Biden have now departed Washington. You saw that here. At the back end of this luncheon, you're going to see the gifts exchanged for President Trump, some of the things that have played out on this day. But as we go to break, we thought as we've traveled the country here as reporters leading up to this election day itself, we've listened to voters at every step of the way. And we thought it was important, given how divided the country is, that we hear from voters not only who supported Trump, but voters who were hoping this would have gone a different way, but who share some of the similar hopes as we move forward on this Inauguration Day. So let's listen to them as we go to break, and the entire team will regroup here on the backside. We'll see you in a moment.
I feel good about the next 4 years simply because we actually have somebody that's going to be leading our country in the right direction and moving forward with a great plan.
I want to see prices come down for everybody. I want to see the borders get more secure. I want to see our police be respected.
These next 4 years, I hope for prosperity in our community. I hope for healthcare changes. I just hope for a better day, man.
More inauguration coverage live from Washington after this on ABC.
Help! Mr. Campbell, I remembered I left something in the bathroom. Deuces. Parker out.
There we go again. Swinging through the city so fast you can barely.
Gotcha! Check out our next victim in his dumb costume. Is my suit really that bad? Ouch.
Taking off the mask. I know what you see.
Ah, nice of you to join us, Mr. Parker. See me after class.
Streaming January 29th.
What murderer leaves someone stuck in a slide?
Do you know of anyone who'd have wanted to hurt her?
There was that creepy guy.
We have a stalker on our hands.
You stay here.
Well, I can tell by your confident footsteps that the coast was clear.
Jason's escape puts my wife's life in danger. I need Bailey's ex back in prison.
I'm worried about him. He's spinning out over Jason.
Who's out there?
I can't find Nolan anywhere.
The world is on the brink of war. We need Captain America.
Who you think they talk about?
On my mark. You want me? Come and get me! Get tickets now.
The winner, Carrie Underwood.
You're amazing. You slayed it.
I love everything about you.
Oh my gosh.
America's #1 news, ABC News, now streaming 24/7 on Disney+.
Strong women and hot topics. This is The View. And tomorrow, he's always got a view to share. So watch out for Roy Wood Jr. on America's #1 daytime talk show, ABC's The View.
You know something serious about to happen. I have an idea.
You guys have eyes on your targets.
Shouldn't we strategize?
Come on, we're gonna improvise. Freestyle.
No.
2025, bring it.
Bring it.
Bring it.
January mornings on GMA.
It is time to start strong in 2025. Let's do it, people.
How you feel, how you look, being happy, really happy. The secrets and tips you want, you need to living your best. Mornings this January on GMA.
Come on, start strong.
Come on, start strong. You're going to own 2025, and we can't wait to help.
Let's do it, people.
Start strong with GMA.
Start strong.
Come on, start strong. Did I finish with this?
For the record, your name is Xavier Collins.
Yes.
You have 2 children.
Yes.
When was the last time you saw Cal Bradford alive?
Agent Collins, have a seat. I walked the president to his room at 2204.
When did you discover the body?
At 8:01, that's when I found him lying next to his bed.
Did you kill him?
No.
Is a part of you happy that Cal is dead?
Many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission.
ABC News live coverage of the second inauguration of Donald J. Trump returns in a moment. What would you do?
There was a delivery that was just made. I'm just going to grab my manager. Can you just keep an eye on that for a second? absolutely.
If you saw someone stealing packages right in front of you,
Are they going to say something? Oh.
would you step up and step in? Well, just wait until you see what our hidden cameras catch.
This guy's just taking those packages.
I work here.
He just took those packages back. This was amazing.
So the question is, what would you do?
Wednesday night on ABC. What don't you know about the man
Rex Heuermann was living a very compartmentalized double life.
accused of being
The monster. It's like 2 different people. Jekyll and Hyde is a real monster.
He's pleaded not guilty to all the charges.
the Gilgo Beach murders? Now, one woman who believes she got away and lived to tell.
He scared the crap out of me, and nobody's ever made me scared or uncomfortable like that.
Gilgo Beach murders, now streaming on Hulu.
Amanda Riley was a mother, wife.
Everybody loved her. I heard the words, "You have stage 3 blood cancer."
We gave our hearts, our prayers. We thought she was God's gift, but she was a liar.
Why would somebody fake cancer?
There's all these pictures of her in the hospital with IVs, tubing. It was only a matter of time until Amanda's whole world came tumbling down.
Oh my God!
Scamanda premieres January 30th on ABC and stream on Hulu.
Shifting Gears is the much-anticipated can't-miss series with humor and heart.
You could go back to law school. That's always been your dream.
That was your dream for me.
You like to argue.
You do love to argue.
You might as well get paid for it.
Shifting Gears, new Wednesday on ABC.
America's #1 news, ABC News, now streaming 24/7 on Disney+.
Jason's escape puts my wife's life in danger. I need Bailey's ex back in prison.
I need to focus on my career, so no more messy romances.
It's come to my attention that you two are betting on your rookies.
To be clear, we didn't put any money on it.
I'm worried about him. He's spinning out over Jason.
I need 2 units sent to my house. Who's out there?
I can't find Nolan anywhere.
I'm 110% ready to fall in love.
Tall, handsome, smart. He's perfect. Time just stood still. It's kind of already sinking in that these other girls are dating my boyfriend.
Everybody just really wants Grant, and we're all fighting for his love.
You act like you don't care.
He knows how I feel.
I know I'm in trouble.
Everyone's so mean.
I did not know how hard this was going to be.
I only have one rule. Stay out of the basement.
What do you got in the basement?
I can't talk about it quite yet.
There's something down there that will destroy the world.
We're talking about a monster, a real monster.
You are in danger. Kids are disappearing.
Live from Washington, D.C., the second inauguration of Donald J. Trump. Here again, David Muir.
Welcome back to ABC News Live coverage on this Inauguration Day. We have watched as the 47th President of the United States has been sworn in, Donald Trump. He's now at the luncheon. They're taking a few moments behind the cameras to have lunch, and then we'll resume with our live coverage of the images coming to us from the Capitol. As you know, on this day in Washington, a much colder day than they were hoping it would be, so they had to move the proceedings indoors. They actually had the inaugural speech inside the Capitol Rotunda, as you saw. This all began, though, today with sort of resuming what we've come to expect on Inauguration Day in this country, the cornerstone of democracy, the peaceful transfer of power, watching an outgoing president actually greet the incoming president. Let's take a look at the images from earlier. The team all back with me here, both here in the studio and across Washington. This was the moment here this morning, Joe Biden and Jill Biden greeting Donald Trump and Melania Trump as they arrived. 8 years ago, we remember Melania Trump sort of following Donald Trump up the stairs to greet the Obamas. This time, Donald Trump waiting for Melania. They're walking up to the Bidens together, greeting them. Donald Trump putting his arm there on the First Lady, Jill Biden. Of course, they changed roles now. It's past noon Eastern time, which means Joe Biden is now the former president. Former First Lady Jill Biden and Donald Trump and Melania Trump are the president and First Lady. They've been sworn in. Donald Trump has been, and J.D. Vance has been as well. And in 8 years later, John Carl, Donald Trump is getting right to work here. He actually knows the job. This has been a test of loyalty in choosing members of the cabinet and those who will be closest to him in the West Wing. We've seen a lot of Susie Wiles today. And you heard Governor Chris Christie say earlier on our coverage that he actually thinks, and he watched this very closely, a lot of the advice that was given to Donald Trump 8 years ago from people who had actually been in politics before. Donald Trump liked to play around political circles, but had never actually run for office. It was his first time, became president in that first run against Hillary Clinton, but this time he knows the job, and he's actually been a little quieter from Mar-a-Lago until today. We have heard a couple of speeches already from Donald Trump today, but he's actually getting the work done and knows exactly what he wants done to prepare.
Everything is at a faster clip. They're talking about shock and awe for the first days in office. You often hear about a presidential ambition for the first 100 days. Donald Trump is really looking at the ambition for the first days, the first week in office, the first day in office. He is prepared to go with, we're told, up to 200 executive actions. Now, those are not all official executive orders, but executive actions right off the bat. As you heard him allude to in that speech in Emancipation Hall, clearly he is prepared to issue pardons and commendations for virtually everybody involved in the attack on the Capitol. He's also taking actions on all of the cornerstone priorities of his campaign. Energy exploration. He's going to go after so-called DEI, diversity, inclusion, equity and inclusion initiatives, the so-called anti-woke effort. He's going to do inflation's a top priority, obviously the border. I'm looking to see when we're going to see the first efforts at mass deportations, which, of course, were a cornerstone promise of his campaign. So, look, Donald Trump's not waiting to get started. I believe if you look back 8 years ago, he signed a total of 1 executive order on day one. He's going to do a lot more than that here on his new day one.
We heard him talk about a national emergency on the southern border. He's going to declare that here on day one. I want to go to Maria Villarreal. She's in Texas. She covers, obviously, the issue of immigration and the southern border for us. And Maria, they were expecting this, authorities in the border states, that Donald Trump would act and act quickly. And they've now heard it in the inaugural address. They now await the signing with the pen a little later this afternoon to put some of these words into action. Exactly what that action looks like remains to be seen. And as John Carl just pointed out, whether or not we'll see any sort of beginning to mass deportations still remains up in the air, though he's given every indication, President Trump, that he intends to act and quickly here.
You know, David, I think Mary Bruce probably put it best a little earlier, right? She said we heard the inaugural address and then we heard a second address. And I think that's when we really got a good sense of what Trump is really focused on, what's important to him, where he feels most comfortable. We've been talking about this all throughout the election, right? For me, though, this gave us a lot more perspective on what we can expect at the border. And I think that's what a lot of people, a lot of contacts and sources down here have been waiting for. There have been a lot of rumblings for weeks about what could potentially happen. I mean, obviously, he talked today about bringing back Remain in Mexico. We've also heard a lot of conversations around Title 42. And when you talk about those two policies coming back, David, I think it's a real concern, not just for the people that are going to have to respond to the issues that are going to happen along the border, but really what is going to be happening in Mexico. There are shelters right now that don't have a lot of migrants, don't have a lot of families, but their bigger concern is, like, if you implement a Remain in Mexico, I mean, basically that in Title 42 allows people to just allows our federal government to push migrants back into Mexico to wait for their asylum cases to be heard. That will instantly create issues in these shelters. And then that's when we will also see the potential for a lot of those camps where, you know, people are waiting along the border in awful conditions to try and get heard. I mean, this caused some major issues and major tension between the U.S. and Mexico when these two policies were both in place during the first Trump administration and then, you know, sweeping into the Biden administration as well.
Any indication from authorities there on the ground as to how far they think the Trump administration will go in these early days? You talk about Title 42, of course, was used during COVID. It was actually used in the early days of the Biden administration until the courts caught up with them. But there's been a lot of talk about whether or not that can be brought back in light of other concerns that are now on the radar.
You know, and I think that is why it's so important for us to pay attention to the verbiage, the wording of how these executive orders will come out. Obviously, this is a very smart Trump administration that has been planning, you know, what they're going to do along the border for not just a few months, but really the last year or so. How can they get around the court systems that have already said Remain in Mexico cannot be used any longer by the Biden administration? So in order to bring it back, they've got to write that policy a little bit differently. So we got to pay attention to that. Also, Title 42. You know, the reason why we heard the president come in and say, listen, this is a national emergency along our southern border, is that gives him a lot of freedom to then use things like our military, you know, the Department of Defense, bringing troops down here, not just the National Guard anymore. So I think we're going to see him use those avenues, and then also the help of Title 42. Again, we've heard a lot of rumblings along the border, a lot of sources and contacts saying we do believe Title 42 is going to come back. This is something that local law enforcement, but more specifically Customs and Border Patrol, these agents can use instantly. It is plug and play for them, David, because they've already had Title 42 in place. They had 4 to 5 years of being able to use that particular policy. So for them, they're ready to go. It's just a matter of what comes out in those executive orders as to exactly, you know, what situations will call for those policies.
Have any of the authorities who've witnessed sort of the change in just the last 6 months there, given the very late stage action taken by outgoing President Joe Biden, and has anyone asked the question down there, why not simply have acted much sooner for the Democrats, obviously given the swift reduction in just the issue at the border in the last 6 months?
You know, we're actually standing in El Paso, right? This is a very blue area in a very red state. We've talked a lot to local community leaders here who have asked that exact question. You know, their hope was that during this last administration, the Biden administration, they would see, you know, more of a concerted effort to tackle the immigration issue as a whole and to get everybody on board, right? That we would see this kind of bipartisan coming, you know, to the middle of the aisle and really trying to figure out not just what the root causes were, but really, what are the policies that we can put into place that will long-term fix this particular issue? Unfortunately, we saw that, you know, border security bill that would have tried to fix some of the issues. You know, obviously, that was that didn't go through last December, and so then President Biden had to step in and issue his own executive order to tighten up what was happening along the border. David, as of right now, listen, it's a considerable difference where I'm standing right now December 2023, when we saw apprehensions at an all-time high. Now, December of 2024, there was an 80% decrease in apprehensions, and it has a lot to do, right, with the tighter restrictions that we saw the Biden administration put into place, but also they created more pathways for people to seek asylum in a legal way. The biggest concern right now is that if we start to strip away at what's already been put in place, that there will be chaos created along the border when it's quiet right now. One thing we can already point to, the CBP One app. This was an app that was put in place in order to try and streamline the number of people that were coming through. We talked to a lot of people that work not just here along the border in Texas, but also in Mexico. They talked about this app really helping them and also migrants when it came to the dangerousness of crossing the border illegally and the involvement of cartels. Basically, people were saying, listen, I'm going to go about it the right way. I'm going to use the CBP One app, and I'm going to wait for my turn. With that app now gone, there is a real big concern that the chaos will re-ensue.
Maria Villarreal on the border for us. Maria, thank you. We're going to go to Matt Rivers in one moment. Before we do, he's on the other side of the border in Mexico. Just curious how the current president of Mexico, fairly new to the role there, is viewing how she's viewing what she's witnessing here with the inaugural address today. But before I do that, Mary Bruce, just sort of where things stand at the end of the Biden administration as we begin the Trump administration. And again, we've talked about this. These were tough questions, even for Kamala Harris when she took the top of the ticket, is why did the Biden administration wait so long? But when they did take action, I mean, the numbers are down significantly, are they not?
60%. That is how much the encounters at the border have decreased since last spring when Joe Biden put in place those tougher asylum restrictions. And while there, yes, at the time were many questions about why he didn't do that sooner, I think now there are also questions for the new Trump administration, which is, the problem at the border may not be as dire as he had been painted given those numbers. I also have to tell you, I spent time along the border shortly after those new restrictions were put in place, spent some time in Arizona. Maria knows this well, but in speaking with Border Patrol agents there, they said, yes, they noticed almost immediately a decrease in encounters that they were seeing every day. And what they really wanted from Washington, they told me at the time, was for Congress to act to give them more resources, more access to technology, things that they needed to be able to better do their job, more patrol, more staffing, more manpower along the border. And it is interesting, the app that Maria was just talking about, the fact that those appointments, the CBP One app, that those appointments may have been canceled. Our team, their estimates, they predict that means that over 30,000 migrants may have been scheduled for appointments over the next 3 weeks. They now are in limbo. Yeah, that's something to really watch. And bigger issue here on immigration itself as a political issue. There's going to be a real postmortem within the Democratic Party, John Carl, about why they would wait until the final 6 months of their administration, knowing that this issue was front and center and really important to Republicans and Democrats, voters across the country.
And look, they can point to the bill, the bipartisan bill in the Senate, which you heard Joe Biden talk about endlessly. You heard Kamala Harris talk about quite a bit in her 107 days of her campaign. Why did Donald Trump kill that bill? That bill wasn't something that came up, until year three till the end of year three of the Biden presidency, and really didn't get under consideration until the fourth year. So this is clearly something that they're looking at, and it was interesting to see. One of the first real piece of legislation of the Trump era that already has been voted on was the Laken-Riley Act, which is something that had widespread support among Democrats.
She was the nursing student.
She was the nursing who was murdered by an undocumented immigrant in Georgia. And this is, a bill providing for the deportation of those with criminal records. And it had significant support from Democrats in both the House and the Senate.
I want to bring in Matt Rivers. He's on the other side of the border, reporting from Mexico. And the president of Mexico has signaled perhaps not so fast. But again, they're looking at both the issue of immigration and on tariffs and the economic impact of these potential tariffs from a Trump administration as well.
Yeah, David, no question that when the president of Mexico, Claudia Sheinbaum, is taking all of this into consideration, it's not just with migration, it's also with the broader trading relationship with the United States. It's all part and parcel of the same issue here. But I think the president of Mexico, while she hasn't commented officially today, she says she won't until tomorrow morning, she has signaled a willingness to stand up to Donald Trump. And I think that that really goes to how effective Donald Trump will be in implementing some of these migration policies, these deportation policies that he wants to implement. For example, remain in Mexico, David. You need Mexico's cooperation to do that. He can say he wants to restart the program to force asylum seekers to wait here in Mexico, but Mexico has to agree to that. So they have to come to some sort of an agreement. And if there's a confrontational relationship between Donald Trump and Claudia Sheinbaum here in Mexico, doesn't make it any harder for him to implement those goals. And I think just to highlight all of the points that our colleagues have made, the confusion, the mass confusion right now amongst the hundreds of thousands of migrants that are currently in Mexico really can't be overstated. We've spoken to so many of them here in Tijuana, where we are right now, where the shelters are filled with people who were trying to get CBP-1 appointments or who even had them already and have now had those appointments canceled. What happens to these people, David? Where do they go? They are now stuck in limbo. Many of them can't go home, but they can't go forward. So at the same time, you're talking about people stuck here. You're talking about mass deportations of people coming back to Mexico and migrants continuing to come from the south. It is a recipe for chaos, a stone's throw from the U.S. border, and it is something, like it or not, that the U.S. will have to deal with if we see that start to materialize.
Matt Rivers on the other side of the border from Mexico and Tijuana, near Tijuana. Matt, thanks so much. I want to bring in Catherine Falders, who also has some reporting on executive orders, action involving immigration. And Catherine, Tom Homan, of course, the borders are, Donald Trump's borders are heading into this next administration, has signaled he's ready to go. There was early reporting that maybe this would begin in a city like Chicago, a show of force, if you will. Where are we on the reporting of that? I know Mr. Homan had said, now that that had been made public, that perhaps they would have to change up whatever they were planning to initially do. But where do we stand on the reporting on this?
Yeah, so it does seem a bit in flux as to what exactly they will do and when they will do it. Now, of course, Trump has said that he's going to declare a national emergency at the southern border. You heard that from his speech earlier today. He will sign a proclamation that says as much. And then, of course, executive orders on that will follow. But I thought the point Maria was making just a moment ago was just so telling, because we have to look exactly at that language in the orders, what it says. They've been anticipating legal challenges, for example. So while Homan, of course, is publicly saying that and privately indicating that maybe those plans will change, we do still expect them to take place in some form, whether it's obviously in Chicago, other cities have been discussed. Trump himself has indicated as much. But what I can tell you from what I'm hearing from sources close to the administration and close to these efforts is that they are anticipating a storm of legal challenges surrounding all of this. Of course, what Homan will do and all of the immigration executive orders and beyond the immigration executive orders. Legal challenges related to DEI, for example. Many of those other things that Trump mentioned during his remarks that he made after his swearing-in speech. So they have assembled, at least I'm told, an army of people essentially inside the Department of Justice, dozens of political appointees who are anticipated to start today on day one inside DOJ. Those people don't need to be Senate confirmed. So they are in there, and there is a team dedicated just to assisting with the defense of lawsuits. They've been anticipating this for quite some time. Of course, there were upwards of 400 lawsuits during the last administration. They now know what they will be sued for. That language in those executive orders will be very carefully crafted around the anticipated legal challenges, but there will be a whole team dedicated to specifically fighting and defending Trump's actions in court. David.
Catherine Falders with us as well all afternoon long. Catherine, thank you. Of course, Donald Trump knows it's not just Republican voters, but Democrat voters who want something done on this issue as well. So he has a little bit more of a mandate this go around, knows some of the challenges that they faced 8 years ago. So they have prep work on that. Elon Musk, we're going to hear from in just a moment here. He spoke just moments ago. And of course, he's talking about cutting government waste, actually said leading up to the election that there could be some pain after the election. But given all that, there comes the cost of this to actually to pull off some of what Donald Trump would really like to see when it comes to undocumented immigrants in this country is also, in addition to all the legal challenges that Catherine talks about, extremely expensive when you're also talking about cutting down government spending, trying to bring down the deficit, extending the tax cuts, you're going to have to pay for immigration as well.
And it certainly is at odds with what Donald Trump is arguing he wants to do in terms of, increasing government efficiency, getting rid of wasteful spending. Trying to pull off the largest mass deportation in American history is extremely expensive and logistically really, really challenging. I mean, you have to identify all of these people. You'd have to go in to these cities. Now, we do know that Trump has said he wants to likely start in these liberal cities, in sanctuary cities like possibly Chicago. As John Carl mentioned earlier, his borders has admitted the goal here is shock and awe. And I think it does get at a question about optics versus substance. How much are you just trying to send a message by carrying out these kinds of raids? They've said they would start with migrants that have a criminal record, but wouldn't stop there. They would possibly broaden beyond that. How do you do that? And this is a moment where you really have to be faced with the reality of putting into place what you've promised the American people, and that is often easier said than done.
Yeah, and if it's only optics, you're going to have serious questions because, Rick Klein, one more quick question to you before we go to a break. Our Washington bureau chief, just on the polling on this, Rick, this has become such a huge issue for Americans across the board that, as Mary says, not only is it very expensive, but the American people who voted for Donald Trump, if they voted based on this issue, they're going to want more than optics here.
Yeah, his policies in this area are significantly more popular than even he is. And as we've noted, he is at a historic, for him, level of his own favorability. But there's a Wall Street Journal poll that came out just last week, and a clear majority of the American people, 52%, said that they favor deporting undocumented immigrants, and a slightly larger number favor building that border wall that Donald Trump made a signature of both of his campaigns for the presidency. He is able to claim something of a mandate in this area. People are wanting what he has promised. The question will be how he delivers.
Rick Klein with us as well, and the other question will be who pays for it. So, Rick, thanks very much. Elon Musk speaking just moments ago, and we're going to have that for you right after the break here. Don't go away.
Dad, I need a place to stay until I figure out what the rest of my life looks like.
So, a couple of days. Shifting Gears is the #1 new comedy.
You're dating yourself with that newspaper, Pops.
And you will be dating yourself if you don't fix that hair.
It took him forever. It's like sharing a bathroom with Lady Gaga.
Tim Allen and Kat Dennings fire on all cylinders.
Oh, stop. Say more.
It's got humor and heart. And it's the show you've been craving.
Don't make one of your condescending grunts.
Your inner circle's been compromised. Either you can't see that or you don't want to.
Who you think they talk about?
Watch yourself. You're not Steve Rogers. You're right. I'm not.
Who you think they talk about us?
Stand by for proof of death.
You want me? Come and get me!
Captain America, Brave New World. Get tickets now.
Get this, people. Now we're streaming every weekend right to you.
With an all-new show, an all-new view, special for the weekends. Now you can catch The View 7 days a week.
I wonder if you can handle it. It's The Weekend View.
The Weekend View.
It's The Weekend View. Streaming on ABC News Live, wherever you stream. Take a little time to enjoy The Weekend View.
See you on the weekend!
Now streaming Saturday and Sunday mornings on ABC News Live, wherever you stream.
Amanda Riley was a mother, wife.
Everybody loved her. I heard the words, "You have stage 3 blood cancer."
We gave our hearts, our prayers. We thought she was God's gift, but she was a liar.
Why would somebody fake cancer?
There's all these pictures of her in the hospital with IVs, tubing. It was only a matter of time until Amanda's whole world came tumbling down.
Oh, my God!
Scamanda premieres January 30th on ABC and stream on Hulu.
I got a call about a body?
We're gonna get to the bottom of this. You don't seem like you belong here. That guy's a handyman. You murdered a 17-year-old. Are you looking for something? We have an emergency.
New World Trend, Tuesday on ABC.
Yes!
Good luck.
Oh, Sean is here. They set everything up for remote learning.
Perfect. I plan on spending the rest of the day remote cleaning.
We got it, people!
Jason's escape puts my wife's life in danger. I need Bailey's ex back in prison.
I'm worried about him. He's spinning out over Jason.
Who's out there?
I can't find Nolan anywhere.
The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer.
More inauguration coverage live from Washington after this on ABC.
Your inner circle's been compromised. Either you can't see that or you don't want to.
Who you think they talk about?
Watch yourself. You're not Steve Rogers. You're right. I'm not.
Who you think they talk about? Talk about us.
Stand by for proof of death.
You want me? Come and get me!
Captain America, Brave New World. Get tickets now.
What murderer leaves someone stuck in a slide?
Do you know of anyone who would have wanted to hurt her?
There was that creepy guy. We have a stalker on our hands.
You stay here.
Well, I could tell by your confident footsteps that the coast was clear.
Strong women and hot topics. This is The View. And tomorrow, he's always got a view to share. So watch out for Roy Wood Jr. on America's #1 daytime talk show, ABC's The View.
Will Trent is the best show on TV.
I'm gonna be sticking around for a while.
New Tuesday.
I got a call about a body?
First case back. So far, we got nothing.
Someone is hiding something.
We're gonna get to the bottom of this.
Well, you don't seem like you belong here. That guy's a handyman. He murdered a 17-year-old. Are you looking for something?
We have an emergency.
New Will Trent. Tuesday on ABC and stream on Hulu.
It's incredible how many lives idols change.
It proves that dreams really do come true.
This is the place where it all started for me.
You never forget that moment that changed everything. If you're dreaming out there, please keep dreaming.
Is our next American Idol among us today? Ladies and gentlemen, the Commodores.
The winner is Carrie Underwood. American Idol's next chapter begins March 9th on ABC.
America's #1 news, ABC News, now streaming 24/7 on Disney+.
The Budweiser Clydesdales are about to let one morning show inside their world and onto their farm for a behind-the-scenes exclusive inside their St. Louis home and a first look anywhere at the Super Bowl ad everyone will be talking about. They really are the most loved and adored stars of Super Bowl Sunday. And now, see them first as never before, only on GMA.
ABC's David Muir, the most watched newscast in America.
For the record, your name is Xavier Collins.
Yes.
You have 2 children.
Yes.
When was the last time you saw Cal Bradford alive?
Agent Collins, have a seat.
I walked the president to his room at 2204.
When did you discover the body?
At 8:01, that's when I found him lying next to his bed.
Did you kill him?
No.
Is a part of you happy that Cal is dead?
You're watching America's #1 streaming news, ABC News Live. Breaking news, exclusives, live reporting across the globe. Keep streaming with ABC News Live. Live from Washington, D.C., the second inauguration of Donald J. Trump. Here again, David Muir.
Welcome back to ABC News live coverage of the inauguration of Donald Trump here, 47th President of the United States after having served as the 45th President. We've mentioned this a couple of times today, the first time since Grover Cleveland that we've witnessed an American president return with a 4-year break in between after having lost his attempt at re-election. Elon Musk speaking just moments ago at the Capital One Arena. Now, we mentioned to you earlier, Capital One is where they're going to be doing, instead of the parade because of the cold outside, some of the other events later this this afternoon. Elon Musk did go to address the crowd of supporters there just moments ago. He's been instrumental, obviously, in the campaign, in the election of Donald Trump, but also at Mar-a-Lago in the weeks after the election, and many, many questions about how closely he'll work with Donald Trump once he's in the White House. He's expected to help lead the office that's going to help cut government waste. But here's what he said moments ago to supporters. Let's listen.
This is what victory feels like. Yeah! And this was no ordinary victory. This was a fork in the road of human civilization. Okay. You know, there are elections that come and go. Some elections are, you know, important, some are not. But this one this one really mattered. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you. My heart goes out to you. It is thanks to you that the future of civilization is assured. Thanks to you. We're going to have safe cities, finally, safe cities. Secure borders, sensible spending, basic stuff. And we're going to take Doge to Mars. I mean, can you imagine how awesome it will be to have American astronauts plant the flag on another planet for the first time? How inspiring would that be? You know, there's always problems in life. You know, there's this problem, solve that problem. But you know, there need to be things that inspire you. There need to be things that make you glad to wake up in the morning and say, I'm looking forward to the future. Yeah. And I love you guys. So, and let me tell you, I'm gonna work my ass off for you guys. I really will. So, and yeah, but I'm super fired up for the future. It's going to be very exciting. As the president said, we're going to have a golden age. It's going to be fantastic. And one of the fundamental things, one of the most American values that I love is optimism, and this feeling like we're gonna make the future good. We're gonna make it good. So. Man, I can't wait. This is going to be fantastic. So thank you again. And yeah, I'm just so excited about the future. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Elon Musk moments ago at Capital One Arena. Let's go to Rachel Scott, who was inside the arena. Rachel, obviously he was received very well there. He was instrumental in this campaign. Yeah. He actually said this was more than just an election where you go back and forth between parties and then you just move on from an election. He said this is a fork in the road in civilization.
A fork in the road in civilization. He's promising that this is going to be a new day. He was light on details of what exactly this Department of Government Efficiency is going to look like. We do know that he will have an office somewhere on the White House complex. We have learned that in recent days. But there are still big questions about how exactly this is going to be carried out because we've never seen anything like this before. Here is what we know. We know that Elon Musk, the world's richest man, is very close to President Donald Trump. He was by his side throughout the campaign, and his influence has really loomed large since the campaign and into the transition and now into his presidency. We knew that he was weighing in on everything from cabinet picks also to what legislation was going to look like. Obviously, the Department of Government Efficiency as well. And of course, you have these tech CEOs lining up by President Donald Trump just right after President Biden gave that Oval Office address warning of a tech industrial complex taking over, of an oligarchy taking place in America. And Elon Musk, not the only one that's going to be speaking here today. I will tell you, we also just heard from the FBI director nominee, Kash Patel, was on this stage as well. All of them receiving a very warm reception as we wait the President of the United States, David.
Well, while we have you, Rachel, you teed us up for Kash Patel. Stick with us here. Let's listen to Kash Patel, of course, Donald Trump's pick to lead the FBI, and we'll get your reaction, Rachel, here on the backside.
My, oh my, how do you follow Elon Musk when he tells you you're going to take you to Mars? I'll tell you how. He and I share something deeply. We love the American dream. And we have been given a gift by God today to usher in a new dynasty because we just inaugurated Donald J. Trump as our 47th president. And we just inaugurated J.D. Vance as our Vice President of the United States. And we did that because the American dream is alive and well, because you chose that our dream can be the dream for our children and the dream for our world. And we are at a crossroads here in America, but our future is bright because you had the courage to stand for your convictions. So I'm humbled here to talk to you about why I love the American dream. My story's pretty simple, it's unique, and some of you share in it. My parents were born and raised in East Africa. My father in the 1970s fled a genocidal dictatorship in Uganda, where he saw 300,000 of his countrymen murdered, where he saw what lawlessness would do if it was allowed to break through the system of constitutional justice. He fled, like so many others. He married my mother. They moved here. They waited in line. They stood in line because the American dream was worth standing in line for. That dream is woven into the fabric of this nation, and our immigration policy is the greatest policy in the world. And now that we have Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance, it will become the greatest policy in the world again. The dreams and hopes aren't enough, my friends. We got to get to work. And we got to accept the realities that too many of you know from your communities. President Trump launched in his first term priorities of national security, law enforcement, economy, and global diplomacy. But now we have to retread some of that. And I'd just like to go over a few of the things that our community has been living under these last few years. In the last calendar year alone, we had 100,000 drug overdoses. In the last calendar year alone, we had over 100,000 rapes. In the last calendar year alone, we had 17,000 homicides. That is unacceptable in 2025 in the United States of America. That is why we need constitutional law and order. When I read the statistic that for the age group of 18 to 45, the #1 cause of death is CCP fentanyl. We are not prioritized to go after the threats that face this country and most of all, that face our future generations. But thank God we will be starting right now. President Trump and J.D. Vance's leadership and administration will usher in the priorities that I cherished during my 16 years in government service. That we will always, always honor the men and women who wear the cloth of our nation and stand on that wall and tell you nothing's getting by them tonight. And so to them, thank you. To our teachers and our frontline workers and our first responders, y'all choose to show up every single day for our children, for our communities.
Kash Patel, Donald Trump's nominee to head the FBI. Let's go to Rachel Scott, who was in the room, and Rachel, the reception for him and the road ahead for him as the nominee to run the FBI.
Yeah, he got a very large round of applause from the various Trump supporters who have filled this arena waiting for President Donald Trump to take the stage. I will tell you, it is striking to even see someone who is going to be nominated and is nominated to serve as the FBI director come before a crowd like this. But all of that obviously does parlay into what President Donald Trump's goal is here. He promised radical change to these agencies, and he does believe someone like Kash Patel could deliver on that. In his past comments, Patel has vowed to shut down the FBI headquarters in Washington, D.C. He has vowed to go after what he called conspirators in the government or in the media. And I will tell you, he does face possibly a tough and bruising confirmation battle ahead over on Capitol Hill. He is one of the nominees that has been making the rounds, meeting with Republican senators behind closed doors, trying to get them on board. But even Pam Bondi, President Trump's nominee for Attorney General, faced a lot of questions in her confirmation hearing just days ago about Kash Patel and whether or not someone like him could be independent, whether or not even the Department of Justice can be independent if these nominees are so loyal to President Donald Trump. And so we will see his confirmation hearing likely take place in the next couple of days as Republicans move quickly to try to get President Donald Trump's cabinet filled, David.
Rachel Scott at Capital One Arena. Rachel, we'll come back to you shortly. I'm sure one of the things Pam Bondi was asked was about a potential list of enemies at the Justice Department, and she declared that there would never be a list of enemies in a Justice Department that she was running as Attorney General. I want to go back to Elon Musk because Elon Musk also speaking to the crowd moments ago. I want to bring in Rebecca Jarvis, our Chief Business and Economics Correspondent. And Rebecca, you also heard what he said, which was that this was a fork in the road in civilization. He's looking at this clearly in very big terms and obviously was very excited at this victory.
Absolutely, David. And keep in mind, he's the CEO of SpaceX. So when he's talking about civilization, he's not just talking about life here on Earth. He is talking about life on Mars. That is one of his stated goals for SpaceX, to colonize Mars. And you saw he, among all of the tech titans, standing behind President Donald Trump as he spoke earlier today. Most animated response you saw from Elon Musk is when Donald Trump talked about planting our stars and stripes on Mars. That is certainly something that would likely benefit SpaceX, which has poured billions of dollars into space travel and including the efforts to get humans to Mars eventually at some point in the future. And in fact, there's been this behind-the-scenes conversation, a great debate going on with NASA about whether or not we should be focusing our attention initially on getting to the moon and then to Mars. Elon Musk has said repeatedly that the moon, he sees it as a distraction. It also isn't part of the SpaceX business plan in as great of detail as Mars is. So certainly you can understand why there were those cheers today from Elon Musk at that point. He's also obviously a very gregarious and active person in terms of the social media world. And he's certainly somebody who continues to celebrate the president today, both in front of that crowd, but also on X, where he continues to post his own platform, the one that he bought a handful of years ago for $44 billion.
And Rebecca, we heard the warnings that there could be initially some pain that comes with this administration, given the cuts that he's also going to try to direct. Any word on what they're looking at and how they're going to go about this?
Well, certainly, David, part of the issue here is the Elon Musk Doge, as it's called, that department, which will be looking at places to cut, will have a handful of challenges in that the cuts, the things that can get cut, are much smaller than the things that cannot. For example, Medicare, Social Security, the defense budget, those are areas that are really set in stone. And then there's everything else around the parameters. Now, once you start making those cuts, if you're making $2 trillion in cuts to the budget, then that means the economy does grow slower over time. Right now, the economy is growing very strong, 3%. Unemployment is 4.1%. The issue that people have with the economy is inflation. Now, inflation is also another tricky area, and it will be tricky for the next administration if President Trump pursues things like his tariff plans, like his tax policy, because those are areas that have costs. Tariffs come with costs, and those costs turn out, at least initially, in prices, the prices that consumers pay. So there are some big challenges facing the agenda of this administration, and even the agenda that Elon Musk hopes that this administration will pursue. Also, interestingly, David, when you listen to what President Trump had to say, he also mentioned, in addition to talking about Mars, which got a big cheer from Elon Musk, he also talked about ending the electric vehicle mandate, meaning that in 2027, where most cars in this country would be mandated to run by new standards, using less fuel, be more energy efficient, more electric cars, Donald Trump is going to end that mandate, according to the president's speech today. Now, for somebody like Elon Musk, whose other business is Tesla, which is electric vehicles, certainly there's going to be a lot to think about here, because those billionaires standing behind Donald Trump, they have many interests, many interests.
Rebecca, thank you. A lot to sort of unpack there. And John, Elon Musk's influence in this administration in these early days will be significant.
It will be massive. And by the way, Elon Musk pointed out earlier today on X, Donald Trump was banned from that platform for a full, almost 2 years. And Elon Musk noted that by putting up the sign of it, that this account is banned, and saying the king is back, referring to Donald Trump. The king is back. Mark Zuckerberg, of course, there today with Donald Trump as well. Donald Trump was banned from Instagram. He was banned from Facebook, the two big meta platforms, again, for at least 18 months. And now, he's there honoring him. But the big question here regarding Elon Musk and Doge is what authority they really have. Again, there is no Department of Government Efficiency mandated by law. There is no statutory authority. When they talk about going through and looking for ways to cut spending, that may be a very worthwhile pursuit, but the kind of spending they're talking about is spending that has been mandated by Congress. These are laws that were passed. Now they will try to challenge that and try to look for what's called rescission authority. It gets into the weeds here, but they are talking about trying to find $2 trillion in spending. It's unclear how you get anywhere near that without touching spending that Congress has mandated by law. One other note on Doge, Vivek Ramaswamy is to be Elon's sidekick in all this. And what we're hearing today is that Vivek Ramaswamy will likely not be coming in as part of this Department of Government Efficiency. We're hearing he's preparing to run for governor of Ohio, and he will announce that what we're hearing will likely not be Elon Musk's sidekick on this. So
interesting.
So there's a lot that we don't know about what Elon Musk's actual influence within the executive branch is going to be, but clearly, he has tremendous influence, and he's very close to Trump, and he's going to have a role.
And he has varied interests, which don't fit neatly into one portfolio, as Rebecca Jarvis was getting to. I wonder, big picture here, Terry Moran, real quick before we go to break. Is there a miscalculation here on the part of the Democrats? And obviously there's a huge postmortem here. But to have all these tech billionaires, these tech titans, and show up at the Republican inauguration here, what was the misstep for Democrats in pushing these entrepreneurs so far away? I mean, obviously they wanted guardrails. They wanted to protect against the very real concerns over artificial intelligence, if you will. But at the same time, I think most Americans, whether you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, want America to lead in this sector, right, amid new technologies, amid artificial intelligence. Was there a miscalculation in pushing them so far that they would all of a sudden, you know, certainly be sort of engaged in the Republican Party and around Donald Trump in a way that you never would have seen with a Joe Biden or Kamala Harris?
Yeah, it's a stunning political conversion. Silicon Valley and these tech billionaires who just 8 years ago were, you know, all for the Democratic Party, some of the major fundraisers and champions of Democratic Party policies. They're now sitting at the inauguration backing Trump to the hilt. And a big part of it was the Biden administration's trying to slam the brakes on private development of AI. One of the things that I've heard is that they were directly told, some of the companies out there, that AI will be developed like the nuclear program in the 1950s, that it will be a national government enterprise doling out civilian-related possible technologies. And that stunned them quite a bit. So there was the heavy hand, not just there, but elsewhere, that they thought was a real problem. And then they're billionaires, right? Donald Trump is going to cut their taxes or keep them low. And so there's that as well.
It's a very good point, Terry. Money talks. Mary, you want to weigh in?
Well, there was also that Donald Trump is known about retribution, right? You don't donate to my campaign and I will pull your government contract. I mean, there was, you know, I think if you were talking to some of the Democrats, they were saying that Trump really went to town on this, and it wasn't just about AI or other things. It's about the new president kind of really having an enormous amount of power. And Elon Musk has, since he's been a kid, wanted to go to Mars. This is all he wants to do. He doesn't really even care that much about Tesla, he has said. This is what he wants. He wants the government contract to go to Mars. And some of the other tech billionaires want something, and Donald Trump has a lot of power and can stop it. So I think one of the reasons that they're there is they need something from him.
All right. They need something from him, the incoming president, and they're there, and they've given money to be there, and that story is still being told for, I'm sure, years to come here as we just examine the first hours of the administration. In fact, we've got to get back to that luncheon. The gifts are about to be given, the toasts in that room. We'll take you right back live to the pictures coming from Capitol Hill. ABC News live coverage of the inauguration. Donald Trump, 47th president of the United States. We'll be right back.
Dad, I need a place to stay until I figure out what the rest of my life looks like.
So, a couple of days.
Shifting Gears is the #1 new comedy. You're dating yourself with that newspaper, Pops.
And you will be dating yourself if you don't fix that hair.
It took him forever. It's like sharing a bathroom with Lady Gaga.
Tim Allen and Kat Dennings fire on all cylinders.
Oh, stop. Say more.
It's got humor and heart. And it's the show you've been craving.
Don't make one of your condescending grunts.
Your inner circle's been compromised. Either you can't see that or you don't want to.
Who you think they talk about?
Watch yourself. You're not Steve Rogers. You're right. I'm not.
Who you think they talk about us?
Stand by for proof of death.
You want me? Come and get me!
Captain America, Brave New World. Get tickets now.
Get this, people. Now we're streaming every weekend right to you.
With an all-new show, an all-new View, special for the weekends. Now you can catch The View 7 days a week.
I wonder if you can handle it. It's the Weekend View.
The Weekend View.
It's the Weekend View. Streaming on ABC News Live, wherever you stream. Take a little time to enjoy the Weekend View.
See you on the weekend!
Now streaming Saturday and Sunday mornings on ABC News Live, wherever you stream.
Amanda Riley was a mother, wife.
Everybody loved her. I heard the words, "You have stage 3 blood cancer."
We gave our hearts, our prayers. We thought she was God's gift, but she was a liar.
Why would somebody fake cancer?
There's all these pictures of her in the hospital with IVs, tubing. It was only a matter of time until Amanda's whole world came tumbling down. Oh my God!
Scamanda premieres January 30th on ABC and stream on Hulu.
I got a call about a body?
We're gonna get to the bottom of this.
You don't seem like you belong here.
That guy's a handyman.
You murdered a 17-year-old. Are you looking for something?
We have an emergency.
New Trend, Tuesday on ABC.
Yes!
Good luck.
Oh, Sean is here. Let's set everything up for remote learning.
Perfect. I plan on spending the rest of the day remote cleaning.
We got it, people!
Live from Washington, D.C., the second inauguration of Donald J. Trump. Here again, David Muir.
Welcome back from Washington. ABC News Live coverage of the inauguration. Back here with the entire powerhouse political team. We want to go back to that image of the day, that moment they left the White House after the customary tea, though we know that Donald Trump didn't drink tea because he doesn't drink tea or coffee, but they did resume that tradition. And we were told going into today that this was important to both leaders, both former President Joe Biden and the incoming President Donald Trump, that they returned to this, even though we didn't see this as a country 4 years ago. Donald Trump leaving Washington 8 a.m. 4 years ago, did not take part in any of the public events that demonstrate sort of the peaceful transfer of power. This was quite a moment after these two men campaigned against one another, both back in 2020 and at least in the early stages, 2024, until very late in the game, actually, until Joe Biden dropped out of the race, Kamala Harris taking the top of the ticket. Extraordinary moment to sort of be back on track, at least in terms of showing the country that even in polarized times, leaders from both parties can be seen getting into the motorcade together. Although I think it was Mary Jordan earlier who joked that Senator Amy Klobuchar was playing sort of the person who would be in the car with them to make sure all went well. Although by all appearances, even from the meeting in the Oval Office weeks ago, Joe Biden inviting Donald Trump to the White House, he embraced the incoming leader, even if he campaigned vigorously against him. I want to bring in Reince Priebus, former head of the RNC, ABC News contributor. And Reince, I understand you were with President Trump earlier today at St. John's, and I'm just curious what you witnessed early in the day as far as his mood and returning to the White House 8 years later.
In 1777. A full 12
Well, look, I think you saw in the rotunda the same feeling that we felt at St. John's, which was triumphant. I think that's the word of the day. I will say, you know, the St. John's feeling today was, I felt it was a lot different than 8 years ago. 8 years ago, we had folks from the Trump campaign, the RNC, a brand new feeling in Washington, new unknown territory, and people that didn't really know each other working together. Today, when I looked around that small little church, we all knew each other. We've known each other for 8 years. Even the new people coming on board, we've been interacting together for years. So it just felt very different. I would say it felt intimate. And I would say in the rotunda, if I had to describe it, I'd say it was intimate. I think it was magical, but it was also, as I said before, triumphant. And that was the feeling of the day.
Reince Priebus with us here. Ryan, stick with us here. I want to listen into Hakeem Jeffries, minority leader in the House. Steve Scalise standing next to him, majority leader in the House. Amy Klobuchar taking the podium again.
Thank you, Leaders Scalise and Jeffries. I now ask my friend Senator Deb Fischer of Nebraska, as in the beef you had for the entree, who has been an excellent partner in planning today's events, to come up and present the inaugural photographs.
Well, my thanks to Chair Klobuchar for putting together again in the last 2 days the 60th inaugural ceremony here at the United States Capitol. Amy did a wonderful job, along with all of the committee, all of our staffs, in order for this to come together and be a very memorable experience. It is a tradition that the committee give our new President and First Lady, our Vice President, and Mrs. Vance, the official photographs taken at the swearing-in ceremony. And so it is such an honor to be able to have those presented to you. I hope you will display them with pride, with honor, and with a humbleness that I know you will carry with you every single day that you serve the people of this country. May God bless you all.
Thank you, Senator Fisher. Now, on behalf of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, I'd like to present the President and Mrs. Trump and the Vice President and Mrs. Vance with these crystal Lennox vases. See them over here? For the 10th consecutive inauguration, Lennox has provided the official inaugural gift. The hand-cut etched vases display the White House for the President and the U.S. Capitol for the Vice President, because I know that he is going to enjoy not only being the Vice President, but also, as Senator Thune and Schumer know, the President of the United States Senate, and there's no better job than that. These gifts symbolize our equal branches of government as well as our enduring democracy. There they are. I will now invite Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson of Louisiana, to give the toast to the Vice President.
Thank you so much. It is my great honor to offer a toast to our new Vice President, Mr. J.D. Vance. J.D., you wrote something very poignant in your memoir. Actually, many things very poignant, but let me quote you here. What separates the successful from the unsuccessful are the expectations they had for their own lives. That's really meaningful. That expectation is a powerful thing. We remember the people in our lives who provided that to us. We all need that. Everybody needs hope and encouragement. They need a greater expectation. We need people in our lives who will make us look farther and reach higher. JD's written a lot about the people in his life that have done that. He's written about, we know the great story of your grandparents and what they did in your life. He's written about his professors and mentors that he met in law school. He writes a lot about, speaks a lot about his gracious, beautiful wife, our new second lady, Usha. Is a great inspiration as well. And JD, you yourself have been inspiring people. Your story really has. It's one of the reasons that I believe God has raised your platform as he has, because you've been so faithful to tell that story and to inspire so many others. And so our hope and our prayer is, as you continue to do this, that as you go to help us execute on the America First agenda, that you also do what you've been doing so well all along, and that is providing a model for what is possible in America. What a great story. What an inspiring story you've had, and it's just getting started. I pray specifically that you inspire a lot of the young men in America. Some of them feel hopeless and stagnant sometimes, and you're a great example to all of them and to all of us. That if you work hard and you play by the rules and you do the right thing, you can make a better life. You're now the Vice President of the United States, my friend. So everyone, will you please join me in raising a glass to our own mentors, the people who inspired all of us, to the possibilities of our own future, to these great new horizons. What a perfect choice this was for the painting, the artwork today, and to the great example of our new Vice President, Mr. J.D. Vance. Here, here.
Thank you, Speaker Johnson and Vice President Vance. I will now invite my senator next door in the state of South Dakota, Senate Majority Leader John Thune, to give the toast for the President.
Well, Mr. President, Madam First Lady, congratulations. It is an honor for all of us to be able to be here today with you on this historic day as we celebrate your inauguration. Mr. President, one of the most important influences in my life when I was getting started in politics was Ronald Reagan. His philosophy of limited government, his belief in peace through strength, the strength of his convictions, were all things that appealed to me. But I was also drawn by his optimism and by his belief in America. And Mr. President, those are qualities that I see in you. One of the things that resonated throughout your campaign was the unshakable belief in our country and in her citizens. You remind us of everything that's possible in America. I'm looking forward to working with you over the next 4 years to build up our great country. It says in the scriptures that if you ask for wisdom, it will be given to you and given to you generously. And so I pray, and our prayer is, that God will richly bless you in the years ahead and grant you not only strength, but wisdom. And ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to join me in raising a glass to the President of the United States, President Donald Trump. Hear, hear.
So, this has been a long day with many other things ahead for so many of you. But I want to thank you for attending the 60th inaugural ceremonies. And as we close, we ask that you pick up a gift. All of our guests are going to get a set of commemorative glasses in embossed leather featuring the Great Seal of the United States, which Senator Fisher and I selected together, and maybe Senator McConnell added some bourbon from Kentucky. Just saying. It is now my privilege to conclude this luncheon by asking Margaret Kibben, the chaplain for the House of Representatives, to deliver the benediction. Thank you. And we know we love this eagle podium. It's pretty good, Mr. President.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the benediction.
Would you pray with me? Holy and merciful God, having witnessed another successful moment in the experiment that you have entrusted into the hands of the American people, we pray your blessing on our 47th President of these United States, Donald J. Trump, and Vice President James D. Vance. Ensure that this mantle of singular responsibility that you have laid upon our President's shoulders remains secure in your will and safeguarded in your keeping. Uphold him as he preserves, protects, and defends the Constitution to the best of his abilities, relying on your divine help. God of power and might, grace and mercy, grant that your spirit of counsel has access to the President's heart to search it, to his mind to examine it, to his will to test it, that his faithfulness would bear witness to your truth. Surround him with angels and advisors who will serve as your agents to guide and guard him. Caution and encourage him to remain upright and blameless in your sight. Buckle the belt of truth around his waist. Place the breastplate of righteousness over his heart. Fit his feet with readiness, that your gospel of wisdom and justice will shine forth throughout President Trump's administration. We offer this prayer to the one whose voice we follow to guide all that we do and all that we hope for. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please remain at your seats as President Trump, Vice President Vance, the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, and the official party depart National Statuary Hall.
As we watch this live, the President, the First Lady now leaving the luncheon. They're going to be going downstairs momentarily to Emancipation Hall for their first honors ceremony. There's a brief moment in between where I think they're going to get some photographs taken. We're going to track this live. We'll go right back to them for that first honors ceremony. In the meantime, I wanted to get back to Reince Priebus just to ask you one more question here, Reince, because we got cut off there a moment ago. I'm just curious, Catherine Falders from our team here reported a short time ago that among the very swift actions President Trump will make this afternoon, it includes pardons and much more sweeping in nature when it comes to all of those who were charged in connection with January 6th. Does that square with what you're hearing so far?
It squares with what I'm hearing. I don't know to what degree, what the charges that are going to be pardoned will be. But certainly these are things that were promised on the campaign trail. The president played the anthem of the people that were in jail that they sung, and they call it the January 6th anthem. So, I mean, these are the things that the president was very clear about. The one thing that I would say was very obvious today as I sat there in the rotunda and watched the president give that speech, he is a guy with a mandate who is trying to tell the world that we are going to have an immediate and dramatic turning of the page. And he made that abundantly clear in that speech, and this is just one of those things. He feels aggrieved by it, and I think he's going to tackle it head on. So we'll see what kind of, if there's any controversy that spins out of that. But he was clear on the campaign trail.
And I know he's convinced he has a mandate given the sweeping Electoral College victory in November. Before I let you go, what did you make of the speech in terms of unity, Reince? You were in the rotunda. It was much more intimate than typical when we see these inaugurations play out outdoors, obviously moved inside because of the weather this year. But here you had the president and the outgoing president really very close to him as he was telling the American people that he does plan to make, as you point out, Reince, sweeping and very quick change here in these early days.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt it was tight, and it was tighter in reality than what it looks like on television, just like on TV. So we were all pretty much packed in there, and you're right, he was pretty rough on President Biden as Kamala Harris sat there, and even as Franklin Graham gave his prayer talking about, you know, this new change in America, and sort of out with the old and in with the new, and you got the old sitting right there next to the podium. That's what happens. It is politics. I think they get it. But there was a feeling of unity as well at the same time, that we had all of the former presidents. We had Republicans, Democrats. Amy Klobuchar did a nice job managing the entire operation. So, you know, there was a feeling of Republicans and Democrats coming together. Adam Schiff was 2 rows in front of me, sitting there participating. I mean, he could have ignored it himself, but he didn't. He showed up, and so did a lot of Democrats. So I thought that was a good thing.
What did you make of the other presidents in attendance, former first ladies? It was an intimate space. You probably saw their facial expressions, the interpersonal dynamics better than even we did watching from the studio here in Washington. What did you make of the interactions?
Well, you know, it's hard for me to tell. You know, they didn't stand up a lot when I thought that they should have, but then I was wondering, is there some sort of protocol where former presidents don't stand up and clap? I couldn't figure it out. If they were just choosing to sit down at times when these were comments made about our hostages and other things like that, I thought that was a little strange. But the American people have spoken, and I think that Donald Trump took that mandate and he ran with it today, I think in a pretty dramatic but clear fashion. I thought it was a great day for the country.
Former head of the RNC, also in the first Trump administration in the West Wing, key role. Reince Priebus, we always appreciate your insights, and certainly the fact that you were sort of our eyes and ears today, in a sense, in the rotunda. Reince, we sure do appreciate it. Coming up here, our continuing live coverage. We'll go back to Emancipation Hall for what they're calling the first honors ceremony. We'll hear from the president right after the break. Stay tuned here. Live coverage continues, and we'll have more on the letters from outgoing presidents to incoming presidents. What a great and rich tradition, and what, if anything, we've learned about perhaps a letter that might be waiting in the Oval Office on the other side of the break here. Stay tuned.
ABC News live coverage of the second inauguration of Donald J. Trump returns in a moment.
Freeze Morgan Guillory Major Crimes.
Where did you get this?
The dollar store.
Bingo. Our killer's name is Dubois.
Did you just Google who's the killer?
No, I did not do that.
What don't you know about the man
Rex Heuermann was living a very compartmentalized double life.
accused of being
The monster. It's like 2 different people. Jekyll and Hyde. He's a real monster.
He's pleaded not guilty to all the charges.
The Gilgo Beach murders. Now, one woman who believes she got away and lived to tell.
He scared the crap out of me, and nobody's ever made me scared or uncomfortable like that.
Gilgo Beach murders, now streaming on Hulu.
It's incredible how many lives idols change.
It proves that dreams really do come true.
This is the place where it all started for me.
You never forget that moment that changed everything. If you're dreaming out there, please keep dreaming.
Is our next American Idol among us today? Ladies and gentlemen, the Commodores.
The winner is Carrie Underwood. American Idol's next chapter begins March 9th on ABC.
Strong women and hot topics. This is The View. And tomorrow, he's always got a view to share. So watch out for Roy Wood Jr. on America's #1 daytime talk show, ABC's The View.
Tonight, the inauguration of the 47th President of the United States. Full coverage from the nation's capital, plus the LA winds and millions facing dangerous cold. World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
ABC News Live.
Because the news never stops.
Your inner circle's been compromised. Either you can't see that or you don't want to.
Who you think they talk about?
Watch yourself. You're not Steve Rogers. You're right. I'm not.
Who you think they talk about? Talk about us.
Stand by for proof of death.
You want me? Come and get me!
Captain America, Brave New World. Get tickets now.
Will Trent is the best show on TV.
I'm gonna be sticking around for a while.
New Tuesday.
I got a call about a body?
First case back. So far, we got nothing.
Someone is hiding something.
We're gonna get to the bottom of this.
Well, you don't seem like you belong here.
That guy's a handyman.
He murdered a 17-year-old. Are you looking for something?
We have an emergency.
New Will Trent. Tuesday on ABC and stream on Hulu.
I only have one rule. Stay out of the basement.
What do you got in the basement?
I can't talk about it quite yet.
There's something down there that will destroy the world.
We're talking about a monster, a real monster.
You are in danger. Kids are disappearing.
Live from Washington, D.C., the second inauguration of Donald J. Trump. Here again, David Muir.
On this Martin Luther King Jr. holiday in America, many of you are home from work. It is Inauguration Day as well. And for those of you who have been with us for the better part of the day, we sure do appreciate you tuning into our team for this, our ABC News political team here all day long as we usher in a new presidency, Donald Trump returning to the White House, though very different circumstances 8 years after he first arrived. Donald Trump now has taken the oath. He is the 47th president of the United States. And in a moment, he'll return to Emancipation Hall, and we'll go back live to that. The luncheon has wrapped up where leaders of both parties, members of both parties gather. They celebrate many of the gifts America has to offer. Certainly, they did when it came to the menu, and you saw Senator Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota playing an instrumental role as the chair of the committee this year. They've been planning this for many, many months, and obviously in recent days had to throw out a lot of those plans because of the cold weather outside, not only in just in Washington, D.C., but really all up and down the I-95 corridor. The snow, the ice, freezing rain, and really cold temperatures in these last 24 hours. Some of us from New York City took the Acela train right down to Washington, which I will say was probably the best way to get here. But they did have to stop the train for a time just to check for ice. We wondered what that meant. They didn't find too much of a problem, and then we were off and running again. But you can see the luncheon has wrapped up. We're going to head down to Emancipation Hall in just a moment. I want to first take us live, though, right over to the White House, just across town here. Selena Wang live outside the White House. And Selena, I know that you called into our control room saying, well, the moving trucks are here.
David, that's exactly right. In fact, you can see two moving trucks behind me, but actually from this vantage point, you can't see it from here, but there's actually a total of at least 5 moving trucks. We've been seeing crews going into the White House. I was just in the West Wing earlier. There's a lot of commotion. The crews and staff members, they are working at a rapid speed to ensure that things are ready when Donald Trump returns to the White House later this afternoon. In the West Wing, I was seeing many senior members of the staff. They were getting ready with moving boxes. Those meetings are underway. They want to move at rapid speed here. I'd spent the last 8 weeks almost, David, out in Mar-a-Lago reporting on this transition process, and they are going to approach this term very different than the first term. They want to move both swiftly, decisively, and in a very streamlined, disciplined way. And a big reason why they want to operate this way, David, is because of Susie Wiles, Donald Trump's chief of staff. You've been talking about her a lot all day. She is one of Donald Trump's most trusted advisors. And sources tell me that she ran the campaign with discipline and focus, so she wants to run the second term in the same way. They're obviously in those meetings preparing for that flurry of executive orders. This is going to be a major show of force from Donald Trump that he wants to move bigger and at a faster pace than that first time around, David.
As we can see, the moving trucks right behind Selena Wang there at the White House. And Mary, you were getting some reporting earlier, initial reporting of changes already to the Oval Office. To the Oval Office.
Not surprisingly, they have moved swiftly to do some redecorating in the Oval Office. It will look very familiar to all of us who have spent time in there and who covered Donald Trump's first administration. Those bright gold curtains have returned behind the Resolute desk, as well as the similar carpet that he had before. He's gone ahead and changed out some of the art already. The portrait of President Andrew Jackson is back on the wall, just as it was during his first term. And also, we have heard from some reports that what was known as the Diet Coke button maybe making a return, a button that Donald Trump could push to let aides know that he needed a refill of his favorite beverage. There is also a tradition in Washington that the outgoing president leaves a letter for the incoming president. Actually, Donald Trump did participate in this when he left 4 years ago, despite not participating in the inauguration festivities or the peaceful transfer of power. He did actually leave a letter for Joe Biden then. Biden never disclosed what was in it, though he described it as, quote, very generous. And we do know that outgoing President Biden did leave a letter today for Donald Trump. We will have to see if he'll disclose what was left in that note, David.
Yeah, it's interesting you bring that up. As we get ready to go down to Emancipation Hall, the whole tradition with the letters began with Ronald Reagan. We're going to have a conversation about that here on the backside. Really fun story about that first letter to his vice president who was becoming president. Let's listen.
Officers, just center. Hold, ready, front. Officers, ready, front. Ceremonial. At ease. Hold, stand at ease.
Martha Redis, this is another sort of change because of the weather. It used to be a review of the troops outdoors. It now takes place at Emancipation Hall. But the sort of regal nature of this is always sort of a prized moment of these inaugurations.
It certainly is, David, and you can see the discipline going down those rows, but a very, very different feel than if they were outside reviewing the troops. I imagine that President Trump will just walk by those troops and salute, and much smaller, obviously, than it would have been before, but the ceremony is quite extraordinary. We've seen the military over the past few weeks, of course, at Jimmy Carter's funeral as well, and the dignity and the precision in all of this that I have watched through several inaugurations, and you name it, the military is there and bringing the country together in ways that no one else can.
There's no question about that. Jimmy Carter was a proud member of the Navy, and we reported during the service that he famously was not about the pomp and circumstance so much that comes with the presidency, but this was one thing that he did want for his service in the end at the National Cathedral, is just to remember his service, and not only that, but to see those young faces and that America be reminded of their service every single day.
Exactly, and that stop at the Navy Memorial, which Jimmy Carter had authorized, and he not only wanted it for himself, as we've said, he planned that funeral with his family. He wanted it for Americans to see, for Americans to look at the military and see the pride.
And I will say, former President Joe Biden now felt very strongly about the military. We traveled to Normandy with him to honor those World War II heroes who landed on the beaches of Normandy. And President Trump, in his inaugural address today, also talked about the military, feels very strongly about what he believes will be their efforts to bring it back to what it was under his first term. So in that way, both of these leaders have made it very clear that they appreciate and honor our nation's service members.
Exactly, and all presidents really do, and you get close to your staff. As we've said, we'll have to see what happens to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, C.Q. Brown, whether he gets close to him or not, or he may not be the chairman that he wants. That will be up to the president, because they do indeed serve at the pleasure of the president. But this is a very somber, solemn, and yet celebration of this president, and watching these moments and just the silence there, David, a kind of a beautiful moment.
Let's take a moment then. And of course, honoring the troops, not only President Trump, but the incoming, the new Vice President, J.D. Vance, who is a veteran himself, Linsey.
Yeah, J.D. Vance, prior to going to law school at Yale, joined the military. I'm thinking of him, again, writing in his memoir, Hillbilly Elegy, about his hard Scrabble life growing up in rural Ohio. Actually, in the very beginning part of his book, he talked about, I'll be the first to admit I've accomplished nothing great in my life. Talked about how I'm not a senator, a governor, or a former cabinet secretary. Clearly, 10 years later, quite a difference.
Checking off a number of those.
And he served in Iraq. And I've heard J.D. Vance talk about that service, and he downplays it in a way. He was a public affairs officer, says he didn't go into combat. but he certainly was close to combat. He certainly took the risks others take. I've worked with public affairs officers. They're very courageous people.
The President and First Lady Melania Trump making their way right here into Emancipation Hall. This is the first honors ceremony. It's really in place of the traditional review of the troops that we've become accustomed to on Inauguration Day.
first time. Stand by. Attack. Attention. Honor. Guard. Attention. Hold. Right shoulder up. Hold. Ready. Go. Commanders. Take charge of your units. Right. Back. Forward. Forward. Right. Hands. Forward. Left. Down. Up. Forward. Return. Hold. Stay. Mark. Ready. Down. Right.
We're watching President Trump now leave the Capitol Rotunda and Emancipation Hall, where it was a review of the troops, a sort of truncated version, if you will, still just as moving and quite powerful, to be honest, but just different from what we typically see during these inaugurations since it was indoors. He's about to make his way with the First Lady to Capital One Arena, and that part of today's program will actually replace the parade route, which we typically see at Pennsylvania Avenue back to the White House. And in years past, we've watched as presidents and First Ladies get out of the motorcade sometimes and actually walk along the route. That will not be happening today. Although some people are out there without their coats on today, just their suits. A lot of folks standing around. Don't be fooled, though, by the clear skies. It is a very brisk day in Washington. As we look at these pictures, let's stay with the live pictures, but can we bring in Kira Phillips into the conversation? Because, Kira, you were in the room in Emancipation Hall. Must have been quite moving.
It was, and you can probably even still hear the drums behind me of the Fife and Drum Corps. You know, just a little bit of history. The Corps used to, play from sunrise to sunset, David, and served as a primary mode of communications from commander to troops during battles. And just speaking of battles, there's one battle going on for sure that the president is going to deal with, and that is with who he has picked for Secretary of Defense. As you know, you go out into the field, the troopers, a lot of them will say how much they love President Trump, but when it's come to the generals, it's gotten pretty ugly at times, as you know. Trump's last presidency, he tore through 5 defense secretaries, 2 full-time, 3 acting. So now we'll see if indeed Pete Hegseth makes it through confirmation hearings to be his Secretary of Defense this time around. I did get a chance to spend some time with Hegseth, his wife, his family. They tell me it's been a real tough time for them personally, but Hegseth also telling me Trump has had his back the entire way, and Hegseth also saying he believes he will get the votes that will take him to the finish line, David.
Yeah, we've heard President Trump say in recent days that he was impressed with the confirmation hearings, and in particular with how Pete Hegseth handled himself up there on the Hill. Whit Johnson, you're right there, right, watching this all unfold?
Absolutely, David. All of this playing out over my left shoulder here. The president, the 47th president of the United States, now inside that armored vehicle, that limousine, the Beast as it's known, with his wife, the First Lady, once again, Melania. We saw him speaking earlier with Senator John Thune, now the majority leader of the Senate. And there is a massive security apparatus here on the East Front Plaza. Here we see a number of police vehicles from all sorts of different agencies. And a break from tradition, what we're used to here, this is also where that parade would typically begin. But we know because of the frigid temperatures, that's not happening today. And somehow I can tell you it's managed to get even colder out here today. But this is also, as we see the motorcade start to pull away here, I am thinking about Trump's words just 4 years ago, his parting words from Joint Base Andrews when he said to everyone, "We will be back in some form." And boy, was he right. As we take a look at this motorcade and Trump driving away as the 47th president of the United States, David.
Whit Johnson, we really appreciate it. And we heard from Kira Phillips, who was inside Emancipation Hall there, Martha, and she actually talked about the open-ended question, which is, will this administration be different from the first in terms of the relationship with military leaders? We are getting some reporting late this afternoon that folks at the Pentagon have noticed that the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Mark Milley, that his portrait has been taken down.
Exactly, and that has been confirmed, David. This is an area of the Pentagon on the E-ring, historic. Every chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff's portrait hangs in that hallway. You walk down that hallway, you can see everyone. But this morning, Mark Milley's has been taken down. He has a contentious relationship with President Trump. President Trump has called him names. Mark Milley, on his retirement ceremony, said he did not take an oath to a wannabe dictator. So there has been a back and forth between those two. The Pentagon refers people who are asking why that portrait was taken down. They are referring them to the White House, but we don't know exactly who took it down or who asked that that portrait be taken down. But boy, would that send a chilling message to other general officers who might say, if I cross the president, am I out of here as well?
Very interesting. Again, for the Pentagon to say, you got to ask the White House on this one, and the White House is now Donald Trump's White House. And you take a look at that license plate on the motorcade here. I believe this is 4547. Is that the still photo there on the left? Yeah, 4547. Made quick work of the math, whoever's in charge of the motorcade license plate there. 4547. As they make their way now to the Capital One Arena, this, of course, replaces the parade route that we have become accustomed to. 4 years ago, we didn't see much of this, and also we were in the middle of the pandemic still. So there were a lot of things about that inauguration that also seemed a little different, obviously. This one, though, even in these very divided times, I think that a lot of Americans watching today, if you're a Trump supporter or if you were perhaps hoping that it might have gone a different way, that there have been moments that everyone, I think, can sort of hold on to from today's coverage, I hope. Those moments of former presidents from both parties showing up. Even watching Senator Amy Klobuchar, a Democrat who ran for president herself, chair the inaugural committee. And let's listen to the cheers here along the route for a second. Jay O'Brien, a much different route this time around, but people are gathered nonetheless.
David, that's exactly right. So behind me here, the beast, the presidential motorcade, just pulling up here. You can see these National Guard troops snap to attention. A much different parade than Americans are used to for this inauguration, but one that folks here had been waiting for. Folks had been standing here for hours, really, in the cold, waiting to see the president-elect, or now the president, rather, drive by here. One woman told me, we've waited for this for 4 years, so a few hours in the cold is not much more for us. I talked to some folks out here about what they want Donald Trump's first order of business to be once he sits behind the Resolute desk in the Oval Office. One woman from a swing state telling me that she wants him to pardon the January 6 rioters as his first order of business, which we've seen in reporting over the course of the day. He appears on track to do, at least in some large part. I've been talking to January 6 rioters over the last few weeks and months, David, while they are behind bars in federal prison. They tell me that over the course of this campaign, they feel these pardons have been promised to them. I talked to one young man who's behind bars in federal prison telling me that he would feel betrayed if Donald Trump didn't issue that pardon, David.
Jay O'Brien along the route, and Jay, you're proof that it is cold out there today. I saw the ear warmers on and the heavy jacket, and we appreciate you standing out there. Just bring us a little bit of the color of the people and the supporters who've waited quite some time for Donald Trump's return, and in this way. And again, Jay, thank you for that. We heard Donald Trump say 4 years ago in leaving Joint Base Andrews that he would be back, unsure of what that role would be. And now he returns as the 47th president of the United States, pulling into that arena now. We're joined by Frank Luntz, a veteran communications analyst, does focus groups and polling, has studied election after election. And Frank, we remember when you were on the air with us, I think it was about 4 in the morning, and we were struck by what you said that you heard repeatedly in those final focus groups leading up to the election, that you didn't hear strong negatives about Kamala Harris. You just heard over and over again people who were not convinced that she was the answer to the inflation, the economic pressure, and immigration, that those key issues could be solved by her, and that many of the people in those focus groups said that's why in the 11th hour they went Donald Trump's way. But this sure does feel a lot different from even 2017, the fact that Donald Trump enters with a Republican House, a Republican Senate. The margins are slim, but still, both houses of Congress. And also, as we've mentioned here on the air today, he comes back with a Supreme Court that also has protected him and future presidents from a lot of what can happen from the opposing party if they're questioning certain actions of a president.
Well, first, I was there in the rotunda, and Republicans and Democrats were sitting next to each other, senators, House members. I would note that the staff of the president sat in front of the House members. I heard a couple of congressmen grumbling about that, but it's such a small venue, and it's a really beautiful way to watch the president get inaugurated. They sit together. They talk together. They did not stand together. Democrats sat on their hands during the entire inauguration speech, and Republicans were repeatedly up. Then we went to this luncheon, the famous presidential luncheon that's been going on since Ronald Reagan. The difference here was that, once again, Republicans and Democrats sat next to each other, talked to each other. You don't see any of the partisanship that you hear and witness online. It's different in real life. But the point I want to emphasize is that I don't know, and I've been doing this now for almost 40 years, I don't know of a time when the president came into power with more authority and greater potential. The Supreme Court is his. The court system is his. Narrow majorities, but they're still majorities. Donald Trump has an opportunity over the next 100 days to make a bigger impact. The challenge for him is that half the things he wants to do, the public embraces: immigration, taxes, budgets, and a whole bunch of the stuff the president wants to do, maybe on the environment, the public doesn't. So that's why the order of what he does over the next 100 days matters significantly, and how he does it.
That's an interesting point, Frank, because since you were right there, my next question would be, and I know that you enjoyed actually the bipartisanship of that luncheon. What did you think of the tone struck in the inaugural address? I mean, we were talking earlier on our air that because this was indoors, you had the incoming president and the outgoing president very close to one another during an inaugural address. And in this particular address, Donald Trump did not hold back on taking aim at President Biden, Vice President Harris. And there wasn't that sort of familiar nod at the beginning of his speech where even if you are the incoming president and you have a different set of policies and strategies that you want to implement, usually there is a nod, thank you for your service, and certainly someone like a Joe Biden, 50 years in the public eye and in public service. We didn't hear much of that. I wonder what you made of that in the room.
I was expecting it. We didn't hear much of that in 2017 either. I'm reminded of the great Paul Simon song, The Boxer. A man hears what he wants to hear and disregards the rest. If you voted for Donald Trump, you got exactly what you were expecting and exactly what you wanted. If you voted against him, it was horrible, but you knew what was going to happen. I don't think there are any surprises, with the exception of just how broad and how significant the next 100 days are going to be. David?
Frank, I
believe that you're going to see more.
Yeah, please go ahead.
I believe you're going to see more. I believe you're going to see more legislation, more change, more true, maybe they call it radical, transformation in Washington, D.C. over the next 100 days than we've seen in any administration since Franklin Roosevelt. Half of Americans are going to embrace it, and half of Americans are going to condemn it, but it's going to be significant.
And last question for you, Frank, because you talk about the unity, the rhetoric that you did not hear in the address. I do think you bring up a good point, because on these issues and this action that you suggest will come very quickly, that's going to be interesting for not only us as reporters, but as Americans to watch very closely. Obviously, actions are always more important than words anyway. But one of the things that's kind of remarkable is that even in a polarized country, there is some consensus on some of the key issues that are right at the top of the list. That the economic pressures affecting working class Americans, the middle class, are very real. That even though inflation's coming down, people feel it. And they were telling us that over and over again, that when it comes to the border, people do want a sensible solution. They want bipartisan action that they didn't see until the final months of the Biden administration. That on some of these key issues, Frank, as you point out, that perhaps if you didn't hear the unity today that you were hoping for in action, depending on which issues he tackles first, he might be able to appease, voters, moderate voters, right near the center on both sides.
You're exactly right. When he addresses prices and affordability for housing, health care, food and fuel, that's doing exactly what the American people wanted and what they were disappointed with the previous administration. When he addresses the security at the border, because it's no longer a Texas to California issue, it's now a national issue, he's doing exactly that. What we all have to become more prepared for is a rhetoric and a language that's a little bit rougher than we may wish, that's a little bit more direct and a little bit more divisive, but these are issues that the public is demanding that we address. Every survey shows it. And Donald Trump said today quite clearly that he is going to leave nothing on the table. This is his time, and he's going to get it done. And that idea, results, solutions, is what the American people are looking for. They may disagree with the method, and they may not like the language, but that's exactly what they want the result to be.
Which takes us right back, and this is the final point, Frank, before I have to move on with the rest of the conversation, but it's always great to have you. It just takes us back to what you said on election night, what those focus groups were telling you, which was that you weren't hearing a lot that was negative about Kamala Harris. You just didn't hear anyone who was convinced that she could tackle those top issues, which is how do you bring prices down? How do you make the economy work for American families and working class families? How do you fix the border? They've had a chance to fix the border, and it's still not fixed in the eyes of many Americans, and so it sort of bears out what you were hearing in the 11th hour as we were heading into election night.
It does, and you just made the exact point. Fix it. And in fact, I'll give you a single word to summarize how the American people feel. Enough. All caps, exclamation point, enough. You've had enough of the status quo, enough of failure. David, he only won by 1.5%. It was a very narrow victory, but he did win every single swing state. Still, the public said, get it done now, and we're okay if you break a few eggs as long as the omelet tastes good.
Frank Luntz with us here, as always. Frank, very illuminating. And Frank makes a point here, Martha, and there's no question that this country is, sort of at enough electorate. They're giving him a chance again now, too. But, they're going to want to see the proof in the details here. And I think that one of the driving issues, and we've reported on this over and over again, is when you travel the country, people are out there working hard and working well more than a 40-hour week and still don't feel like they have upward mobility or that their kids are necessarily going to have a better shot than they did. Then they might flip parties again in 4 years. We've seen this in recent years, that people are saying enough, and they're saying enough really to both sides.
I think we said this on election night, that when you ask people about, well, is Donald Trump telling the truth? What they were looking at is their own truth, and their own truth was that groceries were more expensive, that gas had been more expensive. Even if things improved, they couldn't make up for that money, for that loss. They would tune out a lot of what Donald Trump said. They just wanted to hear about problems they were having, and they felt he was addressing those problems. At the border, everywhere I travel, you heard about immigration, you heard about the economy. With the Democrats, you heard about democracy, you heard about January 6th, and they didn't want to talk about January 6th anymore, David.
They wanted the problems fixed, and
Exactly.
they weren't convinced sticking with Biden and Harris, or with Harris at the top of the ticket, was the way to do it. And now they're giving Donald Trump a chance to try to tackle those issues again. You'll remember, this was hours ago now in our coverage, but I'm going to take you back to this image, because I told you there was one person in Washington that if we could just get a hold of that one person, we might get a window into what the conversation was like inside the motorcade with Joe Biden and Donald Trump on the way up to the Capitol, because we watched as she got into the motorcade too. Senator Amy Klobuchar, the Democrat from Minnesota. And look at our booking team. Senator Klobuchar, great to have you with us here. Thanks for joining us.
Well, thanks, David. Great to be on. We've just ended our day of ceremonies with a review of the troop, and I really appreciate you having me on.
Well, you did extraordinary work, Senator, and we've been talking about this on our air, that this was something that I think the country as a whole craved, to see both parties come together, and we know you led that effort as a chair of the inaugural committee, and we can't imagine what the last 24 hours must have been like for you as you tried to rejigger a lot of the planning. But we're looking at these images right now, Senator Klobuchar, of you inside the motorcade with Donald Trump and Joe Biden, and I know, oh, there's the laughter. So tell me, what was it like?
Well, first of all, I think you should know that there were a few of us in the White House ahead, and President Biden and Vice President Harris and Jill and Doug couldn't have been more gracious. We fell behind a little in the schedule simply because everyone was talking for quite a bit. And when we got into that car, I'm not going to reveal every detail except to say maybe we did discuss football just a little bit and some of the games yesterday. And we also talked about the now president's upcoming trip to Los Angeles, and I talked to him privately about that with the Olympics coming and how important that is, and of course mentioned the firefighters in my speech.
And we watched the moment when President Biden, the outgoing president, welcomed the incoming President Donald Trump to the White House, Senator Klobuchar. This was something that wasn't afforded to former President Joe Biden 4 years ago, and that the country saw again this time. Donald Trump even said a few weeks ago when he visited the Oval Office that this was something he did talk to then President Biden about, how important that moment is after all, and that he was looking forward to that moment returning as well. How important do you think it is as a nation as we try to move forward from some of these polarizing times?
You know, despite what happened last time, I think you could see that Joe Biden decided he's taken the higher ground. He was more than gracious. The two of them, as you know, had worked together on the ceasefire and their staffs. And so, out of this, I hope will become some relationship going forward. I think that President Biden deserves that, and I also appreciated that the entire day we spent with the Trumps, and I think that the country was able to see, I certainly didn't agree with everything he said in his speech. There's going to be a lot of disagreements going forward, but there has to be a way where we can cross the river, our divides, and find some common ground when we can. That doesn't mean, as a Democrat, that I'm not going to stand our ground when I must. I'm going to do that. However, when we can find common ground, especially on some of the things you were just talking about costs and from everything from health care to housing to child care, that if there is a way to find common ground, we're going to do that.
You mentioned the inaugural address inside the rotunda. It was a far more intimate setting. One of the things that we talked about on air here before you could join us in the conversation at length earlier was as the president delivered his inaugural address, because of the room and the way you moved it indoors, it was as though in almost every shot, right over his shoulder, was the outgoing president, Joe Biden, and the outgoing Vice President Kamala Harris listening to that address. So the country watched that. And what did you make, and did you hear enough about unity? We were also wondering if he would do the customary, thank you for your service after so long in front of the public eye. We didn't hear too much of that. What did you make about that?
Well, he did mention unity, but again, he focused on a lot of what he'd ran on, and, that is his right. But I do think the fact that President Biden was there, Vice President Harris were there, so respectful, President Obama, President Clinton, Hillary Clinton, we had everyone from the Bushes to Vice President Quayle. And so I think one of the things, as you talked about that room, that I most noticed is because of the change, I wanted to make the point that we have to remember that our power in the room comes not from the people in there, but from the people that put us in there. And the teachers, the construction workers, the troops defending our freedoms, the firefighters in Los Angeles. So I just believe our strength and grit have to match theirs when it comes to democracy. And if you believe that in your heart, and which I hope this incoming administration is going to take to heart, when I remember the words of some of the religious leaders that spoke about Lincoln's words about malice toward none, charity for all. You got to take that to heart then and act on it. So that is going to be part of our job. There's a reason we have the inauguration at the Capitol. We could have it in a presidential palace or some kind of gilded executive office building. And we make the point in our country traditionally that this is three branches of government and that we have got checks and balances. And that is something that, I hope that this new incoming administration will respect.
Well, I know your time is very valuable. I do want to ask you a quick question on the news that's been made today, and there's been a lot of it already, and then I'll let you go. But I wanted to start with the news that broke this morning, the 11th hour pardons from the outgoing president, President Biden, pardons for Liz Cheney, the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Mark Milley, among them, the pardons for members of Joe Biden's own family. He said none of these individuals did anything wrong, though he was concerned about what the future might bring. And on the other hand, Senator Klobuchar, we also have reporting from our ABC team here that among the executive actions, orders from President Trump here this afternoon will be a sweeping action of sorts for many, if not all, of those who were prosecuted involving the January 6th attack on the Capitol. And I'm curious what your reaction is to that move. And again, we haven't seen it yet, but what you would make of that move from President Trump and how you reacted to former President Biden's move this morning.
Okay, that's called a lot of questions. So first of all, on the pardon front, I'm someone that has long advocated for pardon reform. I would like to see some kind of a commission set up where they review cases on a case-by-case basis. I said this when President Biden made his pardons. My concern about these, I'm talking about the past ones. And I know that a number of the people that were involved in the January 6th investigation, which I think is a righteous investigation, that they were concerned. That being said, I hope that there isn't some, again, large-scale pardoning. We've got pardoning on both sides now, just because those January 6th insurrectionists actually hurt people. People were hurt. There were officers we had officers that committed suicide later. We had many that were severely hurt. And so, I just hope that what they're not doing is a full-scale pardon. If they are going to do this, and I wouldn't do it, as I said, I would have both sides here. I would have done this very differently, but I would hope they would look at each case carefully before they do something like that.
Senator Amy Klobuchar from Minnesota. Senator Klobuchar, we applaud your efforts today to bring back some bipartisan norms, some moments of democracy.
We had a nice lunch. I sat between the president and the vice president. Lots to talk about, a lot of people there, and lots to do as we go forward. So thank you.
We saw President Trump smiling there, very warm with you after your moments at the podium. And so thank you for your work today in bringing the country together. Senator Klobuchar from Minnesota.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Always good to have Senator Klobuchar, and she's always willing to answer the questions, even if there are more wrapped up into one than perhaps I led on to. But Mark Updegrove, just her efforts today, and you could sense what she was trying to do. She knew the importance of this day, that the American people did not see this 4 years ago, and what was important, even if much of what's being proposed here tomorrow she might stand up against. She's not going to do that today. She went up to the line on pardons and told us where she thinks she'll land if this goes in that direction. But her efforts today to try to bring back some of the norms and bring people together today.
You're so right, David. We haven't seen this for 8 years. And it's not just important for our country. It's important for the world to see that we have a united front when we inaugurate a new president, and that we hope that president does the best for our country, right? You talked about those notes earlier that presidents leave for outgoing presidents leave for incoming presidents. And the first one was Ronald Reagan to his vice president, George H.W. Bush. It was a perfect circumstance. He was leaving the office over to his heir apparent. But it's that second note from George H.W. Bush to Bill Clinton that's more revealing. Because Clinton had defeated Bush. He had wrested him from the White House. And his letter read, in part, "You will be our president when you read this note. I will be rooting hard for you." We should all be rooting hard for our president when he comes in. And our nation coming together, thanks in part to Senator Klobuchar, is a symbol of that. It's very important for the nation and the world to witness that.
No question about that. And speaking of those letters, we have a couple of them for our viewers at home. It's such a great point, Mark. Let's look at this first, because it all began with Ronald Reagan, as you mentioned. The letter from Ronald Reagan to his vice president, George H.W. Bush, as he became president. And really, it's less what Ronald Reagan actually writes and the stationery that he chose to write it on. Look at this. Don't let the turkeys get you down, is what the stationery says at the very top there. And he says, Dear George, you'll have moments when you want to use this particular stationery. Well, go to it. I treasure the memories we share. Wish you all the very best. You'll be in my prayers. God bless you. And Barbara, I'll miss our Thursday lunches, Ron. And so began the tradition of leaving a note in the drawer of the Resolute desk in the Oval Office. As Mark mentioned a moment ago, even more telling was that the tradition continued when George H.W. Bush was defeated by Bill Clinton. Of course, Ross Perot also in that race. And as Mark said, you know, the note was long there. And at the end, he said, your success is now our country's success. I'm rooting hard for you. And Bill Clinton talked in later years about how moving that letter was. He wrote about it in his memoirs. And in fact, Bill Clinton and George H.W. Bush became quite connected over the course of many years. Almost became a father figure to Bill Clinton. He would travel up to Kennebunkport, Maine, to hang out with the Bush family. And it was always interesting to, I think he would give George H.W. Bush socks almost every year, right? I mean, there was a sort of an exchange in those great photographs in the end. Barack Obama left Donald Trump a letter as the tradition continued through the years, a letter in 2017. And of course, we know Barack Obama had worked and fought hard, hoping that Hillary Clinton would become the first woman president after she served as Secretary of State for Barack Obama. He left a letter for Donald Trump, and I was in the West Wing, in the Oval Office, right after inauguration 8 years ago. He pulled out the letter. Now, how tempting was that as a reporter to say, to go back to the newsroom and freeze the camera and read every word? And it was interesting because I had asked the president, he said, no, I'm not going to show it to you, even though he held it up right in front of me there. He said, I'm not going to show it to you, but it's a beautiful letter. And I asked if there was a line in there that struck him most. He said there were numerous lines, so well written, thoughtful, and in the drawer, he put it in the drawer, which is custom, but he said, I doubt too many of them were written in this manner. And I was just trying to get more out of him. So, and I did say, you know, it looked like he wrote a lot more than most presidents write. I mean, that's longer than Ronald Reagan's turkey letter, you know, that said. And he says it was long, it was complex, and it was thoughtful, and I appreciated it. And he later told Barack Obama about that. The question was, 4 years ago, whether or not, you know, Donald Trump talking about the fact that he thought this was a rigged election. The courts had said that's not the case, and many of these were Republican-appointed judges. Bill Barr, the Attorney General, said no evidence of widespread fraud. And even with all of that, Donald Trump obviously left Washington 8 a.m., did not take part in the peaceful transfer of power. There are a lot of questions about whether Donald Trump would leave Joe Biden the letter. And John Carl, we learned that he did.
He did. And at the time, the top Republican leader in Congress who Donald Trump was still talking to was Kevin McCarthy. Because as you remember, the Senate leader, Mitch McConnell, was no longer talking to Donald Trump. Repeatedly urged Trump, talking to him every day, multiple times a day, you've got to call Biden. You have to welcome him in as the president-elect. And Trump refused. He said, well, then you must leave him that letter. You've got to leave him that letter. And he did leave him the letter. We still have never seen the letter. It was 2 pages long. It was handwritten. Jen Psaki, who was the press secretary for President Biden at the time, said it was shockingly gracious letter, but he did leave the letter. Never called, never conceded the election, but did follow the tradition of leaving a letter in the Resolute for Joe Biden.
And Mary Bruce, you reported earlier on air that Joe Biden has done the same now for Donald Trump.
Yeah, not surprising given his participation in the festivities today, but yes, Joe Biden did go ahead and leave a letter for Donald Trump. We'll have to see if maybe he'll share the contents of that one with you, David, the next time that you speak. But there is a bit of a tradition, at least, you know, in the immediate term, to keep those a little bit guarded and held closely.
Yeah, you know, still to this day, I remember going back to the newsroom and freezing the camera, trying to get a little bit of what Barack, but I kept my word. I kept my word because Donald Trump did not want to make that letter public at that point. But he was deeply moved that Barack Obama left him such a thoughtful letter wishing him well in his presidency.
And David, eventually Trump did reveal what was said in the letter. And the last line in the letter was really a foreshadowing of what would come. Barack Obama wrote, it's up to us to leave, regardless of the push and pull of daily politics, it is up for us to leave those instruments of our democracy at least as strong as we found them. And given what happened at the end of the Trump presidency, it was quite a prophetic line.
Really interesting, Mary Jordan, when you think just back to last week, watching the incoming president at the time sit next to the former presidents, and Donald Trump was next to Barack Obama, and a lot was made about the very jovial nature, the warmth between these two men at the National Cathedral.
And of course, everybody's been talking about it because his sidekick, Michelle, is not there. Because clearly, I think Barack sees it as duty. It's the office of the president. He was the one elected. He has to come. He's going to be cordial. Clearly, the whole Democratic side seems to be putting on this important visual here about we can, it is one country after all. This is just partisan politics. The bigger thing is one country. But Michelle didn't come, and she has said that the death threats on her family because of some of the things that Donald Trump said, particularly that her husband wasn't born in the United States and therefore an illegitimate president. I mean, these are not small things that Donald Trump did. But I think the Obama thing is particularly interesting. I think today I'm so struck by Donald Trump is not going to ever be as powerful as he is today because he can't run again, at least if he listens to the Constitution, because you're only supposed to have 2 terms. And we know how early other people start running for office. And so when Amy Klobuchar was talking about, well, the details, the devil's in the details on the pardon, right now he's got so much support. Soon, maybe he'll have a fight with Elon. Maybe some people in his own party will have a problem. But today is his day. Never more powerful. And, it'll be just months down the line when the next person is running for office.
One of the first things he did, Mary, when he was elected in 2017 was file the paperwork that he planned on running for re-election. I think you're absolutely right when you say he's no more powerful than in this moment right here. Today might be, and tomorrow perhaps, but these first days of the administration are the most powerful, given the fact that he's got a slim majority in the House, slim majority in the Senate, given the decisions by the Supreme Court on immunity, which we've talked about here. And the question is what he does in this moment. Because as you point out, the Constitution says 2 terms and that's it. So you're sort of dealing with a lame duck status, but certainly with tremendous power at the beginning here.
And his people are saying a big 100 days are coming because they know this. They're worried that, there'll be blow-ups in the cabinet, turnover. J.D. Vance is so young, only 40. Does he want to run for president? A lot of the senators we've seen on this today on TV want to run for president. It's an open field, and some other stars and other power centers start arising pretty quickly.
And Terry Moran, what do you make of this particular moment, this opportunity for Donald Trump? You heard Frank Luntz talking about it as well, that perhaps where you didn't hear about unity in the inaugural address, you will see in action that actually appeals to moderate voters here in this country, the people sort of in the middle who look back over the course of their lifetime and say, I did vote for a Republican and a Democrat now and then. I'm a moderate voter, and I want to hear someone who's going to tackle the issues and actually solve them.
I think that is the source of his power in this moment. Winning the popular vote settles a lot of issues in the country. And Democrats are not just acting out of the goodness of their heart. He stole their voters. He won in large numbers, voters of the working class, middle class, union voters, Hispanic voters, black voters, young voters, that they assumed belonged to Democrats. And that certainly brings them up against a very difficult question and makes them recognize, makes us all recognize, a narrow vote, sure. But the people have spoken, and they've spoken in a way that changes our politics. He comes to power really riding a wave of a movement that began, when he came down that escalator. It has now taken power. And that's a unique position for a president to be in.
It really is a fascinating time. And listen, we are all students of this, even though we've been at it for a long time. Every one of these, we learn something new. But you talk about the election, mandate in Electoral College, the vote itself was quite close. 48, 49, about 2 million votes separated the 2 candidates. It was a very close election. That's what we have in this country, are extremely close elections.
close elections, but one that spoke because of the makeup of the election.
Yes, he was able to pull away some of the classic Democratic constituency in a way that they really are going to need to do a significant post-mortem here and be very truthful with themselves about what it was that they weren't connecting on.
And they don't want to alienate those voters by trashing their choice. They have to find a way not to speak Trumpism, but to find a way into the issues and even the energetic executive that he represents. People got tired of nothing getting done. It seemed that the change was never coming. And here's a guy who's going to sign 100 executive orders or whatever he's going to do. People were craving change and action for change, and the Democrats were running on things that weren't that important to them. And so now they have to figure out a way of getting some of those voters back. So they can't really trash them.
You know, it's so interesting because we go out and listen to voters all the time and travel the country. Martha, you did this extensively, and you heard it from a lot of people, even on Kamala Harris, that they said, you know what, she is giving it her all in 107 days. We just don't know that much about her, and we haven't seen what we need to see from the Biden administration. So how do we stick with that? They had questions about Donald Trump. A lot of Americans did not like what they saw on January 6th, but just weren't convinced, Martha, that staying the course was going to fix things either.
And that is what the Democrats truly have to look at this point. And as Harry said, they don't want to alienate their own voters. They don't want to alienate those in the middle who may have changed sides because of Donald Trump. But what they have to do is really take a very hard look at what they did during this last election, what they focused on. I mean, they're going to talk about DEI. They're going to talk about transgender. All of those things hurt the Democrats during that election because some voters felt they concentrated on that too much and were not thinking about them and what they were going through in their own lives, in their everyday lives. And it's absolutely true. The energy of the Donald Trump campaign, look, he is a guy who is absolutely brilliant at marketing. He knew how to talk to those people, no matter whether they didn't like it all the time. He knew how to connect, David.
Well, look what he did after the inaugural address when he went down to his supporters in the next room, and he began it by saying, you guys are much younger and much more beautiful than the people upstairs, which is, you know, that's classic Donald Trump, and you heard the laughter in the room. Congressman Tom Emmer of Minnesota, who has been just elected as the whip of the Congress, #3 Republican. Congressman Emmer, thanks for being with us here.
Great to be with you, David.
We had Senator Amy Klobuchar a moment ago, so this must be Minnesota's day here on ABC. We appreciate your time, and you know, the theme that she brought to the broadcast, I'm sure, is going to be no surprise to you, which was the absolute importance of America seeing this moment, the kinds of moments today that we didn't see 4 years ago, really from both parties, watching the outgoing president welcome the incoming president to the White House, and the warmth. Even though there is vast disagreement on the issues between these two men, to see some of that warmth today, how important do you think that is for this country, if there's really any hope here at helping to soothe or come up with solutions to bridge this divide?
Well, I think we're all ready for unity, David. You know, it didn't just start with the election of Donald Trump in 2016. There are many of us that would tell you it started right after 2000, when the parties just started becoming more and more partisan, the country more and more divided. It's always been that way, but the issue is we are supposed to be able to debate very vigorously and aggressively. And when the debate is over, when one side wins the argument or not, David, we live in the greatest country on the face of the planet. We need to be respectful of one another and tolerate each other's views and move forward. And I think today, it wasn't just about those two guys. I mean, you saw the former presidents, former vice president. You saw such a wide variety of people that were there. I think not only were the people that were lucky enough to be in that room hungry for it, I think that's what America voted for on November 5th. It's like, it's time. And Trump said he wants to be the unity and peace guy, and I believe him.
Congressman Emmer, we're watching live pictures here at Capital One Arena as Trump children and their adult children, obviously, instrumental in their father's victory. Barron being applauded right now. And as we're looking at these live pictures, I wanted to ask you one more question, if I could, which is, you know, Donald Trump has been asked, how do you bring the country together? And one of the things he has answered in the past was, you know, there will be unity when there's success. And I wonder, success in which key issues, if you had to pick the top two that you put right at the top, which issues can he act on right away in these early days that will appease not only Republicans but Democrats, the moderate voters in the middle in this country?
Well, be careful when you say appease, because it will take some time for these to take effect. But it's the same stuff he ran on in the campaign, David. It's the economy. He talked about opening up energy production in this country. Energy literally is what drives our economy. It's what is behind everything. So low cost or inexpensive, abundant and efficient energy from all sources is what drives this country. You start doing that, you start bringing prices down. It's not just the inflation. Inflation's bad enough, but people can argue, oh, that's dropping. Yeah, but the prices aren't. Middle America, those struggling to survive, they need those prices to come down. And then it's sealing the border, which he is going to do very quickly. I think Americans, they have a government to protect their person and their property. And a lot of people have not felt safe over the last 4 years. It's just gotten progressively worse. And David, what's interesting is Donald Trump has been saying this for a long time. Republicans are all on board supporting him. And now you got more and more Democrats, our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, that recognize this is a huge problem, and they're starting to come on board. So back to your first question, I mean, the unity will come with success. Success is going to be defined as all of us working on these solutions together and getting them done. And Donald Trump, what a unique personality to literally change the way we do business and lead us forward.
With just a few seconds left, I know you've just been elected whip for this Congress. And when you see Donald Trump picking people from Congress for the cabinet, it's going to be a harder job to be the person in your role. How difficult is it going to be when you got 1 or 2 votes to spare?
Well, that's really all we've had for the last 2 years. I was the whip in the 118th Congress. We started out with 222. After a period of time, we were down to 221. Then we had 1 or 2 members that were out for 6 to 8 weeks at a time. So this is not unusual for us. A majority is 218. We have 219. When the 2 Florida seats will be filled on April 1st. In the meantime, David, it's just getting everybody on the same page. You got to have everybody, you got to respect everybody, whether you agree with them, whether you think they're the smartest individual, the craziest. They were elected to represent the 750,000 people or so in their state, and they're going to be that voice. You let them be that voice. We're going to run into each other. We're going to have debates. I'm sure you're going to see the same human actions of, you know, fighting amongst each other. But at the end of the day, we'll get it done.
Congressman Tom Emmer from Minnesota, we wish you and your colleagues well, Republican colleagues and Democrat colleagues alike, and I think your message is well received. Congressman, thanks so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you, David. Have a good night.
Thank you. You too. Capital One Arena, President Trump expected to arrive at any moment. His children have arrived. Eric Trump with a fist bump for the crowd. Now, Eric Trump is going to have an even larger role running the Trump family business now, and with fewer restraints than they had to deal with 8 years ago, John.
You know, absolutely. Look, there's Eric Trump. He's going to be running the business. He ran the business during the previous time, and they're expanding. They're expanding internationally. They're actually making an effort to buy back the Trump International Hotel on Pennsylvania Avenue. You know, the Trump Hotel that they created in the old post office building just a few blocks from the White House on the way to the Capitol. They had to sell it. Now they want it back. We'll see if that deal comes through. But Trump has done very well for himself, and the company has done actually very well since he left the White House.
Let's listen to this for a second. This feels a little like the Jumbotron at the football game when they go past you. It's like a reviewing stand here of sorts of the Trump kids. I'm being told by producers they literally are doing a contest to find out which Trump is most popular. Mary.
To an extraordinary degree, this president relies on his family. He puts them front and center. There's Ivanka Trump, who had her own desk at the White House last time. She said, this time I've got 3 kids. Politics is dark, she said. I'm not going to do it.
The official fanfare music group of the
Go ahead.
President of
But
the
it's,
United States.
you know, we have his daughter-in-law, Eric's wife, RNC, Jared Kushner and Ivanka, even though they're not going to be moving to Washington, are on the phone all the time. Don Jr. went to Greenland as soon as he said, you know what, I want Greenland. And then you have a photo of Don Jr. You know, it was controversial when John F. Kennedy had his brother in the cabinet. Now, we have not just one Trump, but we have Trumps everywhere. We have Eric and Don Jr., and now Barron is the new star. And it's all a competition with Trump because at a rally in July, Barron Trump came out in Florida, and he stood up, and everyone in the crowd gave him a standing ovation. And Trump said, wow, you're more popular than Eric and Don Jr. You know, you got to hang out with me more because he's, you know, good for my image too. So Barron is the new star. He's the young one who's supposed to be helping his father connect with younger voters, telling him a lot about crypto. And now we see that both Melania and Don, the president, have crypto coins. You know, Barron, I think he's the one to watch going forward. Because he's been largely in the background. He won't come out all that much, but when he does, he'll have something to say.
21 years old, student at NYU. Melania Trump has been asked, the First Lady, about her son and his role in politics. She's often a little more tentative about that than perhaps Dad, who saw the reaction from the crowd and said, oh, this is good. This is good for ratings, you know, with his son. But you can see Barron Trump very proud of his dad and standing up there and moments ago being received by that crowd, John.
That was an amazing moment in the summer when Barron Trump came out, because we hadn't seen him at Trump rallies at all. And this was the first introduction. He was off stage. He wasn't actually on stage. And when they showed his image on those jumbotrons and when he waved to the crowd, it was a reaction truly unlike any that we had seen for his half-siblings.
Well, I think there's J.D. Vance, Vice President J.D. Vance, and one of his 3 children. Let's listen. Those little kids, Lindsay, they're very young to be taking in all this. It's quite something for them, I'm sure.
2 little boys, 1 girl. The girl's the youngest, and you see the oldest is 7 years old. And again, this is something we talked about earlier, and that Usha Vance has said, in part, she's taken a backseat, even though this is someone who was a clerk to Supreme Court Justice John Roberts, also clerk for Brett Kavanaugh before he became a Supreme Court justice. But now she has said that she really is embracing more her private life just to keep the children's lives private. It's interesting, when J.D. Vance did become the official vice president-elect, neighbors in their area said that she went by with chocolate bags and letters of apology for any kind of disruption to the neighborhood that it might cause.
Please welcome the 47th President of the United States of America.
quite extraordinary, I have to say. You know, we knew this inaugural moment would be different from the rest simply because it's been moved indoors. This is now at the Capital One Arena, following in some ways sort of what they did back in 1985. The 2025 is so very different. And you're looking at Donald Trump's supporters here, President Trump's supporters, and just look at how close they're able to get to the 47th President of the United States, how accessible he is to them. And in many ways, that explains a lot of the movement behind Donald Trump, is that he says things and he has been a fighter on the issues that connect in many ways to so many people, and they've shown up for him in this arena. And they're taking photos with their phones within inches of his face here as he and the First Lady now enter this arena. And Rachel Scott, if you can hear me, I'm just curious, who got tickets to this? Do we know any more editorial about who was able to get inside? Because I know it's not quite as large a crowd as they thought they were going to be able to have, but the folks who are there and who really believe in Donald Trump are quite lucky to have been this close to the 47th president.
And David, it is very hard to hear you because, as you can tell, this crowd is roaring. They have been waiting for hours for President Donald Trump. I talked to one woman who stood in line starting at 2:30 a.m. But David, you are right. I am struck by just how close these supporters were able to get to the President of the United States. And he is taking this moment in an inaugural parade that has somewhat of a feel of a political rally, David.
Thank you, Rachel. And I think that is well put. This is a Donald Trump inaugural parade. This is what an inaugural parade would look like in 2025 if you had to imagine it. If he had won the election, and now he has, and to have the family up at sort of the reviewing stand and the audience cheering for who they think is their favorite Trump, and the desk now set up. And I think we have an image there of just the pile of what we believe could very well be some of these executive orders that President Trump will take action on really in these first hours of being in office. We know he has talked about this in his inaugural address, the border, declaring an emergency in the southern border. Here is the prep work. We captured this image earlier today of them placing these on the table, of course, with the presidential seal, which was placed there within moments of Donald Trump taking the oath of office here this afternoon, in that familiar fist bump. And of course, that image from Butler, Pennsylvania, John Carl, when there was an assassination attempt, an attempt on his life, the fact that Donald Trump was able to stand up and hold his fist to the air, that was an extraordinary moment, and one that will go down as having a true impact on this campaign and how people see Donald Trump.
David, it was the defining moment of Donald Trump's campaign. It was the defining moment of that entire campaign. It may well be the defining moment of Donald Trump's political life. I think, you know, some people close to him believed that it was in that moment that he solidified the fact that he was going to win that election. I mean, it was coming to your feet, bloodied, and also what he said: fight, fight, fight. By the way, as he walked on with Melania, this is the most that we have seen of Melania Trump since she was in the White House as First Lady the first time. She was not a presence on the campaign. She made a brief appearance at the convention, but it's interesting to see her fully back by his side.
Mary Bruce, she has signaled that she is going to be a very active First Lady. She has said that I don't plan to outshine my husband in any way, but I'm going to be in the White House.
She is, and she's going to continue to do the work, especially the anti-bullying work that she was doing before. And it is different the second time around, as we had been discussing. You know, gone is that period of transition and trying to figure out really how Washington works, finding, you know, sort of her place in all of this. She knows what she wants to do, and she knows what she's getting into. And also, look, Washington is now, in many ways, a much more friendly environment to Donald Trump. You know, he has the full backing of Congress, obviously, Republican control of Congress, and this broad coalition of support. So I think it's a very different feeling into which Melania Trump is coming. And, you know, I just keep thinking about how different this afternoon would have looked had the temperatures been a little bit different outside. You know, obviously, there's a healthy amount of disappointment that they weren't able to have that traditional parade. But in many ways, this feels more Trump. This is a more classic Trump event. We were saying earlier, he understands political stagecraft better than anyone, and the chance to showcase his supporters the movement that he has built, the movement that is propelling him back to Washington. And here, of course, you see, I believe those are, yes, some of those who were there in Butler, Pennsylvania.
And of course, remembering the person who lost their life there in Butler, Pennsylvania as well. Martha, I believe the president will probably look back at this moment and say, I'm glad we were at the arena. This is a more intimate gathering, and this is more, as Mary said, more like a Trump rally. It has the DNA of Donald Trump and his supporters and the American voters who were determined to be there for Donald Trump.
As he said in his speech this morning at the Capitol, he believes he was saved by God to make America great again after that assassination attempt and that fist you put up, so that he put up. So when you see these citizens from Pennsylvania walking by and law enforcement, firefighters, these are Donald Trump's people. You know Donald Trump loves this. He thrives on this. This is what he does at rallies. He loves having that crowd there. And so in that arena, it really is more intimate, not just for the people there, but for Donald Trump. This feels exactly like the rallies he's held again and again. And of course, he's looking to see how he did. We heard him right after his speech, in the inaugural speech, saying, it's going to play great. I thought it would play great, and the reviews have been great. That's what he's looking for today, too.
And Rachel Scott, who was there in the arena, of course, was our reporter on the scene that day in Butler. Rachel?
And it is striking, David, to see this procession that is happening. Those first responders from Butler County walked out to applause carrying that uniform from Corey Compentor, someone who died ultimately shielding his family. I remember being there in Butler and the sheer panic that was as the president-elect covered his ear. He was rushed out, and then he raised his fist in the air. You remember those striking images as he said, fight, fight, fight. And I thought of that moment again today as the president of the United States was inside of the Capitol taking the oath, and right after putting up his fist 3 times once again. You saw him do it just a moment ago as well. Fight, fight, fight. It became the mantra of his campaign. Many people in this arena repeating it right back to him, David.
Rachel, thank you.
Special event. Let us now take a moment of silence in honor of Corey Compentor. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Present to you the New York Military Academy from Cornwall-on-Hudson, New York. New York Military Academy stands out due to its unique connection to the president himself. President Trump is a 1964 graduate and has been enshrined as one of our alumni of distinction. This historic academy has been named a Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps, that's JROTC, and are marching with their cadet dress uniforms. Look at these, all modeled after post-World War I General Blackjack Pershing's gray uniform. introducing the Palm Beach Police and Fire Honor Guard unit, representing the town of Palm Beach, Florida. This group consists of police officers and firefighters from the town of Palm Beach, home to some of the most prestigious people in the world, including President Donald J. Trump. Society pipes and drums from New York City. They have performed internationally in Ireland, Canada, Australia, Germany, and Switzerland. And as of this past December, the band has had the distinct honor to perform at the 75th commemoration of the attack on Pearl Harbor in Oahu, Hawaii. The band has also played for hospitalized children, military veterans, as well as the 1980 and 2005 presidential inaugural parades, and His Holiness Pope John Paul II. The NYPD Emerald Society Pipes and Drums formed way back in 1960. And you know, they are the oldest, largest police pipe band in the United States, comprised of all active and retired police officers of various ranks and assignments. Listen to those bagpipes. Let's hear it for them, folks. And look at this. Here's one that hits close to home for our Vice President. We now welcome the Middletown High School Marching Band and cheerleaders. They're traveling all the way from Middletown, Ohio to proudly represent their school, our nation, and outstanding alumni, including our new Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance. The band has performed in countless parades, community and sporting events, as well as competitions. They have also always qualified for the Ohio Music Educators Association state finals for 23 years straight. How about that? And have earned the highest rating in 18 of those appearances. Woo! And today they performed America's Sweet Land of Liberty. They are wearing their most notable uniforms. What a great photo opportunity. Consisting of the Glengarry headgear and kilts. And they are proud to honor their fallen brothers and sisters each and every day. Please welcome the Stewart's Creek High School Marching Band. Traveling all the way from Smyrna, Tennessee, they are proud to represent the Volunteer State in the 2025 Presidential Inaugural Parade. Band has rapidly become one of Tennessee's premier high school music programs. This band has participated in numerous civic events that honor significant moments in our nation's history, like the 75th anniversary of the attack on Pearl Harbor, Captain Jeff Cuss, United States Marine Corps Memorial Dedication, Chicago Thanksgiving Day Parade, and a Lincoln Memorial performance as well. The Stewart's Creek High School Marching Band, everybody. Make them feel welcome here in D.C. Ladies and gentlemen, now welcoming the Mississippi Valley State University Band. They're traveling all the way from Itabita, Mississippi. Look at this, gang. This is the Mean Green Marching Machine. They are proud to represent historically black colleges and universities at the 60th presidential inauguration. close to 300 from the Mississippi Valley State University Band. You know, since its founding, the band has consistently played a significant role at their university and across the United States. They have performed for athletic events, Mardi Gras parades, Rose Bowl parades, and many, many more. The Mississippi Valley State University Band takes great pride in presenting culturally diverse presentations for students, faculty, and the surrounding Mississippi communities. Take a look at that brass out there. Woo! That's just part of the big green marching machine. The Mean Green Marching Machine from Itta, Mississippi, ladies and gentlemen.
The Capital One Arena here in Washington, D.C., the 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump, there with First Lady Melania Trump and the children. And if you're just joining us now, we've been on the air, obviously, for hours today, covering the second inauguration of Donald Trump. And even before these marching bands, this, of course, replacing the typical parade that you would see on Inauguration Day because of the chilly temperatures here in Washington, really stormy weather up and down the East Coast as part of this system that moved in, bringing brutally cold temperatures. Before these marching bands, actually, the adult Trump children entered the arena, and almost like the Jumbotron, you know, at the football game, there was a contest in the room who could be the most popular Trump child, even though they're all obviously adult children. I mean, the camera panned down, and literally they would cheer in the room based on who their favorite was. It was kind of an interesting moment to watch them all compete with each other. But as we were saying here on the air, their father loves that. You know, he loved it over the summer when Barron Trump made that first main appearance in Florida on the campaign trail, and when the supporters in the rally realized that they were seeing Barron emerge for the first time, they responded, and Donald Trump responded too. He said, whoa, he's more popular than the other kids. And so wouldn't be surprised if Barron takes on a larger role, although we already know he played an important role behind the scenes leading up to this election in helping his father sort of navigate the podcast world and decide which corners of sort of the cultural conversation where he could reach, you know, more young male voters in particular, and they did so very successfully. As these marching bands wrap up, there you see President Trump, the First Lady. There's Barron Trump. And you know, President Trump is quite tall himself, so for Barron to tower over both his mother and his father tells you just how tall Barron is. 21 years old now, a student at NYU. In a moment here, we're expecting to hear remarks for the final time of the day in sort of an official capacity from President Trump. He will speak to the crowd, presumably about the action he will also take here late this afternoon. He promised action on day one, a number of executive orders he's expected to sign. There is a desk with the presidential seal right there on the platform that he's expected to then sign his executive orders immediately on day one. That was one of the Vance children,
Ladies
I think,
and gentlemen, please welcome our new
of
special envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff.
Steve Witkoff, Donald Trump's Middle East envoy who helped negotiate in those final days with members of the Biden administration that ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. Donald Trump giving Steve Witkoff considerable credit, as he should. Even the Biden administration recognized that Witkoff's work in those final days helped get them over the finish line, to have two administrations speaking as one. Let's listen to Steve Witkoff.
Good evening, everybody. I was appointed by President Trump to be the special envoy for peace in the Middle East. And I'd like to describe to you some of the things we're doing and how it informs on President Trump's policies. First of all, it is an honor to stand before you today as I reflect on the enormity of the role that President Trump has tasked me with. I am constantly reminded of the privilege it is to serve under the leadership of my boss, President Donald J. Trump. His presidency has provided a clear, bold vision for the Middle East, and it is this vision that guides every step I take in the mission. President Trump's leadership has redefined what is possible in the pursuit of progress and stability in the Middle East. His decisive, pragmatic approach ensures that even the most entrenched conflicts are met with fresh perspectives and innovative strategies. His policies have already delivered remarkable successes, such as yesterday's release of hostages in Gaza. Thank you. This achievement demonstrates the strength of President Trump's leadership and the respect he commands on the global stage. It is yet another example of his ability to deliver results in the most complex and challenging situations. The Abraham Accords, a testament to his vision and determination, have also brought historic progress to the region, transforming old rivalries into new alliances. These agreements are not merely symbolic. They represent a practical roadmap for peace, economic cooperation, and mutual respect across nations. My role, as President Trump has tasked me, is straightforward yet profoundly challenging: to turn his vision into actionable outcomes. He sets the agenda, he lays the framework, and he inspires people like me into bold action. My responsibility is to implement his vision, engaging with leaders across the region to find pathways towards sustainable peace and stability. And let me tell you, having Donald Trump as a boss makes this task not only possible, but far more effective. President Trump's reputation as a leader who delivers results resonates far beyond Washington. Leaders in the Middle East know he means what he says. His ability to cut through bureaucratic gridlock and focus on tangible results is the game changer. It allows me to approach delicate negotiations with the confidence that the full weight of the United States is behind me. The principles President Trump has laid out for our approach to the Middle East and foreign policy in general are fourfold, and they are clear. 1, respect for sovereignty. Every nation deserves the right to determine its own destiny, free from the interference of external powers. 2, economic prosperity as a bridge to stability. Through economic partnerships and investment, we can build a foundation for cooperation that transcends historical grievances. 3, courageous diplomacy. Real progress requires difficult conversations and bold decisions, and it is through these that trust is built and maintained. And finally, 4, reciprocity and accountability. The United States requires reciprocal actions from our partners. We are done carrying the financial burden for nations that are unwilling We are done carrying the financial burden for nations that are unwilling to fund their own progress. The days of blank checks are over. Partnerships under President Trump's leadership must be equitable, and contributions must reflect shared commitments to our goals.
In my work, I've seen firsthand how these principles resonate. They provide a foundation that transcends politics and speaks to the shared humanity of all people in a region. Leaders across the Middle East recognized that this Trump administration is serious about results, not symbolic gestures, but real, meaningful progress that improves lives. Thank you. It's not always easy. There are moments of deep challenge and frustration. Decades of mistrust cannot be undone overnight. Yet I take comfort in knowing that I am not in this alone. President Trump's clarity of vision ensures that I never have to question what success looks like. His leadership provides the confidence and direction necessary to navigate these complexities. As we move forward, my commitment is to continue the work of advancing President Trump's vision for the Middle East. Whether through expanding the Abraham Peace Accords, fostering economic development, or facilitating dialogue between long-standing adversaries, my focus remains on actionable results. Let me close by saying this: a stable and prosperous Middle East is not an unattainable dream. It is a goal within our reach, made possible by strong leadership and unwavering commitment. Under President Trump's guidance, we are proving that the impossible can become reality. Thank you, but I have one more thing to say. We have some special people for me to introduce you to tonight. President Trump has been talking to them as well. They are the families of hostages from Israel who have been in Gaza for the last year and a half. There are many of them here today. Several of the families have lost children and loved ones, and they're here because they're part of an effort to retrieve their bodies so they can be buried in a proper way. Several have children who are still in captivity. There is an American family here whose loved one is scheduled to come out in 14 days, and they're going to be meeting the president tonight. So let's give them all some love and a big hand. Come on up.
I want to bring in our chief foreign correspondent, Ian Pannell, watching from Israel at this hour. And many of these families have said, Ian, in these last couple of days, that they really do not believe this ceasefire deal would have happened without Donald Trump.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, if you look at one of the statements that was issued by one of the young women who was released only yesterday, she thanked Donald Trump specifically, didn't actually mention President Biden. Obviously, President Biden's team had been involved in these negotiations all throughout, and he'd put a deal on the table back in May 2024. But if you talk to anyone here, say, what was the difference between the deal on May 24 and what just happened here? They say nothing on paper. The only difference was Donald Trump. I want to really highlight something that Stephen Witkoff said there. He seemed to suggest that one of the American hostages, possibly two, who we believe to be part of this first phase, would be released in 14 days. Now, we'll have to go back and double-check that, but that would be good news, clearly, for the families. We know Keith Segal is one of those hostages. He was taken from kibbutz Kfar Aza. We believe that his wife, Aviva, who was also one of the hostages, she was released much earlier, is still in Washington. So I haven't been able to check whether she was one of those on the stage, but an important moment.
Of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Ian, panel, our thanks to you. Ian, who's covered this conflict from the very beginning. After greeting the families, they have just announced the 47th President of the United States. And of course, this arena is filled with supporters who gathered early this morning.
Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you. So now the work begins. We won, but now the work begins. We have to bring them home. And, you know, tonight I'm going to be signing on the J6 hostages, pardons, to get them out. And as soon as I leave, I'm going to the Oval Office and we'll be signing pardons for a lot of people, a lot of people. And thank you to Steve Witkoff. He's a great guy. He's a friend of mine. He's been a very successful man. He's a great negotiator. He's a wonderful guy. People love him. And he's got a tremendous power of persuasion. And that's what we need. We don't need stiffs. We don't need stiffs. We got a lot of stiffs. You just had a whole load of them. And to the former hostages with us today, welcome. Welcome home. Some of the folks are former hostages. Not a good situation. The three young ladies that came home yesterday, you saw that. They're more coming home every day now. They're coming home. But they were hurt. They were hurt. They were hurt. One had her head blown off, fingers on her hand indeed was blown off. She was trying to defend herself from a bullet being fired. You believe this? A bullet knocked off her hand. I don't know. You look at it, it's a disgrace. We never stopped praying for you, and we're so glad that you're reunited with your friends and families, and God bless you all. And some of them are just saying, no, my son is gone, but please just bring home his body. Right, Steve? Many of you have told me that your son is gone, but bring home his body. It should have never happened. 3 years, it's ridiculous. Should have never happened. Wouldn't have happened. I also want to express my tremendous gratitude to the hundreds of thousands of proud American patriots who came from all across the country to join us in this celebration. It's a celebration of a big win. And you're witnessing the dawn of the golden age of America. That's what it's going to be. We're bringing it back. We're going to bring it back fast. We're going to bring it back fast. Let us also thank the incredible service members, National Guardsmen, Police, Secret Service, and law enforcement personnel who are keeping us all safe, even though they are great people. New York's finest. I grew up with New York's finest, and we got to give them their authority back. You won't have any crime. There'll be no crime. You give them little authority back. The whole way they run things in this country now, it's disgraceful. But it's going to change rapidly. We're going to make our cities safe again, too. Even though we're indoors, we've had a magnificent inaugural parade. And let's give a big round of applause. They were great. To all of the incredible performers and hardworking men and women who made it possible. Those people, really talented, amazing people. I also want to thank my wonderful family for being here, especially my beautiful wife, our First Lady, Melania. I love our First Lady. And also, JD. How good has JD been? And his beautiful wife, Usha. How good is JB? JD has been great. He's another good negotiator, Steve. He's a great negotiator, too. We need negotiators in this country. But so many of the people on the stage behind, not only family members, as an example, Lara Trump, the wife of Eric. She was the head of the Republican Party, along with my friend Michael. Stand up, the two of you. What a job. What a job they did. They worked so hard. They knew they'd be rigging, but they said, we're going to make it too big to rig, and we did. We made it too big to rig. We won every swing state by a lot. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of votes. We won the whole ball of wax. And now we're going to go and drill, baby, drill, and do all the things that we've wanted to do and bring your costs down, your prices down, and make our country safe. So thank you very much, Michael. Thank you very much. What a job you've done, Michael. I'm never moving you, you know. He was thinking about getting a nice job in the administration. I said, no, I'm leaving you right where you are. You've done a very good job. We're not moving you, Michael. I'm sorry. Anyway, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate it very much. Right here with us also in the arena, I'm about to sign some very important executive orders of our new administration. Hey, Don, will you stand up, please? Don is another one. How about Don? This guy. He's a popular one. He goes out and speaks. He gets a big crowd. He's a little on the rough side sometimes, but that's what you want. He's done a fantastic job, and he loves our country. Thanks, Don. Great job. You've done a great job. And Ivanka. And, you know, Jared negotiated the Abraham Accords, which are the biggest deal made in the Middle East in many, many years, and it's really something. Jared, stand up, Jared. The Abraham Accords. And Tiffany's going to have a little baby. And Michael. And then I have a very tall son named Barron. Has anyone ever heard of him? Thank you. He knew the youth vote. You know, we won the youth vote by 36 points. And he was saying, Dad, you got to go out and do this one and that one. And we did a lot of them. And he respects them all. He understood them very well. And he said, Dad, you got to go out, do Joe Rogan, do all these guys. And we did. We did. And Joe Rogan was great. They were all great, right? Aaron, they were all good. He understood the market. Another famous one, how about Kai? Stand up, Kai. Is that Byron Donalds back there? Stand up, Byron. Stand up. What a future this one has. What a future. That's great, Byron. Thank you very much. And how about Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce? He's going to take in more money than any country has ever even thought about. He's going to take in some money. And we have many others. Look, I'm not going to go through it, but we're going to sign some orders right now, and that's really what I want to do. So we're going to sign executive orders. First, I'll revoke nearly 80 destructive and radical executive actions of the previous administration, one of the worst administrations in history. Maybe not one of them, the worst. Anybody that would allow millions of people to pour through our borders from jails, prisons, mental institutions, insane asylums, gang members to be taken off the streets of Venezuela and deposited in our country, and many, not just Venezuela. You know, crime in Venezuela is down 74% because they took their criminals and gave them to us through an open border policy of the previous administration. All over the world, they're emptying their prisons into our country. They're emptying their mental institutions into our country. It stops as of 1 o'clock this afternoon, okay? It stops. So I'm revoking nearly 80 destructive, radical executive actions of the previous administration. They'll all be null and void within about, what, 5 minutes? Is that them over there? 5 minutes? And next, to gain immediate control of the vast federal out-of-control bureaucracy, I will implement an immediate regulation freeze, which will stop Biden bureaucrats from continuing to regulate. Most of those bureaucrats are being fired. They're gone. Should be all of them, but some sneak through, but we have to live with a couple, I guess. I'll also issue a temporary hiring freeze to ensure that we're only hiring competent people who are faithful to the American public. And we will pause the hiring of any new IRS agents. We will also require that federal workers must return to the office in person. And we're going to take the 88,000 people that they hired to go after you with guns. By the way, they're allowed to use guns and harass you like they were so many other people. Remember this. Okay, remember? Do you remember a little statement about tips? Does anybody remember that little statement? I think we won Nevada because of that statement. But they went out and harassed you over the tips. In other words, we are restoring control of our government to the people. We're going to take those 88,000. Let's see if they'd like to work on the border, because that's where we want them, really. So we're going to have no tax on tips, right? No tax on tips. And we may have, like the Speaker of the House, is he here? He's done such a good job. Is Mike here? He's around here someplace. I saw him just a little while ago. Hello, fellas. Look at you guys. Yeah, I know it. He's great. He's doing great. They're all doing good. The Republican Party has never been unified like it is right now. They want to save our country. And we're going to more than save it. We're going to make it greater than it's ever been before by a lot. Next, I'm going to sign a presidential memorandum directing every member of my cabinet to marshal every power at their disposal to defeat inflation and rapidly bring down the cost of daily life, because your costs have gone through the roof in the last 4 years. Perhaps you didn't notice. Does anyone notice their costs are like double, triple, quadruple? You can't buy bacon. Apples have doubled in price. You want an apple, anybody? Pay twice what you did 2 years ago. We'll put more money in your pocket, and we'll bring back the American dream and to reduce energy costs and liberate our economy so we have more oil and gas than any country in the world, and we're going to use it. We're not going to do the wind thing. Big, ugly windmills, they ruin your neighborhood, they ruin you. If you have a house that's near a windmill, guess what? Your house is worth less than half. And did you see up in New England with the whales? You see what's happening? So they had 2 whales killed in about 14 years. Last year and the year before, total, they had 28. So if you're into whales, you don't want windmills either. And they're the most expensive form of energy that you can have by far. And they're all made in China, by the way, practically all of them. And they kill your birds and they ruin your beautiful landscapes. But other than that, I think they're quite good, right? Now, remember when we used to joke and kid when we were kidding, but we don't kid anymore? They want to watch the debates on television. They want to watch your favorite president on television. But the wind isn't blowing, so we can't watch television that night, Gladys. Remember? Gladys, I'm sorry, the wind is just not blowing. We're not watching Trump tonight. But I'm immediately withdrawing from the unfair, one-sided Paris Climate Accord ripoff. The United States will not sabotage our own industries while China pollutes with impunity. You know, China, I mean, look, they use a lot of dirty energy, but they produce a lot of energy. And when that stuff goes up in the air, you know, it doesn't stay there. It's not like you got a wall. We love walls, don't we? Not like you have a wall around and it doesn't. It floats into the United States of America after 3.5 to 5.5 days. It floats across the oceans, and it comes right over your neighborhood, and it falls into your neighborhood. So they all say, we have to fight for cleaner air, but the other dirty air is dropping all over us. So what the hell are they talking about? Unless everybody does it, it just doesn't work. You know, we had the cleanest air and the cleanest water that this country's ever had under the Trump administration, and we didn't do anything to stop jobs and stop production. Believe me, you're going to see a lot of companies come pouring back because tariffs. I always say tariffs is the most beautiful word to me in the dictionary. Then I was reprimanded by the fake news. They said, what about love, religion, and God? I said, I agree. Let's put God number 1. Let's put religion number 2. Love, I don't know. We got to put that number 3, I guess, right? And then it's tariff, because tariffs are going to make us rich as hell. It's going to bring our country's businesses back that left us. And I'll also sign an executive order to immediately end federal government censorship of the American people. In America, we believe in free speech, and we're bringing it back starting today to stop the weaponization. Oh, do I know about that? These creeps. Deranged Jack Smith. You ever hear of him? Deranged. He's a deranged prosecutor. He's sick. They suck him on me. He's now been reduced to getting on an airplane, going back to The Hague or wherever the hell he came from. We got to get rid of that guy. Hey, was he one of the many people that got a pardon today? Did they pardon Jack Smith? You know, did you know that Biden, while I was making my speech, pardoned his whole family? The brother, the whole deal was pardoned. Can you imagine that? While I was making my speech. Did everybody hear my speech? Did you like my speech? Thank you. I mean, the only thing wrong with it is I had a lot of tough things to say, and I have some great people that work for me. Sir, this is such a great speech. It's so unifying. Don't talk about Biden with his pardons of his family. We want a unified country. They said, don't talk about the J6 hostages that you're going to be releasing today. Sir, don't put that in your speech, please. I said, but I want to put it in my speech. I said, sir, it won't be unified like it is. It's so beautiful the way it is. And it is getting great reviews. You know, if I put things like that in, I'll get terrible reviews. One little paragraph that's a little bit wrong, the fake news goes crazy, right? So I said, all right, I won't put it in my speech, but you know what? I'm speaking in front of a hell of a lot of people at a place called Capital One Arena, and I'll talk about it there. So we're going to be going over the beautiful Oval Office, one of the great offices in history. Even if it wasn't beautiful, it's the Oval Office, but it is beautiful. And we love the Oval Office. It all starts with the wars start and end there. Everything starts and ends at the Oval Office. We love it. But we're going to go to the Oval Office. We're going to release our great hostages that didn't do, for the most part, they didn't do stuff wrong. You take a look at what went on, and look what happens in other parts of the country. In Portland, where they kill people, they destroy the city. Nothing happens to them. In Seattle, where they took over a big chunk of the city, nothing happened. Minneapolis, where they burned down the city, nothing happened. Essentially, nothing happened. All they want to do is go after the J6 hostages. A 76-year-old grandmother was arrested the other day because she was looking, I think because she was looking at the Capitol or something like that. No, we're not going to put up with that crap anymore. And to stop the weaponization of law enforcement, I've been investigated more than any human being in the world. I believe I have the all-time record. Every day a subpoena. Every single day would get subpoenas. I was more than any person. Alphonse Capone, remember I used to talk about it? You know, Alphonse Capone, Scarface, he was a pretty rough guy. He was investigated about 1/100th what Trump was investigated. My father's looking down at me, my mother, how the hell did this happen? You know what it is? They investigated their political opponent, the opponent of Biden, and then ultimately Kamala. Has anyone ever heard of Kamala? We had to beat two opponents, you know? We had to beat Biden, then we beat him. Now he goes on top. The guy was like 39 points down. I think I could have beaten Trump. They should have left me and I would have beaten. No, his debate performance wasn't the best, right? That's what killed him. And then they had to change, and that's like you get into a fight. The great Dana White spoke last night. We love Dana White, right? UFC. That's like he puts in two fighters. One of them's getting creamed, getting really beaten, and they say, all right, take him out. Let's put somebody else in to finish up the fight. That's what they did to us. They gave us somebody new, but we took care of both of them. So we beat actually two opponents. But to stop the weaponization of law enforcement and our government, I will also sign an order directing every federal agency to preserve all records pertaining to political persecutions under the last administration, of which there were many, and beginning the process of exposing any and all abuses of power, even though he's pardoned many of these people. Can you believe it? He's pardoned them. You know why he did it while I was speaking? Because that way I couldn't speak about it. I was speaking. I didn't know he did it. I finished my speech, and they said, sir, he pardoned his whole family. I said, oh, can I go back out there and talk about it? Somehow that wouldn't be very elegant. Our First Lady would say, please don't do that. But we have plenty of time to talk about it, and we will. We're doing all of this on our very first day in office. You know, don't forget, we've been in this position, really, where we won the primaries in record time. We were the fastest win of a primary ever in political history, which is a very nice thing. It's nice to know. Well, the second election was rigged, so we knew we were doing well. And if it wasn't, you know what? If it wasn't, I would have never run. But the third one was just a monster. Boy, was that a big one, huh? That was a big one. On the second one, we got like 10 or 12 million votes more than the first one. How about that? We did great on the first one. We did much better on the second one. But bad did we do well on the third one. So we're gonna have some fun. It's very simple. We're gonna make our country great. We're gonna make our country great again. We're gonna make America great again. How good a name is MAGA, though, right? You know? I was going to say, keep America great, but unfortunately it wasn't great. Can't say keep it great. It will be great again, but CAG, keep America great, CAG, I don't think it's ever going to replace MAGA. Does anybody like CAG? I don't think so. It's never replacing MAGA. Nothing will ever replace MAGA. MAGA was the most successful political operation, political movement in the history of our country, maybe in the history of the world. Let's see what happens, because we're not finished yet. We're not finished yet. We got a long way to go. But we're doing this on the very first day in office, and in just a few moments, I'm not only signing the release of the J6 hostages, I'm signing other things that you're going to love. Oh, you're going to be happy reading newspapers tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day. So I just want to thank, I mean, look at this place. It's full to the rafters. You don't have any. Look at those people up there. You don't have any empty seats. And by the way, the Capital One owners, they are so good. We got to root for their teams because they have been so great to MAGA, to us. And I just want to thank Ted and everybody. You guys have been fantastic. And the ice hockey team's doing great. Ovechkin's pretty good, right? They're doing great. So I want to thank them, Capital One Arena owners. They have been absolutely fantastic. And thank you once again to everyone. And I can only tell you, you're going to be very happy. You're going to watch a lot of good things happen. We got to stop some wars that are happening and going on. Some stupid things are happening. The war with Ukraine would have never happened, and it has. As you know, Israel would have never been hit on October 7th, and none of you would be up here. None of you would even know anything about this tragedy that you're going through right now. But Iran was broke. Anybody that bought oil from Iran, they couldn't do any business with us. You're not going to do business with America. China passed. Everybody passed. They were broke. They didn't have money for Hamas. They didn't have money for Hezbollah. And your sons would be alive, and they certainly wouldn't be incarcerated like they are. It's a shame, but we're getting a lot of people out in a short period of time. So I'm going to go right over to here, and I'm going to sign in front of you. Is that okay? Good.
President Trump, after giving his inaugural address earlier today inside the Capitol Rotunda, now at Capital One Arena, shaking hands with families of the hostages. Many of those families have given Donald Trump credit in recent days, saying they do not think that this ceasefire, this deal, would have gotten across the finish line had it not been for Donald Trump, of course, as Mideast envoy, teaming up with the Biden administration in those final days. They have said that they believe it was the addition of Donald Trump and his team that made this happen. Donald Trump saying he will head over to that table with a number of executive actions already laid out on the table in the presidential seal. Mary, Bruce, do we have an understanding of exactly what it is he's signing right here?
We don't have a full list right now, but we do know that this is going to be a tremendous effort for him to show straight out the gate just how aggressive he is being, as he has been touting all day. We know that he is signing a wide range of executive orders, ranging from rescinding any DEI or gender-related directives from the Biden administration to designating cartels as foreign terrorist organizations.
Hey, Mary, let's listen.
Signing is the rescission of 78 Biden-era executive actions, executive orders, presidential memoranda, and others. Thank you, sir.
Donald Trump there, President Trump now trying effectively to undo as much as he can
The
of
second
Joe
item,
Biden's
President
agenda
Trump,
there. Let's
is
listen
a
in a bit
regulatory
to what he's
freeze,
doing
as you
next.
announced in your speech, preventing bureaucrats from issuing any more regulations until we have full control of this, the government and this administration. Thank you, sir.
Sir, can I have a pen?
The next item, sir, is a freeze on all federal hiring, excepting the military and a number of other excluded categories, again, until full control of the government is achieved and we understand the objectives of government going forward.
Could you imagine Biden doing this? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Sir, the next item, as you announced in your speech, is a requirement that federal workers return to full-time in-person work immediately. Thank you, sir. Next, we have a directive to every department and agency in the federal government to address the cost of living crisis that has cost Americans so dearly. Thank you, sir. The next item here is the withdrawal from the Paris Climate Treaty. Yes, sir. We're going to save over $1 trillion by withdrawing from that treaty. And the next item, sir, is a letter that will be transmitted to the United Nations explaining that we are withdrawing from the Paris Climate Treaty. Thank you, sir. This next item is a directive to the federal government ordering the restoration of freedom of speech and preventing government censorship of free speech going forward. And lastly, sir, before we go back to the Oval Office to sign a large number of other items, is a directive to the federal government ending the weaponization of government against the political adversaries of the previous administration, as we've seen. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. Pretty fun job.
And there you have it, what replaced the typical inaugural parade in Washington every 4 years. A sort of rally, if you will, at the Capital One Arena. President Trump returning to the White House 8 years after he first served in 2017, the 45th and the 47th President of the United States. We saw that actually on the license plate of the motorcade as it traveled through Washington today, 45 and 47. Mary Brucey heads back to the White House now, and he'll continue to sign more executive actions, executive orders that we are told, given our reporting earlier in the day, will affect those who were prosecuted for January 6th, and that this will be sweeping most, if not all.
And actually, you heard what massive applause he got there in the crowd for his promise to do just that, to go back and to pass these sweeping pardons for the January 6th. He calls them hostages. They are convicted criminals for their actions on January 6th. Just how sweeping they will be, we will have to see. But the president clearly trying to send a message that he's being incredibly aggressive straight out the gate, trying to show the American people and his supporters that he's delivering.
John Carl, in many ways, even though this was changed given the weather situation outside, fairly cold here in Washington, D.C., so you didn't have the inaugural parade, but what you got instead was something much more sort of uniquely Trump, very much part of the DNA of the campaign rallies that led to his success and his election victory a second time.
It was pure Trump. It was him surrounded by his most fervent supporters. He got into that arena by waiting online. Some of them had been waiting online since 2 o'clock in the morning in the freezing cold, so cold that the inauguration had to be brought inside. They were out all night. And then you have, this flurry of executive actions and orders that he signed, still trying to get a handle on exactly what it all adds up to. But he's trying to at least create the impression that he has a very busy and consequential first day in office.
Now, 6:55 Eastern Time. Many of you have been with us all day long here, and we really do appreciate it. ABC News Live coverage, really since 9 o'clock this morning, began even earlier than that on Good Morning America. I should let you know, for those of you in the East, we're going to go back to your local stations at 7 o'clock straight up. For many of you, that does mean, though, that World News Tonight will come your way shortly. And I should mention, while we're still on the air here, that we're going to have a 10 p.m. Eastern primetime special that will include the balls and the activities of this evening across Washington, D.C., and really what the path forward looks like for those who supported Donald Trump and for those who were hoping for a different outcome, what this means, what the first 100 days are expected to look like, what the first week, in fact, could look like. A lot to cover, and we'll get to that at 10 p.m. Eastern in prime time right here on ABC. Martha Raddatz, we took note as Donald Trump, now the 47th president, and the First Lady Melania Trump entered the arena. I was taken aback for a second because I was wondering, are these ticketed guests, or were these people who waited in line because they were so close to the president? We saw that assassination attempt, obviously, in Butler. Obviously, these folks went through, I'm sure, security, metal detectors, if you will, and it was safe, Secret Service and security. Although, still, when I see that, it just gives me pause all the time, given what this country has witnessed and what we saw, the attempt on his life in Butler, Pennsylvania. But can you imagine these folks, a lot of them supporters from around the country, who waited in line since 2 a.m. and got a chance to be within a foot of Donald Trump as he's walking down those stairs with the First Lady.
And obviously they didn't know they had the prime seats at that point. But Donald Trump loves that intimacy. He loves being around people. And I saw some supporters yesterday downtown walking around who came into the city, even though they didn't have tickets anymore. They said they were going to try and get into the arena so they could see Donald Trump. Just being in the same city, they said, meant something to them. This is Donald Trump's type of venue. This was a rally. He is now president of the United States, and he was celebrating not only this, but in a way he was still talking about 2020, because one of the first things he did and is going to do is the January 6th, people who have been convicted of going to Capitol Hill and trying to overturn the 2020 election.
Another story that will develop throughout the evening, and we'll have late reporting at 10 p.m. Eastern with a few moments left. Rachel Scott, who covered Donald Trump's campaign every step of the way, and because of that and her work, she's now our senior political correspondent. New title, same dogged reporter out there, still doing it. And Rachel, the mood, the feeling inside that arena.
Yeah, and it's fitting that this is the campaign soundtrack that we heard on the campaign trail. President Donald Trump, known as a showman, Today, he signed those executive orders, passing out those pens. But even his allies acknowledge that most of the work that he wants to get done will have to happen through Congress. David, one note of bipartisanship tonight. We are learning that Senator Marco Rubio has officially been confirmed by the United States Senate to become the next Secretary of State. And David, it was unanimous.
Just a few seconds left. Rachel, thank you. Terry Moran, I want to give you the last word because this is not a victory of just the man, but the movement. The MAGA movement, and the Democrats are going to have to do some serious soul searching here about how they lost key constituencies in this election.
They are, and one of the things struck me in that scene with Donald Trump signing those votes, signing those executive orders. Imagine you voted for him. That's action. It feels like you heard him promise it, and he's delivering, and that's winning politics. The Democrats have got to convince people they can do the same thing.
Very close election in America, 48-49 in the popular vote, but it was a resounding victory in the Electoral College for Donald Trump. He's now the 47th President of the United States. For some of you, World News Tonight is next. And, of course, I'll see you later tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern, for an ABC News primetime special. Thanks for watching. Good night.
This has been a special report from ABC News.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States.
And nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. I was saved by God to make America great again. We will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you.
Linsey Davis, thanks so much for streaming with us. We are here live in Washington, D.C. for the historic inauguration of President Donald John Trump. We've been on the air all day on this chilly Monday inauguration day, also Martin Luther King Jr. Day. President Trump declaring our golden age has just begun. And you see people starting to trickle out of Capital One Arena there, where Trump just gave a rally and support, talking about the hostages that he credits himself in large part with being able to start that process of the ceasefire deal with a number of the hostage families standing behind him earlier. He started and ended his roughly 30-minute inaugural address earlier today inside the Capitol with that sentiment, though, talking about the golden age being upon us. He also said, my proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and a unifier. It was Martin Luther King Jr. who once said, we must learn to live together as brothers or perish together as fools. President Trump is the first president since Grover Cleveland to be elected to non-consecutive terms. The first president who is also a convicted felon. Today he said, quote, the scales of justice will be rebalanced. The ceremony was moved inside, of course, because of the cold. The intimate gathering not held in the Capitol Rotunda since Ronald Reagan's inauguration in 1985. The day began with this moment right here. Donald and Melania Trump arriving at the White House, greeted by the Bidens. President Biden saying, welcome home. A tradition for decades, but one that Trump did not honor 4 years ago. After meeting inside, the two presidents left together. We learned in that ride to the Capitol, they talked about those devastating wildfires in Los Angeles, as well as football. Inside the Capitol, alongside the former presidents, the world's three richest men. After that address, the new president escorting former President Biden and the former First Lady to a waiting helicopter, leaving Washington at the end of a nearly half-century-long political career. And an afternoon of pomp and circumstance. An indoor parade inside the Capital One Arena soon followed. Then some executive orders. You can see a big pile of them on the table right there. President Trump sitting there to sign them tonight. It will be an evening of celebration in a few hours for President Trump. The inaugural balls soon to begin. In 2017, Donald Trump's first dance was My Way by Frank Sinatra. And this inaugural day, 8 years later, Trump's fingerprints have been all over the day. Our entire team is standing by to cover this historic day in Washington, D.C., and truly for the country. And an evening to come. We begin with our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce.
Tonight, America's historic and peaceful transfer of power on full display. Joe Biden greeting Donald Trump at the White House with 2 words: welcome home.
Welcome home.
Polite handshakes between the Bidens and the Trumps, and then the 4 entering for the traditional pre-inauguration tea. Over at the Capitol, the audience assembling, and in prime seats among the incoming cabinet secretaries, some of the nation's top tech CEOs. Amazon's Jeff Bezos, Meta's Mark Zuckerberg, Apple's Tim Cook, and of course Trump's close advisor, Elon Musk. Back at the White House, the Trumps and Bidens visiting for about 45 minutes before emerging for that ride to the Capitol. The First Ladies walking to their car. And then the presidents. As the motorcade rolled through the streets, former presidents filing into the rotunda. The Clintons, the Bushes, and Barack Obama walking alone. Former First Lady Michelle Obama not attending. The rotunda packed as Trump made his entrance.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump.
Please raise your right hand.
Vice President Vance sworn in, his wife Usha holding their young daughter.
Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after.
And then it was Trump's turn, taking the oath for the second time.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
That I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the office of President of the United States
the office of President of the United States
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
the
Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
A handshake with former President Biden. And then President Trump launching into his inaugural address.
The golden age of America begins right now.
With Biden looking on, Trump pledging to bring back what he called a nation in decline.
My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over.
Vowing to usher in a, quote, revolution of common sense, starting with a sweeping series of executive actions.
I will declare a national emergency at our southern border. Illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came.
The president with this promise.
We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier.
And this vow.
Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents. Something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again.
His tone defiant.
Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken.
After the president was finished, Carrie Underwood with a last-minute pivot to sing a cappella.
Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain.
Trump famously skipped Joe Biden's inauguration, but Biden was determined to stick with tradition. And so today, the new president and first lady escorting the Bidens out of the Capitol to the waiting helicopter. Handshakes, the first ladies exchanging hugs, and then the Trumps waving goodbye as the Bidens flew off. But in the 11th hour of his presidency, Joe Biden with some unfinished business, issuing preemptive pardons for public officials who'd incurred Trump's wrath, including former top health advisor Dr. Anthony Fauci, former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Mark Milley, and the members of the January 6th committee, including chairwoman former Representative Liz Cheney, writing these public servants have served our nation with honor and distinction and do not deserve to be the targets of unjustified and politically motivated prosecutions, and stressing the pardons should not be mistaken as an acknowledgement that they engaged in any wrongdoing. Biden also issuing preemptive pardons to 5 members of his own family, including his brother and sister, saying my family has been subjected to unrelenting attacks and threats, motivated solely by a desire to hurt me. I have no reason to believe these attacks will end. Trump clearly angered by the last-minute pardons.
Why are we doing Milley? He was pardoned. What he said, terrible what he said. Why are we helping some of the people?
As Trump spoke a long airing of grievances, Biden was heading for the plane and his farewell.
It's been the honor of my life to serve as your president.
With Washington in a deep freeze, the traditional parade scrapped, the president heading to a celebration at the Capital One Arena. A jubilant procession of marching bands. As in Washington, a new era begins.
Our thanks to Mary Bruce. A big step forward for President Trump's cabinet. The Senate has unanimously confirmed Marco Rubio as his Secretary of State. ABC's Alex Brachet joins us now. Alex, let's start with that confirmation. Rubio is making some history here, but also how significant is the timing?
Well, Linsey, let's take that first part. Rubio is making history as the first native Spanish speaker to hold that role as Secretary of State. But the timing here, look, there was no question that he was going to be confirmed, but it really kind of gets to this idea of keeping the trains on schedule for this new 2.0 Trump administration. I spoke with Florida Senator Rick Scott back in December, and he forecasted this in a way, saying that, look, I mean, Rubio's not just going to be confirmed, he's likely going to be confirmed 99-0, 100-0. He was confirmed 99-0. The only person who wasn't there was J.D. Vance, now the vice president. And look, I mean, we knew that he had Democratic support on this as well. He was taking photo ops with leader Chuck Schumer back in December. But still, the optics of this are very, very clear. And I was actually texting with a Republican source here who said that, look, this Trump 2.0 looks much more professional than 1.0. Things should be much more straightforward, and tonight is a sign of that.
And Alex, Trump has promised more than 100 executive orders on day one, impacting DEI funding, border security, regulations on oil and gas. How many did he actually sign off on today?
Right now, the count that I've got, it stands at about 78. That number could go up, but dozens signed in front of that Capital One arena there tonight, and we're expecting more to come. And look, part of this is a strategy. Trump telling advisors privately by our reporting that he wanted to flood the zone. Look, they're expecting legal challenges on a lot of these EOs and executive actions, but let's take immigration, for instance. One of the things that a source was telling me who works in the immigration courts, he was saying that they're looking at tiered rollout of some of these policies, funneling a lot of them through circuits that they feel like might have favorable rulings once they're challenged, specifically that Fifth Circuit in places like Texas and New Mexico, and that would give that law, that policy, a stronger standing for Trump if it's escalated to the Supreme Court.
Okay, because of course, one Trump advisor has already told ABC News that they expect we're going to get sued on all of these things. So we will see how that strategy prevails going forward. Alex Brachet, our thanks to you. Well, the first inaugural ball celebrated President James Madison back in 1809, but the custom is always evolving to match the newly elected president. Let's check in live now from the Commander-in-Chief's Ball, where our very own Kira Phillips is joining in on the pomp and circumstance. Kira, all right, well, let's see. Show us the gown, what you're wearing.
Okay, you know what? I would love to show you the gown, but here's the deal. If I step back about 2 inches, Lindsay, I'm going to take a major dive off this riser. I've already been told I can barely move. So you get to see the top. How's the top of the dress look? Does this work for you?
You're looking very good, I have to say. I knew you would. You're rocking it.
Well, let me ask you this. Let's keep our mics open here. Forget this regular Q&A. You're going to ask me all these serious questions. Lindsay, let's just take a deep breath. You and I have been up before sunrise. We covered the entire inauguration along with our whole political panel, you and David Muir and all our team of experts. I had the chance to be in the Capitol as well, Emancipation Hall, for a number of events. You were talking us through the entire ceremony. I mean, this was a pretty amazing day on so many different levels, challenging as well. We're finally here at the party, the balls. There's going to be 3 of them. But how are you feeling tonight after today? And now finally you and I get to talk at sort of the end of the night where the actual celebrations happen. Are you taking a deep breath as well? Because I have to tell you, I can't wait to take a nap.
Oh, I am with you. I need my pillow here as soon as possible. I have to say, one thing that is extremely impressive, as you can attest to as well, because you were outside most of the day, is how in just the last, what was it, 72 hours that they were able to decide, okay, it's going to be too cold. I think it was maybe a high of 21 today, feels like temperature of 17 degrees or even less, and that they were able to make this decision, okay, all the planning, all the platforms, all the construction that we had planned on having along the National Mall, we got to move it inside the Capitol. So that meant that about the, 1,600 guests that they were expecting just on the platform alone, well, now we got to cut that guest list. Whose job was that, by the way, to tell the people, yeah, you know how you thought you were going to get that VIP ticket? Well, now we just have 800 people who can be inside the rotunda. So I think that was really striking, just how they were able to move everything into the rotunda, how they were able to, that parade that we were expecting to see outside traditionally, that they were able to put all of that into Capital One Arena. So I just think that the logistics, it's quite a feat and something that we haven't seen since the 80s with Ronald Reagan's inauguration.
You know what, you're absolutely right. It's like a breaking news story. You know, when something happens in our business and how it's all hands on deck, and sometimes we're traveling across the pond to cover a story and everything that goes into that, all the logistics, you're exactly right. And the fact that it went off pretty flawless, if you think about it. All the ceremonies, all the pomp and circumstance, the whole, from the swearing in, all the way to this point. it's been pretty remarkable that there were no major issues. Matter of fact, one funny little thing, I was asked why the First Lady was sitting down, Linsey, so many times, why there was always a chair for her on the stage. Turns out, look, the First Lady knows how to dress. She always looks beautiful, and her shoes are amazing. But apparently, her feet hurt so much that they had to make sure as the day and the evening went on that she had a place to sit. So there's a little tidbit. But on a serious note, you know, we're here at the Commander-in-Chief Ball. There are 3 balls tonight. This is the one that is all about our military. And you probably saw that I was there inside of the Capitol for the ceremony, the Commander-in-Chief ceremony, where he addresses all the troops for the first time. It's usually called the review of the troops, but because it was inside, it turned into a special honors ceremony. But just the Army band playing and the drum corps, it was so formal, and it really represented what our military is all about. And many of those same service members will be here tonight, service members from all branches of the military. And the president will come here with the First Lady. They will have their first dance right there at center stage. We don't know what song it will be. We know it was Frank Sinatra last year, My Way, because as we well know, the president does like to do things his way, as does the First Lady, by the way. So we don't know what they'll dance to. We don't know what she'll be wearing. She looked smashing, of course, last year. And then on a serious note, when we think about all the members of the military that are here right now and were a part of that honors ceremony at the Capitol, you know, the president has had a tough go when it comes to his relationships with the generals in particular. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs, he went through 5 secretaries of defense last time, 2 permanent, 3 acting, and now you have his personal pick for Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, who's been swirled up in controversy with the allegations of misconduct. I actually had a chance to talk to him, Linsey, over the weekend. I had a chance to meet with him and his family and his kids, his wife, and it's been tough for them. But at the same time, he says he's ready for that fight, that the president has backed him 100% the whole way, and he feels he will have the votes to take it to the finish line. So while this is a night of celebration for the military, there'll be a lot of challenges ahead for the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, if indeed he gets those votes, along with Donald Trump, who hasn't always had a real good relationship with his military leaders, let's say.
Sure, and we've seen a lot of the tradition play out today, a lot of business that's already being taken care of, but at least for a few hours tonight, the party can begin. I can tell you, because Kira, you live here, but I've been staying in a hotel. There was a big party in our hotel last night, and I can tell you, these people who are gathered here know how to party, right? And many people came from all corners of the country. Many of them had anticipated being able to go to the inauguration outside, but certainly they're going to be in there cutting a rug. I'm sure you're going to be right along with them, sister. I already know you're going to be partying as well.
Only
Kira.
if you were
Thanks
with me.
much.
Only if you were with me.
We missed that opportunity. Next time. Thanks so much, Kira. And now our senior political correspondent, Rachel Scott, joins us from the Capital One Arena, where she's been all day, a staging ground today for speakers and bands saluting President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance. Rachel, certainly a flurry of executive actions expected today and in the days to come, perhaps as many as 200. Of course, Alex Brachet touched on this just a little while ago. What are you hearing about why so many at once? Many people will remember 8 years ago, there was only one executive order taken on day one.
Yeah, just a single one executive order that President Donald Trump signed back in 2017. His advisors tell us to expect 200 executive actions, as both you and Alex have already outlined. A little bit of this is the shock and awe, right? That's what Republicans on Capitol Hill promised when President Donald Trump took the oath of office. Also, President Trump, at least when I spoke to him over the weekend, he made it clear that he wants to get busy. He wants to get right down to business quickly. He has been spending months campaigning, promising tons of things on immigration, on energy, on what he wants to change here in Washington and across the country. And so he really wanted to put that on display right away for a lot of his supporters. And so that's exactly what happened here. This turned into the inaugural parade. Yes, it's inside for the first time in decades, but it was unusual to see this, to have the desk right there. President Donald Trump, known for being a showman, he walked right over, sat down. He signed several executive actions already, including withdrawing from the Paris Climate Accord. One thing I will say, though, Lindsey, even President Donald Trump's closest allies on Capitol Hill will acknowledge he's going to need Congress. He's going to need the help of Republicans in both the Senate and in the House to get much of his agenda across the finish line.
And Rachel, how are the president and his top advisors planning for the legal challenges that are already expected to come? Even some of his own advisors admit that.
Yeah, and our reporting, our Catherine Falders has been reporting on this as well. We have reporting that the Trump team is bracing for a string of legal challenges now that he is signing all these executive actions. But here's the thing. They believe that by flooding the zone, essentially by signing 200 executive actions or 100 executive orders, that means that maybe, perhaps, maybe not, there will be tons of lawsuits, or perhaps some of these lawsuits might be weaker. So they are hoping that this strategy of just putting all out there at once might ultimately help them keep most of what they want to do in place. Again, we will say that, again, most of the heavy lifting that the president wants to do in his administration will require the help of Congress, but they are hoping rather that any legal action is weak so that they can keep these executive actions in place, Lindsey.
All right, an interesting strategy. Okay, Rachel, our thanks to you for your coverage all day. One of President Trump's most sweeping actions on this day one of his administration was pardoning or commuting the sentences for hundreds convicted for the January 6th Capitol attacks, including some convicted of violence. Here's ABC's Chief Justice correspondent Pierre Thomas.
Hundreds of violent offenders went to prison for attacking police on January 6th, using everything from shields to flagpoles, even cattle prods. Tonight, the possibility of sweeping pardons and commutations could put a nail in the coffin of one of the nation's largest Department of Justice investigations in history. Sources telling ABC News, in addition to freeing all nonviolent offenders, the president is preparing to free some or even all of the most violent. Also potentially impacted Oath Keepers founder Stuart Rose and former national chairman of the Proud Boys, Enrique Tarrio, both convicted of seditious conspiracy for plotting to overthrow the government. Trump promised multiple times to free the so-called J6 defendants on the campaign trail, even saluting at a rally while playing a version of the national anthem sung by a choir made of J6 prisoners. At the inauguration today, speaking to the overflow crowd, President Trump again teased the possibility.
I was going to talk about the J6 hostages, but you'll be happy because, you know, it's action, not words that count. And you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages.
Pierre Thomas joins us now live. And Pierre, we heard him refer to them as the January 6th hostages. At one point, he said that they would be out as soon as today. Is that the expectation?
Well, Lindsey, we are going to have to see the details because we want to know for certain if the people that we're seeing actually beating the officers will be included in this group. And until we see that paperwork, we just won't know for sure, Lindsey.
Former President Biden also granted clemency for Turtle Mountain Chippewa activist Leonard Peltier. What more can you tell us about that?
Well, I can tell you this. The FBI agents, current and former, are livid. They said that this particular man killed 2 FBI agents. They are furious at the very notion that he would be given a commutation.
Kash Patel was one of Trump's nominees for FBI director, but earlier today gave what seemed like a rallying political speech. This seemed unusual. Give us a sense of what he had to say, what he was trying to convey.
Well, he was conveying, you know, the promise of America and basically saying that he stood with President Trump. But Lindsey, I've covered law enforcement now for 25 plus years. I can tell you, never before has someone affiliated with the FBI seeking the office to be the FBI director ever been in a political rally, anything like that.
Right, because typically that office is considered apolitical just by its nature and design. Okay, Pierre Thomas, our thanks to you as always. The Trump administration's legal battles over their immigration policies have already begun. Multiple groups, including the ACLU, have filed a request for a status conference regarding the administration's decision to terminate the use of CBP One app and canceling all current appointments. Maria Villarreal joins us now from the U.S.-Mexico border in El Paso. Maria, let's take a step back here and explain to our viewers what the app is and how it streamlined the process for people trying to go about coming into the country the right way.
You know, Linsey, when the Biden administration took office and, Vice President Kamala Harris was brought in to try and figure out the root causes of some of the immigration issues that we were seeing along the border, one of the solutions that the administration came up with was the CBP One app. At the time, they were having large groups of migrants come to the border, especially between ports of entry. And what the app was supposed to do was basically say, listen, if you come here and you don't do it the right way, you're not going to be able to request asylum. So the app was implemented maybe about 2 years ago or so. In the beginning, there were a number of glitches, technical at first, and then there was some frustrations by the people who were trying to come to the border and request asylum. You know, the administration was only allowing about 1,500 appointments to be set per day, and that really put some restraints on the people that were coming here, hoping to come into the U.S. That said, over the last 6 months or so, agents in the field, as well as people that were having to deal with these asylum cases and appointments, were saying, listen, I think we've got the process down. Now today, we have heard about and saw for ourselves that CBP One app that was put in place, it was another tool in the toolbox for agents out in the field and also for the asylum system as a whole. That system is now completely down. Listen to one man who actually was set to have his appointment today.
Es muy difícil, porque créamelo, nunca en mi vida, nunca, yo quise entrar nunca he querido entrar por otro invadiendo. Siempre he querido hacer las cosas bien. Y así se lo digo públicamente. Solo tengo la confianza en Dios, que Dios va a tocar el corazón del presidente Trump, porque sí lo ha hecho.
So Linsey, this man is basically saying that he, wanted to do this the right way. Never did he imagine crossing the border illegally. He wanted to follow the rules, and now the rules have changed on him. So obviously he is saying, listen, President Trump, we understand that you want to be tough on immigration, but we've got to figure this thing out.
What do your law enforcement sources say about the app going away?
A lot of them have said, listen, we knew that there was going to be change, and because this had the Biden stamp on it, we understood that there might be a chance it would go away. That said, look, the guys basically that I've spoken with about the CBP One app said, listen, once all the glitches were figured out, this became a really useful tool for us that allowed us to really kind of meter the amount of people that were coming in. It wasn't an end-all, be-all fix, but again, another tool in their toolbox.
All right, Maria Villarreal from the border for us. Maria, thank you. President Trump is giving TikTok a 90-day reprieve to sell the platform or see it banned in the U.S. Can the president arrange a deal that eases Congress's national security concerns? ABC's chief business and economics correspondent Rebecca Jarvis has more. Rebecca.
Linsey, it was notable who was in that room today with the president at his swearing-in ceremony. Jeff Bezos of Amazon, Tim Cook of Apple, Sundar Pichai of Google, and of course Elon Musk of X and Tesla and SpaceX, as well as Mark Zuckerberg, the founder of Facebook, now called Meta. So certainly you had this gigantic group of tech executives right behind the president today. Their combined net worth somewhere in the neighborhood of $1 trillion. And it's an interesting group, not only because of what they stand for, but because of the opposition that they pose to the president in the past. They have not always been the biggest fans of President Trump. Now they're big donors, as well as present at the inauguration today. They're also not always and haven't always been the best of friends in the past. You have Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk, who not that long ago were challenging each other to a mixed martial arts duel. Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, both in that space race together, not necessarily arch nemesis of each other, but certainly not the kind of people who would have grabbed a drink together or spent time together in the past. So they are a very powerful group, certainly a show of force today. The big question going forward is how the president, Donald Trump, balances that interest, their group, along with the interest of the American voters who put him in office. And I mentioned this throughout the election, but when Americans spoke to me about what they were voting for, how they saw the economy, well, the jobless rate in the country was relatively low. While economic growth was still coming along, the biggest thing on people's mind is what they were paying at the grocery store, at the gas station. That is going to be the biggest question for President Donald Trump going forward on those voters. How does he impact their wallet? How do his policies make them better off in the future than they feel today? Lindsay?
We will likely know soon enough. All right, Rebecca Jarvis, our thanks to you. Still much more to get to here on Prime tonight. Coming up, the oath has been sworn, and now the celebrations are underway. We check in on the festivities live from the inaugural balls in Washington, D.C. But next, our newly sworn-in Commander-in-Chief, President Trump, is wasting no time in setting the tone for seismic changes in U.S. foreign policy. Stay with us.
Mr. Campbell, I remembered I left something in the bathroom. Deuces. Parker out.
There we go, there we go, there we go again. Swinging through the city so fast you can barely.
Gotcha.
Check out our next victim in his dumb costume.
Is my suit really that bad? Ouch.
Taking off the mask. I know what you see.
Ah, nice of you to join us, Mr. Parker. See me after class.
Streaming January 29th.
This family is suffocated. We are all here to help them. We're gonna make this happen. We have 96 hours to build a house.
Come on, guys, it's moving day. Let's go. It can't be real.
This was more than just Extreme Home Makeover. This was Extreme Life Makeover.
Extreme Makeover Home Edition, Thursday on ABC and stream on Hulu.
All we want is to find our way home.
I'll get you home. Got a crew of murderous bounty hunters. He's coming after us. We have to move fast.
We have no idea who he is.
You can trust me.
You're a Jedi, right?
Of course.
What just happened?
Watch this.
Skeleton Crew. New episodes Tuesdays only on Disney+.
For the record, your name is Xavier Collins.
Yes.
You have 2 children.
Yes.
When was the last time you saw Cal Bradford alive?
Agent Collins. Well, have a seat. I walked the president to his room at 2204.
When did you discover the body?
At 8:01, that's when I found him lying next to his bed.
Did you kill him?
No.
Is a part of you happy that Cal is dead?
Amanda Riley was a mother, wife,
speaker at her church.
Everybody loved her. She got diagnosed with cancer.
I heard the words, "You have stage 3 blood cancer."
When Amanda told me she had cancer, I was so devastated.
A beloved young Christian woman fighting a battle undeserved.
We gave our hearts, our prayers. We thought she was God's gift, but she was a liar.
Why would somebody fake cancer?
Thousands of people threw money at her.
The community raised $100,000.
What surprised me is the lengths that she went to fake the cancer. There's all these pictures of her in the hospital with IVs, tubing.
She was accused of faking cancer. She hurt tons of people.
It was only a matter of time until Amanda's whole world came tumbling down.
Oh my God! I was like, ha, you're lying and you're getting caught. This is over. But it wasn't, not even close.
Amanda premieres January 30th on ABC and stream on Hulu.
From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer.
Not only is Donald Trump president of the United States, he is now commander-in-chief in charge of the world's most powerful military, which often at the president's discretion can either engage in lethal warfare or act as a deterrent and a force for peace. How Trump acted in his first role as commander-in-chief during his first administration perhaps will serve as a guide for the next 4 years. Our chief foreign correspondent Ian Pannell has this report.
From this moment on, America's decline is over.
Donald Trump is already setting the tone for a significant change in U.S. foreign policy.
Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies.
That could have seismic implications for America's friends and foes alike. The commander-in-chief flexing the strength of America's military that he's now in charge of. Making several eyebrow-raising comments in recent weeks about taking control of the Panama Canal and Greenland.
We need Greenland for national security purposes. You have China ships all over the place. You have Russian ships all over the place.
Even absorbing Canada as the 51st state and renaming the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America.
The Gulf of America, what a beautiful name. And it's appropriate.
It was an intent to grab that media attention and put himself at the center of the news cycle. This unpredictability means that all paths lead back to the Oval Office and his next statement.
Trump's frequent invocations about making America great and putting America first could soon bump up against his need for the world to see him as a deal maker, a strong man, to stop the war in Ukraine.
Shortly after I win the presidency, I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled. I'll get it settled very fast.
Trump has warned Russia and Vladimir Putin that if the war doesn't end soon, Ukraine could get substantially more aid. But at the same time, he's also told Ukraine it won't receive more US support unless it enters into peace talks. His nominee to head the Office of Management and Budget telling a Senate committee just last week $3.8 billion in aid already approved by Congress could be held up.
It's been authorized and appropriated. Will you release that remaining $3.8 billion?
Again, Senator, I'm not going to get ahead of the president on a foreign policy issue of the magnitude of the situation with regard to Ukraine.
Let me add.
And while our most recent battles with China have been about TikTok and tariffs, China's threats to Taiwan and international shipping could one day embolden Trump to show President Xi that America believes it has the upper hand militarily.
He will always defer to a solution that makes him appear strong and in charge. So I don't think that there's an easy way to simply walk away from a big competition with China.
The situation at the southern border also top of mind. Trump declaring an emergency in his address over what he calls an invasion, ordering the military to repel human and drug trafficking at the US-Mexico border.
I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country.
But perhaps the biggest difference in American foreign policy under Trump will be seen in the Middle East and the war between Israel and Hamas. Trump creating a deadline with his return to power, threatening Hamas especially that all hell would break out if there was no agreement.
If the deal isn't done before I take office, which is now going to be 2 weeks, all hell will break out in the Middle East.
Then, last week, the Biden administration, along with incoming Trump envoys, helping broker that ceasefire and hostage exchange we saw Sunday. But it's a fragile, tenuous agreement, fraught with pitfalls. In particular, who governs Gaza if this peace lasts? The images on the street betray an uncomfortable reality. It's still the gunmen of Hamas in charge, a situation unacceptable to the Israeli government and likely for the incoming administration. And the Middle East has totally changed since Donald Trump was last president. Hamas devastated and weakened, Hassan Nasrallah in Lebanon dead, and Hezbollah a shadow of its former strength. Bashar al-Assad of Syria in exile. And crucially, Iran and its axis of resistance is broken. And amid this new world order, President Trump wants to try and normalize relations between Israel and Saudi Arabia. The international challenges are immense, and America going it alone may not be a viable option.
Ian Panel reporting. Still ahead here on Prime, there will be much to talk about with who wore what today, and that's not a trite consideration when the inauguration gala balls and only a few other events, perhaps like the Academy Awards, have the power to influence changes in the latest fashions. But before we take a deep dive on that, we expect to get a look in on the first ball of the evening, the Commander-in-Chief's Ball. Stay with us.
It's incredible how many lives idols change.
It proves that dreams really do come true.
This is the place where it all started for me.
You never forget that moment that changed everything. If you're dreaming out there, please keep dreaming.
Is our next American Idol among us today?
Ladies and gentlemen, the Commodores.
The winner is Carrie Underwood.
American Idol's next chapter begins March 9th on ABC.
For the record, your name is Xavier Collins.
Yes.
You have 2 children.
Yes.
When was the last time you saw Cal Bradford alive?
Agent Collins, have a seat.
I walked the president to his room at 2204.
When did you discover the body?
At 8:01, that's when I found him lying next to his bed.
Did you kill him?
No.
Is a part of you happy that Cal is dead?
Freeze, Morgan Guillory, Major Crimes.
Where did you get this?
Check out at the dollar store.
You hired me because I noticed things that you miss.
Let's solve this case.
Bingo. Our killer's name is Dubois.
Did you just Google who's the killer on your phone, Morgan?
No, I did not do that.
What don't you know about the man
Rex Heuermann was living a very compartmentalized double life.
accused of being
The monster. It's like 2 different people. Jekyll and Hyde is a real monster.
He's pleaded not guilty to all the charges.
the Gilgo Beach murders? Now, one woman who believes she got away and lived to tell.
He scared the crap out of me, and nobody's ever made me scared or uncomfortable like that.
Gilgo Beach Murders, now streaming on Hulu.
Get this, people. Now we're streaming every weekend, right to you.
With an all-new show, an all-new view, special for the weekends. Now you can catch The View 7 days a week.
I wonder if you can handle it.
It's The Weekend View.
The Weekend View.
It's The Weekend View. Streaming on ABC News Live, wherever you stream.
Take a little time to enjoy The Weekend View.
See you on the weekend!
Now streaming Saturday and Sunday mornings on ABC News Live, wherever you stream.
What would you do?
There was a delivery that was just made. I'm just going to grab my manager. Can you just keep an eye on that?
Yeah, absolutely.
If you saw someone stealing packages right in front of you,
Are they going to say something? Oh.
would you step up and step in? Well, just wait until you see what our hidden cameras catch.
This guy's just taking those packages. I work here. He just took those packages back. This was amazing.
So the question is, what would you do?
Wednesday night on ABC.
Welcome back, everyone. We are taking a live look now at President Trump back in his old stomping grounds, the Oval Office, inside the White House during a signing ceremony. Of course, he has said, at least his advisors have indicated, that he may sign as many as 200 executive orders on day one. He's talked about his priority, of course, on day one for quite a while being to close the border. He's talked about those mass deportations, but a number of these executive orders we're still awaiting to find more about. The oath has been signed, and now celebrations are also underway in our nation's capital. I want to check back in with our Kira Phillips, if we have that ball. Do we have a live look there? You can see some of the festivities already underway. Do we have Kira with us?
Yes, I am with you as the crowd is filling in. Can you hear me okay, Lindsay?
Oh, yes, I can hear you. I just can't see you. And of course, we want to talk about a little fashion. We got to have a little levity today, right? And so I got to get a sense of the fashion trends. You told us before we can't see you from head to toe. I'm thinking you have like shorts and sneakers on really underneath where that cutoff is. But
actually,
give us
I have a picture coming your way. I was trying to get a really good picture, but it's so tight up here. So I don't know if we'll get it to you in time for this hit. Let me know, Diana, if you're able to get it to her. Otherwise, you'll see it next hit. My really fancy shoes and my very creative hemming job. I think you'll be very impressed with what I did tonight. You know how the day is gone,
hold on,
Lindsay.
Kira,
we had to be up.
Kira, as soon as I get to you, now I got to take it back from you, but we're going to give it back. But we do have some serious business that is going on right there at the Resolute desk. We believe that Donald Trump, as he has said all along, it was a campaign promise that he was going to pardon those who participated in the insurrection on January 6th in the same Capitol where today he took that oath of office. Many believe that perhaps he went beyond those who, as even his own vice president suggested, J.D. Vance had said in recent days that he didn't believe that anyone who took any violent action that day should be pardoned. And so we're still waiting to determine if all of the hundreds will be pardoned. If we can listen in, perhaps we'll gain a little more understanding.
You'll find out. It's ridiculous. We're the only country in the world that does this with birthright, as you know. And it's just absolutely ridiculous. But, we'll see. We think we have very good grounds.
Sir,
people have wanted to do this for decades.
Sir, this is a proclamation declaring a national emergency at the southern border of the United States.
That's a big one. A lot of big ones, huh? You know what that means, right?
President Trump, did President Biden leave you a letter?
He may have. Right? Don't they leave it in the desk? I don't know. Oh.
What's in there?
Thank you, Peter. It could have been years before we got this. Wow. Thank you.
Can you say on the outside?
Maybe we should all read it together.
Let's read it.
Well, maybe I'll read it first and then make that determination.
That sounds great.
Peter, thank you very much. I may not have seen this for months.
Happy to help with the passing of the torch.
I did. I left him one in the desk just like this.
What did you talk about?
Unification of our country. I didn't know that he gave a pardon to his family because he did it during my speech.
He didn't tell you in the limo?
No, he didn't tell me. No. He did it. They released it during my speech. During my speech. So all I could do was say, excuse me, I'd like to come back and speak some more. So, no, we were surprised by that. It's bad precedent, obviously.
Where are you thinking on tariffs on Mexico, given these actions you're signing on the border?
Well, we're thinking in terms of 25% on Mexico and Canada because they're allowing vast numbers of people. Canada's a very bad abuser also. Vast numbers of people to come in and fentanyl to come in.
When do you think you would enact those?
I think February 1st.
Are you planning on giving notice of that?
I think we'll do it February 1st.
25% on both, sir.
Sir, on each.
On each, yeah.
This is an executive order taking a large number of executive actions to secure our southern border.
Okay. Sounds reasonable.
President Trump, we remember 4 years ago, Barack Obama had told you that the top threat to the country was going to be North Korea. Did Joe Biden tell you what he thinks the top threat to the country is?
No.
Why not?
I think we have a lot of them. Right now, I think we have a lot. I think North Korea turned out to be good. I was very friendly with him. He liked me. I liked him. We got along very well. They thought that was a tremendous threat. Now, he is a nuclear power. But we got along. I think you'll be happy to see him coming back.
And
I think he has tremendous condo capability. He's got a lot of shoreline.
Thank you, sir.
Are you going to work with countries from South America to coordinate on immigration?
About who?
Well, immigration in general?
This is an executive order. Sorry, sir.
I'm fine with legal immigration. I like it. We need people, and I'm absolutely fine with it. We want to have it. We need it because we're going to have a lot of companies coming in to avoid tariffs. You know, if you don't want tariffs, all you have to do is build your plant in the U.S. So we're going to have a lot of workers coming in, but we have to have legal immigration.
Do you have a date in mind for when you want to put in on the China tariffs that you talked about?
Which one?
60%?
No. You're talking about which? Say it again.
The China tariffs, the broad
China
tariffs.
Well, as you know, I put on large tariffs on China, and they've really been forced to leave them. And if we didn't leave them, you wouldn't have one steel mill that's open in this country because they were dumping massive amounts of steel. We've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars from China because they were unable to terminate the tariffs I put on China because it was too much money and the budgets didn't work and other reasons too. No, I mean, we're going to have meetings and calls with President Xi. I spoke to President Xi last week, as you know. Did you know that? I had a very good phone call.
What do you stand with NATO at this moment? Are you planning to leave your NATO alliance?
No, NATO has to pay more money. NATO has to pay 5%. We're in the Ukraine war by $200 billion more than NATO. It's ridiculous because it affects them a lot more. We have an ocean in between. And we've spent $200 billion more on Ukraine than NATO has spent. And they've got to equalize.
Did you talk to Xi about the Ukraine war?
Yeah.
Because China and Brazil together has a proposal to bring Russia and Ukraine to talk.
That's good. That's fine. I'm ready.
When are you going to talk with the Brazilian president?
How did Brazil get involved?
Brazil's involved.
This is a new one.
When are you going to talk to Lula?
Are you from Brazil?
I'm from Brazil.
That's why they're involved, I guess.
When are you going to talk with the Brazilian president? How do you see our relationship with Latin America and Brazil?
Great. Should be great. They need us much more than we need them. We don't need them. They need us. Everybody needs us.
It sounds like you will not proceed with additional China tariffs necessarily, depending on how talks go with President Xi. Is that correct?
What does that define that?
Well, we are asking, you pledged in the campaign potentially 10% tariff on China or as much as
Because of fentanyl.
Right. So I'm asking where
That's only because of fentanyl. There are other things too.
Are additional
And a very big thing is the Panama Canal. China controls the Panama Canal. What's that all about? They're not supposed to be good. When Jimmy Carter gave it, which was a terrible mistake, he didn't do it. He didn't give it to China. He gave it to Panama. And China controls the Panama Canal.
So are China tariffs
and we're not going to allow that to happen.
Are they still on the table, or is that
We're not going to allow that to happen.
Thank you, sir.
What can we expect of the countries in NATO that spend the least amount of money, like Spain, France, below the 5%?
Spain is very low. And yet, aren't they a BRICS nation?
What?
They're a BRICS nation, Spain. You know what a BRICS nation is? You'll figure it out. But, and if the BRICS nations want to do that, that's okay, but we're going to put at least a 100% tariff on the business they do with the United States. You know what the BRICS is, right? You guys know.
Brazil,
you know
Russia.
what I'm saying, right? You know what I'm saying.
But Spain is not
So it's not even a threat. In fact, since I made that statement, Biden said,